Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 213, Chapter 213, Unexpected Development. With a bland smile, Ren gently shook his head. I am afraid, this is not possible. He put the document down on the table and fully focused on Hiruzen. Oh. And why is that? The former Hokage asked with a small measure of surprise, leaning closer in interest. Something in the mirth contained in his old eyes mightily unsettled Ren. Nevertheless, backing down was not an option. Ren reached out and put his arms around Ino and Hinata, pulling them closer, because I am already married. He lied to the old bastard with a straight face after mentally warning his girls to play along. Truly. Hiruzen's smile dimmed a bit as his eyebrows shot up in surprise. Both of them? He slyly asked, and Ren knew he might have fucked up right then and there, but choosing only one of his girls would make the other one sulky for weeks. Yes. Both of us. Ino strongly insisted with narrowed eyes, glaring at Hiruzen, daring him to protest. During the month of preparation for the Chunin exams finals. Hinata nodded in a much milder tone, but there was something dead and threatening in it despite its gentle sound. Hiruzen slowly nodded with a complicated expression. That tone, he recognized it. Hayashi has used a similar one ever since his brother was given to Kyumo to prevent a war. But just like back then, Hiruzen couldn't back down. For the sake of Konoha. Weird how I couldn't find any document suggesting such a thing anywhere in the village. He mused out loud, trying to call out their lie without directly saying it. Fortunately, he had the presence of mind to actually check the trio's marital status before going along with his plans. That's because we married in the capital. Not in Konoha. Ren swiftly interjected, we can bring you the proof tomorrow if you need it. He offered, stumping Hiruzen, whose lips slightly twitched in irritation. A lesser ninja might not have noticed, but he saw the hidden surprise in the girl's eyes when Ren uttered his offer. Hiruzen knew the young man was speaking bullshit. But something in Ren's confident demeanor told him that calling him out on it would just result in him actually procuring said document somehow. That would both waste time and solve nothing. It was not the path to achieving his goals. Silence fell on the room as Ren watched Hiruzen silently, mulling over what he had heard, slowly tapping his finger on his knee in a pondering fashion, while Ino and Hinata both grasped at him with their hands and possessively tightened their hold. Their defiant looks aimed at Hiruzen could not be mistaken. Their line in the sand was obviously drawn, and the old man had come dangerously close to crossing it. As for the actual proof of marriage, Ren naturally did not have such a thing. Naturally, they were not married. Unfortunately for Hiruzen, neither he nor anybody in the village knew that Ren could teleport. He could go to the capital right this hour after the meeting, find some easily bribed priest or official, and have them wed Ino and Hinata to him. Adjusting the date on the certificate would be just an issue of money or threats. And believe him, it would be hard for a normal human to refuse an expectant stare of 3 S-rank ninjas. It wouldn't have been the wedding Ino and Hinata desired, but he had asked them through the telepathy seal, and they were both willing to go through with it. They could always have another, proper wedding later on. They agreed that dealing with the current crisis was more important. No. Hiruzen finally chuckled and leaned back on the backrest of the couch. No need. He said with a small, satisfied smile, but before Ren could let out a sigh of relief, thinking the issue was over, Hiruzen decided to upend the proverbial game table with his next sentence. I trust you. You already have 2 wives. Therefore, a third one should not be such a big problem. Ren, Ino, and Hinata froze, completely stupefied. Because how were they supposed to refute that in a politically reasonable fashion? Especially when Sarutobi was definitely insisting on being unreasonable. Ren mentally scrambled for something to say, his anti-politically aligned mind failing him hard. Hinata, however, found a small crack in Hiruzen's argument, and with an expressionless face, she spoke in a grave, reproachful tone. I am afraid that would have been a grave insult to Sunagakure. Ren took hold of her hand and squeezed it in gratitude. But just as Hinata was about to continue, Hiruzen decided to cut her off with his words. Leave that problem to me. I was aware of your relationship during the preliminary negotiations, so I made some allowances. The Sunagakure is aware that they might have to agree to some concessions regarding this. He calmly explained. But it only stoked the flames of fury within Hinata. Her eyes narrowed in anger, and she took a deep breath, about to argue when Ino's voice in her mind stopped her in her tracks. The matter is already decided. She concluded with a no small amount of distaste, wafting out of her mind while she keenly observed Hiruzen's mannerisms and expression. Hinata, arguing won't help us. We are led in the wrong direction in this discussion. What do you mean? Ren asked. I am sorry, Ren, but this is him informing us of the done deal. He is not here to negotiate with us. Everything in his body language suggests he is not willing to budge, no matter the argument. The villages had most likely already made an agreement. Ino said, sounding nonchalant, but there was a hidden, barely restrained murderous simmer behind all that nonchalance. This was definitely not something she expected to happen when she woke up today, and Ren was pretty sure Ino did not appreciate being put in front of the problem like this any more than he did. Yet, she held back for some reason. That in itself got Hinata to calm down, and even Ren mentally settled down, his focus sharpening as Ino continued. We should be asking him about the circumstances. What is Suna's goal? What does Konoha want from this agreement? Why you? Why not somebody more well-connected or influential? Why is Konoha willing to give one of its S-rank ninjas away? How will we be able to continue our relationship if this goes through and you go to Suna? Surely, we won't be allowed to go with you. That would be tantamount to giving 3 S-rank ninjas to Suna. What is the catch in all this? What is the aim of individual political parties in the village that had to sign off on this agreement? Pausing for a moment, Ino's dislike of the situation was palpable, but her words made sense. This was not a straightforward situation, and they knew woefully little about it. And maybe if we understand the circumstances, we could find a way to argue our way out of it. Konoha most definitely does not need to send you, Ren. You are not even an optimal choice. Yet, Sarutobi insists. Why? Something is fishy here. Trying to change Hiruzen's mind is futile. He clearly has a personal stake in the situation. The more time we waste on it instead of getting answers out of him, the better for him. Ino concluded her observations. Ren's shoulders slightly sagged. This had completely blindsided him in the worst way possible. Just this morning, his biggest problem was that his 2 girls were very horny and affectionate, keeping him up through most of the night. It was such an amazing problem to have, too. The hard and problematic part of his second life should have been over when Orochimaru and Kabuto died. It should have been smooth sailing from here on as he dismantled Akatsuki and prevented Kagaya's resurrection, damn it. A political marriage with Temari? Why? He was nobody important, for Sage's sake, and he somehow doubted Temari fell in love with him in the short time they interacted with each other. Painting dicks on her forehead certainly did not make her swoon. No. She did not pick him out. In fact, it probably wasn't even her choice. Her village needed an alliance, and sadly, as its princess, Temari was going to need to invitingly spread her legs for whatever dick the current leaders of her village picked. But shouldn't Gaara prevent that? Then again, the boy no longer strived for the Kazekage hat. Ren sighed. He realized that Ino was absolutely correct. He did not have enough information to do anything here. Reluctantly looking at Hiruzen, Ren frowned and decided it was time to pull some answers out of the old monkey. Why me? He quietly asked, staring the old man directly in his eyes. Why would Sunagakure or Konoha want me personally to marry the previous Kazekage's daughter, Sarutobi? I've done nothing special, nor do I have some sort of fabled bloodline or a lot of influence in the village. So, tell me, why me? Chapter 214, Chapter 214, Suna's Intentions. So, tell me, why me? Probably taking his questioning as a small sign of acquiescence, Hiruzen was only too happy to answer. The answer to that is simple. Sunagakure requested you. He said with a small chuckle, seemingly very happy about the situation. Nevertheless, the answer took Ren, Ino, and Hinata aback. Why? Ren blurted out, momentarily losing his composure, only to regather it a second later as he cleared his throat. I mean, I somehow doubt that the less than an hour I spent in Temari's presence was enough to woo her to the level she would want to marry me. I am charming, Hiruzen snorted, but not that charming. Ren deadpanned. Tell me, Ren. What do you think Sunagakure lacked the most compared to the other great villages? What was always holding them back? Hiruzen asked, seeming genuinely happy that he could educate Ren in a relaxed manner. It honestly suddenly came to Ren that the contrast in Hiruzen's demeanor from when he was the Hokage was massive. Back then, he looked as if he didn't have enough time. As if he couldn't deal with him quickly enough, so he could go do his next work. Oh, he hid it well, but the underlying impression was still there. Now the man looked like a retired elderly person who had all the time in the world. Relaxed and seemingly content. Ren didn't trust it. Resources. They lacked enough money, weapons, and whatnot else. It's why they invaded us. Ren gave the obvious answer that even a genin would be able to pick out, just barely restraining himself from adding "duh" at the end. Sunagakure's lack of resources was now an open secret that everybody knew. Well, yes. Hiruzen sighed. Konoha has its own share of guilt in that situation. It is normal that villages try to sabotage each other, but certain elements in our village, Ren realized he meant Danzo, took it too far and pushed the Kazekage in a very unfortunate direction. And I guess this is why Konoha is so eager to play ball with Sunagakure. Ino nodded, properly joining the conversation for the first time. You wish to keep this secret, don't you? She asked, and Hiruzen suddenly started to look a bit uncomfortable. Because if this spreads, Konoha's reputation will suffer a major blow. After all, we hurt and sabotaged our supposed ally so much that they had seen no other way than to attack us. Right. Who would ally with Konoha once it was confirmed that they were willing to screw with their allies like this? If even an alliance couldn't prevent Konoha from doing something so underhanded, then it would be better to stay as enemies. Literally, Konoha would be able to cause them less damage that way. Letting this out was the death of all diplomatic endeavors for the foreseeable future as far as Konoha was concerned. And Konoha is trying to open talks with Kirigakure, wishing to enter an alliance with them. This could ruin it. Hinata added her 50 cents, and Hiruzen gave her a surprised look, not expecting her to know that. Hinata only gave him a bland smile in return as she mentally spoke to Ino and Ren. My father had to be informed beforehand to mitigate the damage, and I noticed the message on his desk in his study. Kirigakure has a jonin with Byakugan, and that could cause major friction between the village and my clan if it weren't handled properly. Right. Hiruzen deflated with a small grimace, you are not wrong, young ladies. But I think we have diverged from the initial question too much. He tactfully changed the topic, ignoring the intense stares of Ino and Hinata as he looked at Ren. The answer is a weapon. He spoke, making Ren furrow his eyebrows in confusion. They have always lacked a properly trained and usable Jinchuriki. For a moment, he paused and, with the look of a reminiscing old man, he looked to the side where pictures of previous Kage hung on the wall as he slowly spoke again. When Hashirama-sama gave the bijou to other villages, his wife also gave them a way to reseal them. That's where most bijou seals in the possession of other villages initially came from. It's also why the Uzumaki clan was attacked. With the stolen knowledge, the other villages managed to alter the seals a little bit by now, but it all started with Mito Uzumaki seals. Ren slowly started to understand what this was most likely about, but he let Hiruzen continue with his story, interested in hearing the history from somebody who lived it. But Sunagakure refused a bijou, not trusting Hashirama. You see, they argued the seals could be faulty and release the beasts within the villages. They had an experience with Shikaku's rampage and knew how devastating it could be. Such a thing at that stage might have resulted in a complete annihilation of a fledgling ninja village. It was a valid concern, and Tobarama-sama actually did argue in favor of doing exactly that. Our enemies would have been decimated because of their own greed, and Konoha would have come out on top as the only major ninja village. Hiruzen fondly smiled. But Hashirama-sama disagreed, hoping for peace. It took a lot for Ren not to roll his eyes. Yes. Idiot's gotta idiot. Good intentions or not, giving your enemies the equivalent of nuclear weapons was not a sound decision. Heck, from what Sarutobi was saying, the villages would not have Jinchuriki or ways to seal the bijou if that bitch, Mito, didn't give it to them. Honestly. Fuck her sideways on a spike in hell. Because of their refusal, Sunagakure has only a chibi to this day. They had him sealed in a cup even before Hashirama-sama started hunting for bijou. Hiruzen continued. The problem is, since the other villages gained Jinchuriki, Suna also decided they needed one. But they have not received a proper seal from Mito Uzumaki. They eventually managed to make one through a bloody trial and error, but their Jinchuriki were always more or less unstable and thus, useless in a war. Hearing that, Ren slowly nodded. He always wondered why Raza did such cruel things to Gaara, and he never really believed that it was simply because Raza was cruel and a bad father. But now that he was listening to Hiruzen, he started wondering if there was indeed more to the whole situation. Raza might be a complete bastard. But maybe he was a bastard who had a reason to act like one. They also lost their biggest opportunity to gain a proper sealing method when the Uzumaki clan was attacked and plundered by IWA, Kumo, and Kiri. Suna was not invited. Both because of their distance from the land of whirlpools and because they were allied with Konoha in hopes of receiving the seals. And then, IWA dangled the sealing method in front of Suna's face, inciting them to stand against Konoha in the Second Ninja War. Hiruzen seemed to wilt as he slumped, his eyes glassy and full of regret. Ren could hear what the old man was not saying, though, so he didn't feel much pity for him. Suna wanted a bijou sealing method. Konoha built an alliance with them, most likely promising it in the future but never delivering. So, when IWA came offering it, Suna changed sides. Ren let out a long, suffering groan in his head. Now, he didn't have just a small inkling as to why Suna wanted this marriage alliance. Now he was absolutely sure. He was their ticket to resolving the Jinchuriki problem, and Konoha was actually willing to give him away. Bunpuku, the first successful Jinchuriki of Suna, was a monk who refused to fight. They had to nearly kill him to weaken his will every time they wanted to unleash the Shikaku. It was quite cruel. Hiruzen got out of his funk and once again relaxed against the backrest of the coach. And Gaara, he was an unstable kid who so far killed more of his own Suna villagers than actual enemies. Compared to the Jinchuriki of other villages. Hiruzen shrugged. Those who can fight alongside their armies and are capable of following more complex orders than go boom here. Suna Jinchuriki were always a joke. They worked well for defense in the desert. But for offense, they were useless. Unless you literally smuggle them to the heart of an enemy village, that is. He bitterly added, taking a small jab at his own recent failure. And I fixed Gaara's seal. Ren spoke, feeling like an absolute idiot for missing this point. He thought it was no big deal. Gaara could now sleep. Doesn't matter, right? Apparently, he was quite wrong, and it came to bite him in the ass. And you fixed Gaara's seal. Hiruzen nodded, regaining some of his previous mirth, but Ren didn't pay him much attention as he started pondering the situation. Sunagakure wanted his bijou sealing method. If he gave it to them, maybe he could avoid the marriage to Temari, except, no. That was stupid. Konoha's higher-ups would never agree to giving it away for free, no matter that it does not belong to them. Ren might as well go rogue and have fewer problems than if he did that. But that wasn't all of it. Sunagakure would most likely rather have him fully, with his sealing talent, if they could get him, rather than just the bijou sealing method. Ren reckoned it was a form of future investment for them. After all, who knows what he might create later on in his life, right? Even if he was unwilling to share with Sunagakure out of loyalty to Konoha, there were ways to get their grubby paws on his work either way. The political marriage. The goal was not just marrying him to Temari. No. The basic principle was that the two people from different sides were eventually going to have a child with blood relations to both sides. Hence, it brings both sides closer and makes them reluctant to attack each other. It was why hidden villages did not practice political marriages. They totally would not work. The war was going to start regardless, so why bother giving valuable blood of their village to their enemies? Ren almost jumped from his seat and punched Hiruzen when he realized this simple fact. Because surely, the Konoha higher-ups must have their doubts about the effectiveness of a political marriage between the villages. He was not offered because they valued him. He was offered because he did not matter in their eyes overly much, and they already expected the alliance to flop in a decade or two. Ren glanced at Hiruzen. There also might be some ulterior motives from some old scheming men involved. But back to the talk about kids. They were going to expect him to screw Temari as often as possible until she got pregnant. Now that was not happening. Ren refused to have kids until the matter with Kaguya was resolved. He doubted Sunagakure was going to accept that. The kids were the cornerstone of this scheme. Even if Ren refused to give Suna his sealing methods, would he also refuse to teach them to his future kids with Temari? The whole ninja culture was based on parents passing down their techniques to their kids. Even if he was some sort of Konoha zealot, would his loyalty to Konoha triumph against his love for his children? That's what Sunagakure was most likely betting on and what Konoha did not care about. Because the kids would stay in Sunagakure. Their mother would be Suna Kunoichi. They would grow in Suna. They would go to the academy in Suna. They would be trained in Suna. Even if Konoha gave them some sort of dual citizenship, somehow, and Ren didn't think that was going to happen, they would be Suna ninjas first and foremost. And if Ren were in the position of a Suna counselor, constructing this scheme, he would even brutally announce, decades later, that the Jinchuriki status would be passed to the children from Temari's line. That surely would force the Sealmaster to give his techniques to his children, if only to prevent his grandchildren suffering. For now, Gaara was enough. They had time to scheme. His seal was stable, and he would grow to be a powerful Jinchuriki in time. But Suna needed a solution to what would come after him, and Ren had to begrudgingly admit that this scheme was pretty good. They were playing the long game. They knew of a guy who could give them a solution, and they were pushing to secure him. They had already waited half a century, they could wait a few decades more to get what they wanted. As long as the marriage with Temari went through, Ren's cooperation was not strictly required. The knowledge could be carefully manipulated out of him in many ways. That was just the tip of the iceberg here. The first thing that came to Ren's mind when he thought about how the future might go with his current information. He was aware that he was definitely missing many other implications and intentions. It was a lot to take. And despite feeling as if somebody punched him in the gut, Ren knew he should push for more information. He absolutely detested that somebody was playing games with his future. Especially since Ino and Hinata did not seem to have a lot of place in these games. But there was simply nothing he could do with it for now. At least, this somewhat cleared up Sunagakure's intentions. It was a small relief that they were not malicious. Manipulative, maybe. But as far as he could tell, they did not mean to hurt him. Which was a surprise. Ren half expected this to be some ploy to get a clean assassination shot on him when these talks started. Now came the tricky part, though. Ren needed to hear what Konoha would get out of this arrangement. And he doubted he would get a straight answer from Sarutobi. Chapter 215, Chapter 215. The Scheme and Loss. Ren, Ino, and Hinata entered their house in their secret training ground, and Hinata instantly headed to the kitchen while Ren and Ino walked toward the couch in the living room. Ren flopped onto the couch with a groan, covering his eyes with his forearm as he inclined his head back and leaned it on the top of the backrest, feeling absolutely drained. Just like he expected, Hiruzen pretty much told them fuck all about Konoha's true intentions. There was a whole lot of bullshit about the need for peace and duty to the village, and whatnot, but other than that, he didn't even hint at anything resembling the reasons why Konoha was so happy to give one of their S-rank ninjas away. It made no sense. They should fight tooth and nail to prevent this. S-rank ninjas don't grow on trees. Konoha could secure the alliance by offering a Chunin with connections, maybe a Jonin at most, and yet. Thankfully, Ren had Hinata. His adorable spy mistress, who could use Byakugan without any outward tell. Ren had no idea what she discovered from the documents in Hiruzen's office and the rest of the Hokage Tower while he was trying and failing to pull some useful info out of Hiruzen. But from the rigid anger that had shown on her cold expression the second they left the Hokage Tower, it was obvious she did indeed find something. Which was why they decided to teleport to their secret house in their secret training ground, instead of going back to Ren's apartment after the girls created shadow clones to take their shifts at their workplaces. Maybe that would be noticed, and maybe not. It didn't matter. They could handle a bit of scolding. They really needed to have a very long talk about what the hell had just happened because this came absolutely out of nowhere for all of them. Unfortunately, talking about serious issues through the telepathy seal could be quite uncomfortable because of all the emotional and otherwise sensations that were involuntarily shared via that connection. Unless it was absolutely impossible, they preferred to talk things out loud. Preferably with some snacks or over dinner. There was less chance of missing something important that way. Suddenly feeling a cold sensation hit his cheek, Ren slightly raised his arm and looked underneath his forearm, only to see Hinata standing in front of him, holding a cup of iced water to his cheek. Reaching and taking it into his hand, Ren gave her a small, grateful smile as his mood slightly improved. "Thank you, sweetheart." Hinata hummed with a small, satisfied smile appearing on her face and went to sit on the armchair facing the couch where Ren and Ino were seated. Ren adjusted his sitting position to no longer be sprawled across the couch, while Ino was seemingly absorbed in writing something on a scroll and seemingly ignored Hinata's presence. But Hinata abruptly lifted a finger, just by an inch, and noticed a minuscule, instinctual shift in Ino's posture trained into her during their countless sparring sessions. She nodded to herself. Good. Ino was paying attention. My clone will have the food ready in half an hour. We can start talking about this mess until then. Hinata offered before she sighed. I have quite a few things to share with you, most of them, well, not good for us. Ino hummed, and as she was done with her writing, she straightened up. Yeah, I kinda figured. Hiruzen might have tried to say nothing about Konoha's leader's true intentions, but he revealed far more than he probably wanted with his body language. I can probably add to Hinata's intel, and we might get a better picture. Realizing that they were trying to be considerate, Ren sent them a small reassurance and gratitude through the telepathy seal that made them relax their tense postures. All right. Thanks, girls. Ren said, no reason to put it off, so he looked toward Hinata. Lay it on me. Firstly, Hinata nodded, and her lips turned into a disgruntled half-grimace. The whole, Suna requested you for a political marriage, is bullshit. Sarutobi had the transcripts of the negotiation with Sunagakure in his drawer. It was probably why he kept glancing at my eyes so much during the meeting. Hinata chuckled, but the sound came out somewhat strained and not at all happy. That piece of information made Ren widen his eyes a bit, while Ino frowned, furrowing her eyebrows while looking distracted. Ren knew that look. She was rebuilding whatever mental image of the situation she had constructed in her mind to fit Hinata's intel into it. But Hinata did not pause and simply continued speaking. Sunagakure wanted an ironclad defense alliance. Somebody attacks us, you come defend us and declare a war on them, too, kind. But it was Konoha's higher-ups that proposed a political marriage to cement it. Sunagakure's side was naturally surprised and doubtful, and that's where the meeting adjourned because not even the negotiators capable of signing off on trade alliances could just decide something like this on their own. Hinata paused and glanced toward Ren with a measure of shame for her village as her voice rang full of distaste at what she was narrating. And I guess at the very next meeting, the Konoha leaders offered me up. Ren asked, feeling incredulous. He wasn't very good at politics. Yes. But at this point, even he was starting to catch up. Konoha offered the marriage option first when it had never been done between the hidden villages previously, and somehow, he ended up being the groom. Right. No. Somebody wanted him out of Konoha. As for why, Ren's heart went cold. He could think of many, many reasons why people might want him out of the way. The memory of seeing Danzo just strolling out of Hiruzen's office before their meeting came to the forefront of his mind, and Ren almost gritted his teeth. Because it might sound insane and unlikely, but what were the chances that the old men found a common goal? Can't say, actually. Hinata shrugged, surprising Ren with her reply. It truly was Sunagakure who requested you first during the next meeting. At least in that, Sarutobi did not lie. The suspicious part is that there was not much negotiation about it. Konoha caved in awfully easily. They did talk about our relationship, though. And that's the important part, bitch. Ino suddenly interjected, sounding mightily irritated. She even reverted to her usual nickname for Hinata. What did they say about us? Ino's serious voice was something Ren did not hear very often, but he usually did not like what followed whenever it appeared. He braced himself for the blows. TLDR. Ren shall be shipped to Suna. We stay in Konoha. We can meet anytime we want. The derisive sarcasm in Hinata's voice could cut through chakra metal. Honestly, Ren didn't even know she could make a sound like that. Which means we would most likely meet once every 2 to 3 months when we find enough free time for 3 to 4 days long traveling a distance between the villages at full ninja run, plan for staying at least 3 days, and then take another 3 to 4 days to come back. At least, that's the estimate they talked about. Hinata finished in an unimpressed deadpan. Despite the serious atmosphere, Ren couldn't hold it in and burst out with uncontrolled laughter. He even started hitting the couch with his hand because this was hilarious. Hilarious bullshit. Anybody who knows how vacation days work could tell you that taking a week to 2 weeks of vacation every other month is just not going to fly. The ninjas had it even worse. They were always on call. There was no such thing as a vacation. Going by the system Hinata was describing and putting it out of the realm of kid-friendly fantasy with cold, hard facts of real life. Make that 2 to 3 months bullshit into 5 to 6, and it would start looking more likely once the very likely possibility of the village meddling was accounted for. Ren didn't have any delusions that Konoha was not going to try keeping Ino and Hinata as busy as possible or that they were eventually going to find an irrefutable way to promote them to Jonin rank, in which case they would get even busier. If they wanted to spend at least a full week with him before having to go back to Konoha, they would need 2 weeks of free time for that. Even under the best estimates, Ren couldn't see a way for Ino and Hinata to be granted 2 weeks of vacation more than every 5 months. Especially when they become important pillars of Konoha's might as its S-rank kunoichi. Maybe they could squeeze in a day-long visit every other month if Konoha was accommodating and sent them on some delivery missions to Sunagakure. And that was probably what they meant by a meeting every 2 months. Frankly, Ren found such an arrangement highly undesirable. But this is where the problem lies. Looking at ninjas as if they were soldiers was not wrong, but it was fundamentally incorrect. They literally belonged to their village while on active duty. They could be assigned suicide missions. They could be sacrificed to another village for peace. They could be pimped out in seduction missions. Well, technically, the Hokage could do whatever he or she wanted with the village's ninjas. Sure, the Kages try to pretty it up and not treat their ninjas like indentured servants. Usually. After all, a good PR and happy minions could go a long way to increase the effectiveness of the village's forces. But it did not change the reality. Ren could tell Hiruzen to go fuck himself to his face. But he may as well go rogue right the instant he refused because the refusal itself would be taken as treason. That's why he never outright said no to the old man. He is a Konoha ninja and, as such, he is expected to do his duty. His acceptance was never a consideration. It is assumed he would happily oblige his orders. And they were very heavy-handed with this crap. But that still did not change the fundamental situation. He was starting to understand why so many S-rank ninjas ended up as rogues if this is how their villages treated them. Clan ninjas had the benefit of their clan's protection. The Hokage could never do this to Ino and Hinata. Not without a literal uprising. It would be political suicide. Sadly, Ren was the clan head of a clan with a single member. And the higher-ups actually seemed to want him out of Konoha. Hinata's clan was never going to stand up for him because the people who politically mattered in the Hyuga clan most likely hated him due to the entire situation within the said clan. Ino's clan could and probably would support him, dragging both Akimichi and even the reluctant Naras into his corner. If so much did not hinge on the treaty. Ren couldn't even take that as a betrayal from old Inoichi or Chosa. The world was closer to the beginning of the Fourth Ninja War than ever, and to prevent it, Konoha needed allies, fast. They couldn't openly oppose the village's plan to reform the alliance with Suna. Maybe they could protest the choice of the groom to get Ren out of this mess. But even that meant they would need to offer a good alternative. Like it or not, Ren was a great fit. He didn't have any truly hidden jutsu belonging to a clan, nor did he have any important bloodline. At least, that's their perspective. Yes, giving away a Sealmaster would hurt Konoha, but it is still better than giving away a bloodline or hidden jutsu that literally enabled the formation of an entire clan around it. Ino and Hinata could personally support him, and with 3 S-rank ninjas, they might get their way. But by doing that, they would become outcasts. Their sparkling reputation after saving the village from invading forces would be ruined in a heartbeat once it was revealed that it put the village at risk of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Even that outcome led to Hiruzen's political victory. No. Ren was truly and irrevocably shafted here. Half of the council wanted him gone from Konoha for their own reasons, and the other half could not oppose it even if they wanted. How could he not find the entire situation ironically hilarious? If he weren't laughing so much, he would be gaping like a fool at the absolute checkmate the Konoha's old, scheming foxes gave him. It was either Suna or going rogue for him. There was no other option, and both sucked. Unlike the fanfictions portrayed, the life of a rogue ninja was not easy. It really was not worth it unless there was no other option. And Suna? He is the mentor of the girl who slaughtered hundreds of their ninjas during the invasion. Serves them right for invading, but somehow, Ren doubted Sunagakure people were going to be reasonable about that little tidbit. It was bad enough that he would be a Konoha ninja stationed in Suna after the bad blood between their villages, bad enough that he would be boinking their princess in the bedroom, but adding to that his relationship with Ino. Oh, he was going to be despised more than Naruto was in Konoha, wasn't he? Ren gasped for breath and leaned back onto the couch, his cheeks hurting from all that laughter, but he felt oddly refreshed and impressed. He underestimated Sarutobi way too much. He was starting to see why the men managed to keep the hat for so many decades. Ino, however, was way less amused with the entire premise, and the narrowing of her expression showed it. They are trying to separate us. TSK. Of course, they are trying to separate us. She mumbled loud enough to be easily heard. We are a trio of S-rank ninjas with a lot of fame currently. If we wanted to take over the village, it would be bloody, but manageable. They also most likely think that Ren is a bad influence on us because of the whole fiasco with promotions. Shipping him to Suna would break our little special pact. Ino bit her lower lip in thought. They may even think that we, Hinata clearly meant herself and Ino, might break our friendship if our relationship with Ren flops. We are from two different clans, after all. It wouldn't be so strange. Make some issues between the Hyuga and the Yamanaka clan, and voila. Hinata shrugged. Such was the ninja way. No. I won't have it. We can still turn this around. We haven't lost yet. The venom Ino put into these words was full of outrage, but Hinata only scoffed. And how do you want to do that, bimbo? What else? Let's kill everybody standing against us and take over the village. Ino breezily stated with a smile that was scarily cheerful as she nodded to herself, confirming in her mind that her idea was the correct one. Hinata opened her mouth, but Ren spoke first. Girls. He softly said with a small, amused smile, stop. Seeing that neither Hinata nor Ino was happy about it, and both were ready to argue, Ren quickly continued. We lost. He huffed. There is no shame in that. He tried to channel a comforting tone into these words as he let out a breath. Then we can always go rogue. I can say goodbye to my parents in half an hour. Other than that, I am ready to leave. Ino said, somewhat sourly as her shoulders sagged. Hinata nodded, frowning. I have everything I need in my wrist seal. I am ready to go, too. And what? Ren lightly snorted as he looked at Ino, lifting one of his eyebrows. Abandon your clan. Your parents. You are the heiress, Ino. I have cousins who can easily take that role. Ino protested. And you also love your clan, your position in it, your parents, your job. Going rogue? No. I don't think so. Ren deadpanned, and before Ino could protest again, he snapped his head toward Hinata. And you have your sister. Abandoning her would hurt you. I can't do that to you. Either of you. Ren looked between the two girls, whose expressions turned reluctantly conflicted, yet mullish. Inwardly, Ren warmly chuckled. These two. They would totally follow him into the life of a rogue if he let them. He sighed, but couldn't help the happy grin that followed. And it does not even matter. He loudly exclaimed in a mirthful tone. We can teleport and be together anytime we want. They can't take that away from us. They don't even know about it. Ren barked out a laugh. They won. But who cares? Fuck them. At first, Ino and Hinata looked stupefied and astonished at his attitude, but slowly, they both joined him in his laughter. As the laughter subsided a few dozen seconds later, Ren managed to turn serious enough to continue despite the small smirk still tugging on his lips. So, I have two choices. Either go to Suna or go rogue. Any ideas? We could eat dinner. Hinata's clone smugly suggested as she came out of the kitchen, balancing several plates of deliciously smelling food on chakra strings behind her. And, for those who don't like these long discussion-type chapters. Sorry, guys. There will be one or two more chapters like this before the plot moves on. Ren's goals are going to shift as he is absolutely outplayed by Konoha's elders and must re-evaluate his entire approach to dealing with the supposed endgame of the Narutoverse. I tried to portray it as best as I could, even if some people might dislike it. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 216, Chapter 216. Rooting out an issue. In a dark tunnel deep underneath Konoha, two men wearing blank ANBU masks stood at attention a few meters apart, while guarding a door leading deeper into the underground facility. They stood motionless, like statues, but while their standard-issue Tanto swords were sheathed on their backs, they both were prepared for any eventuality. Their chakra was tense and ready to be shaped into an attack at a moment's notice. They were well-trained, good ninjas. It was such a pity. And a waste. As one of them blinked, a blonde-haired man suddenly appeared, crouching in front of them with a finger on his right hand touching the ground as his blue eyes watched them, shining eerily due to the darkness surrounding him. The next thing the two ninjas knew, a seal spread from underneath the man's finger and activated before their trained minds could react to the presence of an obvious enemy in front of them. A privacy bubble instantly covered them alongside a good chunk of the nearby tunnel, not that they were aware of it outside of a slight, barely noticeable buzz going through their chakra network. A split second later, the two ninjas finally reacted. Their postures tensed before they slightly shifted into an instinctive fighting stance. One of them had his hands rise, probably intending to make hand seals. The other went for his Tanto. They both flared their chakra, probably trying to activate some sort of alarm, oblivious to the fact that the seal would not let any chakra signal pass outside of its range. It barely took 1 second between the blonde-haired man's appearance and the moment the blank-masked ANBU guard touched the hilt of his Tanto. He was about to attack. Blood spurted out in front of him, making him blink in incomprehension before the pain hit and he realized his throat was slit. His knees buckled under his body's weight, and he started falling forward as the world went dark for him one final time. He had never noticed the blonde-haired girl who silently appeared behind him and cut his life short with her kunai. The girl glanced toward the other guard, seeing his hands joined in a hand seal as she silently grabbed the body of her kill, easing it to the ground in a way that prevented it from generating even the slightest noise. It was more of a result of training and habit at this point, rather than any conscious effort on her part. After all, she knew it was not necessary. The privacy bubble would ensure no sound could leak. The attack of the other guard, however, was also halted as a senbon suddenly penetrated his neck from behind, coming out from its front, while another senbon found its way to his brain through his right ear. His hands still formed a second hand seal despite him already being dead before his body finally realized the fact. His corpse, too, was noiselessly eased onto the ground by the Hyuga girl who assassinated him from behind, and then it vanished into a storage seal before even a drop of his blood managed to stain the floor. The blonde-haired girl also stored the men she killed, leaving no corpse behind. But not before every bit of the blood that spurted from his neck floated in the air, caught in bubbles of air that brought it back toward the corpse and let it spill onto his clothes rather than on the ground behind him. Just like the body of his deceased comrade, he didn't leave even a drop of blood behind either. The three ninjas left in the tunnel wordlessly nodded at each other, and the two girls transformed into perfect imitations of the two killed men, settling into the same postures as they had a moment prior, taking over the guard duty of the tunnel. Their intentions, however, were very different. They were not going to guard the tunnel from any outside intruders. Instead, their purpose was to prevent anybody inside from getting out alive. The blonde-haired man vanished out of existence, showing he was just a clone, and the privacy bubble instantly disappeared with him, alongside the seal that caused it. The whole thing took 4 seconds from start to finish, and the tunnel looked exactly the same as it did 5 seconds ago. There was not one indication that anything had happened in there, neither to a casual observer, nor to a skilled jonin. In many other places, tunnels that led both in and out of the underground facility, similar encounters happened without anybody noticing. In a heavily forested training ground, a rather unpopular one due to its remote location, Ren and Ino stood in the middle of the forest, directly above one of Danzo's underground bases. The same base that had every single one of its exit and entry tunnels being taken over by their clones right this moment. Nobody would be getting out today. Not a single soul. They had days to plan this operation, and they were leaving nothing to chance. Hinata's eyes mapped the tunnels and the underground facility, located every exit point, even the really well-hidden ones, and pointed out every alarm or trap within the facility. Ren prepared seals and put together a plan of attack. He knew his and the girls' prowess very well and knew exactly how to leverage them to make their endeavor succeed. Ino looked pretty. Well, her part was yet to come. Days ago, right after Hiruzen dropped the Konoha-Suna alliance scheme on them, they had a very long talk about it after their dinner. They talked about their options, their future, the politics around it, and many other things. They even considered what they could do to ensure Ren could stay in Konoha. But at this point, they realized that was the least appealing choice. There was simply no way to do it without war-starting repercussions. Even if Ren usurped the current Hokage, it wouldn't help him much. He would still have heavy political opposition in the village that would only become heavier and more discontent after such a coup. As for killing them all, there were easier ways to kick off the war he was trying so hard to prevent than weakening the village so much that it would be an irresistibly juicy target to IWA and Kumo. Ren would even be willing to work under Tsunade. But that was not an option, either. Tsunade, as the Hokage, could not be seen undermining the alliance talks with Suna. Not when it was needed to dissuade Kumo and IWA from starting another war. He could show the village his teleportation seal, and that would most definitely make Konoha very reluctant to part with him. It was most likely the only thing that would make them back off from the current deal with Suna. But once again, it would not solve his political issues. Hell, it was almost certainly going to make them worse. He would become a very important asset to Konoha, but that didn't mean he would be getting much influence. Certainly not enough to enact the changes he desired. Oh, there was also the small issue that this would most likely start the war, as Konoha would have to deliberately back off from an already signed agreement with Suna. At that point, Ren wouldn't be surprised if Suna straight up decided to just join IWA and Kumo. Konoha can screw with Suna only so many times before Suna decides that working with IWA, despite their mutual hatred, is simply a more beneficial choice. So, really, the choice was between going rogue and taking the full blame for not upholding the agreement on himself, which would ensure an eager hunt for his head by both Konoha and Suna as they would still ally with each other, or obediently following the village's plans, letting them ship him to Suna as a house husband. And honestly, Ren decided to leave the decision to his girls. He had ideas for both outcomes. Some things in his life would be more convenient or inconvenient, depending on which path he would take, but it all hinged on one single, very important question. Would Ino and Hinata be okay with him marrying Temari? That was the million Rio question. Since Konoha was a bust, Ren's best option for his future plans would be to either go build his own organization as a rogue ninja or go and make Suna into the best powerhouse in the sage-damned continent. But he refused to do anything that would sour his relationship with Ino and Hinata. The culture and mindset around these things were very different from those in his previous world, but he didn't want to assume. So, Ren decided to put the decision-making wholly into their hands after explaining his ideas for either route, with both pros, cons, and the likely consequences he could think of. So far, Ren hasn't gotten a definite answer. Not because the two didn't have it. They pretty much had it right away. And maybe he should have expected the answer he was given, considering they were two girls raised as heiresses to their clans. But Ren still decided to tell them to properly think and consider it for a few days. If only to make himself feel better about it. Another thing they discussed, however, was their reaction to the political scheming that was going to absolutely fuck with their lives in the foreseeable future. Neither of them was happy letting it just go. Somebody had to pay for this. They easily agreed on that. But Ren argued they should wait until the situation stabilized and a war was no longer a likely outcome to any sort of further upheaval of the current power balance among the villages. Ino and Hinata disagreed. Quite vehemently. Ren was outvoted. What could he say? The second Hinata pouted and threatened him with no longer baking his favorite cookies every week, Ren caved to her totally reasonable demands. His girls could be so childish at times. It wasn't like they were the ones who had to make a plan on how to retaliate against their enemies without kickstarting the Fourth Ninja War. Oh, no. It was he who had to spend his evenings pondering that. Which led them to the current situation. Freezing in the forest under the night sky and waiting for their clones to secure the entrances to Danzo's current base. Danzo was the only affordable target for their retaliation. People like Hiruzen, Danzo, or Tsunade, Konoha's security was built on their reputation. Killing any of them could make the village look weak. But Danzo fucked up. He just didn't know it yet. Because he loved to stay in the shadows so much, it wasn't all that unexpected for him to go to the ground for a few months. Foreign spies not getting a glimpse of the old Warhawk for months would be taken as normal by now, even if he is one of Konoha's pillars. By the time the enemy villages realized the old Warhawk was not showing his mug for far too long to still be alive, this little pesky war situation would be solved. Konoha would be allied with Suna and maybe Kiri, and the balance would be restored to the world. Well, hopefully. Alas, Hinata was far too good a baker. Some risk simply had to be taken. Such was Ren's will of fire. All entry points are secured. Hinata's clone that stood in the forest with Ren and Ino suddenly spoke while she was observing the base underneath them. You can start the second stage. The guard's position hasn't changed. All other targets of the second stage are asleep. The main target is also asleep in a separate room. The intrusion was not noticed. Hearing her report, Ren nodded as he felt Ino's gloved hand slide into his own. It was time to give Danzo a good wake-up call. Chapter 217, Rooting Out an Issue. Preparing for the assault on Danzo's base was not easy. Even just the first stage required over 30 shadow clones of Ino, Ren, and Hinata each. They didn't have that much time for preparation either, so they had to create as many clones as their chakra allowed them, put these in stasis seals, feed on a soldier pill, and squeeze out one more clone they could send to work in their stead before they had to rest for a day, feeling absolutely miserable and exhausted. Only to repeat the process the next day as soon as their chakra reserves recovered and Hinata cleared them safe enough to use another soldier pill. That was not fun. Alas, both Ino and Hinata desired blood. Ren expected Ino to complain, but she didn't utter a single peep during the process. Even the usually mild-mannered Hinata went through it with a single-minded determination. And Danzo was not their endgame. No. His demise was going to sate them, for now. But his girls were angry. The way Hinata's expression went all cold the second Ino steered the discussion to her clan and their contribution to the current predicament the three of them were facing. Ren decided not to get involved in that. His Hyuga girl was a big girl. The Byakugan protecting seal she requested was almost finished, and the process to remove the caged bird seal was also near completion. Once his clones were done with the seals, Ren decided to simply give them to Hinata and watch the fireworks from, well, he wanted to say from far away, but he guessed now it would be all the way from Suna. Yeah. That sounded safe enough. He was not giving her these seals while he was still in the village. But back to Danzo. Getting the confirmation that the second stage could begin, Ren gripped Ino's hand tighter, and the air around them suddenly started swirling as the space was disturbed. Silently, they were both sucked into the swirling vortex, disappearing from the spot before the space stabilized yet again. In the barracks of the underground facility, space swirled as the exit point for Ren's spatial transportation opened. Ino and Ren emerged from within it and instantly sprang into action. Ren kneeled on one knee, putting a privacy seal underneath them, and activated a small privacy bubble that covered them, while Ino's hands shot forward. Her pointing fingers and thumbs met in the usual Yamanaka focusing hand seal, as she aimed it at the lone sentry within the dark barracks full of sleeping ninja. Before the men could react, Ino's mind technique took hold of him, and his shoulders slightly slumped, while Ren glanced around to see if somebody stirred at the disturbance. When nobody in the room reacted, both he and Ino let out a relieved sigh. This was the most dangerous part of the plan. Getting into the barracks where the Root A and BU slept without waking them up was quite daring, and if it went wrong, well, then the not very preferable plan B would be a go. Thankfully, it didn't seem that it would be required. Ino and Ren's eyes met as they shared a quick nod. Ino went back to focusing on keeping the guard restrained, while Ren became intangible, making his way to the closest bed. Restraining the guard took Ino's whole focus because the privacy bubble covering her body did not reach the guard. That particular one was quite limited in range, and Ren chose it for the quickness of its deployment. The problem was that highly trained ninjas could and would wake up from sleep at the slightest chakra disturbance around them. And they were in a room full of such highly trained ninjas. Ino had to restrain the guard not only from moving his body, but also from using his chakra. Usually, taking over somebody's body with the Yamanaka techniques didn't restrict the target's chakra network. The chakra network would wildly flare and rage at the mental intrusion even as the Yamanaka puppet the body of his or her victim. But here, such a thing would absolutely wake up the entire room in an instant, even if the guard could not physically move. Despite her skill and prowess, it still took Ino's full attention on the single guard to keep his chakra network still. Her technique was not exactly suited for it, but she was managing for now as beads of sweat started appearing on her forehead. Intangible, Ren reached the closest bed, and his hand reached toward the sleeping ninja on it. With the barest touch, his finger caressed the ninja's armored chest, flickering from intangible to tangible and back, all within 1 second. With bated breath, Ren watched, irrationally afraid that the slightest chakra fluctuation was going to wake everybody. But his fears were unfounded. He knew that much. This much was not enough. The whole plan was built on that fact. Under Ren's gaze, the sleeping ninja in the bed slumped, seemingly relaxing in his sleep, but Ren knew better. The second, his finger barely caressed the man's armor, a seal was activated with a barest hint of flicker of chakra, and his heart was suddenly petrified. The man was dead. Silently, like a gloomy reaper, Ren turned away with a grim determination, and full of distaste, he started going from bed to bed, ensuring these sleeping Root A and BU would not wake up again. This was truly such a massive waste of manpower. He could only sigh in his mind. Contrary to how it might seem, Ren was not putting seals on them. Such a thing would most definitely wake the entire room up. No. Ren simply made use of the fact that Danzo started to feel secure in his base. It was honestly a coincidence. Before Ren started plotting Orochimaru's demise, he liked to plant some prank seals in Danzo's secret bases. To keep him and his ninjas on their toes and remind them not to mess with him. His favorite were seals that turned the clothes and hair pink. He only caught Danzo in it once, but the old man was frothing at the mouth with pink hair and eyebrows for the next week, having a hard time washing the paint off. But ever since Ren started focusing on Orochimaru, he stopped with the prank seals. Danzo moved his bases yet again, as he usually did, and Ren guessed the old Warhawk decided that this base was safe, that Ren could not find it, because no more prank seals happened for many months. In hindsight, that was probably what gave the men the courage to plot against Ren. The checks for seals among the Route A and BU were not exactly lax, but Ren still managed to slip a specifically adjusted and well-hidden seal near the exit points to the base. A seal that sneaked a small petrification seal to people who passed through the tunnel, burrowing it into their bodies and sneaking onto their hearts. Of course, to make such a seal subtle, it had many downsides. One of which was that Ren had to personally turn it on, and he needed to do it at close range. The second downside was that it needed some time to be set in place, and even the lightest use of chakra within a minute of the seal being implanted would destroy it. Another was that the process of implanting the seal was very likely to fail, and did so often even without any unknowing interference from the target. But that was not such a big issue with how much the Route A and BU went in and out of their base. There were enough chances to implant the seals, and even with all the failures, it only took a few days to put them on everybody in the base. As yet another sleeping kunoichi, this one no older than 20, died under Ren's gentle touch, he couldn't help but feel a bit wistful and embarrassed at how easy this operation was going. This was a method of attack that nobody could use but him, and as such, countermeasures for it were not yet developed. It was almost unfair to his enemies. Well, he shouldn't really complain. 20 minutes later, every sleeping ninja and kunoichi now sported a heart of stone, making it very challenging to stay alive, and Ren let out a breath he didn't even know he was holding in. Fortunately, everybody slept in the same room, as it would most likely make it easier to react to any alarm. Yet, it only made the surprise attack easier for Ren's team. Noticing that Ren was done, Ino, who was starting to breathe a bit hard, had the ninja guard she possessed whip out a kunai from his pouch and ram it upward into his chest, straight through his heart. She mentally let go of him, and he crumbled onto the ground as he died. Letting out a groan, Ino stretched out her weary body a bit as she walked toward Ren, who was waiting for her near the door. They exchanged a quick smile, and Ren opened the door, only to come face to face with a guard who was about to come in to check what the thumping noise was inside the room a moment ago. They both froze. The guard blinked under his mask. Ren politely smiled. A split second of awkwardness passed, and the guard's eyes widened in alarm, and he was about to spring into a flurry of action. When two delicate hands sporting lavender-colored fingernails tightly gripped the sides of his head from behind, and with a resounding crack, his neck was broken. Ren's eyes moved from the dead guard toward Hinata, who had killed him. This one was not a clone but the original one. Unlike Ren and Ino, she infiltrated the base with the clones in the first stage of the plan and was cleaning up the sentries within the tunnels while they dealt with the barracks. The base is clear. Hinata smiled, all 163 occupants are dead with the exception of Danzo, who is still soundly sleeping within his quarters. I see. No problem with the privacy bubble, then. Ren asked as he created another shadow clone that instantly sprang into working on sealing all the corpses in the room. Even if Konoha eventually found the base, Ren wanted Danzo's disappearance to be an unsolved mystery. Most of his Route A and BU were on missions outside of the village right now, and once they returned, Ren didn't want anything to lead them to him, Ino, or Hinata. No. Your clone that accompanied me had no issues putting the privacy bubble around the door to Danzo's room. Hinata shook her head. Nodding in understanding, Ino and Ren followed Hinata toward the door to Danzo's room and stopped in front of it. Well, I guess this is my time to shine. Ino cheerfully said before she stepped closer to Ren and pecked his lips. Giving him a smug smirk as she pulled away, she opened the door, revealing the sight of Danzo sleeping on a small bed on the side of his office. The door was intentionally creaking, and Ren thanked for the privacy seals. Fighting Danzo would make it very hard to keep this little outing a secret. Ino strode forward until she was in the doorframe, where she plopped onto her posterior, sitting cross-legged on the ground within the privacy bubble where she had a proper view of Danzo as she aimed her Yamanaka focusing seal at him. This might take a while. She informed Ren and Hinata, her tongue sticking from her mouth in concentration as she immersed herself in delving into Danzo's mind and attempting to completely subvert it while he peacefully slept. Ren decided to add another layer of security seals on all of his homes. Chapter 218, Chapter 218. At least look me in the eyes. Ino finally relaxed her focus, her arms freely falling next to her body as she let out a long breath. Her face scrunched up from the overload of information she had gotten in the last hour, 14 minutes, and 37 seconds she had spent scouring Danzo's brain for his life story. The beginning of a headache was already forming, and Ino let out a moan when she felt Hinata's fingers gently push against her temples, pulsing with the oh-so-comforting medical chakra. The bitch had her uses. Just as the thought formed in her mind, a very weak jolt of lightning chakra suddenly went from Hinata's right hand, pointing finger to her left hand pointing finger, with Ino's head between them. Ino gasped in shock as a sharp pain spiked in her head, and her eyes widened before cringing as the sudden movement only aggravated her new headache. I said that out loud. Ino asked with a pained groan, getting only a huff from Hinata in response as she once again started massaging the medical chakra into her temples. 10 seconds later, Ino once again sighed in relief, her head no longer hurting. Only small aching echoes remained, but these were more of a mental problem, and Hinata could not help her with them. Are you going to wake him up? Hinata asked as she returned to sit on a chair to the side. Of course. Gloating in his face is the most important part of this whole operation. Ino proudly answered in her well-practiced uppity way. Despite a small, amused snort, Hinata opened her mouth, most likely to once again say how stupid it was to not simply plunge a kunai through his head, but in the end, she wisely gave up on that endeavor as she closed her mouth and let out a resigned sigh. Okay. Let me fetch Ren, then. He should be done with the Hokage monument by now. She grumpily said and shook her head as she walked out of the room in search of Ren's clone that could dispel and call the original that way. Heh. Ino chuckled with a smirk once she was alone in the room. She understood why Ren and Hinata didn't like her plan. But they drew straws and she won fair and square. Danzo's fate was up to her, and she wanted to give it a bit of pomp before she sent him off to his next great adventure, as Ren jokingly called it. Besides, she really wanted to gloat. Looking back at the sleeping Danzo, Ino nudged him with her chakra. It wasn't subtle. It wasn't gentle. It was practically a shove to his chakra network, and it did exactly what Ino intended. Danzo instantly woke up, realizing there was a threat nearby. He willed his body to spring up and started molding his chakra into a wind-natured one in preparation for releasing a jutsu, only for his mind to slam face first into a mental wall Ino put up and reel back. Ino giggled. Despite his daze and the rising panic Ino could feel coming from him, Danzo's struggles only intensified. He mentally pushed his unresponsive body to move, his sluggish chakra to flare and mold. He certainly did not give up, slamming against the constraints of Ino's control with unceasing determination fueled by dread-filled rage, full of increasing fear. Danzo was a control freak. He needed control. There were only a few things that still scared him, and losing control was one of them. And Ino had just taken control of his body from him. She watched his resistance with amusement. It wasn't focused. It was akin to a scared wild beast trashing. It only served to tire him out. Ino let him. But Danzo was an experienced ninja. He calmed down soon enough as the clarity returned to him. He almost regained his composure, and that's when Ino spoke, throwing a rock into the sea that was his calmness. Oh. Done with struggling? Ino asked, inwardly relishing how Danzo mentally froze. Both because he was so panicked earlier that he hadn't even considered there might be a threat in the room with him, and that made him want to scold himself, and because he totally recognized her voice. Now that was curious for Ino because she was sure she had never met the guy in her life, except for that time he exited Sarutobi's office. It almost made her want to go and rummage through the knowledge she had gotten from his head, but she shook off that urge. She was going to need at least a few hours to properly go through the story of his life. Now was not the time. Have you come to kill me? Danzo harshly asked, only to be taken aback a second later when he realized he could talk. The rational part of his mind decided that he needed to keep Ino talking, at least until his ninja noticed something was wrong. Ino chuckled at that thought, and with a small shrug that Danzo could not see because his unresponsive body was lying on his back and staring at the ceiling of his room. You could say that. Ino said simply. That is treason, Yamanaka. Only if they catch me. I have some of the best ninja working for me. They will catch you. You might be an S-rank kunoichi, but even those can be felled. Nobody is invincible. Poison, ambush, and many other means can still assure your downfall. You had some of the best ninja working for you. What? We killed everybody in the entire base. Nobody is coming to save you, Mr. Danzo. Ino noticed the sinking feeling of hopelessness Danzo was experiencing, but he refused to give up. You don't want to do this, Yamanaka. Oh, and why is that? Ino playfully asked, despite knowing what he was about to say, thanks to how deeply she was entrenched in his mind. Maybe you killed my men in this base, maybe you didn't. Danzo tried to sound nonchalant. But I have more bases. No, he didn't, but Ino's lips quirked up. She was not going to interrupt him. I have more ninja out of the village. What do you think they will do when they return? Danzo paused, and Ino let the question linger. If Danzo could see her, he would realize it didn't have the effect he wanted the second he noticed her bemused expression, but he couldn't see her and took her silence for consideration of his words. You and your two lovers are the biggest threat I currently have against me in the village. If I die, my ninjas have standing orders to eliminate you. For you, in particular. My ninjas are going to hit your family. Not immediately. One day, when you are least expecting it, you will find your mother in your living room with her throat slit. Your father might be called for a mission, only for it to go wrong. And when your vigilance wavers. That's when assassins will come for you, girl. He gravely said, even starting to sound menacing. Ino would have praised him, but her attention was drawn to Ren and Hinata, who entered the room. Danzo chuckled, managing to make it sound cruel as he thought his words were getting to his captor. They won't even need to fight you, to be honest. After all, you have chased away an entire army. Killing you head-on would be tricky. But we don't fight head-on. What do you think your dear Hinata Hyuga would do if her sister were kidnapped and brutally killed before she could save her? And if she got to know that it was a result of your actions, Yamanaka? Danzo was about to continue when Hinata's deadpan voice interrupted him as she spoke to Ino. Is this the moment where he tries to persuade you that it is not too late to stop and turn back? That froze Danzo's blood in his veins, and Ino could clearly feel a spike of fear go through his mind. The man was afraid of her, sure, but he was absolutely terrified of Hinata after what she had done and shown during the invasion. Ah, Hina-chan. Interrupting is not cool. I was interested in his story. Ino complained, adding a nice whine to it. He was going to tell me this whole fantasy about how he ordered his ninjas to start a civil war in Konoha. She laughed and felt Danzo's despair as he realized his bullshitting had been seen through by her. Because really, if there was one thing Danzo considered sacred, it was Konoha. He dedicated his whole life to the higher ideal of the village's prosperity. Even if he believed it could only properly prosper under his rule, he would have never done anything to harm Konoha. These supposed orders to attack Ino and Hinata's families. That would absolutely start a civil war if they had succeeded in the manner he described. And that was something Danzo would have never, ever done. Ino didn't need to be in his head to know that. But it helped. So, you are a traitor, too, Hyuga. Danzo's defeated voice resounded through the room, and Hinata hummed. You have too big an opinion of yourself, counselor. Hinata's lips formed a small, knowing smile. All we do is for the will of fire. That made even Danzo speechless while Ren and Ino almost burst out into laughter. It took a few moments for them to calm down and for Danzo to finally find his words. At least don't be a coward and look me in the eyes as you do the deed, Yamanaka. Danzo solemnly said in the tone of a man who accepted his fate. But Ino only snorted, yeah, no. Good try. But how nice of you to remind me. Danzo felt his arm involuntarily raise, and an alarm went through his mind as it bent, his hand nearing his face. His fingers slid underneath the tight wrapping of his supposedly missing eye, and he suddenly realized what Ino was about to do. Before he could protest, he could feel his own fingers digging into his eye socket and plucking out the eye that was not supposed to be there. The pain hit him, and he wanted to scream from anger at losing his most potent weapon and his only hope to survive. But he refused to give his captors the satisfaction and only let out a pained grunt through his gritted teeth as his hand, holding the eye, was outstretched toward Ino. Here you go, Hinata. One fresh Mangekyo Sharingan, just as you ordered. Ino said, and Danzo could hear footsteps coming closer to him as he felt blood streaming down the right side of his face out of his now empty eye socket. Hinata took the eye and stored it in a specially prepared jar before she sealed it into a storage seal. She then leaned over Danzo and started healing the wound. Not fully, but enough to ensure the injury was not going to hinder whatever Ino had prepared for him. Honestly, Hinata kind of pitied his bad luck. If it were her who won the straw drawing competition, she would have just killed him in his sleep and been done with it. There was no need to draw it out or be intentionally cruel. Then she would go and spend the rest of the night riding Ren in bed rather than dedicating it to torture the men. Well, she was going to do that anyway after they were done here, but the point was, Ino was different. Vindictive. She was totally fine taking her time to show her displeasure to him by making Danzo's death rather unpleasant. How? Hinata had no idea. Neither Ren nor she could muster the care to actually ask. But if she were to guess, Ino was going to kill him in a way he was going to hate. Angering a vindictive mind reader had its downsides. Finished with her healing, Hinata sighed and walked away from Danzo, whose body slowly stood up from the bed and approached them. Well, then. We are going on a small educational excursion. Ino told Danzo in high spirits with a mischievous grin, and we will be learning all about taking a leap of faith. She excitedly clapped her hands. Chapter 219, Chapter 219. What the future holds. Ino beckoned Ren as she hugged his left side, while Hinata gave her an exasperated look and stepped behind Ren, putting her hand on his shoulder. Ren reached toward Danzo, grasping his shoulder as the space swirled. The next thing Danzo knew, he shivered in the cold breeze as he found himself standing on the top of the Hokage monument. Spacetime ninjutsu. You have a spacetime ninjutsu. He exclaimed toward Ren, the shock hitting him hard, and not even Ino's control could prevent him from paling. Spacetime seal. Ren mildly corrected. But Danzo didn't care. Spacetime seal, whatever. The problem was that they were sending this man to Sunagakure. He may die here. Fine. He can accept that. His death might never be avenged. He could accept that, too. But Konoha losing someone with a spacetime technique. No. That was unforgivable. That couldn't be allowed to happen. You must show it to Hiruzen. Danzo desperately beseeched Ren. He can stop the betrothal. With this, you can stay in Konoha, and dash. Break, my ass. Ren interrupted him with a snort. Weren't you one of the idiots who decided to send me there? That's on Hiruzen. Danzo vehemently argued, I wanted to. He suddenly and awkwardly trailed off, but Ren beckoned him to continue with his hand. No, go on. Do tell. You wanted to what? I wanted to put more political pressure on you. Ruin your store. Ruin your reputation. Destroy the political alliances you had made. Danzo grudgingly admitted, realizing that honesty would at least keep the talks going. He couldn't have Ren storming off. Not here. This was too important to Konoha's future. And when you found no way out, I wanted to use that to force you to work for Konoha's R&D. Your seals are too good to stay in the private ownership of a clan. They would do more good in Konoha's hands. Ren's eyebrows scrunched in discomfort at that. Honestly, he could see that working under certain circumstances. And wasn't that terrifying? He could have been manipulated without even realizing it, thinking that it was just village politics at play, and the work in R&D might have been seen as a way out if he had no other recourse. He involuntarily shivered. Yeah, politics. Fuck that. He decided not to get overly involved in it in Suna. That would be Temari's job. Yeah, that sounded smart. Or maybe he should deal with it the Gaara's way. Squeezing political opponents into a meat paste could be cathartic. Oh ho, so it was Hiruzen Sarutobi who made this plan to send Ren to Sunagakure. Behind Ren, Ino told Hinata and distracted him from his thoughts. Good to know. She whispered, and Ren heard a certain level of vindictive vengefulness in that whisper. He was probably going to have to talk about that with Ino at some point. You can't really mean to go to Sunagakure. Just talk with Hiruzen. For a technique like that, breaking the alliance with Suna would be worth it. Danzo spoke, ignoring everything in favor of trying to talk some sense into Ren. Not even his loss of control of his body bothered him anymore, as his focus was fully on the task. No. Ren shook his head. We already decided to accept the village's schemes. I will go to Suna. Ino and Hinata were clan heiresses. Ren didn't really take it into account when he decided the decision would be theirs. The girls were simply raised differently. For them, the important part was that going to Suna would be easier for Ren than going rogue. It wasn't even a question. They almost instantly decided that sharing him with Temari was doable. That it wouldn't even be a problem because there was no way some Suna hussy could ever compare to them. It was part pride and part self-confidence. They were not even slightly afraid that Temari could snag all of his attention because they were absolutely confident they were not going to allow it to happen. Ren didn't really understand it. But he made his peace with being unable to understand how women thought long ago. Spending a lot of time with them on a daily basis didn't change this fundamental fact. He decided to simply thank the sage for his fortune and move on with his life. His girls were more worried about how to press gang Temari into making her wedding a ceremony for all of them. But that would be an issue only after Temari arrived in Konoha and Ren decided not to get involved in that cat fight. As for the fact that he told Hiruzen he was already married to the girls, well, he was just going to shrug and tell him to his face that he lied. No big deal. Staying in Konoha means you can stay with your students. Danzo protested, but Ren just amusedly raised his eyebrow at him with a small smirk. Ah. Teleportation. You can meet the two anytime you want. Danzo realized and cursed under his breath. Hiruzen's long-term schemes are completely worthless, then. To be fair, you old coots had me on the ropes. I was totally blindsided and couldn't even tell where the punches were coming before they landed. You screwed me over well. Ren carefree admitted his loss. Credit had to be given where credit was due. And yet, this scheme that was supposed to separate you three and give Konoha a chance to regain control of Yamanaka and Hyuga only made you closer. Enough that even treasonous actions are not out of the question. Danzo sourly argued. But Ren only shrugged his shoulders. Sure. If that's how Danzo wanted to view it, why not? Having an S-rank ninja in Suna could be useful for the village, I guess. Danzo sighed. At least you are still loyal to Konoha. He sounded somewhat defeated. And Ren could have left him to his delusions. It would have been the kind thing to do. But why would he do that? Am I? Ren looked Danzo directly in the eyes and mirthfully asked in a way that made the answer obvious. That stopped Danzo's mind in its tracks, and if he could move, he would have probably jolted in a very unpleasant surprise. No. You can't swap your allegiances to Suna. That. Your lovers will still be Konoha Kunoichi. Their clans will still be Konoha clans. Betraying the village would be betraying them, too. You can't do that. Danzo insisted, but his voice contained a hesitant, almost afraid undertone. You should have thought about that before using something like a marriage alliance, you idiot. Ren derisively retorted with a deadpan. Sure, it might not have been Danzo's plan, but it certainly was his influence that helped push it through the council. Seriously, did you never stop to consider what it means for me? No. Don't answer that. Of course, you haven't, you Konoha fanatic. Ren snorted, I am going to marry the girl. I am going to move and live in Sunagakure. I will work with her. Live with her. Sleep with her in the same bed. And regularly fuck her into the bedsheets with the goal of eventually having children with her. I am not some cold bastard who could do that for years without forming at least some sort of positive relationship with her. Maybe not instantly, but what about in a few years? What about when we finally have kids together? It is simply going to happen. Do you really expect my loyalty to Konoha to weather all that? Do you think I would betray my future kids for a village that pretty much discarded me because I was politically inconvenient? Don't be stupid, Danzo. I can't say what the future holds. Maybe Temari will turn out to be a manipulative bitch I will hate. But let's be realistic. If this political marriage is even slightly successful, you would be asking me to choose between my future family and Konoha. If you think I'd choose Konoha, then you are simply a moron. There were some very good reasons why political marriages were never a viable way of doing diplomacy between the hidden villages. For a few breaths, Danzo stayed silent, and Ino happily shared with Hinata and Ren how hard that hit him. But he was not going to easily give up. He still had one good card to play. Yamanaka, Hyuga, and you are fine with that. Your man is speaking of his future children with another woman, but I didn't hear him mention anything about his future children with you too. Your future children will belong in Konoha, no. They will be a Hyuga and a Yamanaka. Then, before he could get an answer, he once again spoke to Ren. And you, Yatsuba, whose children will be more important to you? Those in Suna or those in Konoha? You are setting yourself up for a very hard and unpleasant fall, boy. A short silence, interrupted only by the chilly nightly breeze, spread through the surroundings, but Ren then slowly nodded and gave Danzo a small smile that hid his discontent perfectly. Do you know what the best thing about having two women who truly love you is? He calmly asked a rhetorical question, but instead of following up with an answer, he gestured toward the girls and stepped to the side so Danzo could properly see them as they gave the answer. We can always fake our deaths and live with him outside of Konoha. Ino nonchalantly said, enjoying how Danzo's heart skipped a beat from the sheer mortification he felt. A bit more of this, and the old man might actually get a heart attack. What she said. Hinata agreed, my sister can lead the Hyuga clan, and Ino has many cousins who can take over her role. We are not irreplaceable for our clans. Besides, we could always secretly visit our families. She breezily said, it's not such a big deal as you make it out to be. Well, Ren wanted to disagree. It was a massive deal. This was an issue that ate at him, but he didn't have a good solution other than, let's conquer the world. He truly didn't want to be the reason for the divide between his girls and their clans or their village. Unfortunately, there was no good, straightforward answer to this problem, and they had already made up their mind. For now, that was enough, but Ren couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Here, Danzo hit the head of the nail perfectly. Shaking his head, Ren turned toward Ino and Hinata, I think I have had enough talking for today. Good luck with your fun, Ino. Hinata, he outstretched his hand toward her with a smile, let's go home, sweetheart. Hinata happily skipped toward him and hugged his right arm with a joyful grin before the space swirled around them, and then they were gone. Chapter 220, Chapter 220. A leap of faith. Before Danzo could get out of his shock at the answers and the complete disregard for Konoha he got from the two S-rank kunoichi, Ren and Hinata were gone. He was left alone with Ino, reeling as he realized what an absolute failure his last scheme was. He hadn't failed this hard in a long time, and it mentally shook him to the core, knowing that his actions made Konoha three S-rank enemies with nobody the wiser. He needed to salvage the situation somehow. He had to send this intel to Hiruzen. Or Koharu. Hell, even Hamura would do. Somebody, anybody. But his body still refused to move, no matter how desperately he tried to shuffle just his foot. And then there were two. Ino gleefully said and excitedly clapped her hands with a smug grin. She had a front row seat to Danzo's freakout. And honestly, she was inwardly rolling her eyes. Of course, the old warhawk would instantly label them enemies of Konoha just because they refused to be the village's whipping boy and girls. She was actually starting to see what Ren meant when he said he was tired of this, if you are not with us, you are against us mentality that the ninja world had. They did not want to make Konoha suffer, duh. They were born here, had family and friends here. But were they supposed to suffer because the Konoha leaders decided so? No, that Ino vehemently refused, and if they called her a traitor because of it, then so be it. Well, for now, it didn't matter. For now, the leaders only wanted to get rid of Ren, and he had already made up his mind on how to proceed. Unfortunately for Hiruzen and his flunkies, Ino was not Ren. She was not as forgiving or tolerant as her boyfriend. He said that Hiruzen's crippled status was enough of a revenge for this. After all, he did wait until the old man's hand was lopped off before he intervened in his match with Orochimaru. Sigh. But it was not enough for Ino. No. She had decided that she was going to mess with Hiruzen's plan to make Asuma the sixth Hokage. That would be her revenge. Besides, she knew her lazy-ass teacher well enough to know he detested the very idea. She was practically doing Asuma a favor here. She let Danzo to his own devices for a moment as he tried to find a way out with renewed vigor, if only to hammer down how useless it was and make him despair more. In the meantime, Ino unsealed a comfortable recliner chair and spent a few seconds locating a level enough ground to park it there. Then she took out a small wooden bedside table and put it next to the chair. The last item she unsealed was the third book in the Ica Ica Paradise series, with a bookmark somewhere in the first quarter of the book, before she prepared it on the table. Happy with her setup, Ino nodded to herself and sat down in her chair before she turned back to Danzo, who was silently staring at her, feeling a complicated cocktail of emotions when nothing he could do actually worked out for him. Say, before we proceed with the more pleasant part of your execution, there is one thing I wanted to ask you about. Would you mind terribly answering me? Ino politely asked, stifling a chuckle at the irritation and grim determination oozing from her prisoner's mind. She knew he was nowhere near ready to give up his attempts to at least leave a hint for the other old stooges, so she decided it couldn't hurt to give him more time to dig himself into a deeper hole of hopelessness. After all, why put in the effort into torturing him when he was doing so well torturing himself? Shouldn't you have these answers already? Didn't you go through my head? Danzo gruffly bit out, but he was just stalling. He still had hope that somebody would notice something amiss. They were on top of the Hokage monument, and the ANBU should be patrolling here often. So, why the hell did no patrol notice them yet? I did, but I didn't go through the information just yet. Besides, reading memories and figuring out motivations and feelings behind actions are two different things. Ino nonchalantly shrugged. I'd like to hear it from your lips. The fact that she could confirm if he spoke the truth or not, thanks to her hold on him, went unsaid but was understood. I'd like to ask about the Uchiha clan. Ino continued, not waiting for Danzo's answer because she knew he would take at least a minute to reply. Why kill them all? Part of the reason why she was asking was for Sasuke. Maybe she could offer this information as a sorry, not sorry present if she ever told him she took the possibility of revenge from him. But the bigger part was asking for herself. For her clan. She wanted to see what could drive one of the most influential men from the village to exterminate an entire clan. She'd rather avoid that fate for her Yamanaka brethren in the future if at all possible. A decade or so later, she might even be able to slip the true story about the Uchiha clan's demise into her clan chronicles so the next clan head can learn from it. Why do you care? Danzo coldly asked. Sasuke was my classmate. Ino simply replied, and Danzo derisively snorted. I see that old crush on the last Uchiha is still there somewhere. What would your current boyfriend say if he knew dash? Well, if you don't want to talk about it. Ino interrupted his taunt with an exasperated gesture as Danzo's body started turning around. Wait. He shouted as loudly as he could. Uchihas. You want to know about Uchihas? I can tell you. With a raised eyebrow in amusement, Ino turned him around again so he would be facing her once more. With a look, she beckoned him to start. Danzo paused for a moment, but then he started grumbling a bit under his nose before he slowly started speaking. Everybody thinks they were such angels. The treasure of this village. One of its founding clans. Ha. What a load of bullshit. Why do you think the Kurama clan is near extinction? They were the only clan with better genjutsu than the Uchihas. They were a strategic resource for the village. One of their ninjas in the back line, affecting a battlefield with their drawing, could shift the entire battle in our favor. They were instrumental in Konoha winning the First and the Second War. A small clan they might have been, but they were still one of our most important ones. Danzo slowly explained, but his eyes shone with unrestrained hatred and disgust. But the precious Uchihas couldn't have that. Oh, no. Their ego couldn't handle that they were not the best at something where their eyeballs gave them an unfair advantage. By the time the Third War rolled in, the number of Kurama ninjas had mysteriously declined, and the village almost lost many battles because of it. Danzo's eyes narrowed. That's when I first noticed something amiss. Uchihas always knew how to play ninja. The Kurama clan was not the only casualty of their greed. We could never prove it, but it was always extremely suspicious how the Senju clan practically died out. The crumbs led to the Uchiha clan, but what could we do? They were too numerous and too useful for the village. And then there was the Hataki clan. Danzo bitterly said, but then he shrugged, at least mentally, since his body was still unresponsive. Ino could feel the bitterness shift into a sense of contented glee as the old warhawk smiled at the mild, intrigued surprise on Ino's face. What? Did you think all that mistrust and suspicion aimed at their clan after the Kyuubi attack came out of nowhere? That we sucked it out of our collective thumbs? Danzo asked with a tone full of sarcasm. No. Tobarama-sensei was correct. The only good Uchiha is a dead Uchiha. We just didn't see it soon enough. They tried to stage a coup, and that was a step too far even for Hiruzen's lenient rule, and now they are all dead. Good riddance. Ino hummed, pondering Danzo's words. Ren did share some suspicions about how Danzo was responsible for the downfall of the Senju clan and Hataki Sakumo's suicide. And yet, Danzo's words rang true during his speech. Then again, if Hataki Sakumo was a threat to Danzo's path to the Hokage seat, then he would also be a similar threat to other factions in the village with similar aspirations. Factions Ren probably didn't know or think about. After all, anybody could overlook things. But Uchihas? Well, could be. Ino supposed she would know if Danzo had a hand in these events once she went through his memories. Thank you for the riveting story. Ino gave him a grateful nod. I would even believe that your intentions were only noble if not for your right arm. Danzo's body moved, and his left hand slowly unrobed his right arm before unclasping the chakra restraints. The Sharingan eyes embedded in the pale, wrinkled arm instantly opened and activated. A spike of elation shot through Danzo as he grinned at Ino and instantly used his Anaji now that his right arm became usable. The stupid girl gave him a way out. Seconds passed, chakra flared. Ino and Danzo stared at each other under the night sky, but the reality refused to be rewritten. As Danzo's face fell and his eyes dulled in despair, an owl hooted somewhere nearby while Ino's lips twitched. Did you really think it would be so easy? She mirthfully asked him. But inwardly, she respected the attempt. Her eyes slid across the monstrosity of an arm. 1, 2, 3, 10. She counted 10 Sharingan eyes. She could kill him 10 times. Sure, she could disarm him, but where would be the fun in that? Well, then, no time to waste. Ino declared, and Danzo didn't even protest, still reeling from the fact that his Izanagi did not execute. He was trying to figure out how, but he had no idea. Danzo's body turned around and walked toward the edge of the Hokage monument, where he stopped and turned back toward the gently smiling Ino. Ready for your leap of faith? He blinked, his mind catching up. Leap of faith. She was going to learn well. Ino waved at him as he urgently opened his mouth, protests on his tongue. But his body betrayed him as it involuntarily hopped back, straight off the edge of the Hokage monument. Danzo screamed in his head. His chakra flared and tried to do something. It would have been so easy to save himself if he could just channel it properly. But whenever he got a tentative grasp on it, it slipped from his reach. The air wished and whooshed around him, ruffling his hair and clothes. Desperation surged within him. He had to do something, anything. And just as he was almost near the ground, his chakra control returned. Did I get out of her technique's range? Danzo idly wondered, but he had no time to contemplate it further. Joy filled him as he activated his Anaji and felt one of his Sharingan eyes go blind. He was going to survive th. His body met the ground and went splat. His bones shattered, his flesh ripped, and his organs ruptured. But because he fell feet first, he didn't instantly die. Danzo was left wheezing in agony on the ground, a fine bloody mist coming out of his nose with every labored breath from his collapsed lungs as the world was slowly going dark. The moment passed, and the squished Danzo on the ground suddenly disappeared, only for a new, whole, and healthy Danzo to appear out of nowhere right next to where he had crashed. His expression became furious. His hands balled tightly into fists. His teeth ground against each other. The muscles in his body coiled, almost painfully, yet he relished the sensation because it spoke of newly regained control. He looked up, toward the peak of the Hokage monument with a glare. He was going to have his revenge. First, he decided to go to Hiruzen and report this murder attempt. They will mobilize the ANBU and hunt the trio down. He was especially going to make his threats come true. He had Ino's parents to kill and Hanabi Hyuga to kidnap, and he needed to do this before his would-be killers realized he was not yet dead. With no time to spare, Danzo channeled chakra into his feet and was about to body flicker toward Hiruzen's house, only for his technique to fail halfway through, and the only thing he accomplished was tripping over his chakra and crashing face first into the ground, breaking his nose in the process. With a groan, the bewildered Danzo was about to stand up, only for terror to flood his body when he once again completely lost control of his body. I was not fast enough, he thought, and his stomach sank while his body stood up and started leisurely walking toward the stony stairs leading to the top of the Hokage monument. For the next 10 minutes, Danzo had plenty of time to drown in his anguish as his body slowly climbed the stairs. When he arrived back at the top, he walked toward Ino, who was reading the Ika Paradise book, lounging in her recliner chair. She turned her head toward him and gave him a cheeky grin. The mother of all learning is repetition, she said, and Danzo found himself running toward the edge before he jumped off it with his body doing a silly T-pose. The wind once again whooshed around him, but now there was a spark of hope. Hopefully, the stupid girl did not notice him regaining control for that brief moment. He neared the ground and once again, he regained control of his chakra just as he was about to crash. With no time for anything else, Danzo activated his Anaji again. He just might survive th. He went splat. Again. Oh my, Ino muttered under her nose, her cheeks going pink as she read a particularly spicy scene in the Ika Paradise, inwardly giggling and wondering if she could talk Ren into recreating it in the bedroom somehow. Steps suddenly interrupted her enjoyment, and she looked up, only for her amusement to deepen as Danzo once again climbed to the top of the Hokage monument. 9 Sharingan eyes on his arm were blind. Only one remained. The man was almost on the verge of a mental breakdown by now. With each leap, his hope for survival surged, only to be denied, again and again. Each failed attempt weighed on him more and more, each climb of the stairs chipped away at him, plunging him into a deeper and deeper pit of despair, piece by piece. Even somebody as composed as Danzo was starting to get really desperate. Ready for another dip. Ino gave him the customary quip, enjoying the fury and fear he felt as he silently glared at her, resigned to what came next. He had experienced it 9 times already. He was ready for it. Maybe this time. That's why Ino decided to break the monotony of their situation. With a smirk, she threw a kunai at Danzo. His eyes widened. The last Sharingan eye on his arm went blind. And the kunai sank deep into his forehead. His body fell to the ground, dead. A moment later, the body disappeared, and Danzo reappeared, and even the last vestige of his fury turned into a deep, profound fear when the control he expected to regain for a moment was nowhere to be found. Why you? Danzo almost breathlessly stuttered, looking at Ino with fright as he realized there was no opportunity to survive. From the beginning, it was just Ino toying with him. Mentally flinching at the cold blue eyes of the girl, Danzo's mind was in turmoil when Ino spoke, "You had a good run. But all good things must come to an end eventually. Ta-ta." And Danzo's body started to involuntarily move toward the edge once more. No, 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 and no. The closer he got, the more hysterical his protests became. There was no more Izanagi to save him. Not like this. He screamed, and his body jumped off head first. Ino snorted. Danzo was not afraid of death. He would be happy to die for Konoha. But he was afraid of dying meaninglessly. And that was exactly what Ino delivered to him. For what was more meaningless than jumping off a cliff? For the last time, Ino heard a faint thud as Danzo went splat against the ground. Standing up from her recliner chair, Ino stretched her stiff muscles. Well, time for a cleanup, I guess. She huffed in resignation. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 221, Chapter 221, Danzo's Schemes. Good morning. Ren heard Ino mumble as she entered the kitchen in his apartment with a big yawn and her right hand stuck under her pajama top, groggily rubbing her belly. She blearily looked around until she located a kettle full of coffee. Briefly stopping, Ino suddenly hastened her steps as if the coffee was a magnet pulling her to itself. Morning. Ren mumbled even as his focus stayed on scribbling something onto a scroll with the tip of his tongue sticking out of his lips in concentration. Good afternoon. Hinata answered with a teasing smile, taking a small jab at Ino, which made the blonde aim a half-hearted glare at her as she was pouring herself a cup of coffee. Yeah. Unlike you, I had a busy night yesterday. Ino lazily rebuked as she walked toward the table where Ren and Hinata sat, and took an empty seat before her expression melted into a relaxed delight as she took a sip from her cup. I don't know. I'd say my night was busy enough, too. Hinata playfully quipped, making eyes at Ren in a way that Ino couldn't help but notice. Yes. You were loud. The blonde girl rolled her eyes. I sure as hell heard your attempts at trying to imitate a monkey while I was going through Danzo's memories. Ooh. She mockingly imitated the sounds until Hinata kicked her in the shin under the table, causing her to start snickering at the Hyuga girl's annoyed expression. You are just jealous. Hinata huffed and leisurely pulled her left leg more to the side, evading Ino's retaliatory kick to her own shin with ease while speaking with her elbow on the table and cheek leaning on her palm. Besides, it's not as if you had to go through his memories right away. You could have joined us. Nua. I was too curious. He said some interesting things after you left. Ino protested as a shadow clone burst into existence next to her. The clone winked at Ren before pecking Ino's cheek. Using the small distraction, the clone was able to grab Hinata's mug from the table and nimbly darted toward the kitchen countertop as she took a sip from Hinata's mug under the unamused stare of the Hyuga girl. Did anybody ever tell you that you might have a problem with narcissism? Hinata turned toward Ino, who blinked and shrugged. No. I am not responsible for the actions of my clones. Ino grinned. I expect a proper refill. Hinata said, a bit loudly for the clone to hear, before Ren idly interrupted them with his own question. What did Danzo say? Ino let out a pondering hum. The Uchihas were responsible for the Senju clan's demise and Hataki Sakumo's suicide. Bullshit. Ren spoke before he could engage his brain, and the shock was enough to cause his brush to slip and ruin his work. Ah. Fuck. He exclaimed as he saw the unintended vertical line across his new ceiling attempt that irreparably ruined it. Sighing at the waist, Ren couldn't help but have irritation seeping into his tone as he looked up. No. He halted as his eyes finally saw Ino, and he barely prevented himself from laughing at her terrible case of bed hair. His gaze flickered toward Hinata, who covertly returned a smirk in his direction, and their eyes sparkled as they reached an unsaid accord. Neither of them was going to alert Ino of her current predicament. Wait, really? Ren asked, half because he was truly curious, and half because he wanted to lead her attention away from his barely stifled snickering. No idea. It certainly was not Danzo, and his memories indicated the breadcrumbs of evidence led to the Uchiha clan, but who can really say at this point? Ino uncaringly said, just as her clone returned with a newly filled mug of coffee in one hand and a plate full of spaghetti bolognese in another. Ino's clone put the mug in front of Hinata, leaning forward to peck her on the cheek, before she straightened up and suddenly had a pair of chopsticks in her hand. Oi! Ino exclaimed as she watched her cheeky clone quickly gobble up some of the spaghetti before Ino managed to dispel her. In a nice display of precision, Ino managed to catch the plate and the chopsticks from the air without spilling even a drop, but her scowl showed she didn't appreciate the help with her food. Ren smiled at the display as Ino huffily stabbed her chopsticks into the spaghetti. Danzo not being the root of all evil in Konoha. Hard to believe, to be honest. He might not be responsible for everything, but he was plenty evil. Ino shivered. Most of his agents were orphans who were forced to go through brutal training that maybe only 30% of participants survived, and that was a good year. And even then, half of those died by their third year in Danzo's service. His whole organization was a meat grinder. How did he manage to do that in the village? Hinata asked in a befuddled tone before Ren could utter a word. Honestly, he was always curious about that. Unlike in fics, somebody would have noticed it here. Orphans going to Danzo meant orphans not going to the academy. With all the years Root existed, thousands of kids had to go through it. Ren doubted Danzo could make that work even if he had an official permit to recruit from Konoha's orphanages. Konoha had a lot of orphans, but not quite the number required to keep a thing like that going. Easy. He didn't recruit the orphans from the village. Those went to the academy. The Land of Fire is big and has many failing orphanages. He wasn't strapped for unwilling recruits. Ino shrugged and put a mouthful of spaghetti into her mouth while Hinata's expression darkened. Filth. She muttered under her nose, and Ren reached for and comfortingly squeezed her hand. What I found interesting was his plans for Sasuke, though. Ino spoke after gulping down the food. You said Danzo was afraid of Itachi Uchiha coming after him, so he let Sasuke be, right? She smirked at Ren, who raised his eyebrow at her but casually nodded. Well, that was not it. Danzo didn't give a shit about Uchiha the senior. Ino derisively snorted, still sore at the fact that Itachi was slightly better at her in straight combat. Itachi is apparently ill, and his Mangekyo makes him go blind. The only reason why Danzo didn't send his root ninjas after the men was that his information was useful. Danzo had even Jiraiya's network infiltrated. Ren's eyes widened. Where the hell did he not have his spies entrenched? Was it any wonder that nobody in Konoha could do anything about him? Yup. Some middlemen or whatever were copying reports and sending them to Danzo. In fact, he had a lot of those in many important places. I might actually step in and take over his network. Ino pursed her lips before lightly shrugging. I guess it will depend on whether I can sell Danzo's death as him simply deciding to stick to the shadows long enough to subvert his spy network. We will see. She ate another mouthful of her spaghetti. And so, what had our nefarious elder planned for the village's precious and most sought-after boy toy? Hinata asked with a mirthful smirk. Let me guess, Ren rolled his eyes, breeding stock. Making a new, obedient Uchiha clan would certainly fit in Danzo's modus operandi. Close. Ino spoke with a somewhat full mouth before gulping the bite down. Let's just say there is a reason why so many civilian girls are so enamored with the idea of boinking with Sasuke. Some manipulation, quite a bit of subtle genjutsu, and the word of Sasuke's inherited wealth spreading out as rumors. And the girls just can't help themselves around our resident boy wonder. Ino chuckled. Danzo kinda hoped that Sasuke would be more immature and would, spread his seed all over Konoha with many youthful indiscretions. He even had some of his root kunoichi trying to get into his pants, but as we all know, Sasuke shows no interest in the fairer gender. Ino continued. Anyway, what is this? Ino gestured toward a small message scroll on the table, and that caused Ren and Hinata to exchange wry smiles. An ANBU delivered it this morning. Ren sighed. Apparently, the Sunagakure delegation will be here tomorrow alongside Temari. They are really not giving us any time to plot a way out. Hinata grumbled, and Ren helplessly shrugged. The fact that they would be arriving in Konoha so soon meant they were on their way for at least 2 days already. Hiruzen pretty much conveyed the message at the last possible moment that would still allow Ren to get ready to greet them. The man was definitely getting heavy-handed here, but that was okay. He could manage. Oh ho, so we are going to have a chance at a serious discussion with our newest sister. I can't wait. Ino giggled in a way that made Ren hope she was not going to make Temari run from Konoha screaming. It's such a drag, too. Hinata petulantly pouted, I was so excited to start researching the Mangekyo Sharingan and the Mokutan arm we acquired yesterday, but now I'll have to go back to my clan and start preparing to represent it. At least you are not the guy who will most likely get screamed at by an unhappy girl. Ren resignedly said, looking at the message scroll as if it deeply offended him. He could only hope that tomorrow would go well. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, Welcome to Konoha. Ren not very subtly looked around with a slight sense of exasperation filling his chest as he and several other very important Konoha dignitaries were standing in the fairly large area near Konoha's gate, waiting for the Sunagakure delegation to arrive. He inwardly grumbled at how tight and scratchy the ceremonial kimono Hiruzen insisted he wear was. But he didn't want to go through the whole song and dance of complaining and getting lectured again. Not after the last 5 lectures Hiruzen had already given him, telling him how to behave, what to do, what not to do, what to say, what not to say. Ren inwardly shook his head. It went in one ear and out the other, but at least it confirmed for Ren that the fussy old man truly did care about these peace talks going well. He wasn't doing this to just screw Ren over. As consolation prices go, that one felt quite shitty, but it was still better than nothing. Ren's lips quirked in amusement when he noticed Hiruzen was looking around just as much as he did, only with a more worried energy. He slightly leaned toward the old man, who decided to babysit him through the event, and because of that, stayed close to him. Anything bothering you? Ren curiously asked. Yes. Hiruzen distractedly nodded with a small frown, his eyes sweeping another part of the crowd. I am looking for Elder Danzo. He should have been here already. Hearing that, Ren inwardly snorted. Yeah, that might be a small problem. Hiruzen was going to be disappointed with his no-show friend today. Ren somewhat doubted the old warhawk could make the appointment. That's the dude with bang aids, right? Outwardly, Ren asked in disinterest as he fiddled with his clothes, tugging at them where they felt uncomfortable. Yes. Hiruzen irritably said, admonishingly glancing at Ren, and don't be rude to Konoha's elders. In a few weeks, he is not going to be my elder anymore. But Ren only shrugged and exaggeratedly rolled his eyes at the old man. His words earned him a scowling and warning look from Hiruzen, but Ren just nonchalantly turned his head away from Hiruzen in a clear signal that he had lost his interest in the topic. Ren could lie, but he wasn't as good at it as Hiruzen, so the best way to keep up the facade was to simply disengage from the whole conversation and not stir any suspicions. Frankly, Danzo's usual behavior helped him here. Danzo was known to skip important meetings and events in the village quite often due to his crippled condition and a plethora of other excuses. He only ever attended if something could prove beneficial to him and his plans. Granted, skipping this one was a big deal tantamount to a small political suicide, so it was still suspicious, but that little doubt due to his previous behavior was enough to stop others from having nefarious suspicions. His not showing up was kind of a routine by now, even if it could be perceived as a slight and a sign of disrespect from Konoha's side. Then again, Danzo was never a shining example of respect for other villages, was he? As Ren's gaze wandered through the crowd, his eyes met Tsunade's, and he couldn't help the small mirthful smirk that appeared on his face as he remembered how Hiruzen had tried to tell her how to properly act as the new Hokage a few dozen minutes ago. She scowled at him and loudly told him in front of all the Konoha dignitaries, I will aim my scowl at whomever I want and they will just have to suck it up. There will be all the time in the world to be pleasant once the Suna bastards arrive. And with that, Tsunade marched to the front of the deathly silent crowd with an indignant gait, leaving the poor advisor Sarutobi flabbergasted, gaping like a fish. The 5th Hokage was certainly not in a good mood today. Something told Ren that she really did not like giving one of Konoha's S-rank ninjas away to Suna basically for free, but unfortunately for both him and Tsunade, she was a new Kage and didn't yet have as much hold on the political parties within the village. Her hands were tied. Oh, and Ren pissed her off in their last meeting, too. But surely she would be the bigger person and not act on a childish impulse. Yeah. Ren couldn't finish that thought with a straight face. The unhappy woman stood near the front of the small crowd, with Shizun to her right side, fussing over Tsunade's pigtails. She wore her own ceremonial clothes and the oversized Hokage hat with the same amount of enthusiasm as Ren, the fabric stretching over her big chest. Probably noticing where Ren's eyes dipped, Tsunade's honey-colored eyes narrowed at him, and Ren gave her a sheepish, apologetic smile, causing her to silently huff at him before she looked back toward Shizun, a scowl re-emerging on her lips as they started to quietly whisper about something. Ren chuckled. Despite his misgivings about the grumpy old woman, he could imagine himself working with her to make Konoha great again. It was quite a pity how things ended. Letting Hiruzen live after the confrontation with Orochimaru might have been a mistake. The men simply had too much influence after his decades of ruling, and Ren had realized it far too late. But the juice was already spilled, and trying to force it back to the glass would be pointless. Many other people were in attendance. The village elders, the most important merchants and councilmen, and also the clan heads of the biggest clans, alongside their heirs, represented their side of the political spectrum of the village. On Ren's right side, far in the back, Ren noticed Ino and exchanged a wink with her. This was the very first time he had seen her wearing an actual ceremonial kimono, and she looked amazing with her hair falling freely over her shoulders, bold red lipstick, and small, tasteful traces of makeup here and there that only enhanced her natural beauty. Ren's eyes subtly, yet shamelessly, wandered a bit over her form in a small wonder, making her visibly preen under his gaze with a massive, proud smirk. At least, until Inoichi put his hand on Ino's shoulder, attracting Ren's attention for a moment. As their eyes met, the men gave him a constipated, scolding look. Ren snickered but gave the blonde-haired man a polite nod, showing that he understood his plea. Still, he unrepentantly shrugged for everybody else to see. Eyeing another girl while waiting for Temari might probably show a bad image to the other busybodies who were watching them like hawks. Especially for the Suna ambassadors and negotiators who stayed in Konoha for the past few days and were waiting among the crowd. But it wasn't as if somebody here wasn't aware of his relationship with Ino and Hinata. Ren wasn't willing to treat them as if they were some shameful mistresses that had to stay hidden. The people who didn't like it will simply have to suck it up. Speaking of Hinata, she was here, too, with her father. But her back was turned toward Ren, so he sadly couldn't exchange blatantly flirtatious looks with her. But he could still feel her gaze on him the entire time. He had gotten quite good at sensing that particular sensation over the years. Hiruzen suddenly nudged him, and Ren turned toward the old man, only to see him motioning toward the gate. Ren tensed as he looked over and inwardly sighed when he noticed that the Sunagakure's delegation came into view. Getting slightly nervous, the following several minutes passed in a frenzy as Hiruzen led him to the front of the welcoming crowd. The various important people started their meet and greet ceremonial bullshit first with Tsunade, who had seemed to do a complete 180 in her attitude on the spot, and was now pleasantly smiling while shaking their hands as if it was a second nature of hers. Ren's jaw almost dropped seeing that. Then, unfortunately, they came toward Hiruzen and Ren, and it was their turn to do the meet and greet. Things went well, until it was Temari's turn. She stepped in front of Ren after exchanging polite pleasantries with the Hokage and Hiruzen, and both of them stopped just barely within an arm's reach from each other, eyeing the other with veiled, perplexed wariness. Temari had her hair down, much like Ino, except her shade of blonde was much lighter, almost sandy yellow. It was actually supposed to be in a bun, from what Ren knew, but memories of one Suna guy asking him about his preferences a few days ago flashed through his mind, and he felt a bit embarrassed when he realized it was not just an innocent question. She wore what Ren thought was probably a traditional Sunagakure kimono, black and decorated with depictions of golden sands near the hems, pointing out her clan and her station in Suna. At least, that's what Ren remembered from Hiruzen's earlier rambling. His traditional clothes had, well, trees on them. Shocking, right? Unfortunately, his request to have foxes on it was instantly shot down, with many people secretly furious with him, and having them leave that particular meeting fuming in a very bad mood. Ren's eyes trailed over Temari's form just as her did over his, and he couldn't help but focus on her bare neck, her almost half-bare shoulders and collarbones, which led to a generous cleavage by design. She was simply gorgeous. But here, Ren didn't allow his eyes to wander too far down. After all, everybody was watching them. He gulped. Worse, Temari noticed. And her black-painted lips twisted into an amused, knowing half-smirk. Before Ren could open his mouth and say his lines, the girl took a half-step forward. It just had to be you, huh? You dick-loving bastard. She wryly whispered with a rueful expression, quietly enough that mostly only the people near them could hear her words. And as Ren was left wanting for words, the Inuzuka matriarch in the back of the crowd barked out a laugh alongside her daughter, Hana. For a moment, Ren had no idea how to respond, but then he noticed a sort of hard-to-describe, vicious mirth in Temari's gaze. She did this on purpose, and her rueful expression was both real and not at all that serious. She had done it to piss people off. To piss him off. And the only person around them who noticed was the grinning Tsunade because both Baki, who was babysitting Temari, and Hiruzen, who was babysitting Ren, were too busy reeling in shock at the blatant disrespect. Ren decided to play along. It just had to be you, eh? You pauper princess. Ren's lips melted into a pleasant, innocent smile. Both Temari's and Tsunade's eyes widened slightly, and Temari twitched enough to tell Ren that his remark landed splendidly as her challenging smirk turned somewhat brittle. All the while, Baki and Hiruzen looked almost faint at how everything was going to hell, and the Inuzuka matriarch was now guffawing with her daughter, with the people around them looking at them with irritation. A tense moment passed between Ren and Temari, but then it instantly disappeared almost as soon as it came, and Ren took a step closer to the girl as they clasped each other's forearms. Ren had never done this with anybody else before, but apparently, this passed as a traditional greeting here. Why? Well, it was to check if the other party had hidden blades under the clothes on their forearm. Not having them was simply a common courtesy among allied ninja. Especially during diplomatic meetings. Ren's smile twitched as he realized that Temari was indeed hiding several under her sleeves. This disrespectful little fox. He thought in exasperation as the sandy-haired girl dared him to say something with her smugly polite expression and a barely raised eyebrow. He chuckled at her and gave her a nod as he inwardly shook his head, deciding to simply proceed according to the plan and stop Baki and Hiruzen from panicking. He gave Temari a genuinely friendly smile. Welcome to Konoha. Chapter 223, Chapter 223. I was born for this. Ren flopped onto a couch with an audible groan, feeling exhausted as Temari sat down opposite him, all prim and proper, looking as if the endless meetings did not affect her. They had just spent the last few hours in the council chambers, where the movers and shakers of Konoha argued mostly about barely important details. Who the heck cared if the decoration on their wedding would follow Konoha or Suna tradition? Couldn't they do freaking both? HAAA. Ren stifled a grunt. At least, it was over, and Ren even managed to argue some important points in his favor. Honestly, the only point he truly cared about was the clauses about them having children. The bastards wanted to sign off on them having to have 8 of them as soon as possible. Oh, the absolute horror in Temari's eyes as she tried to look calm. She wasn't fooling anybody with how deathly pale she became. Clearly, some people in Suna did not wish for her to become the future Kazekage, and this would absolutely ruin her chances. After all, she can't really become an S-rank kunoichi if she were turned into a baby factory for the foreseeable future during her best development years. Ren inwardly smiled at the memory of her surprise when he stood up and protested that clause. That probably bought him more brownie points with her than any hours-long conversation ever could. Then again, he also did not feel happy with some old coot dictating to him when and how many children he should have. And when Temari shakily stood up a few seconds later, vehemently protesting alongside him, it made the whole discussion quite awkward for the scheming bastards. They couldn't exactly insist without looking like the bad guys, after that. In the end, Ren managed to wrangle a concession out of them, and they unhappily settled on Ren and Temari needing to have 2 children eventually. But at least, there was no time limit set for them in the alliance documents. They could take their time with it, and Temari audibly let out a relieved sigh at that. From then on, Temari argued several points, fiercely trying to protect her rights like a lioness protecting her cubs, and giving the old men and women a hard time, while Ren watched on as nothing immediately concerning him came up. It was mostly about trade agreements between Suna and Konoha and diplomatic stuff between the villages. Temari had to care because she was a shoo-in for the Kazekage post, so she wanted to get the best deal possible for her village. Ren, not so much. He didn't care and spent the rest of that meeting speaking to Ino and Hinata through the telepathy seal. What are you grinning at, you fool? Temari's curious voice suddenly pulled Ren out of his reminiscence and made him turn toward her, only to see her nibble on a cookie from the refreshments on the table between them. You look very pretty today. Ren sincerely complimented her, making her roll her eyes at him with an annoyed huff. Stop being a shameless flirt. She retorted, but her cheeks did become redder, so Ren inwardly chuckled. That always worked on Hinata, and it looks like it was going to work on Temari as well. The trick, sadly, was in being sincere. Especially when dealing with a very observant kunoichi. So, it could not be used all the time. A somewhat awkward atmosphere spread between them, and Ren reached for his own cookie as they both started enjoying the treats in a companionable silence. To be honest. Ren decided to speak after a while. I thought you would be more angry about these arrangements. Yes. What did you expect? That I would come at you, swinging my fan left and right, the second I see you? Temari asked with a mirthful exasperation in her tone. Yup. I expected you to be a very angry kunoichi. Ren simply shared his thoughts with a small shrug. I always expected something like this. I was raised for a political marriage. Temari deflated for a moment, and in that moment she seemed so sad. Ren's heart skipped a beat. But just as he was starting to feel sympathy for her, she straightened up again as if nothing had happened and scoffed at him. Well, sure. I would have never imagined having to marry a tree humper. You shall do as the substitution for a log. Ren jokingly said, wiggling his eyebrows at her, making her snort. Nah. I kick and bite. Especially in the bed. Temari jovially replied, but Ren noted that the warning in her casual words was real. He hummed in understanding, causing some of the tension in her shoulders to slowly disappear. The girl might spout about how this was always going to happen to her in some form, but she clearly was not exactly comfortable with her situation. Ren frankly felt the same, and the last thing he wanted to do was to make things harder for her because it would make things harder for him, too. But he was still curious. And who did you expect to marry? The daimyo. He asked, keeping the light-hearted tone of their conversation alive with that ridiculous suggestion. The Wind Country's daimyo was like 60 foe. Honestly. Yeah. Temari casually interjected before taking a bite out of her cookie, causing Ren to freeze in shock as he stared at her in bewilderment. Our daimyo is, let's say, a connoisseur of the female body, and he had never hidden that he wanted me in his bed ever since he saw me when I was 15. Temari awkwardly said with a half-full mouth, but it failed to fully hide her discomfort. I trained like hell to avoid it. To become a good and valuable kunoichi for my village. But I still thought my father was eventually going to ship me to him as his new bedwarmer/Suna spy one day. It would have been beneficial for the village. She tried to nonchalantly shrug, but the gesture felt forced. The girl quieted down for a moment, and clearly, even her loyalty to her village was not enough to make her actually appreciate the idea of marrying their daimyo. I see. Ren muttered, the previous jovial atmosphere crashing down as he contemplated the fact that he might just have made the Wind Daimyo his enemy by marrying the girl the old dude desired. That was such a great start to his village-building plans. He inwardly screamed and wanted to rip his hair out. All he wanted was to be a generic shonen protagonist who always wins. Why did this shit have to be so complicated? Yes. This is better. Temari sprang up from her disgruntled mood and gave Ren an intense look. But that does not mean I am happy with this. She tried to glare at him, but Ren didn't feel like entertaining her after hearing the tidbit about the Wind Daimyo. He only gave her a dry look back. Mostly undeterred and barely faltering, she continued. But I am going to try to make this work. Somehow. She mumbled the last part. Ren looked at her and noticed how tightly she was grasping her hands. How nervous and sincere she truly was. Temari refused to back down with her gaze. Ren barked out a short laugh. Sage, sleeping in one bed will be nerve-wracking. That returned some mirth into Temari's expression as she smirked. Something Ren noticed she did often. Tisk, typical men. Already thinking of sex. She mockingly scrunched her nose at Ren, but she looked almost expectant for him to return her quip. After all, both of them knew that was not really what he meant. Ninjas and kunoichi were trigger-happy. The knowledge that the person next to him in the bed was from a different village would cause even Ren, who thought himself to be a quite progressive-thinking individual, some discomfort. Trust issues were the real issues in their world, and this was akin to showing a very vulnerable side to somebody who should by all means be an enemy. Would he even wake up? Or would he, one nice morning, end up with a kunai in his throat in his sleep? How was he supposed to know? Should he just trust Temari? The whole problem was that trusting a kunoichi from a different village was hard. And they were supposed to share their entire life. Eat together. Eat from the same plates. Drink from the same mugs. Use the same cutlery. Share the same living space. Hell, half of their profession was about poisons. That was doubly true for kunoichi, so excuse him for being just a little bit paranoid. Even this conversation of theirs. They were trying to be polite and nice. But there was still an underlying tension between them. Temari's eyes were glancing around, looking for defensible positions and exit points in the room, and even Ren was wordlessly analyzing her body language, watching for any threatening move. It was instinctual. Ingrained in them by their upbringing, training, and education. And if Ren had trouble, Temari most definitely felt much more uncomfortable. Ren wouldn't be surprised if she slept with a kunai under her pillow and another dozen under her bedsheet from now on. It might not be only him who would be doing the poking with the pointy end in the bedroom. He was definitely going to put up some alert seals once they were expected to live in a house together. Just in case. S-rank he might be, but he was still vulnerable during his sleep. This trust thing between them was going to take time. For both sides. But it made Ren feel relieved that Temari was at least willing to try. That was honestly more than he was hoping for. Seeing that the conversation had halted, Temari tried to bring it back on track by throwing Ren's words back at him. And what about you? Don't you already have 2 women? Shouldn't you protest harder? Hinata and Ino will want to speak with you about this. Ren seriously nodded. Then, he grinned at her as she started to become pale, and she took a sharp breath. Both of the aforementioned girls gained quite a reputation. He could see why Suna Kunoichi would be a bit frightened by being told that Ino wanted to talk to her. Talking was probably not what Temari was imagining was going to happen during that meeting. Ah, don't worry. Ren tried to reassure the scared girl, his grin still going strong. We have already talked about this, and they are not exactly against it. Is that supposed to make me feel calmer? So, they are only somewhat against it. Temari muttered with a snort full of false bravado as she tried to calm down. But all right. This at least brings me to a more important topic. She unsurely trailed off and looked away from Ren. Ren raised his eyebrows at her, waiting for her to elaborate. Eventually, Temari clicked her tongue, and her expression became determined as she turned back toward Ren and looked him straight in the eyes. What do you expect from your time in Suna? She dryly asked with eyes narrowed in suspicion. Ah. He was no longer speaking to Temari, his future wife, but to Temari, the kunoichi of Suna. And yes. It was very suspicious for Konoha to send an S-rank ninja to Suna. They had their bullshit reasons that sounded very valid. It still didn't mean that it was not SUS. Ren released a long breath. I am afraid that is a discussion for later. He said in a no-nonsense tone with absolute finality. But alas, Temari was not content with that and was about to protest. And in private. Ren added, making the girl blink as her brain registered his meaning. Ah. She uttered as she subtly looked around the room, an understanding dawning on her. Indeed. Ren nodded in amusement. Best not to forget that in Konoha, seeing through walls and lip reading was very much their everyday reality. And here I thought they put us here expecting us to fuck. Temari playfully grinned. Well, they probably did. Ren hummed, and her grin disappeared while her blush emerged. Chapter 224, Chapter 224, Hiruzen's Musings. Hiruzen Sarutobi fell into an armchair in his office, tired but also feeling oddly invigorated from deep satisfaction at the same time. The day was exhausting, but it was so worth it. The alliance was signed. The negotiations finished. The terms were acceptable. Konoha would lose some, for sure. But that was okay. It was a small price to pay for their western flank to be secure again. The Second War had certainly taught them that the West was their weakness. In rivers of blood of their valiant ninja. Hiruzen softly sighed. Never again, he mentally uttered as he pushed these depressing thoughts away. He had spent many sleepless nights with them, and nothing productive ever came out of this state of mind. Despite the small distaste at the back of his mind, a small, accomplished smile full of deviousness appeared on his wizened face. Pushing the Yotsuba boy to marry the Suna princess was a tricky move. It was a gamble. And even he had a hard time believing how enormously and easily it paid off. Truly, S-rank the boy might be, but he was still a green whippersnapper that could be easily led by his nose. Combat power could take a person only so far. Tobirama-sensei had taught him and Danzo that extensively. Hiruzen knew he had won the second he presented the idea as a means of stopping the Fourth War from erupting. Ren was not that hard to read. As standoffish and spurning of authority as he appeared, he had the will of fire in spades. He cared. And that was his most praiseworthy trait, but also his downfall. It was a pity. Under a different set of circumstances, Hiruzen could imagine them working together. Reshaping Konoha to be stronger and better, to reach new heights. He could see Ren be the next Hokage candidate, and truthfully, the boy had the inner fire necessary to forge the village into something truly spectacular. He was much like Tobirama-sensei in that regard. For all the disregard the history books had for the second Hokage due to their love of elevating the first as the mythical hero figure who established the village, Hiruzen knew it was not Hashirama who made Konoha prosper. Hashirama established and protected the village in its infancy, but it was Tobirama who built the foundation it stands on to this day. It was he who established and helped form the academy, the ANBU, the medical corps, the TNI, and several other vital departments in the village. It is his techniques that fill the majority of the Forbidden Scroll, his research that made Konoha better than its competitors in pretty much every ninja field. And much, much more. The value of Tobirama's life's work was literally priceless. The man was the biggest genius Hiruzen had the pleasure of knowing. Ren Yotsuba was of a similar mold. Only when it came to the sealing arts, but that was enough. In 10, 20 years, if the boy is still alive, he is going to change the world. People like him always did. Hiruzen humbly thought he was a prime example. He forced the villages to increase the graduation age of their ninja academies. He made them bend to his will because his way was simply better. He also knew that many would question his sanity if they knew his thought process regarding this. After all, why give the boy to Suna if he was so sure of his value? And that's where the problem lay. Even the strongest tree can have grievous trouble growing if its roots are infected. Danzo had taught Hiruzen that lesson quite thoroughly. Sadly, there was not much Hiruzen could do about that particular issue. He had realized it too late, and the infection his old friend propagated is far too entrenched. Hiruzen refused to make the same mistake. Ren Yotsuba could not be allowed to create his own power base within the village. Not with his brand of brilliance. Not with his fledgling support base that he gained far too fast and easily for anyone's comfort. Not with his clear ambitions to change Konoha at a fundamental level. There was enough trouble with so many political sides vying for their own benefits. The village did not need another major player similar to Danzo. It could break it. He did what he did for Konoha's stability. The fact that his own political ambitions would become significantly easier to accomplish with him gone was just a happy coincidence. It's why Hiruzen orchestrated the small falling out Ren had with Tsunade during their first meeting. It should not have been that easy to alienate them. A complaint here and there to Tsunade during a friendly leisure talk over a bottle of sake about how difficult Ren was to manage made her stubbornness flare. She had never been one to take being told no well. Predictably, she approached the situation in exactly the way that would make the already wary Ren totally uncooperative, and voila. It barely took a few sentences. Hiruzen couldn't keep the small, fond chuckle down as he remembered that. He decided he would need to chastise his dear student for letting herself be manipulated so easily once this debacle was over. Fortunately, that would no longer be necessary. He taught her well. It might have taken her a few days, but she eventually figured out her mistake, and she was not at all pleased with him right about now. But that shall pass. This was not the first time Tsunade threw her little, "I am not speaking with you," temper tantrum his way. And he surmised it will not be the last either. She was going to understand his actions in time. The last thing Hiruzen wanted was for Ren to gain Tsunade's confidence, like Danzo had his for so long. What frightened Hiruzen was the fact that Ren's approach would have most definitely worked if not for him countering his moves. He had already wowed several clans with his clever seal devices, earning their, well, not full cooperation, but definitely their respect. He had already somehow trained 2 S-rank kunoichi. Although it was questionable whether that accomplishment was more because Ren was a great trainer or because the 2 girls were simply that talented. After all, both of them were the heiresses of their clans with many resources available to them, and their combat style relied heavily on their clan's techniques and advantages. Even Hinata, who used lightning release with enough finesse to astonish even the Raikage into wanting to have children with her. It was long ago theorized that the Hyuga would be incomprehensibly astonishing at proper elemental techniques if they got their collective heads out of their traditional asses long enough to try using their precious eyes for something else than secretly peeking into other people's bedrooms. Hiruzen was more than a bit doubtful that Ren could pull a similar stunt with students from civilian backgrounds. He knew how hard it was to train a prodigy into an S rank. And he knew it was significantly easier if said prodigy was from a clan. Between Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, Hiruzen had a lot of experience in this regard. Nevertheless, the 2 S-rank girls ensured that Ren's power block easily jumped to the forefront of the village's political landscape. Getting in with Tsunade would make the boy practically untouchable and a shoe-in for the next Hokage position. He would be able to act as he pleased within Konoha. And with his ambition, the village would start changing. Worse yet, many would not like that. Just his stunt with these Sakribo boxes. Hiruzen was not going to claim that they were not good for Konoha. Because they definitely were, and R&D was having a lot of fun, trying to figure them out. But their existence also displeased many smaller clans and seal suppliers. They only tolerated it because the SECREBOs could not fill the village's demand, so their efforts were still relevant. Their money-making livelihood was still there. But they were not stupid. They knew how easily Ren could take that away from them, and they did not like it. Their lifeline was threatened. But what if the boy pushed harder? Hiruzen knew he wanted to do that. His actions were not those of someone willing to back down and de-escalate. No. Instead, he was damn sure Ren wanted to escalate beyond the point of reason. The foolish youngster simply did not grasp the consequences of his actions. The boy wanted to drag Konoha toward progress, damn to hell that a quarter of the village would be seething and frothing at their mouth, sharpening their knives in frustration at having to adapt to these changes. Ren Yotsuba had to go. Let him be the Sunagakure's problem. Konoha did not need a civil war. Oh, the boy was going to make Suna stronger, kicking and screaming if necessary. That much was certain to Hiruzen. Ambitious men like Ren were easy to predict, and Hiruzen already knew Ren was most likely to betray Konoha. That was okay. His actions would also indirectly strengthen the western defense of Konoha. It would benefit the village. And Hiruzen doubted Ren could make Sunagakure a rival to Konoha. They were the weakest major hidden village for a reason. Hell, Hashirama would not be able to drag Suna to prominence even if he changed the desert into a forest. They did not have the manpower, the connections, and the resources to compete. What they did have was a mountain of problems. It was going to take at least a decade for them to stabilize, and well, Danzo was still alive. His interference would simply have to be more discreet going forward. Hiruzen's eyes were involuntarily drawn to a scroll on his desk as his mind strayed to the old Warhawk. He had found it in his office during the lunch break. Allying with Danzo after all that had happened between them was not something Hiruzen ever thought possible, yet here they were. They had planned for Danzo to go to the capital after the alliance issue was finished. There, Danzo could easily even the odds and concessions Konoha had to make for Suna by getting the fire daimyo's ministers and nobles to restrict some trade with the land of wind as a punishment for the attack on Konoha, which was within the land of fire. The wind daimyo would get angry, and he would no doubt blame Suna before taking his anger out on them by decreasing the resources he was providing them. The nobles would also be very unhappy about it, and they would know who to blame for the situation, too. There. The odds would be evened again, and all would be well in the world. That should diminish the benefits of Suna having an increased trade with Konoha. It would also make Suna more dependent on this increased trade, and thus, dependent on Konoha. But it had to happen now. Before the Suna Council, or whoever was in charge of that clusterfuck of a village right now, managed to get their daimyo to sit down with them and negotiate some sort of agreement. Before they could restart their economy with the new influx of missions and requests. Before they could make inroads with the local nobles or merchants and forge connections. Otherwise, the Suna's dependence on Konoha was only a distant dream. Unfortunately, some sort of issue cropped up with that plan, and Danzo had to go to the capital even if it meant missing the Suna delegation and the alliance negotiations. At least, that's what the man wrote in his message. Hiruzen huffed in amusement as he thought about how that must gall Danzo. He no doubt wanted to push for his own designs during the peace talks. It almost didn't fit in Danzo's way of behaving that Hiruzen had constructed in his mind, but all the overly extensive hidden checks and safe words in the message that only Hiruzen and Danzo knew about proved that the scroll came from the old Warhawk. Or somebody who could read his mind. Hiruzen chuckled with an indulgent eye roll. His absence made the situation even better because, without Danzo, Hiruzen could push his own agenda during the talks. Things were truly looking up for him as of late. Well, he did lose a hand, so he guessed it was high time for him to get some positive karma back. He even started fixing his relationship with the Suma, and it was going well. The village was safe. He was reconnecting with his son. His problems were solved with ease. His schemes were going well. What more could an old fool wish for? It had been decades since life went this well for him. Hiruzen closed his eyes in relish as he relaxed into his seat, putting his smoking pipe into his mouth with a satisfied sigh. I love when things go well. He happily thought. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, Temari's Trouble. The door closed with an audible click, and Kankuro raised his head, face almost painfully scrunched, from the multitude of stressfully confusing documents strewn all over the table, only to see that his sister had come back to the hotel. He was a bit surprised at that. Huh. I didn't expect you to return tonight. He idly muttered with an unreadable expression, but the resigned distaste in his tone was unmistakable to Temari, who gave him what she hoped was a reassuring grin back. Things went well. She sighed in relief as she walked across the room before letting herself fall onto Kankuro's bed with a groan. The treaty is signed and the negotiation is over. You know that's not what I'm talking about. Kankuro annoyedly stated and gave her a pointed look. So. Should I expect to become an uncle in 9 months, sis? He disgruntledly asked with unmistakable curiosity, causing Temari to twitch. It was no secret that he was vehemently against the marriage alliance. He did not want his sister to be sold to some treehumper for the greater good of their village. But there was nothing he could do to prevent it, and that made him very bitter in the past few days. Temari had no idea why he even insisted on being a part of her entourage to Konoha if he felt that way. His mood just got worse the closer to Konoha they got during their travel, enough that they had a few shouting matches about it. Ugh. Temari groaned again, not at all in the mood to start another argument with her brother, but she knew him too well to realize that saying nothing would just make him rant at her, no matter if she listened or not. She was flattered that he cared for her. She truly was. But fuck if he could choose the worst time to show his pushy brotherly concern. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Temari pushed herself into a sitting position on the bed and gave Kankuro a bland look. No. Much to my surprise, my intended was actually quite the gentleman. Kankuro opened his mouth in preparation for a retort, but then his mind registered what his sister said, and he deflated. So, you didn't. He didn't. He awkwardly stammered, and his eyes watched her with worry written in them. Temari shuddered. No. It didn't come to that. She lamely shrugged, trying to sound nonchalant, but Kankuro could see how forced it was from a mile away. Silence fell between them as neither had any idea what to say next. One thing Kankuro knew Temari was afraid of was how defenseless this pact would personally make her. Once the documents were signed, her personal freedom in several very important aspects could be just a polite suggestion as far as her future husband was concerned. And well, the documents were signed today. He had found her yesterday, a bit away from their camp, sitting on a tree branch and silently crying, trying to wipe her tears with the sleeves of her clothes while stifling her sniffles. He sat next to her, feeling very awkward because he had no idea how to comfort her. In the end, he just put his arm around her shoulders and gave her a half hug. That somehow let the floodgates open, and Temari started babbling, complaining, and most importantly, sharing her fears with him. It wasn't a situation Kankuro was very comfortable with, especially because he was utterly powerless to help her. He could only get angry, and that accomplished absolutely nothing. Temari's biggest fear was that her future husband would not treat her well. It terrified her. And it was a far too reasonable fear for Kankuro's comfort. His precious sister was a Suna kunoichi, and her groom was a Konoha piece of shit. Worse, he was an S-rank ninja, albeit not a very well-known one. And that meant, if he wanted to grab Temari and bend her over the table, she wouldn't be able to put up much resistance against him. Hell, he would have been within his rights to do that, considering she was his future wife. Kankuro's mood darkened. After all, the documents are signed. Neither village would say anything. He inwardly seethed. So, yeah, Kankuro felt immensely relieved it didn't come to that unfortunate conclusion. He still didn't quite manage to put together a plan on how to murder an S-rank ninja without suffering any consequences, after all. Worst of all, he knew some people in their village would welcome that outcome. Sunagakure could stomach having a Kazekage with a Konoha ninja as a husband, especially if the union is to save the village. What Sunagakure could absolutely not stomach is a weak Kazekage. And if Temari's future husband decided to force himself on her, that would prove she was too weak. Politics. Kankuro hated it. He only ever wanted to stay in his workshop, putting together puppets and researching better building methods for them. Yet, there were some assholes who wanted him to end up with the Kazekage hat for some utterly incomprehensible reason. The less said about the idiots who wanted his just recently cured serial killer of a brother as the next Kazekage, the better. He loved Gaara almost as much as he was terrified of him, but it was obvious his brother would not be a good candidate for the hat. Those who supported him did so only because they knew they could get away with far more than what Temari would allow under her rule. I see. That's good. Kankuro tried to give Temari a reassuring smile, but it came off as a small grimace instead because of the bleak thoughts in his mind. Deciding to play it off, he quickly continued. But didn't you say he was a dick or something? Yes. Temari chuckled and rolled her eyes at Kankuro. He is a dick. Absolute dick. It probably comes with the tree humper designation. Kankuro mockingly smirked, smashing his balls into a log 7 days a week would make anybody into a dick. Temari involuntarily giggled. Thanks. I needed that. She said as she slowly stood up. Arguing with the old coots the whole day and trying to get better terms for Suna was stressful as hell. And then the meeting with Ren. She sighed. I accomplished nothing there. She gave Kankuro a bland, dissatisfied smile. I was invited to dinner tomorrow, so I guess we will talk then. I see. My day was more productive. I bought some cheap wood and remade Karasu's weaponry systems. Oh, and I went for lunch at that Ichiraku place. Hey, got another ramen bath, brother. Temari teased as she walked around the table and behind him, leaning over to see the documents. Kankuro scowled and muttered something about murdering pretentious little brats, but Temari didn't pay him much attention as her gaze became pained upon seeing the paperwork on the table. She took one scroll into her hand and frustratedly ruffled her hair with her other hand. This is such a mess. She despairingly mumbled. The content of the scroll was simple. Suna lacked drinking water. And with how many of their ninjas died in Konoha, they lacked personnel for water-fetching missions. They will have to delegate them to higher-ranking ninjas, and that meant lesser payments for them, which was going to lead to dissatisfaction. On top of that, if the higher-level ninjas were preoccupied with mundane stuff like this, fewer of them would be doing well-paid missions, which meant less revenue for the village that was already financially struggling. This was going to be yet another major financial hit, but Suna did not have enough underground water for its population, so these water-fetching C-rank missions were essential to the village's survival. They were damned if they did, and damned if they didn't. And this was just one document from the round 30 Temari had on the table, while the Suna higher-ups were asking her, of all people, what to do about every single one of the documented issues. How was she supposed to know that? The paper scrumpled in her grasp as her fingers balled into a fist from the sheer stress and frustration that hit her. The only good thing about the Sunagakure situation was that the Puppet Corps and the War Fan Corps were still fully intact. Both refused to follow Raza's reckless attack on Konoha and stayed stubborn, no matter the threats. Thanks to that, Sunagakure was still well defended. But that's where the good news ended. Suddenly feeling Kankuro's hand on her forearm, Temari pulled her eyes from the accursed scroll and looked at him, suddenly realizing that she was breathing really hard. She closed her eyes and tried to calm down. We will find a way. Kankuro firmly said, we have to. Yadash, with a sigh, Temari started nodding, only for Kankuro to interrupt her with a grin. Or we can still go rogue. He playfully suggested, making Temari stumble in her spot before she half-heartedly shoved him in the shoulder, causing him to snicker. Shush. She snorted, don't be so loud about our nefarious plans, or Suna might take Gaara hostage. She scornfully said, barely managing to keep her face straight after saying such nonsense. Right. No running away while our brother is still in Suna. Drat. Kankuro clicked his tongue, but the corners of his lips twitched upward. With a fond scoff, Temari ruffled Kankuro's hair, much to his vehement protests, before she wistfully spoke, "Thanks for trying to help me with the paperwork. You are my sister." Kankuro grumbled, "Of course, I will help you. Even if you are annoying." Stretching out a bit, Temari slightly shook her head in exasperation instead of retorting. "I am tired. I think I am going to bed now. I just came to tell you, good night," she said and started walking toward the door. "All right. Good night." Kankuro nodded and waved his hand in a shooing motion at her as he slumped over the paperwork again with the same hopeless energy as before. As Temari closed the door to his room, she winced and took a deep breath. She just had to hope things would get better. Maybe the village elders and councilmen will have good news for her once she returns. A wry smile appeared on her face. Yeah. As if things were most likely going to get a whole lot worse before they got a bit better. But what could she do? Her father made a series of monumental mistakes. Their daimyo hated them. His nobles were afraid of being associated with them and wouldn't hire their ninja unless absolutely necessary. The same with merchants. She had inherited a sinking ship. Realizing that she wouldn't be getting the answers to her questions by blankly staring at the wall, Temari grimaced and walked to the door of her room. She despotently unlocked the lock and walked in. As she closed the door, she put her forehead on it and closed her eyes. I hate this. I hate this village. I hate that dickhead who is going to be my husband. And I hate the two scary bitches he fucks. She whispered, trying to harden her determination as she psyched herself up. But it's okay. You can overcome this, girl. I can do this. With a long sigh, Temari pulled her reddened forehead away from the door and turned around, only to freeze in her tracks. Why, hello there. Ino, who sat cross-legged on the bed, gave her a Cheshire grin as Hinata, with a small, amused smirk, gently waved at her from the chair next to the table. And Temari went deathly pale. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 226, Chapter 226, Conversation in Private. Thank you for the food. Temari said in a subdued tone as they finished the dinner, causing Ren's inward frown to grow. He had expected her to be much more snarky and confident today, but she was oddly acting out of her usual norm. Hinata stood up, intending to carry the empty plates to the kitchen, and as she was taking Temari's plate, the girl practically oozed discomfort. She tensed up as Hinata came closer and her eyes subconsciously followed her actions with deep wariness. Ino and Hinata exchanged a quick, meaningful glance before Hinata subtly shot Ren an apologetic look at an angle that Temari would be unable to see. Ren sighed. Ren was aware of their nightly excursion to Temari's hotel room with the intent of talking things out between the girls. But clearly, they had spooked the Suna Kunoichi, and during the dinner, they were swearing up and down through the telepathy seal that they had no idea how. They supposedly only talked with her, but it got instantly awkward because of Temari's stiff attitude, and the talks kind of went nowhere from there. Ren's lips twitched. He was leaning toward believing in Ino and Hinata. If they did want to scare Temari off, he doubted she would show up today. The girl was all, I was born for this, yesterday, but one visit from Ino and Hinata shook her enough to show how she truly feels about her situation. The good news? She was no longer hiding behind the veneer of bravado. The bad news? That possibly made talking to her harder. Ren couldn't help but feel bad about it. With his eyes, he motioned Ino to go and help Hinata, and the blonde girl clicked her tongue, but nevertheless, she stood up and hurriedly walked to the kitchen after the other girl. Ren turned his head back toward Temari, and a small, hopefully not too awkward, and hopefully at least somewhat reassuring smile appeared on his face. So. I heard you had already met Ino and Hinata yesterday. He leadingly asked, and Temari reluctantly glanced at him. The girl's lips pursed, and for a moment, she looked as if she was about to snark at him again with her usual attitude, but then she simply deflated. We came to an understanding. She muttered and averted her eyes from Ren, who inwardly groaned. No, they did not. Ino and Hinata did not let him sleep for 2 entire hours yesterday night as they complained about their meeting with Temari. They went to discuss the whole 3-way wedding thing with her, but she only nodded along like a frightened squirrel, at least, that's how Ino described it, so they didn't properly get her opinion on things. It made their whole meeting absolutely worthless. Oh. Ren huffed in amusement at how frustrated both Ino and Hinata were yesterday, and was it their understanding or your understanding? He jokingly asked, but Temari probably took it the wrong way as she tensed up even more and did not answer. Well, she did narrow her eyes at him, so there was that. The girl was far less afraid of him than his girls. Hell, from all the attitude she was giving him yesterday, she clearly had no healthy fear of pissing him off. It was honestly kind of amusing. Look. Ren softly and coaxingly spoke while reaching for one of Temari's hands on the table. He took it into his hand, instantly noticing how high-strung she was. The contact made her lock up for a brief moment, but it accomplished what Ren needed as he now had Temari's undivided attention. His smile slightly widened. Try to be fair, please. All I ask is for you to give this an honest effort. Nothing more. Did they threaten you? If they did, I could give them a talking to. His offer startled Temari enough that she allowed herself to give him a very dry, incredulous look. She started, but her words failed her. For a second, she contemplated just screaming at Ren. She could take all her issues and unleash the frustration she felt at him. She could almost imagine how good that would feel. At least, for a small moment. But no. That would not be fair. Or helpful. Or conducive to her immediate health. Temari's mind flailed around, trying to reach for something to say. How was she supposed to explain her situation to him? Ino and Hinata did not threaten her. But they did not need to. Ino had slaughtered a significant number of Sunagakure's ninjas, and the remainder only managed to flee because she wanted to let them go. Many of the survivors did not leave unscathed anyway because the mental wounds were many times worse than the physical ones. Hinata was worse. She had killed so many Otogakure ninjas that the village hidden in sound pretty much ceased to exist. At least, according to the rumors. So, yes. Temari was scared out of her mind, being in their presence. They acted like normal girls, all ha-ha-hi-hi, and tried to be approachable in a way that Temari would never quite manage. They tried to look inviting and safe, but Temari could not shake the voice at the back of her mind, whispering to her what kind of monsters they were. No. No, they did not. She grudgingly admitted, but she could not hide the undertone of bitterness in her voice. They did not need to threaten her. Their very presence was threatening enough. Ren nodded in acknowledgement and gently squeezed her hand without saying anything else on the topic. He could attempt to give her reassurances, but he was pretty certain it would not help at all. It would take time for Temari to get used to Ino and Hinata. Deciding that a change in the topic might be more productive, Ren pulled a tag with an affinity practice seal from his wrist storage seal before putting it on the table between them. Temari's eyebrows scrunched as she blinked at it before she gave Ren a questioning look that made him smirk. You asked me yesterday what I expect from my time in Suna. Ren said, and almost whistled as he saw Temari switch from her private mode to the Kazekage candidate mode right in front of his eyes. She no longer resembled a girl who was trying to hide how uncomfortable or frightened she was, and now looked like someone who meant business. Just like she did yesterday, Ren idly realized. This, Ren let go of Temari's hand and motioned toward the tag, is one of the things I can offer to your village. Temari curiously eyed the tag before reaching toward it with her hand, but she stopped short of taking it. She glanced at Ren. May I? Sure. Ren nodded, and Temari took the tag, studying the seal with the same incomprehensible expression that anybody who could not even make a simple exploding tag would have. Ren chuckled, getting Temari's attention, and when she realized what he found so funny, she let out an unimpressed huff at him. Put the tag on the back of your hand and try doing the wind chakra molding exercise. Ren beckoned her before she could ask what the seal was supposed to do. Temari hesitated only for a moment before she shrugged and did what Ren told her. She put the tag on the back of her right hand and put her palms facing each other, with only around half a foot between them. Temari was not a novice in molding the wind chakra. It was kind of her thing. She was better at it than many of Sunagakure's jonin. She did not expect the seal to do much for her. That's why she was left flabbergasted. When her chakra swirled between her palms, creating a small ball of wind that made her hair gently sway, the seal was actually prodding her, trying to show her the deficiencies in her molding technique and nudging her on how to improve it. Her jaw dropped as she looked at the innocent piece of paper glued on the back of her hand, and the significance it represented. She had pretty much reached what her village called mastery in the wind nature. Her village's resources could not tell her how to improve it further. Only rigorous and extremely time-consuming trial and error could give her small gains, but it was practically hopeless. Suna was actually the best at wind release in the whole world. It was a massive point of pride for her village. Every wind-natured ninja practiced wind techniques and tried to push the wind release further. Their discoveries were noted, and slowly, the village's understanding of the element was furthered. It was a village-wide effort spanning decades. Temari had no delusions of grandeur. She did not think she, of all people, would be lucky enough to make a breakthrough in wind release someday. She still tried, but it was more or less a hopeless endeavor. Yet, this seal, it directly showed her where and how her wind release could be improved even beyond what her village currently knew about the topic. With wide eyes, Temari tried to follow the instructions, and the breeze generated between her palms faltered as she failed. But that was all right. That was expected. Temari gulped, feeling a bit faint as she tried again. The breeze faltered again. But this time, she inwardly noted with a small amount of trepidation that it felt just a tiny bit easier than before. It would still take her days, if not weeks, of practice to gain a noticeable improvement in her wind chakra. But it was there. It worked. Weeks sounded way more preferable than maybe years, maybe decades, or maybe never. Temari's hand slightly shook, both in excitement and at the importance of this little seal. Especially for her village. Sunagakure had the war fan corps, whose entire thing was wind release. Give her village 100 of these seals, and their military prowess might actually jump a level in a few months. Temari could also feel that the seal would work way better for less experienced people in molding wind chakra. It was meant to help people understand the process and guide them in their learning. No more vague bullshit like, make your chakra sharp. No. The seal nudged the chakra in a proper direction, practically showing the user what needed to be done. Wind release needed years of hard effort to master. But with this seal, Temari could imagine that 1 year might be enough to go from a total beginner to what her village called mastery right now. That. It was the kind of thing that could make a hidden village into a powerhouse within a few years. The kind of thing that could train an entire army. Temari gulped again. She looked at Ren, absolutely speechless. Why? She eventually managed to faintly ask. Why offer this to Suna? Why not Konoha? Ren hummed, I was planning to introduce it to Konoha, but let's just say, some political shenanigans got to me first. He shrugged. So, now I need to adjust to my immediate future. Sucks, right? Temari opened her mouth, but no word came out as she let out a choked laugh full of disbelief. She leaned back on her chair and couldn't help but start giggling. This was unbelievable. Reading the context right, Konoha lost something like this because some old fossils in their council decided to set up this marriage alliance. Honestly, Temari had a hard time believing Suna could be this lucky. A flicker of doubt flashed through her mind as she wondered if this could be a ploy. Except using something like that seal as bait would not be just extremely foolish. It would be a level of never-before-seen stupidity from Konoha. You don't hand something that could tremendously improve their army to another village. It's just not done. Not even between allied villages. I believe, Ren suddenly spoke as Temari started to calm down, that influence and power will follow naturally if I prove my worth. So, what do I expect from Suna? He chuckled, I expect loyalty. Not instantly. I am aware I will be very much disliked at first. But if I am to live in Suna from now on, and if I am to put my time and effort into fixing it, I expect not to be shat on by the people in power in Suna. I want you to keep that in mind, Miss Future Kazekage. Temari mutely nodded, feeling a bit conflicted. That sounded simple, but she knew better than most how politics worked. She couldn't really promise that. Biting her lower lip, she decided she would still do her best. Her eyes strayed again toward the small seal tag on the table. The benefits to her village were too enticing not to put in the effort. Okay. Temari nodded, and Ren amusedly looked at the door leading to the kitchen that, out of nowhere, burst open, showing a grinning Ino and exasperated Hinata, both in pajamas and carrying a few pillows. And now. Pajama party. Ino excitedly shouted, causing Temari's eyes to widen in incredulity while she inwardly wondered what the heck was going on. You are kidding MMPH, Temari started, only for a pillow to land on her face with enough force to snap her head slightly back, much to the giggling Ino's glee. At least, until Hinata's pillow impacted the back of her head and caused her to almost faceplant onto the floor. The pillow slid down from Temari's face, and she looked at Ren with such utter disbelief that he couldn't help but start laughing. He shrugged, and suddenly, a pillow appeared in his hand from his storage seal as he smirked at her with a challenge in his eyes. Temari barely managed to duck as she grabbed the pillow Ino threw at her, and her eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the living room became a battlefield as more and more pillows were summoned from storage seals and started flying left and right, shortly covering the whole room. Chapter 227, Chapter 227. The Pillow Fight. The pillow fight went on for hours, and Ren found himself very much at a disadvantage when Ino, Hinata, and Temari decided to gang up on him in the name of girl power. It was blatant cheating. He didn't condone cheating. He decided to use his seals in return. That evened the odds, and he had managed to get some pretty nice pillow shots to all three of his opponents' faces. But then Ino got the bright idea to enhance her pillows with wind chakra, giving them a speed boost with a little bit of cutting edge. And suddenly, Ren found himself ducking as if his life depended on it when Hinata followed, and her crackling pillows of doom became quite shocking. Worse yet, Temari also didn't have any respect for the rules. She threw her own wind-enhanced pillows at him with almost vicious glee. The problem was that she also didn't have Ino's skill when using wind chakra, so her pillows were more about their cutting edge than the speed boost. At that point, the living room became a bona fide battlefield, and the furniture would have been reduced to pieces if Ren didn't have the foresight to store it all away in his storage seal. The walls were, fortunately, reinforced by his durability seals and thus didn't have even a single scratch from the three girls on the pillowy warpath. Speaking of the durability seals, Ren delighted in imbuing his pillows with them. It made the impact still soft on the face, but every time he hit one of the girls with it, it managed to topple them onto their backs. The very first time, Ino even did a backflip in the air when the pillow hit her face as she jumped. That might have had something to do with her starting to use her wind chakra, not that Ren would ever admit his own fault in the matter. Such was the way of the ninja. By the time all four of them started to stop holding back all that much, the living room was full of time-stopped pillows in mid-flight, piles of petrified pillows littered the areas near the walls and corners, and Ren had started using experimental momentum reversal seals that threw the girls' pillows right back at them with 2 times the momentum plus because he didn't have the time to fine-tune it properly to lower levels. Hinata was downright gentle-fisting the living hell of the pillows coming at her, sending them back at Ren with her own chakra-infused palms, adding even more momentum to the poor beaten pillows, only to have them come back at her even faster the next second. Ino was concentrating on leveraging her wind chakra, altering the flow of air in the room to redirect the pillows to the floor, back at Ren, or toward Hinata, who sent them at Ren with her strikes. And Temari was shrieking for her dear life as she hopped left and right, trying to avoid the fate of being pelted by the pillows, and failing more often than not. But at least, she had a big grin on her face while doing so. "Stop it. I give you up." Temari shouted with a shriek as she pushed herself into a handstand in the middle of doing a cartwheel to evade a pillow. She had to stop midway by pushing herself on her fingers and twisting her body midair, as another pillow flew past her, right where she was supposed to be if she hadn't stopped. Glancing toward Ren, her eyes widened when she saw him poke one of his time-stopped, and freaking hell, she never thought she would seriously think those ridiculous words in her life, pillows. The pillow instantly stopped being suspended midair and was now barreling through the air straight at her at speeds that made it almost a blur to her vision. Gritting her teeth, Temari did not waste her time and forcefully threw herself at the ground, barely evading the pillow blow to her posterior with her cheeks flushed. She was really wondering how many damned pillows these three had stored in their storage seals. And why? Ha! Only if your side surrenders unconditionally. Ren exclaimed from his side of the room, where he was deeply entrenched with many active and inactive seals all around him. In your dreams. Ino, clearly having fun, smugly shouted back as she hurled a pillow at Ren with enough wind chakra that Temari barely registered its existence before it reached Ren, who smoothly time-stopped it midair as if it wasn't moving at insane speeds. But she could not gawk at it for long as yet another pillow headed her way, and Temari pushed herself off the floor to get out of its flight path. "That's what she said." Hinata retorted with an easygoing giggle in her voice that made Temari inwardly pissed. She sounded relaxed, as if this was not even a morning exercise to her. Temari was both jealous and incredulous at the absurdity. Her thoughts were cut short as she jumped to the side with a hiss as yet another pillow almost nailed her in the face. "Hear that, Temari? Your teammates have forsaken you. Consider yourself a hostage under a crossfire." Ren proclaimed, and Temari could swear the fucker started to target her more for fun and giggles as she desperately twisted and twirled out of the projectile's way. "You FMPHMH." She couldn't help it and started swearing when a pillow, moving at suspiciously slightly faster speeds than what normally targeted her, impacted her face and muffled her angry words. "Bullseye." Ren victoriously shouted, and Temari growled as she could hear the irritating smirk in his voice, as he was no doubt still dealing with attacks from the other two girls. "WO. Oi. Cheap shot." Ren complained as Temari pulled the pillow from her face, and found him flailing to regain his balance because Hinata almost got him. "Then pay attention," the Hyuga girl said with a smile on her face as she punched yet another pillow at him, only for Ren to somehow make it rebound back toward Ino, who redirected it to Hinata, who sent it crashing back at Ren, who? Temari ducked under the pillow that almost nailed her in the face, again, trying and failing to suppress the giggle that wanted to come out of her throat. It was an insanity, and didn't stand much of a chance in this clash, and she also didn't remember the last time she had to exert this amount of effort, even during her most rigorous training, all just to survive the stray shots for a bit longer with her dignity intact. But she was undoubtedly having fun. Ren stood in front of the door to his apartment, bidding Temari farewell while inwardly wistfully mourning the loss of his pillow stockpile. Alas, the fight couldn't go on. Eventually, they had to run out of pillows. Ino, however, was a sneaky cheat. She stockpiled way more pillows than either Hinata or Ren, and the true clash only started when both of them ran out and Ino decided to up her game, summoning 2 pillows into her hands with a smug, shit-eating grin. The fight ceased to be girls versus Ren and devolved into a free-for-all as Ino pelted Hinata as much as she pelted Ren with her pillows for the next half hour. "The next time, I will have more ammunition." Ren secretly swore, finding the whole affair slightly embarrassing. He was the Sealmaster here. He should have had more pillows stocked. Putting these thoughts out of his head for a moment, Ren refocused on Temari and couldn't help but smile. He found her quite attractive, with her cheeks slightly flushed and her lips set in a sincere, relaxed smile that he doubted she consciously realized she was sporting. Next time we won't go at you so easily, Ren softly asked, stopping himself from reaching out and rubbing her cheek with his fingers. Temari's smile widened. Ass. I'd need to be an S rank to even qualify as a proper combatant in your games, she said with a flicker of embarrassment appearing in her gaze. Ren almost leaned forward as he stared into her teal eyes. They were beautiful when they sparked with such enthusiasm. All the more incentive to train, then. No. One day, I will kick your ass, Temari quietly promised. Everybody needs to have a dream, no matter how unreachable. Ren hummed, and silence fell between them as they stared into each other's eyes. A moment passed. Then, Temari huffed in annoyance. Men. She slightly bowed her head and muttered. But before Ren could reply, she spoke again with exasperation clear in her voice. Come here. Her arms reached out, snaking around Ren's head as she pulled him down, and soon enough, Ren found his lips on hers. It was unexpected that Temari initiated it. Ren expected it to take much longer until she was comfortable with something like this. But he was far too good a ninja to be caught by surprise. He deepened the kiss, pulling her into a tighter embrace with his arms that now rested against her back. Temari's kiss was inexperienced, and Ren did his best to make it enjoyable for both him and her, but after a while, they separated. Temari ducked her head with a small smile, touching her lips before she realized what she was doing and let out a whine. Ren chuckled. Right. Temari quietly muttered and turned her head away. I should go. See you later. Ren hummed and leaned forward, kissing her on the forehead. When he pulled back, the girl was staring at him with wide eyes, only for a brief moment, before she flushed. See you. She bolted away. Suppressing the laughter that was bubbling in his throat, Ren turned back toward the door to his apartment, only to find it slightly ajar with two heads curiously peeking out, stacked on each other. He mirthfully raised his eyebrow at them. Ino looked like she was inwardly cooing. But Hinata met Ren's stare with an indulgent smile that was adorable. Ren closed his eyes, trying, and if the giggling was any indication, failing to stop himself from blushing. Chapter 228, Chapter 228. A good night for a change. Stop giggling, we still have a job to do today. Ren groaned as he ushered the two girls back into his apartment, but he only managed to make them double down on their wordless teasing, much to his silent aggravation. With laughter, the two girls ran back inside, causing him to follow with a small, fond smile. Unfortunately, they had a long night in front of them, and that meant Ren could not indulge in inane childishness. They still had work to do. In a short order and without any preamble, all three of them got into preparations. 3 hours later, the night had been darkening for a while outside, and the three of them met back in the living room that was already tidied up courtesy of Ren's shadow clones. They all wore black clothes, the color dull enough that made them hard to notice during the night. The clothes and even the three of them took a long soak in a specially prepared liquid that erased all scents, getting rid of things such as perfumes and body odors for the next few hours and making them hard to track that way. Not leaving anything to coincidence tonight, Ren also stitched. Yes, it was embarrassing to admit, if only because of how many times he had failed and had to start all over again, seals with black, chakra-infused thread into the clothes. Seals that he aptly named, notice me not, seals. They were not anything overly spectacular. He knew Hinata and Ino were there, next to him, and he knew who they were, so the seals did more or less nothing to him. But people who were not aware of them, people like Wink, Wink, Nudge, Nudge, the Hyuga guardsmen, for example. They just might have their attention diverted and overlooked their presence in the dark. Of course, the effect had its limits. Directly entering the physical line of sight was still a no-go. Coming through the front gate would still make the guards notice them nearly instantly. These seals worked best when sneaking around and were there as a countermeasure to Byakugan. And making countermeasures for something as overpowered and broken as Byakugan was still a pain in the ass. It could not really be blocked. It could not be avoided with so many eyes watching every move within the compound at all times. Invisibility would not work because Byakugan could see chakra. Genjutsu would not work because Byakugan could see chakra. Hell, sneaking around would not work, no matter how good a stealth expert one was, because Byakugan, once again, could see freaking chakra. Honestly, bribery of the clan elder seemed like the most effective ninja technique to get around the Hyuga defenses, but neither Ren nor Hinata wanted to alert anybody that something was up tonight. Especially not the elders. So, Ren went for misdirection. The eyes of unknowing observers would slide right off their bodies, protected by the seals, as long as the aforementioned observers had no clue they were there. But any hint or suspicion could easily break the effect. Looking at Hinata, Ren noticed how nervous she was and put his arm around her shoulders, half hugging her while kissing the side of her head. Don't worry. Everything will go according to the plan. Hinata raised her head and nodded. I believe it. I was dreaming about this moment for so long, and now it is already here. I can't help but feel a bit overwhelmed and underwhelmed at the same time. It is a peculiar feeling. She tried to smile, but failed to hide her worries. Ren chuckled and, with the hand that was on her shoulder just a second ago, he gently patted her head. He could understand that all too well. He always had this plan to somehow help the Hyuga clan, but for the most part, it sounded like wishful thinking in his head. Yet, here he was after spending thousands of clone hours trying to figure out the caged bird seal and its substitute. He had finished the last tests and adjustments of his eye-protecting seal only this morning. And now? Now it was time to have an enthusiastic nightly walk through the Hyuga compound. Tonight was a good night for some changes. What? The morning had barely started, and Tsunade's booming voice reverberated throughout the Hokage Tower, sounding both surprised and not at all pleased as her chakra angrily flared. Many still mostly asleep paperwork ninjas needed a change of pants after such a fiery wake-up. What do you mean? The Hyuga clan went through a coup during the night, and now there is a new clan head. That's not how it works. Tsunade hissed at the poor Hyuga messenger who flinched in her place, looking mightily uncomfortable under Tsunade's glare. Inwardly, Tsunade felt a bit bad about unloading her fury on the quivering civilian Hyuga girl, who could not be more than 16. But her presence also made her even more furious because she knew that Hinata Hyuga sent this particularly mousy-looking, weak civilian girl to soften Tsunade's reaction. And it was fucking working. Yelling at the girl was pointless. Demanding answers that the girl obviously did not have was also meaningless. Tsunade could only seethe in the privacy of her mind as fury blazed in her eyes and her new desk creaked under her tightened grasp while Shizine tried to get her attention and make her stop squeezing the poor piece of furniture so hard. Lady Hinata, the poor Hyuga girl tried to stutter something out, causing Tsunade to raise her hand to shut the girl up even as she snarled to herself. She gritted her teeth. Did these idiots not realize that Konoha was already severely weakened and with a very real threat of war looming over them all? They had to play their political games. Fucking now. The biggest, richest, and most influential clan in Konoha truly could not pick a worse time to go through their little internal political tantrum. The village needed to present a united front right now. Not squabble among themselves for bits and pieces of power. Tsunade was of a half mind to walk into the Hyuga compound and start swinging. She wistfully indulged in that daydream for a few seconds. If only that would not make the situation worse. Taking a sharp intake of breath, Tsunade forcefully released a calming sigh before she started rubbing her forehead. She was in the office for a few short days, and she was already regretting letting the orange-wearing brat and her bastard of a teammate persuade her to return. Surely, not even being a rogue ninja would be this shitty. Of course, as angry as she was, she realized what this was about. With the corner of her eye, she could clearly see the unblemished forehead of the Hyuga girl. She almost assumed the girl was from the main house if she hadn't remembered her from the hospital. She had healed this girl a few days ago. She remembered she sported a certain seal on her forehead back then. She remembered her silently crying as she healed her very unfortunate injuries. She remembered being almost as furious about the girl's situation as she was now. But her hands were tied. She could not intervene in sage-damned clan matters because of fucking politics. The fact that the girl now sported no seal on her forehead was a declaration in itself, and Tsunade was certain the new Hyuga clan head counted on Tsunade recognizing the girl. Tsunade's anger decreased to a low simmer, and she deflated in her seat, dearly wishing she had a bottle of very strong sake on hand. Great. Now I can't even feel that angry about it. Tsunade inwardly muttered, hating that the implications actually pleased her despite the ridiculous number of issues she knew it was going to cause her in the immediate future. She wanted nothing else but to go Tsunade smash on the smug bitch who was now the Hyuga clan head. Sending the civilian Hyuga girl was a subtle manipulation, and Tsunade hated that it was working on her. It irked her fiercely. What she could do was to curse the general incompetence of her ninja. 3 people infiltrated a clan in Konoha, knocked everybody unconscious, removed a seal from over 90% of the clan's inhabitants, put a new seal on every single one of them, and did not alert even a single soul. Despite her ANBU patrol routes going close by the Hyuga clan compound several times a night. The only indication that something had happened was a girl coming to deliver a message in the morning. Tsunade could not even put into words how ridiculously bad that was. It wasn't as if the Hyuga were like the Uchiha clan and lived in a remote place. The Hyuga compound was smack dab in the middle of the affluent part of Konoha. How could Ino, Hinata, and Ren get through all the Hyuga guards? Tsunade had no idea. It wasn't as if they could teleport. As she was contemplating the lackluster security of her village and how much pain in the ass it was going to be to improve it because the clans were obviously not going to cooperate, Hiruzen suddenly opened the door and walked into her office as if he owned the place. Tsunade blinked. Hiruzen smiled, "Are you alright, Tsunade-chan? I could feel your anger all the way to my office. What is the issue?" he said, completely relaxed and seemingly all too pleased with himself. Tsunade blinked again. An idea struck her. She threw the message scroll the Hyuga girl brought to Hiruzen with a gruff, "Read." Hiruzen raised his eyebrow at her as he caught the scroll, but with a small chuckle, he unrolled it and started reading out loud in a good cheer. I, Lady Hinata Hyuga, the new clan head of the Hyuga clan, hereby invite Lady Tsunade Senju, the 5th Hokage of Konoha, to witness the internal trials of clan criminals. Hiruzen's voice got progressively slower until it completely stopped without finishing reading, and he was left staring at the message, utterly flabbergasted. He didn't need to be a genius to know who the mentioned criminals were. That part was pretty obvious. Advisor Sarutobi, congratulations. I am too busy to deal with this shit right now. You are going to deal with this problem in my stead. Good luck. Tsunade said in a flat voice, beckoning him with her eyes to get on with it. How dare he come to her office, looking as if he was having the time of his life when she was on the verge of starting to tear her hair out due to frustration. Here. Play shitty games, win shitty prizes. Tsunade thought with an inward glee as she watched her sensei look at her with an absolutely lost gaze. Go on, or you will miss the trials. She helpfully reminded him with a pointed look. And Hiruzen suddenly paled as his mind caught up and he realized this was not a joke. He shakily looked at the scroll in his hands and gulped. At least a third of his political support had just been thrown into the garbage bin. He had to salvage this. Somehow. And fast. Before the damned girl started chopping the heads of his political supporters off. Turning around, he rushed out of Tsunade's office without bidding her a farewell. Tsunade watched him leave with surprise, but then she snorted as she returned to her morning paperwork. Well, if he is going to be so enthusiastic about dealing with clans, I guess I should delegate more of their issues to him. She idly thought. She almost felt bad for screwing her sensei like this, but then she remembered the long, unending list of requests and demands from various clans that landed on her desk pretty much the second she was sworn into her office, and she decided that it required more experienced and patient hands than hers. She'd rather have some free time. Chapter 229, Chapter 229. The Hyuga Trials. As Hiruzen rushed through the village, he reached the Hyuga compound quickly in his hurry. He almost didn't stop at the gate, but some last remnants of sense managed to stop him before he committed a faux pas to end all faux pas. That would not go well if he entered the supposed trials while being chased by the Hyuga gate guards. Surprisingly, the gate guards did not make too much, or any, really, trouble for him. It was strange because, as far as he knew, Hyugas were defined by their posturing. There was always some kind of problem every time he visited the compound in the past. Always some small issue that had him wait for at least half an hour before he was granted an entry, all to satisfy the ego and power play of the Hyugas in command, which would allow them to tell themselves they are important because they made even the Hokage wait. But today, the guards just silently shuffled out of his way after he presented them the invitation scroll Tsunade threw at him. They were oddly subdued and looking as if their whole reality had just upended, while they still had a hard time believing they were not dreaming. Hiruzen glanced at their unblemished foreheads, which did not sport the caged bird seal, and he instantly understood what was the cause of this oddity. He should have felt elated. He was one of the biggest proponents for changing that particular tradition. Regrettably, he could never have truly said or done something out loud. Clan matters were not for him to meddle with as the Hokage, but he had his own biases. Yet, now that it actually happened, and because of how it happened, Hiruzen felt conflicted. He couldn't muster much happiness for them. With a conflicted and concerned frown, Hiruzen hurried deeper into the compound until he reached a sort of town square full of Hyuga people. Hundreds of them, yet a quick glance told Hiruzen that not all of them were present. Children were almost non-existent in the crowd, and there were fewer females than males. Hiruzen concluded that many of them probably stayed at home with the children. For a moment, Hiruzen thought he would need to go around them, but then some men noticed him and, with a quick whisper, they beckoned others, and the crowd silently parted before him, letting him through. Trying to give them a grateful nod, Hiruzen donned a dignified yet kind expression as he strode forward, but he couldn't help the small twitches in his cheek as he noticed that none of the Hyuga present sported the cage bird seal despite all of them being definitely from the branch house. Unfortunately, Hyugas were exactly the observant sort that even the non-combatants could notice even these small twitches as long as they paid a tiny bit of attention to him and had their Byakugan open. Sadly, everybody had their Byakugan open, and as a former Hokage, he was very attention-catching whether he wanted it or not. Reaching the other side of the crowd quickly, Hiruzen stepped out of it into an open place and instantly spotted a few things. At the front of the town square, Hinata comfortably sat on an elevated platform with her father, looking defeated but also proud, sitting on her right side, with his shoulders slightly slumped. Hinata's seat was definitely one that should belong to the clan head, and Hiruzen inwardly sighed. His cautious eyes roamed further, and he winced when he noticed a small wooden table to the side with 5 chopped-off heads, a trail of blood leading up to the said table from a nearby chopping block to the right. To the left, in front of Hinata, stood a small gathering of 20-ish people, clearly prisoners, who were obviously main branch Hyuga members. They looked worried and fearful. Only a few of them managed to look defiant, but Hiruzen reckoned it was hard to gather courage when an S-rank kunoichi stares at you with a hostile intent from the front and an entire crowd of angry no longer slaves stares at you with a murderous intent from behind. Hinata's presence was most likely the only thing that kept the more radical and angry members of the branch house from absolutely lynching every main house member. Hiruzen Sarutobi. You are not who I expected. But so be it. Welcome. Please approach and be seated. Hinata spotted him and, with a short greeting, she motioned to an empty seat near her, giving Hiruzen a pause. That was definitely a way less regard than he was usually used to getting from a supposed clan head, but he was an adult. He could deal with it. I see. Thank you. He nodded but didn't move from his spot, standing straight directly in front of Hinata. Could I ask what exactly is going on? His unimpressed gaze strayed back to the chopping block to properly show what he meant, and his eyes met them and held by two strong-looking Hyugas near it, pleading with his eyes to save him. Hiruzen would normally take a clan business is not my business approach, but unfortunately, he instantly recognized the men as Hyuga Hiroto, one of the more influential members of the Hyuga elders who held sway over many businesses in Konoha. He was also the main supporter of Hiruzen in the Hyuga clan, and somehow, Hiruzen highly doubted that the men had nearly found himself on the chopping block just as Hiruzen entered the town square. He knew how bullshit Byakugan could be, and Hinata definitely saw him coming all the way from the Hokage Tower. No. This was a power play. Hinata's lips twitched in amusement. Have you read the message scroll you are holding? She casually asked. Yes. Hiruzen answered, his expression becoming disapproving. By what right do you claim yourself as the new Hyuga clan head, girl? He gravely said, trying to unsettle Hinata, who only raised her eyebrow at him with a small chuckle as her father spoke. I handed my daughter the mantle of the clan head willingly. And I reckon the clan elders agreed on you taking up the mantle as is the Hyuga clan tradition. Hiruzen asked, trying not to sound too sarcastic as he aimed a pointed look at the prisoners. Hiruzen opened his mouth, a retort on his tongue, but the cheer from close to 200 Hyugas in the crowd was positively deafening. Realizing that he would not be getting the necessary support to overturn her appointment, Hiruzen furrowed his eyebrows in frustration and decided to change his angle. Waiting for the crowd to calm down, he spoke when their cheers finally died down. You removed the protections on Byakugan. Konoha cannot allow an important bloodline like that to fall into the hands of Dash. We applied a new seal on every Hyuga in the clan. Hinata interrupted Hiruzen, who inwardly cursed. Because, of course, they did. It's not as if they could be anything but overly competent, right? The seal schematics will be provided to the village, and the village Sealmasters can inspect it. Hinata's lips turned into a small smirk. The seal was fairly useless to the village, so she didn't mind letting Konoha have it, too. And letting them check was going to make her look like the sensible party here. Something Hiruzen clearly knew because his expression grew somewhat constipated as he was trying to think of a proper comeback that would not sound like him throwing a tantrum. I still can't condone these trials. This is not the village's justice. This is a butchery. He eventually started, his expression darkening, but Hinata refused to back down. Hiruzen Sarutobi. She put a heavy emphasis on his clan name. You are here as the witness from Konoha's side. But you are not here to dictate terms. This is a Hyuga clan matter. So, either sit down on your prepared seat, and shut up, or leave. She motioned with her hand to the men holding the prisoner, and Hiruzen gritted his teeth, almost taking a step forward. Only a small flare of Hinata's chakra stopped him in his place as his biggest supporter in the Hyuga clan was lowered on the chopping block, squirming and protesting all the way. The axe was raised, and the head rolled off the body. Hiruzen closed his eyes, almost physically feeling the blow of his power base diminishing as he let out a sigh. As you know, the clan has and always has had the privilege to deal with traitors as we see fit. This is just a small spring clearing of the clan. Hinata pointed with her chin at the headless corpse that was being carried off, embezzled clan funds, accepted bribes, mistreated his fellow clansmen, and also had a hand in the poisoning of my mother while she was pregnant. Among other things. Hinata barely held herself from sneering. Danzo's mind was a treasure trove of information, and Ino filled her in. Hyuga Hiroto also ensured the guards would be looking the other way during her kidnapping attempt by Kyumo. That cost them their lives, but the poor men were just obeying their orders. Sadly, Hiruzen would definitely ask her for proof of that in an attempt to trip her up, so Hinata could only accuse the men of something she could properly prove. Knowing that her mother died because of poison still made her furious. She probably wouldn't have been this ruthless and started a public, head-chopping spectacle, but when Rin procured a document from Danzo's stash that held proof of that, let's just say she was still holding back here. After all, some of the clan elders were still alive and breathing. You could have still handed him to Konoha with proof. Hiruzen vehemently exclaimed, but Hinata sharply raised her hand in a stopping gesture. Sit, or leave. She gave Hiruzen a look that made him bristle, but after a while, he realized she was not joking, and he could not afford to push too hard here because, well, she was absolutely in the right according to the village's laws. Clans could dispense their own justice for traitors and clan members. Hiruzen grudgingly walked to the pre-prepared seat, giving Hinata a disappointed look that was hiding a chilling fury as he sat down, thinking very hard about any loophole he could use to prevent the insolent, bratty child from legally enacting her mini-massacre. Next case. Hinata turned her head away from him. Hyuga Ken, step forward, please. A man walked out of the crowd with a nervous, unsure gait and stopped in front of the elevated platform. He gave Hinata a deep bow. Hyuga Ken at your service, young lady. Hinata idly nodded, almost boredly. State your grievance. Ken faltered for a moment, but then he seemed to regain his resolve. Hyuga Hanataro, sama. He. Ken looked at the ground. He forced himself on my wife. His hands balled in fists in a clear frustration. Hinata rolled her eyes. He could have at least come up with something more original. She exasperatedly thought, losing count of how many times she had heard that accusation today. You are lying. She deadpanned, making Ken flinch. Seriously. It was as if these grown-up men who had be a Kugan their whole life suddenly forgot that it could be used as a fairly reliable lie detector. Adding to that, her medical skills and spotting lies were easy when she put a little effort into it. It said a lot that so many branch house members risked punishment and came in front of her today, lying just to get this or that main house member executed. It put a new perspective on the divide within the clan. Now that the threat of the caged bird seal no longer loomed over the branch house members, the only thing preventing them from outright murdering the main house members was, funnily enough, Hinata. He is the father of the man who forced himself on my daughter. Ken furiously exclaimed, glaring at the man among the prisoners who wasn't even paying attention and was just blankly staring at one of the decapitated heads on the wooden table while tears streamed down his cheeks. And for that, his son was executed, while half of his family's fortune will be seized. Hinata sighed and gently shook her head. Your daughter will be reimbursed, but I am not going to execute an innocent man just because he failed at properly raising his child. She said with finality, making Ken sputter, but as he realized he wouldn't get what he wanted, his shoulders slumped and he walked back into the crowd. That ruling did not win her many friends, but Hinata had to uphold a certain level of fairness. If she started executing innocent people to appease the branch house members who felt slighted, her problems would never end. She found the whole thing ridiculous. It hadn't even been a day yet, and she already regretted taking over the clan. She could already picture the future headaches her new position would give her, and it was going to be an absolute pain in the ass to stop her clansmen from murdering each other. She had to rule with an iron hand because nothing else was going to work. Just a few years and then I can throw the responsibility at Hanabi. Hinata glumly thought while outwardly she sternly spoke. Next case. Chapter 230, Chapter 230. A small adjustment. Take a deep breath. It will help you calm down. Ren said, standing next to Temari, who was anxiously fidgeting to an adorable level. They stood in the waiting room in the repaired arena where the Chunin exams were held. It was the same room where the contestants waited for their matches just a few weeks ago, but the circumstances were vastly different. Today was his and Temari's wedding. Because it signified the joining of their two villages in an alliance, neither the Konoha nor the Suna old geezers agreed to make it just a quiet event with only those who needed to be there present. In fact, they vehemently protested, until it was decided, until they decided, that the entire village should be able to participate. Yeah. Ugh. Ren was not very happy about that. But it did not sound like such a big deal when they talked about it during the negotiations. Now though. He was kinda as anxious as Temari. He was just hiding it better. Temari slightly pushed the curtain covering the open space from where the inside of the arena could be observed, and peeked at the crowd of people. The second they noticed her, there was a loud cheer, one that made her yelp as she let go of the curtain, letting it fall back down, covering the room as Temari swore under her nose. Ren chuckled, earning himself an unamused, small glare from the girl. Easy for you to say. Temari mumbled and averted her gaze, glancing back toward the curtain. This is embarrassing. Shaking his head, Ren flexed his chakra, letting Temari notice, and as she turned back toward him with a questioning look, he spoke, Here. I layered a genjutsu over the curtain. You should be able to look without most people noticing. Thanks. Temari nodded and turned her entire body toward the curtain in an attempt to hide how much she appreciated the gesture, but Ren still saw how the tips of her ears reddened. He watched as she slightly pulled the curtain away, just enough that she could peek through the small gap, and pretended to be busy watching the performance that was going on inside the arena. Her eyes still tended to flicker in his direction, though. But even Ren had enough sense to know he should not mention it. The village was milking this for all it was worth, and the spectators actually had to pay quite a bit for their seats. In exchange, Konoha invited a traveling troupe from the capital city to make a performance as a prelude to the main event. To be honest, Ren was more interested in Temari than whatever was happening in the arena. She looked amazing. She had the same black kimono with the pattern of yellow sands on it. Her makeup was something he reckoned took her at least an hour of effort to get just right, and the girl looked somewhat nervous until he complimented her when they first saw each other today. Her shoulders visibly sagged a fraction of an inch as the tension left her. But it was obvious she was not used to wearing something like her makeup. She was still, even now, looking quite uncomfortable with it. But Sage, it made her look gorgeous. Her sandy yellow hair was in a bun with two slightly curling strands falling around her face and onto her almost bare shoulders, caressing her collarbones before ending as they almost reached her chest. Ren mirthfully stifled a smirk every time he noticed Temari's fingers twitch in a desire to pull out the big, decorated ornamental hairpin that held her bun in its shape. Her kimono showcased her curves excellently, too. Way more than her usual combat-ready clothing. These Suna ceremonial clothes didn't really leave much to the imagination, and Ren was enjoying the experience. "Stop staring at my rear," Temari muttered with an embarrassed huff, causing Ren's eyes to relocate upward. "I am not." He shamelessly denied everything, sporting an innocent smile. She had her back turned to him. She saw nothing. She could not prove anything. And he was ready to die on that hill. Temari looked at him over her shoulders with a pointed, unimpressed look that fell completely flat because of her small blush. "I was admiring the patterns on your kimono. They are nice." Ren half-heartedly defended himself, this time failing to prevent his smirk from showing. "Sure, you were." Temari exasperatedly rolled her eyes at him. "Just as I am sure they get really interesting around the area of my ass, right?" She quipped back and involuntarily grinned. "It's your kimono, so I guess you'd know best." Ren humbly agreed, making Temari giggle. Ren inwardly hummed. He was happy to see that his attempts to make her relax via small talk had succeeded. Temari opened her mouth to retort, but the sound of the door opening interrupted her. Noticing that Hiruzen Sarutobi had entered, both Temari and Ren turned toward him. He was going to officiate their wedding because, well, he had the qualifications as the previous Hokage. Sadly, things were very different in this world. Religious weddings were more or less non-existent, and it was usually the government officials who had the certification to wed people. Ren looked into it after he told Hiruzen that he, Hinata, and Ino were already married, and he found out that the closest thing to priests in the Land of Fire were the monks of the Fire Temple. And let's just say, they did not exactly offer these kinds of services. Hiruzen was followed by Hamura and Koharu, the Konoha elders, and behind them was Baki with Kankuro and two other men who Ren remembered were a part of the Suna negotiators. They probably had a high rank in their village, but Ren did not recognize them, nor did he know their names. "I see you are both prepared," Hiruzen calmly said with a friendly smile as he approached Ren and Temari. "Do you have your lines memorized? I certainly had a bit of trouble with them in my old age," he jokingly said, trying to bring levity into the situation. "My lines are yes or I do, no." Ren nonchalantly shrugged. "It's basically just a mini-training for my married life." That earned him a swat from Temari as her quivering lips tried to suppress the inappropriate smile, while Hiruzen gave Ren a look. He may be joking, but it was pretty clear the old man wanted everything to go perfectly. "We both know our lines, Sarutobi-sama. We already did a small practice while we waited here." Temari politely answered for both of them, and Ren gave her a small pout for ruining his fun. "Great." Hiruzen gratefully nodded, "Then we can dash." "Ah. Wait just a moment, please." Ren interrupted him, causing him to frown as he turned toward him with a raised eyebrow. "Yes. Is there something you need clarified, Ren? We don't have a lot of time before we have to start." Sweeping all the important people from Konoha and Suna in the room with his eyes, Ren chuckled and secretly activated a seal. "There is just one small adjustment we decided to do." "Adjustment?" Hiruzen incredulously asked, starting to get miffed. The old man definitely spent dozens of hours organizing this event, so Ren doubted he was very happy about some sudden deviation from his plan. But it was for a good cause. The door to the room opened yet again, attracting the attention of everybody inside as Ino and Hinata entered, both wearing ceremonial kimonos of their own, both looking beautiful, and both were followed by their immediate family. For Ino, it was her parents, while for Hinata, it was her sister and father. Hiruzen's jaw almost dropped to the floor, and his mind went blank as he realized the implications of Ren's words. After a moment of silent staring between the newly arrived people and the people that were already in the room, Hiruzen woodenly turned toward Ren, his lips gaining some serious twitch as he spoke in a quiet, grim, and low tone that did not hide even slightly how pissed he was. "You can't be serious." Ren shrugged again, and instead of answering, he looked at Temari, who let out a tense breath before speaking to Hiruzen. "We talked. And decided that this will be for the best." She almost managed to say it with only a small hint of conflict in her tone, and Ren gave her a grateful look. She was still afraid of Ino and Hinata, so the idea of ending up in this kind of marriage with them was more than a little disturbing to Temari. But she decided to go along with it. Funnily enough, it wasn't the polygamy aspect of it that bothered her. No. That was very welcome, according to what she told Ren. For Sunagakure and for her as its future Kazekage, it was a major win to have this kind of connection with the Hyuga and Yamanaka clans. She even jokingly lamented that there was no other woman from an important clan. It was the having to share a husband with two S-rank kunoichi that terrified her. Hiruzen. What's going on? Koharu asked, looking as nonplussed as Hamura. Ren wants to marry Temari, Ino, and Hinata at the same time. Hiruzen answered, his frown deepening as he tried to come up with a way to deny the request. But he simply could not find a reasonable argument for saying no. Absolutely not. Hamura vehemently protested. The dignity of Konoha and Suna depends on this wedding. We can't afford to insult Temari and Sunagakure in such a wadash. We don't see a problem with it. Baki interjected, and the two Suna officials were eagerly nodding behind him, causing Hamura to grimace for a second before he schooled his expression. A small stare-off started between the Konoha and the Suna sides. The Konoha elders and Hiruzen were all shades of unamused, while the Suna people looked as if their deepest wishes were about to come true. Ren, Ino, and Hinata stayed silent, mirthfully watching the completely silent fireworks of conflicted emotions while Ino's parents and Hinata's father looked fairly uncomfortable but were ready to support their daughter's desires. Ren found that admirable. Not many Konoha ninjas would have the balls to go against Hiruzen in this way. It was the reason why Hinata decided to deal with the Hyuga clan yesterday in the first place. They all knew that unless the Hyuga elders were dealt with, they would be a major obstacle here and now. So, they had to go before the wedding. As the Hyuga clan head, and without the elders breathing down her neck, she could choose her husband for herself. If I may interject. Ren happily spoke, interrupting the tense atmosphere in the room, while enjoying how the Konoha elders gritted their teeth. As Sarutobi-sama said, we don't have a lot of time. He smirked, making it very obvious that his introduction of this problem this late was very much deliberate. Hiruzen's expression darkened. Hamura looked constipated. And Koharu, much to Ren's surprise, outright snarled at him. But that just made his smirk widen. You are totally right. We will just have to improvise. Baki had no problem taking Ren's side. Seeing no way out, Hiruzen grudgingly admitted defeat with a short, biting, fine. Have it your way. But he was clearly unhappy with it. Ino and Hinata marrying Ren in front of so many Konoha citizens was bad. It would significantly complicate any future honey trap plans for them. Great. Ren exclaimed and clapped his hands, then we should go through the whole thing one last time. After all, a change like this is bound to complicate it a bit, no? He proposed, watching with the corner of his eye, how a small vein appeared on Hiruzen's forehead. And whose fault is it? Hiruzen thought before irritably nodding with a sullen expression as they started the rehearsal. Ren decided to stop poking at him. After all, today was an important day, and they at least needed to pretend to be friends, no. I am not writing the wedding itself. Fuck that. Ahem. What I mean is that I don't think I could make it interesting and have no idea how to even start with something like that. It sounds like a drag. Sorry if somebody wanted to read about it. But I am skipping the ceremony itself. Also. ko-fi.com/kasekair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 231, Chapter 231. The wedding, evening. The ensuing wedding was almost disappointingly normal. Well, as normal as a wedding inside an arena with thousands of people watching could be. Ren almost expected something to happen. Somebody to interrupt or attack. If only in an attempt to ruin the alliance between Suna and Konoha. He had his senses on the highest alert throughout the entire event, but he didn't know if he should feel disappointed or happy when nothing happened. His emotions were a strange mix of both that made him quite exasperatedly conflicted. After the wedding was finished, there was a procession through Konoha, heading toward the biggest town square in the village, where the festivities started. Both Ren and Temari had to be present for these. There was some hasty shuffling and unexpected rearrangement of seats when the already frustrated organizers were informed that there was not just one bride as they were told, but rather, 3, and so they had to remake many things on a very, very short notice. The poor bastards. But they managed it admirably. The disturbances were kept to a minimum, and Ren doubted that many of the important guests even noticed that some things had been changed at the last minute. There was food, music, and dancing, all in the town square, where anybody could participate. The invited guests, who were usually influential people or rich merchants, had a prepared feast. And for the uninvited guests, the general populace that just decided to show up, there were many stalls selling easily prepared food that could be supplied in large quantities. Ramen was a popular one. Some sort of fish soup and buns were selling like hot cakes. And even the Akimichi were raking in the profits with their barbecue stall, sporting a massive and flashy, red, Yakiniku-Q sign. The music kinda sucked in Ren's opinion. But as somebody who had experience with the music from the 21st century, he probably should not have been surprised. Musicians and artists were kinda rare in this world. It was one of the unfortunate downsides of Ren's new life. People loved to think getting reincarnated would be a blast, but losing some of the things Ren was used to having in his previous life was hard. He even caused a small culinary revolution in the village just because he wanted some freaking potato dishes. It wasn't a measure of his genius. No. It was a testament to his desperation. Sadly, music was something Ren had no idea about. He had never learned to play an instrument in either of his lives, so it is what it is. At least nobody wanted Ren to dance. In fact, he and his girls, Temari included, were subtly told to stay at their table. They were there for the masses to be able to gawk at them. Their role was to look good and be friendly with each other as they smiled and waved at the random onlookers. All in all, it was rather annoying. The entire thing was not for Ren and his brides. It was just a spectacle for the onlookers, something to make Konoha look good. Ren spent the hours trying to engage his girls in small talk, trying to include Temari, who was a bit withdrawn, and trying to ignore the distasteful feeling growing inside of him. This really wasn't a pleasant experience for him, and from the small hints in Ino and Hinata's expressions, they too did not exactly enjoy their wedding. The expectations were high. The reality sucked. And their day was pretty much ruined. They didn't need the telepathy seal to feel each other's disappointment. Ren didn't even know what exactly brought that feeling on. He expected more. He couldn't properly put it into words. He thought his wedding would be special. This was not. Only Temari seemed to be fine with how things went. But then again, she was too nervous to actually pay proper attention to what was going on. The second they were informed that they could leave, Ren didn't hesitate for a second and instantly stood up. With the corner of his eye, he saw that both Ino and Hinata were also standing up, following his lead, but Temari stayed sitting. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and he offered her a small smile, extending his hand in an invitation. Much to Ren's inner amusement, the Suna girl's cheeks flushed red in embarrassment as she averted her gaze before she timidly put her shaky hand into Ren's, and slowly stood up while deliberately avoiding meeting Ren's eyes. Of course, Temari's embarrassment was understandable. They were not told to leave. It was more along the lines of, you can go home and proceed with the wedding night. And while Ren had no intentions of doing anything nefarious with the girl until he got to properly know her, he was still going to milk the situation for all it was worth and tease her relentlessly. Smirking at her, Ren squeezed Temari's hand and gently tugged her toward him as they left the table. "We are going to my home." He leaned closer, enough that their cheeks were almost touching, and whispered into her ear. And Sage, was it hard to suppress his desire to start chuckling? Temari's mortification was oozing out of her so much that Ren was surprised it hadn't physically manifested into a new bloodline limit. Temari mutely nodded, and under the various whistles and teasing looks of those nearby bystanders who thought they figured the situation out, Ren and his girls disappeared with a puff of smoke. But instead of Ren's apartment, where Temari thought they were heading, her spatial sense got a small shakedown that ended before she could properly register it, and then, she stood on a grassy plain underneath the darkening sky. Her ears caught the sound of water and waves in the distance, making her quite bewildered as she looked around until her eyes landed on the house in front of them and widened. "What is this place?" Temari hesitantly asked, with a not-so-little trepidation in her tone. "Home." Ren gave her the smart-ass reply that knocked the funk straight out of her as she gave him an unimpressed look, momentarily forgetting her shock. Hinata chuckled at their antics before wordlessly heading into the house, while Ino gave Ren a quick grin before she followed her, recognizing that he needed some alone time with Temari to explain. Temari barely noticed their disappearance. The only sign that she registered their absence was the barely perceptible relaxation of the tension in her shoulders. Ren would have completely missed it if he weren't so focused on her. "You know what I mean." Temari eventually grumbled. "Why did you take me here? Wherever here even is." She tried to sound annoyed, but the small flicker of fear made her voice slightly higher-pitched than usual. Ren, still smiling, stepped closer to her, ignoring how she instantly tensed, and gently took her free hand into his, now holding both her hands in his. "I told you we were going home." He slowly started, This is my home. My real home." Temari speechlessly blinked at that as she slowly looked around again, this time with a wholly new outlook, properly taking the place in for the first time. "Only Ino and Hinata know of this place. And now you, I guess." Ren wistfully said, "We are married now, and I didn't want to keep this place a secret from you. Please, keep it to yourself. This place is important to me. It's where I go when I need to get away from things." This was both a show and a test of trust. Fortunately, Temari recognized it for what it was and looked suitably flattered. Ren had no illusions that she would keep this from her brothers, but it seemed she was aware of what a big deal this was to Ren. Hopefully, she would at least keep it secret from anybody else. Revealing the place to her wasn't a simple decision. Ren struggled with it for quite a few days before he made up his mind. Keeping it hidden from Temari was going to get irritating really fast. It would also probably cause a small rift between them, as she would definitely notice something amiss. Whether Ren liked it or not, regularly disappearing, with her not knowing where he was not going to help build up their relationship. That was the kind of thing that bred suspicion, and he was going to have it already bad enough as a Konoha ninja living in Suna. It was a risk, but for the peaceful future in their marriage, he had to take it and hope for the best. While Ren had some rudimentary seal defenses set up, the biggest security measure of the place was its anonymity and the fact that it was so secluded that nobody ever came close to the location. Ren started building some more comprehensive seal defenses, but such an undertaking was massive. It would take him years to cover the place with enough seals that nobody would be able to find it. Alas, ninjas were scarily competent when it came to information gathering. It would take Temari one day, if she were so inclined, to note the various times and the positions of the sun in the sky during them. Giving that information to a ninja who specializes in geography, they could easily figure out in which time zone the place was located. That alone would narrow down the search perimeter from the entirety of the elemental nations to a still considerable stretch of land on the map, but now they would know where to look. Then, taking into account the fact that there is a coast nearby. Suddenly, 99% of the landmass in the stretch of land underneath the correct time zone would be eliminated from the search. And on top of that, there are visible mountains on the horizon. So, that's yet another thing that could considerably narrow things down. And out of nowhere, the search perimeter went from the entirety of the elemental nations to maybe 2 places, and that, too, was only if Ren were lucky. There just might be a similar place with both the coastline and mountains in the land of lightning in the correct time zone that was suitably secluded. That would still mean there would be only 2 places that fit the description, and anybody who looked for Ren's hideout would first check the place located in the land of fire due to its proximity to Konoha. Ren was not very knowledgeable in geography or how to locate places via landmarks and things like that. But once Hinata offhandedly pointed out how easily the location of their hideout could be figured out, he started feeling a lot less secure in here. That was the kind of risk he was taking by showing his home to Temari. Something in Ren's gaze probably betrayed how serious the moment was for him, and her expression softened. I see. Without noticing, they leaned closer, their foreheads almost touching, and then Temari had a very unfortunate revelation that by all means should have come sooner, but Ren couldn't find much hilarity in the situation because as her eyes widened, his chances to kiss her disappeared into the wind. Temari blinked in shock as she reeled back. Wait. You. We are no longer in Konoha. You can teleport. She exclaimed with a gasp, looking at Ren with an open-mouthed shock. Chapter 232, Chapter 232. The house. After Temari's little shock, where her tolerance for bullshit finally hit the critical mass, and after a small freakout, Ren had the impression that part of her simply gave up and stopped giving a shit as she accepted this new reality. He nevertheless managed to usher her into the house, where they spent their evening. They showed Temari the house, and with every room, Ren had to put more effort into hiding his rising mirth as Temari looked increasingly more shell-shocked as she listened to the overly excited explanations and descriptions of every seal Ino gave her on the house tour. Ren couldn't exactly ask an electrician to come here and set up everything necessary. Nor could he dig up a sewer. Neither did the house have access to gas. He was a ninja. Not some Giga Chad master of do-it-yourself crafts. He could build an okay wooden log house after getting a crap ton of advice from various builders in Konoha. And even then, as embarrassing as it was, his clones had to take the finished building down a half-dozen times and rebuild it anew because they screwed something up. The log house was on its 7th iteration right now, and finally, Ren was satisfied with it, even if it was not perfect. But he had no way of providing certain facilities for the house with his skills. At least, not the normal, mainstream way. He couldn't exactly connect his house to the electrical grid, duh. It was out of nowhere. It's not like he could just teleport dash, Ren suddenly froze as an outlandish idea struck him. Could he? He slightly tilted his head with a pondering frown. Could he really? It would require a portal that needed to be permanently open, though. Or maybe one that opened and closed when a switch was flipped. His hand rose, and he started to rub his chin. Ino and Hinata had a few complaints about not being able to use their electrical appliances they brought from home. It was nothing major. But maybe he could provide an answer to their lack of electricity in this way. Well, the house did not need it, but it could be nice. Ren was no electrician or builder. But he was a Sealmaster. The house had everything a normal house needed to have, and then some, just done in a different way. Everything ran on seals here. The lights. There was a seal on the ceiling that produced light, and another, linked seal in the switch on the wall near the door in every room that switched the main seal on and off. The heating was the same. Was the room too cold or too hot? With a bit of fiddling with another switch, a heating seal could adjust the room temperature. Ren thought this one was actually an improvement from the normal heating systems in houses because it could both bring the temperature up and down based on demand. Need to blow your hair? There was a seal for that. Need to cook things? There was a seal that substituted a cooker. Need to shower? Even that could be done through seals, and it had its upsides. Like an infinite hot water supply. And it was quite a simple thing, too. Making a shower was not exactly a bijou sealing feat. It did not require a complex seal with dozens of layers, all made up of intricate designs with impeccable logic and with no easily exploitable flaw. No. All it took was a heating seal in the pipe above the shower head, which adjusted the temperature of the water, and a water-producing seal above that. Before he started dabbling in these applications of seals, Ren thought it would be hard. But it wasn't. It just required a bit of fiddling, experimenting, and inventing on his part. To give a Muggle comparison, this wasn't exactly rocket science. Any sufficiently skilled Sealmaster could most likely design something similar, even if they would struggle to make it usable for non-chakra users. Applying it would also be a headache without the ability to form seals via chakra with a touch. Ren didn't even want to imagine how hard fitting these two seals into the pipe would be without that. But these were problems that could be worked around with sufficient creativity. Of course, that would require the Sealmasters of this world to get their collective asses out of their heads and think of using seals for something other than killing stuff or sealing demons. And that's probably asking for too much. This water-producing seal was not exactly a combat-grade seal. It had nothing on even a C-rank jutsu usable in a battle. If he had to qualify it, it would get D-rank according to the usual technique ratings of this work. There was not enough kick in the seal to cause any harm, even at the highest setting. The heating seal was actually more dangerous because it had the potential to easily boil or freeze the water. Ren had to set some hard limits on it, just in case. And yet, even this D-rank water-producing seal was enough to create a stream of water for showering, pretty much indefinitely, by using the ambient chakra. It wasn't even that energy-intensive either. Making sinks was easy from there. It was pretty much utilizing the same seals, just on a smaller scale. The only issue was that the water lacked the necessary minerals and nutrients, so it wasn't drinkable. Now that was a problem that was going to need some nice, different angle thinking, but Ren's thoughts were suddenly interrupted as he idly followed the girls into the bathroom, where he found Ino introducing Temari to the wonders of a toilet. Well, we don't really need to use it, you see. We have seals on our bodies that take care of our waste while it is still in us. Ino shrugged, ignoring the small horror that appeared on Temari's face. Honestly, that was fair enough, in Ren's opinion. If somebody told you they had a seal tattoo that messed with their biology to this degree, the good rule of thumb was to consider them barking mad, walking soon-to-be corpses. But since Ren knew you would be at least a guest here, if not live here with us, he decided to build the toilet for you. Ino smirked, giving Ren a mischievous side glance as she leaned closer to Temari, and just between us, you should have heard him cursing when he was putting it together, and the seals refused to work as he intended. He even threw a small temper tantrum. It was adorable. She giggled as Ren snorted. Well, excuse me for ensuring the cleaning seal would not tan the skin off her ass. He grumbled as he crossed his arms on his chest. But inwardly, he was laughing like mad when the horror in Temari's face shifted and she gave the toilet a slightly scared and wary look. Neither Ino nor Ren could hold it after that, and both burst into laughter. Realizing they were making fun of her, Temari scowled. You both suck. She huffed, but her lips started twitching until she too laughed a bit with them. It took close to an hour to introduce Temari to every seal appliance in the house, but eventually they made their way back to the living room, where Hinata sat sprawled across the armchair, reading a book. The table was full of snacks, many of which Ren knew were baked by the girl while they gave Temari the tour. Ren walked toward the armchair, and as Hinata put her book down, she outstretched her arms in a silent demand. Chuckling, Ren leaned down, and their lips met as her arms snaked around his neck. Thanks, he said after a while, when he pulled away from her and she reluctantly let him go. I know we are all probably full, Hinata sweetly said before she turned toward Temari, but I wanted to properly welcome you. And what better way than making her addicted to your cooking, right? Ino fondly sighed as she made herself comfortable on the sofa and instantly snatched a cookie from the table. Phew, bimbo. Hinata playfully replied with an indulgent smile. The warm and cozy atmosphere was almost overwhelming to Temari, who stood rooted in her spot, having no idea how to respond to the inviting attitude. Her home situation was not like this. Her father was pretty much absent all the time, and when he wasn't, he acted more like a military commander, more interested in the progress of her training than in asking her if she was okay. She could count the number of times he gave her affection with 2 hands, and the times she remembered getting a hug from him on one hand with 5 fingers to spare. Gaara was an insane murder hobo whom you could not approach because he would kill you on a whim. Interacting with him was the definition of a high-stress situation, and Temari learned from an early age to stay alert and on her toes near him. She loved him. He was her brother. And he was getting better. But this was the truth. And Kankuro. The boy fucked off to his room as soon as he could, more interested in his catsuits and dolls. Temari didn't feel resentful. She understood. It was his way of getting away from the bleak state of their family. A person had to find some enjoyment in life. It made the lack of affection hurt less. It made it bearable. Kankuro found his in the puppetry just as she found hers in taking care of and training with her mother's war fan. Being treated like a part of the family. Temari felt her throat swell as she gulped down, blinking to prevent herself from tearing up while she was inwardly admonishing herself for being so easy. But she couldn't really help how she felt. Secretly biting her inner cheek, she tried to compose herself and walked to the sofa as she sat down, trying to pretend everything was fine. Unknown to her, all three other ninja in the room noticed her small emotional outburst, even if she did a great job of hiding any outward sign. But they stayed politely quiet and decided to just ease her into their acceptance. Ren looked around at the three girls and smirked. So, board games. Chapter 233, Chapter 233. The wedding, evening. The board games sucked. Playing with two cheating cheater females who cheat was one thing. Playing with three cheating cheater females who cheat that also teamed up on him was quite another, in Ren's opinion. At least they were equal opportunity cheaters, too, and in some rounds, he teamed up with the other two against Hinata. Or against Ino. Or mostly against Temari, who always vehemently complained about stupid Konohan unity, but the smile had never slid off her face, even when she was hopelessly losing. Once, Temari tried Hinata's cookies. Well, Ren remembered what they said about cookies in the dark side as he watched her munch on them with a deep focus that would fit more on a dragon guarding his hoard. He was almost afraid to take a cookie for himself from the tray. Hinata found the whole thing hilarious as she watched it with pride, while Ino just loved to smirk at Temari when she slowly leaned toward the table with a daring smirk and took a cookie while the Suna Kunoichi watched her every move. Again, and again. In the end, Ren went for the second best prize and confiscated the bowl of chips for himself, while Hinata enjoyed her popcorn. The snacks disappeared within the first hour. Temari looked like a disappointed puppy when she ran out of cookies. And then, Hinata's shadow clone came from the kitchen, bringing a new batch of freshly baked ones, and the girl's expression lit up like a Christmas tree. Ren, Ino, and Hinata secretly smiled at each other, inwardly collectively shaking their heads through the telepathy seal. The board games were soon replaced by card games, and it soon became a free-for-all competition among them as they put in full effort and their training behind trying to swindle each other. To Ren's surprise, Temari was better at sneaky stuff than he was. Well, he probably shouldn't have been that surprised. Both Ino and Hinata were better at the subterfuge portion of being a ninja than he will ever be. He had accepted that long ago. It came from the fact that they were raised to be heiresses of their clans and thus, their very upbringing was geared to prepare them for the more underhanded ways of their world. As Raza's daughter, Temari undoubtedly received a similar training. The three girls would have trounced Ren in the card games if not for his genius invention, the transparency seal on his seal work glasses. He could see through their cards. Sucks for them. He won almost every round. And even when he didn't win, he at least didn't lose first. Of course, such a sacred technique, it had to be kept utmost secret. Honestly, Ren just didn't want them, and most importantly, Temari, to assume he was using it to peek through their clothes. Which he totally wasn't. But would she believe that? Heh. Better not to risk it, right? He could get Ino and Hinata naked with a simple request. There was no need to go about it in this roundabout way. And Temari, well, Temari was now his wife. Technically, yeah. Ren was certain that if he asked her, the girl would spread her legs for him. He felt she wouldn't be exactly happy about it. But she would not complain. It was her duty, after all. Which just made him feel really bad about the whole thing. His male Giga Chad ego reeled at the idea of getting into bed with a not fully willing girl. His fragile sensibilities couldn't handle it. So, when they were done with their games and the sun had long disappeared beyond the horizon in the window, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat awkward. Today was their wedding night, and they all knew what was supposed to follow. Ino and Hinata looked a bit excited and expectant, but Temari looked like she was trying to psyche herself up to do something she didn't want to do. Ren sighed. He couldn't blame her. They barely knew each other. You can take the guest room, Temari. Ren suddenly said, startling the Suna Kunoichi out of her inner worries. Wadash. She exclaimed in surprise as her mind registered the implications of Ren's words. Then, she shook her head. No. I can take it. We can dash. Do you want to do it, though? Ren raised his eyebrow at her, and something in his eyes made Temari shrink as she felt like an admonished little girl. She stayed silent, unable to give a sincere answer to his question. Because she knew the answer she wanted to give was not the answer she was supposed to give. See. Ren gave her a helpless smile. But and Temari was quick to complain, but stopped when she felt a gentle pressure on her lips in the form of gathered air shaped like a finger. She only had touched to base it on, but realizing what Ren had done, Temari flushed in embarrassment. She had never been shushed like this in her entire life. With her distracted enough, Ren inwardly nodded to himself with praise for a job well done. He knew that Temari would possibly justify to herself why she absolutely had to sleep with him tonight. That doing anything less than stuffing his manhood inside of her today would be a betrayal of her village's intentions. Naturally, it was nonsense. But she was a bit too dedicated to Sunagakure at times. And from the little he knew about her, she could be stubborn as hell once she set her mind to something and accept it as the truth. He'd rather it didn't come to that. It was necessary to cut her off before she could get going. We are going to spend our entire lives together. Ren tried to reassure the girl. And he was not even lying. The only divorce in this world was death. It's why there were so many missions to assassinate the wives of rich merchants or the rich merchants themselves. It's also why so many concubines of nobles or the daimyo have unfortunate accidents when they get too inconvenient. Technically, Hinata and Ino could have, with the help of somebody like Hiruzen, declared the marriage unlawful or not recognized by the local authorities, with some political shenanigans, once Ren stayed full-time in Suna. But that only applied if the marriage was a quiet affair. The fact that it was so public was going to put a stop to any machinations of this nature, though, as doing so under the current circumstances would smear the reputation of their clans. But Temari was not going to have this option. The marriage was for life for her. Either hers or Ren's. We don't need to rush into bed together. Ren argued. I'd like to get to know you more first. We should get used to each other, and, Ren gave the girl a provocative smirk, I am sure I will have you seduced soon enough anyway. He airily stated in a challenging undertone because he knew Temari had a hard time bowing down to challenges. Ha! Keep dreaming. I am not that easy. As Ren expected, Temari cheekily replied, contradicting his challenge. He doubted she could help herself. It was a default setting for her. But there was something conflicted underneath her mock-defiant expression. At least, not unless the village requires it. Ino couldn't help herself and interjected as she nudged Temari with her elbow, making the sandy-haired girl's face fall. Hinata sternly started. She is not wrong, though. Temari ruefully sighed as she slumped in her seat a bit. I will be asked if I lost my virginity. She nervously gulped while distractedly rubbing her right knee with her hand as she slightly averted her gaze away from Ren. We really should just get it over with. She muttered with a small squirm she failed to stifle. Then lie. You are a kunoichi, no? Ren nonchalantly said with a measure of exasperation at his situation. He was here patiently giving her a way out, and she was arguing against it. Seriously, the girl needed to straighten out her priorities. He was not a saint. He also found her appearance very appealing. He wanted to lift her off the sofa, sling her over his shoulder, and then walk to his bedroom before throwing her on his bed. Her unreasonable protests certainly pushed his self-control. And if they insist on checking with medical ninjutsu? Temari challenged, causing Ren to let out a long-suffering breath, much to Ino and Hinata's silent amusement as they watched the byplay, their heads moving between Ren and Temari as if their argument was a particularly riveting tennis match. Then tell them to fuck off. You are supposed to be their future Kazekage, for Sage's sake, girl. Grow some spine. Just tell them to go talk to me, and I will straighten them out real quick about what is and what is not their business. That finally made the girl speechless as she realized that, yes, he wasn't exaggerating and he fully intended to do what he said. She idly noted that as an S-rank ninja, he wouldn't have a lot of problems straightening people out with a few intense words. Slightly opening and closing her mouth as her mind whirled, trying to find a reasonable argument, and at this point, it was simply out of stubborn desire to argue, Temari was drawing a blank. Ren slid closer to her on the sofa and gently took her hands into his, getting her attention. I meant it, Temari. One of these days, you are going to ask me to take you to bed, not because it is your duty, but because it is what you want. I am going to seduce you. Properly. He tried to say the most playboy thing that came to his mind, but his suaveness failed him at exactly the wrong time as the embarrassment prevailed and pushed past his inner barriers, and he flushed beet red at sounding so cringe before he could control himself. Hearing his words and seeing his blushing expression with her wide eyes, Temari's cheeks involuntarily mirrored Ren's in their red color. She tried to answer, only to find out that she was so out of her depth, she lost words. She ducked her head before realizing it. That made her even more embarrassed. And with an inward whine, Temari finally gave up as her will to argue was sapped with the overload of mortification. Okay. She quietly said in a slightly higher-pitched voice than normal, and Ren had to close his eyes as he inwardly groaned, getting miffed with all the squealing and squeeing that was coming at him from two directions via the telepathy seal. Right. He had almost nailed it. No matter what anybody says. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, Leaving Konoha. After Temari finally relented, Ren was dragged off by the excited Ino and Hinata right after they left Temari in the guest room next to their bedroom. The following morning was a quiet affair. And a very awkward one for Ren, Hinata, and Temari. Ren had activated the soundproofing seal in their bedroom before they got wild yesterday. But sometimes during their fun, while Ren was too preoccupied with muling Hinata to notice, Ino got it into her head to turn it off. Let's just say they were quite loud, and Temari had a hard time sleeping. When they met each other in the kitchen the next morning, Temari, imitating a panda with the black circles under her eyes, Ren and Hinata instantly realized that something was wrong, and it didn't take long to figure out what. They all froze, and for the next few minutes, they stared at each other like a deer into the headlights of a heavy-duty military truck. That's when Ino started laughing like a hyena. Her fun stopped a few moments later when she took a big gulp from the coffee prepared by Hinata's clone, only to find that, instead of sugar, 3 spoonfuls of salt had somehow found their way into her drink. Hinata just gave her an innocent smile with a remark, alas, even the most experienced chef can sometimes slip, causing Ino to pout for the remainder of the breakfast. But it could always be worse. From the delicious mug of hot chocolate Hinata's clone put in front of Ren while humming, cream on the top and all, the girl was in an amazingly delightful mood this morning. That saved Ino from a more humiliating revenge. Later on, several people from the Suna delegation were indeed nosy about Temari's bedroom activities, but the matter was resolved as easily as Ren implied. They scowled, whined, and even tried to pull rank, but a cheerfully unhinged smile and a simple threat of time stopping them during their shower time before putting them in the middle of the town square in Konoha for an entire week nicely dealt with any further protests. There was no virginity testing for Temari or any such nonsense. Ren would like to believe it was more due to his friendly, charming smile than the threat. For some reason, the Suna delegation left Konoha the following morning. Ren concluded they must be frighteningly busy people, but he guessed that responsibility waited for no man. Temari, Baki, and Kankuro stayed in Konoha a bit longer. For the next week, Temari spent most of her days with Ren, and sometimes even Ino and Hinata, but the two girls were quite busy with their own jobs. They mostly saw each other in the evenings, and slowly but surely, Temari's tension started to fall off as she got comfortable with their presence. Ren tried to get closer to Kankuro, too. He was Temari's brother, and he would be interacting with the men for a long time. Becoming friendly with each other was a no-brainer. And while the two of them did not have much common ground, they got along as well as could be expected. The grumbling Kankuro even gave Ren the shovel talk, the puppeteer edition. It was positively cute and very informative about various uses of poisons and sticking hidden weapons where the sun does not shine. Very theory-intensive, indeed. Ren truly did not expect there to be a blade hidden in the crotch of that puppet. He almost didn't manage to keep his smile off his face. Not even the threat that the real shovel talk would be delivered by Gaara could destroy Ren's good mood. It kinda made him wonder. Even Baki shared lunch twice with them during said week. It was Temari's attempt at introducing Ren to her sensei, who was more of a father to her, despite his no-nonsense, stern attitude, than Raza could ever be. But Baki wasn't in the friendliest of moods if his grunts and noncommittal hums were to be believed. Ren was a bit baffled, but the men had not uttered a single word to him during these lunches. It certainly reminded him of the impending trouble he was going to have in Suna soon enough. Stupid paranoid ninjas with trust issues the size of an overinflated Hokage monument of steroids. Ren clicked his tongue and pulled his gaze away from Baki's back as the man was exchanging pleasantries with Tsunade, who, despite her polite smile, did not look all that pleased she had to be here. They were at Konoha's gates. The week was up, and it was time for Ren to leave with Baki, Temari, and Kankuro for the greener, he meant, sandier pastures. Ren wasn't really happy with moving to live in a freaking desert. He was very happy with Konoha's milder climate. But at least he had some experience because he imagined that Konoha's political climate prepared him well. After all, it was as dry and unpleasant as the desert. He reckoned he would feel almost at home in Suna. But more than that, Ren had ideas. Seals that he wanted to try. Seals that could help the population of Suna in many ways. Seals that could cultivate Sunagakure to be self-sufficient in food production. In time. Seals that could push their puppetry to greater heights. Most of these were untested or were simply ideas in his head for now, and they definitely had more than one flaw. Ren didn't even know if they would work as intended in the first place. But he hoped Sunagakure would be a good testing ground. If he was going to live there for a significant part of his life, he may as well transform it to be livable. And wow, that sounded arrogant as hell. A few years ago, Ren wouldn't dare to say presumptuous things like this, but with more knowledge and experience with seals, as his prowess expanded, certain obstacles stopped being, well, obstacles. Unfortunately, the biggest issue with improving Sunagakure he could foresee was going to be its people. Ren knew he was going to need to work hard to gain their approval. Giving them his seals for free was not an option. The important movers and shakers of Suna would not respect him that way. They would only see that he could be easily exploited, and that would color their interaction for the foreseeable future. Ren wanted to avoid such an unfortunate misunderstanding. It sounded like a very bloody drag to fix. But he guessed he would think about it more when he got to it and saw how bad exactly the situation was. Feeling a mental nudge through the telepathy seal, Ren turned to the right, where Temari was saying her goodbyes to Ino and Hinata. Of course, it was a show to the general public and random spectators who came to see them off. The nudge pointed Ren's gaze further right, and he blinked as he noticed Naruto Uzumaki stomping his way toward Ren, looking both pissed and on the verge of crying. Ren's lips quirked into a small, amused smirk as he raised his eyebrow at the boy who stopped in front of him and accusedly pointed his finger at him. You dash. How could you get married while I was on a mission? And now you are leaving without even telling me. Naruto indignantly yelled as a scowling Karen walked out of the crowd with a fed-up expression, her arms firmly crossed over her chest, giving the back of the boy's head a fondly exasperated look. Ren hummed. And then he casually shrugged, you said it. You were away. I did send you an invitation. The fact you had a mission, he reached out with his fingers, quicker than Naruto could react, and Itachi at his forehead for shit and giggles, sounds like a, you problem, brat. He playfully said with no real bite in his words. Naruto irritably swatted at Ren's hand, but it wasn't in his reach anymore as Ren speedily retracted it. Noticing the expression full of mirth on Ren's face, Naruto pouted. It's so not fair. I heard they had an Ichiraku special at your wedding, and I was not there. He complained, and Ren couldn't help but laugh at that. Of course, that's the most important thing for him. You are such an Uzumaki. Ren said in a voice full of fond exasperation. Hey. There is nothing wrong with that. Karen retorted at the same time as Naruto puffed out his chest. And proud of it, too. The mood between them improved with that, at least for a moment, until Naruto ducked his head and squirmed a bit in silence as if he was about to say something but was unsure how to word it. Well, that was a first, in Ren's experience. Naruto was really not one of those guys with a filter between their brain and mouth interaction. Do you really have to go? He finally squeezed out of himself, and Ren's amused smile fell a bit, transforming into a slightly bittersweet one. He did not interact that much with Naruto. And he did feel bad about it. Because he understood that from Naruto's perspective, he and Hinata were the first people who gave a crap about him. It was only once they started helping him that he improved in the academy. It was Ren who occasionally bought him ramen. And while it wasn't very often, it was still probably something precious in Naruto's mind. It was Ren and Hinata who gave him clues whenever he had problems with techniques. Ren told him to improve his control when he complained about the clone technique. Hinata actually helped him to practice it when he complained it was too hard. For Ren, it was a very casual friendship. For Naruto, it was his first friendship. Ren inwardly sighed. It was quite thick of him to never realize it until he was leaving Konoha, wasn't it? He didn't even think about how this would affect the people he regularly interacted with. Even Karen. He glanced at the red-headed girl, mutely standing behind Naruto with her jaw tense and fingers digging into the cloth of her sleeves. He guessed he helped her, too. He saved her from Orochimaru, he helped her settle in Konoha, and even her introduction to Naruto, who was now her boyfriend, was kinda Ren's fault. Yeah. Yeah, I really do. Ren let out a sigh, this time not just in his head. I will be leaving Konoha in your hands, Naruto. Take care of it for me, alright? You still want to become Hokage, no? You bet. I will get the hat from Granny Tsunade before you know it. Naruto said, sniffing and stifling a hiccup before he tried to give Ren a bright grin, albeit one with some tears included. What was that, you brat? Tsunade grumpily shouted from the side, but she was promptly ignored. Ren reached out and gave Naruto's hair a short ruffle, take care of Karen, too. She might have some anger issues, but it is not her fault. It's a red hair thing. He glanced at the redhead, finding her rolling her eyes at him with a small grin she tried to quickly hide. Of course, I will. I love her. Naruto exclaimed with a beaming smile that for a second turned into a playful one as he leaned slightly closer, despite her anger issues. He loudly whispered, earning himself a quick but weak cuff on the head from Karen. I don't have anger issues. She pointedly said. Domestic abuse. Naruto shouted in a mock pitiful tone as he grabbed the back of his head. We are in public. Karen fondly huffed while she grabbed one of his hands and hooked her arm around his elbow. Naruto gasped as he affectionately leaned on her. Then public abuse. That's worse. No, it isn't. Karen mildly argued, public abuse is just a friendly greeting between ninja. That's not how math works, Karen-chan. Naruto confusedly furrowed his eyebrows at her. You can't make ramen with that logic. Ren watched their byplay from the side with a contented smile. If there was one thing he knew he would never regret, it was introducing these two menaces to each other. They fit together like a crooked puzzle. At least one thing in Konoha went spectacularly. With the corner of his eyes, Ren noticed the remainder of Team 7 in the crowd, but the only one paying any attention to him was Kakashi, who still had his head half buried in his book. Sakura had eyes only for Sasuke. And Sasuke, wearing his guy-approved green spandex, was eyeing Hinata like a kicked puppy. And that was one situation Ren was not going to stick his nose into. He returned his gaze to Kakashi and did the right thing by secretly signaling him a "fuck you" in the ANBU sign language. That earned him a quick eye smile from the man, which pretty much meant the same, if Ren was reading it correctly. Huh. No wonder Kakashi was throwing that eye smile at everybody. In the meantime, Temari was done with her talk to Hinata and Ino decided to stomp her way toward Ren like a stampede of elephants, the obstacle in the form of Naruto notwithstanding. She unapologetically pushed him out of her way with a quick but subtle, "Go on, I dare you, look," but before anybody could react, she had her arms firmly locked around Ren's waist and was rubbing her face into his chest. "I will miss you," she loudly wailed, making even Ren feel embarrassed at her antics. His eyes trailed toward Temari, who was giving the blonde girl a very unimpressed deadpan look. But she knew they were going to see each other in the evening regardless. The others didn't. "Why can't I go with you? It's not fair. This is all Sarutobi's fault." Ino pressed her face deeper into Ren's chest, and his lips twitched as he could feel her grin against his chest muscles even though her tone was one full of grief and suffering. He glanced at Hiruzen, who looked like he wanted to dig himself a hole to hide in under the looks the crowd was shooting at him. "Why do you have to leave me? I am not even pregnant. Why dash?" Hinata pushed Ino's face into Ren's chest, muffling her words as she let out a fed-up sigh and rubbed her forehead with her other hand. "All right. That's enough. Stop embarrassing us in public, Ino," she dryly said before she let up on the pressure she was exerting on the back of Ino's head. Her fingers promptly curled around Ino's ponytail, and she yanked her head back, both gently but also with enough of a tug to convey she wanted Ino to let go of Ren. "Hey. Don't be heartless, Hina. I am devastated. Who knows when we will meet again?" Ino whined, but she did let go of Ren. Hinata ignored her in favor of hugging Ren, nuzzling her forehead into the crook of Ren's neck. "I will miss you, too," she said, before she mischievously whispered, "at least for the time being." With a mirthful chuckle at their inside joke, Ren's arm circled her back, and he hugged her back, resting his cheek against her head. For a few moments, the onlookers ceased to exist for them, but that moment passed quickly, and Hinata pulled away with visibly reluctant body language. "Don't worry. We shall cause enough trouble for the old man Sarutobi for all of us," she said loudly enough for those around to hear, making Hiruzen even more uncomfortable. But Ren had to give it to the old man, he knew how to school his expression and act as if nothing was wrong. "We will see each other soon," Hinata continued, and Ren smiled at her while raising his right arm toward Ino. "Yeah, we will," he agreed as Ino rushed into his embrace, letting him put his right arm around her shoulders as she pressed herself to his right side in a way that made it look very natural. Ren kissed her forehead and affectionately caressed her hair. "I will miss you, too. You little menace. Don't ruin Konoha while I am away, all right?" "Only a part of it," Ino cheekily replied as she leaned into his touch. That's when an awkward clearing of the throat interrupted their moment. Ren turned his head toward it, only to find Baki looking at them with fish-like, dead eyes. "We need to get going soon," he grunted, glancing at Temari with a bit of discomfort. But Temari just shook her head with a small smile, communicating something to him that eased it. Still, that didn't diminish his displeasure aimed at Ren. Ren awkwardly nodded, his eyes meeting Temari, who shrugged. Sighing, he let go of Ino, much to her pouting protests. "I see." He nodded at Baki. One last round of quick goodbyes ensued before Ren gave Naruto a thumbs up, telling him the next time he saw him, he wanted him to wear the hat even though he knew that was not going to happen. He wished Karen luck in her seal learning endeavors and even got to know that the girl had scored an apprenticeship under Tsunade for the medical ninjutsu recently. That was surprising, but Ren had to move on. He said a short goodbye to Ino's parents, to Choza, and even to Shikaku, who was more of an acquaintance of an acquaintance. He exchanged polite farewells with Hinata's father, and Hanabi also tried to say goodbye to him in the formal way, which was adorable enough to have Hinata secretly giggle. Sasuke looked angry with him. But that was a can of worms Ren didn't want to open. The boy's rose-tinted glasses fell off, and hearing about the wedding, he probably realized that Ren was indeed dicking Hinata. He decided that he felt fine with dodging that particular bullet for now. Hopefully, the Uchiha boy will move on. Just as long as he didn't move on by getting a crush on Ino, all would be well in the world. Surely, Ren couldn't get that unlucky. Like, Sakura was literally throwing herself at the boy. And she was not as bad looking as some people in Ren's previous life would have you believe. The girl was actually beautiful. She really made the pink hair work for her very well. Her problem was that she was simply annoying. At last, Ren got a politely worded encouragement from Tsunade that sounded more like, "Fuck off already, so I can get back to my sake," in his ears, but he gave her a grateful nod before moving on to Hiruzen. For a moment, Ren had the desire to use his teleport as an exit. To thumb his nose and rub it in for everybody to see that this is what Konoha lost because of Hiruzen's machinations. But that would have been extremely stupid and short-sighted. His teleportation was his biggest secret weapon. Revealing it for petty revenge would simply come to kick him in the ass later on. Not to mention all the political bullshit it could start between Konoha and Suna. It was simply not worth it. Here. Hiruzen pushed an envelope into Ren's hands after they exchanged polite goodbyes. Ren blinked. "What is it?" He looked at the envelope in befuddlement. "Konoha's requests for your seals. You might be going to Suna, but you are still a Konoha ninja and can supply us. Hopefully, you will not forget your village and provide us with enough of your special seals to properly research them, too." Hiruzen mildly spoke with a grandfatherly smile, and Ren couldn't believe his ears. His jaw almost dropped at the sheer balls of this bastard. But he quickly realized that he couldn't say a flat no to this request here. That would not paint a nice picture of him to the crowd of Konoha people watching. He also didn't have the time to come up with a good excuse on such short notice, either. And since he couldn't fully refuse it, Hiruzen was going to take it as a promise. Because, of course, that's what he would do. Even if Ren didn't deliver on this promise once he was in Suna, Hiruzen was most likely going to be annoying about it, maybe even pestering Suna or Temari in the future. Resisting the urge to throw the envelope at Hiruzen's subtly smug face, Ren gave him a strained smile. "I'll see what I can do, but I am not promising anything. After all, I am just a chunin." He humbly replied, making Hiruzen's cheek twitch. They shook their hands with a slightly tighter grip than necessary, and with that, the goodbyes were over. As Ren, Temari, Baki, and Kankuro were left through the gates, jumping into the treetops, Ren activated the seal he snuck on Hiruzen, and chuckled as he heard a loud yelp from behind as the old shitflinger received his parting present. One good seal-provided kick in the ass was delivered, strong enough to make him jump. Chapter 235, Chapter 235, Things are looking up. After leaving Konoha, Ren and his Suna tag-alongs did not rush. They ninja-hopped leisurely. It was a big difference. If they were rushing, they could get to Suna in 3 days, just like Naruto did in canon. But at their pace, it was going to take them 5 days, maybe even an entire week of travel. And that was, too, much faster than the normal speed of civilian travel. At the end of the first day, they were only halfway to the land of fire borders, heading toward a small town to find an inn where they could pass the night. There was a tiny argument about camping in the woods. Baki thought that entering the town was going to show their presence to any would-be pursuers or assassins, which, sadly, Ren had to admit was a reasonable concern. But he still disagreed. Anybody sent after them would be at least an elite jonin. And people at that level could find them, whether they camped in the woods outside of the town or spent the night in the inn. In the end, Baki begrudgingly agreed with that point, even if he said he still thought it was stupid to blatantly show themselves like this. Ren had to stifle an eye roll at the men, but his good mood refused to be ruined. And why would it be? Things were looking up for him. Everything was going great. Despite the small issues, Ren was genuinely happy with his life right now. Orochimaru was dead. Kabuto was dead. Danzo was dead. Half of lifelong endgame goals were pretty much done. He was almost at the end of this bothersome, self-imposed campaign. Without Orochimaru and Kabuto, there would be no Edo Tensei in the Fourth Ninja War. And Danzo's death absolutely obliterated even the last possibility of it happening. What was there not to like? For the first time in a while, Ren felt he was winning. Yes, the unpleasantness with Hiruzen and Konoha's politics was a total loss for him. It felt so surreal, he couldn't help but find the entire situation hilarious, even as he got his ass politically handed to him. He had to respect it. But he wasn't really angry about it. It baffled Ino and, to a lesser extent, Hinata. But they didn't understand. To Ren, it didn't matter all that much. He'd like to think he didn't have ego problems where even the slightest setback would make him into a raging asshole, swearing revenge spanning several generations like some half-wit Chinese cultivation protagonist who forgot to take his morning mental medicine. As annoying as Hiruzen's actions were, the man wasn't truly malicious. That was the actual difference between him and Danzo. Malice. Danzo wanted to exploit people, no matter the cost to them. He was cruel and actively sought the most distasteful way of doing things in the name of efficiency. Hiruzen, in Ren's opinion, the man was just doing what he felt he had to do to protect his interests. He was the man at the top of Konoha. And it was only natural that he wanted to protect his position. It was also natural that he wanted to have some say in the future of the village he spent decades protecting and cultivating. From Hiruzen's perspective, it was his right after all the effort he gave the village. After wasting most of his life in service to it. That was fair enough, in Ren's mind. It's the reason why Ren's retaliation was a prank seal that gave the old monkey a kick in the ass, instead of planning how to ruin his life. If Temari were an unpleasant bitch, Ren would probably feel differently, but as things were, Ren didn't even feel that resentful for Hiruzen's machinations. He knew Ino and Hinata saw things very differently. They took his schemes personally. Ino actually planned to make Hiruzen's life quite unpleasant in the future. And that was her right. Ren was aware that not everybody would feel so nonchalant about the situation, and Hiruzen did not screw with just him but also with the girls by proxy. It was, again, only natural that they would have something to say about it. But all these concerns seemed so insignificant to Ren. For the longest time, he was preoccupied with preparing to deal with Orochimaru. And that was just the first step to real future trouble. Now that the snakeman was dead, a lot of the pressure Ren was feeling was alleviated. Weight fell off his chest, he felt on top of the world, and all that. Ren only needed to deal with Nagato's Rinnegan, and it would be done. Destroying these eyes would completely ruin the plot for Zetsu. Especially since the Senju clan was kaput and the Uchiha clan was near kaput. The possibility of another Rinnegan being created was pretty much nil. Even if it did happen, it would take decades. And if things went wrong? Ren wasn't overly worried. What's the worst that could happen? Say, they managed to resurrect Madara via Rinnegan. That's pretty much the worst-case scenario curveball Ren could think of. But, so what? The man is scary, sure. But he was so badass in the anime only because he was brought back through Edo Tensei. He was so invincible because he had infinite chakra, could regenerate from anything, didn't need to concern himself with protecting his body from harm, and did not tire. Without all of that. Welcome to the world of ordinary mortals, Uchiha bitch. He might be the strongest S-rank ninja. But that 5 Kage vs Madara fight would have gone very differently if he weren't an Edo Tensei zombie. Maybe he would have still won, and maybe not. Who knows? But he would definitely not have come out of it unscathed. Flinging around those meteors. Maybe living Madara could still do that. But he would have to say bye-bye to more than half of his chakra in one go. The thing was, unless you are an Edo Tensei zombie, actions have consequences. Chakra is finite. Injuries pile up. Stuff like that. Ren had the confidence that he, Ino, and Hinata were going to get strong enough that they could pose a challenge to a living Madara. And if not, he could always somehow sick Gate of Death Guy at Madara before he managed to become the Jibi Jinchuriki. Guy evaporated half of Madara's body in the anime, and he only survived because he was in his six-path mode, or whatever it was. If the man was actually alive and without the Jubi, that would be a fatal blow. End of the line. Arrivederci. Yes. Without the threat of Edo Tensei, the world seemed so much brighter. Ren had confidence that he could deal with anything thrown at him. It was a misguided feeling. He knew that. But Sage, he was going to bask in it at least for a little while. He earned it. Edo Tensei was gone. With an easygoing smile on his face, he followed the Suna ninjas into the town. And while Ren was feeling giddy, far away in one of Orochimaru's hideouts, in the room that belonged to the deceased snake user, Zetsu suddenly rose from the ground just as Obito materialized in the middle of the room. So, this is it? Tobi asked in a deep tone as he turned toward 2 wooden coffins. The bodies of the first and the second Hokage. Indeed. For some reason, he never summoned the coffins during the battle despite the obvious preparations. The black part of Zetsu spoke. Tobi's eyes subconsciously looked over the seals etched into the wooden surface. He inwardly nodded. Yes. That was very weird. From what he knew of Orochimaru, the men would throw them at Sarutobi at the first opportunity, if only to take a perverse glee at having his teacher see the desecrated bodies of his own teachers and predecessors. I wonder what he wanted to do with them. Tobi muttered and, for a moment, pondered it. Orochimaru was not a man who would make preparations such as these without having a damn good plan. But then, Tobi shrugged. It didn't matter. They were here because these bodies would be a good present for Sasori. Now that Orochimaru was dead, there was no reason not to loot his bases. Zetsu and Obito always knew their locations. Sasori did not have just the Kabuto boy under Orochimaru's employ. The man was far too meticulous not to have contingencies. Plus, Orochimaru was truly arrogant, thinking they would be unable to locate his Akatsuki ring if he just sealed it up and threw it into his closet. He was wrong. As usual. Tobi sneered under his mask. The space around the coffin swirled, sucking them inside Tobi's kamui. With that done, Tobi turned around toward Zetsu, who was curiously reading some documents from Orochimaru's table. Did you find something interesting? Obito asked, causing Zetsu to look at him and owlishly blink in a very creepy way. No. Just some documents about his research into the wood release. The black Zetsu explained, causing Obito to lose interest. Half of his body was made of Zetsu, which gave him a wood release of his own. Anything Orochimaru came up with was going to be a fair amount inferior to what he already possessed. Obito did not feel any reason to care about this research. He dismissively nodded, I see. In that case, I will leave you to sort through the documents. Report anything of interest when you are done. The space swirled again, and just like that, Obito was gone. For a few seconds, Zetsu stared with a blank face at the empty spot where Obito had stood a moment ago, but then his face split in a massive, malicious grin as he abruptly turned back toward the table and grabbed another document. Edo Tensei, he giggled. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 236, Chapter 236. A Quiet Before the Storm. Are you done yet? Kankuro asked, annoyed out of his mind as he watched Ren bent over the edge of the fast-flowing river, fiddling with some seal or something. He didn't fully understand what the man was doing, and frankly, he didn't care. What he did care about was that the irritating little shit was delaying their return to Suna. Again. They were in some mountainous region in the land of rivers that was nowhere even remotely near their normal route back to Suna, because the prissy bitch wanted to try something out and managed to talk Temari into it. She then talked Baki into it, even though the men did not stop scowling and giving Rin subtle dry looks ever since. Of course, nobody bothered to talk Kankuro into it. No. Everybody assumed that he would just follow his dear sister's will. As usual. Kankuro clicked his tongue and inwardly huffed. If he hadn't had his arms already crossed over his chest, he would have crossed them. Well. Okay. Yes. Sure. He would follow Temari's whims. That was not wrong. His sister could be scary when angry. But it was not so simple. She was his sister. As her older brother, at least in spirit, since he was actually younger, it was his duty to protect Temari. And how could he protect her if he didn't follow her? It's not like he was scared of her. PFF, she wished that was the truth. Just a moment. Ren interrupted Kankuro's thoughts without bothering to even raise his head as he kept his focus on inscribing a seal onto a small stone pillar, his tongue peeking slightly out of his lips. You said that half an hour ago. Kankuro grouchily complained, getting only an unconcerned hum from Ren in return. He was indeed a bit preoccupied, and he was only glad that he had his back turned to Kankuro. Because the seal was not what had most of Ren's attention at the moment. Instead, it was the bathing blonde girl, a bit further ahead of them. Temari decided that since they were going to be near the mountain stream, she was going to use this chance to bathe. Then, she unapologetically, and without any shame, shrugged off her kimono. Ren chuckled as he remembered how Kankuro grimaced and turned away, muttering something about inconsiderate, stupid sisters. Knowing that Temari was fishing for a reaction, Ren raised his eyebrow at her as he blatantly took in her frame. What he didn't expect was for her to smirk back at him and start taking off her underwear. Ren was still scolding himself in his mind for slightly blushing. He had a feeling she was not going to let him live that down. She was going to milk it for all it was worth. At least, Baki was away, scouting the surroundings. Thank the sage for small mercies. Kankujiro was one thing, he was her brother, but Ren didn't know what to think about Temari's disregard for nudity. Then again, that's what he gets for marrying a kunoichi. Over the course of the last hour and a half, he was working on the seal, and he pretty much spent over an hour getting distracted by Temari. He could swear she knew he was glancing at her with the corner of his eye, because every time his eyes strayed toward her, she seemed to move in a sensual way exactly at that moment. It took Ren 40 minutes to realize she was training the kunoichi seduction handbook on him. The irritation helped him to actually focus on his work. And with this, it should be done. Ren mumbled as he looked at the stone pillar over one more time. Oh! Finally. Kankuro heard him despite his low voice and exclaimed. He stood up and put his hands around his mouth before shouting, Temari. Get your ass out of the river. Your Wonder Boy is finished. We should be on our way soon. Ren's eyebrow twitched. But Kankuro was not wrong. Shaking his head in exasperation before he involuntarily threw one last glance at Temari's way as she started swimming toward them, Ren tore his gaze away with a small frown. Letting his chakra reinforce his body, Ren hauled the stone pillar into his grasp, and with a hurl, he threw it. Right in the middle of the river, where it disappeared underneath the surface. If everything worked well, the pillar should be burrowing a few inches into the streambed with the remainder sticking from it, and having the seal on the top. A shadow clone popped into existence next to Ren and instantly flickered out of sight. Kankuro glanced at him, but didn't say anything as he simply started rummaging through Temari's clothes. He pulled out a sealing scroll and unsealed a large traveling bag from it. Soon enough, the puppet user held a light gray towel and threw it at Temari right as she pulled herself to the shore. She caught the towel and gave Kankuro a dry look, to which he rolled his eyes at her before he disinterestedly averted his gaze back to whatever he was previously doing with some sort of wooden puppet part that Ren didn't recognize. Seeing her brother ignore her, Temari chuckled and put the towel around her lithe body before she started putting her sandals back on her feet. She then walked toward Ren, sporting a somewhat cocky smirk. "So, I see I got your interest," she teasingly asked as she leaned closer to him. Ren's expression turned into an amused one. She probably expected him to stutter. But instead, he leaned forward, too, and by surprise, he caught her lips with his own. The short kiss quickly passed, and Ren pulled back. "Does that answer your question?" he asked with a smirk of his own as Temari went suddenly very quiet, her cheeks reddening. Ren felt his shadow clone pop in his mind, and he got the confirmation that the seal on the stone pillar worked as intended. His smirk eased into a pleased smile. "You don't play fair." Temari sighed, gently touching her lips with the tips of her fingers of her right hand. She gave Ren a mix of a peeved, exasperated, and fond look, and Ren doubted even she could tell him what she felt in that moment. "You just want to tease me." Ren snorted and, with a few slow hand seals, he used a weak wind technique to carefully dry Temari off. "Yes. I do. So let me, damn it," she exclaimed with a miffed tone, but gave him a grateful look nevertheless as some chakra strings from her fingers connected with her clothes and she pulled them toward her from quite an impressive distance away. "No." Ren denied, and before Temari could protest, he turned toward the tree line to the left. "How is it looking, Baki?" The still disgruntled-looking man came from behind a tree, giving the illusion that he was there all along. Fortunately for Ren, he had his sensory technique, and he knew Baki had just arrived literally 5 seconds ago. "Temari, clothe yourself. We are still in a possibly hostile place. Your carelessness is showing incompetence." Baki reprimanded Temari, who ducked her head, and without further ado, she turned around and skedaddled back toward her traveling bag near Kankuro. With that done, Baki turned toward Ren and gave him a nod. "There is a village being attacked by bandits around 2 kilometers to the east. Other than that, I didn't detect anything suspicious or threatening. We should get moving soon so we can avoid the bandits." And with that, Ren's previous good mood was gone. "Bandits, you say?" he ponderingly asked, getting an unimpressed look from Baki, who had already guessed what went through Ren's head. "Yes." He let out a sigh, no longer even trying to argue with Ren. He did that the first 2 days of their journey to Suna, and it did nothing but make him miserable because Ren did what he wanted anyway. He had learned his lesson. If he were stronger, he would throttle the men, but alas, Ren was an S-rank ninja, and Baki knew his strength enough to know he was outmatched. He could only endure it. "I'd like to point out it is none of our business," Baki uttered, hoping that Ren would lose his interest. "For all we know, a ninja team might already be on its way to get rid of them, and our intervention would steal their job from them." But it was not to be. "Are the bandits only robbing them?" Ren asked, and for a moment, Baki considered lying. But he had no idea if Ren could tell if he was telling the truth, and when faced with a superior opponent, it was better to assume the worst. "No." They gathered the villagers in the center of the village and did the usual. Some women were singled out and dragged out of the way to be used as playthings. Some men were being killed. Some boys were being evaluated as potential recruits for the bandit group. Baki truthfully reported. "Yup. I am going to meddle in that, then," Ren causally said, and Baki's shoulders slightly slumped. Ren knew he shouldn't. Ninjas usually did not attack random bandits for shit and giggles. That was like throwing money away. The village got only paid for wiping out bandit camps when somebody requested it as a mission. Even the academy taught kids not to meddle unless they are paid for it. It was the sole reason why banditry still existed. Konoha could crack down on it, and within a month, there would be no living bandit in the entirety of the Land of Fire. But doing so for free was not going to happen. Unfortunately for these particular bandits, Ren didn't follow the bullshit ninja morals of this world. He wasn't going out of his way to hunt them down during his free time, but he was also not willing to overlook it if he stumbled upon them. It was just their bad luck. "All right. Let's get this over with," Baki resignedly said. He couldn't wait to be back in Suna, where he could go back to his usual duties and would no longer have to interact with Ren for a prolonged time. He was so done with this shit, and they were not even halfway toward Suna, yet. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Unexpected Storm. Trigger warning, rape mentioned. I'll try to get through it briefly, and the MC will stop it quickly, but it is in the chapter, hence the warning. Arriving near the village, Ren quickly flickered to the roof of a house facing the area where most of the bandits were gathered. Concealing his presence, Ren quickly assessed the situation, only to sniff in distaste. The situation was, as expected. It was nothing unusual as far as the standards of bandit attacks went in this world. The village square, if it could even be called that, was full of blood and corpses. Most of whom were men or teenage boys who fought back. Or at least, tried to. To the side, the rest of the still living and mostly crying villagers were gathered with their hands bound and surrounded by some very inattentive sentries, who obviously wanted to be doing anything else but watching them. That group contained mostly kids, the elderly, and some remaining men. As for the women, the bandits were celebrating. Several of them were around the square, naked or with clothes torn, some screaming, some trying to twist or claw at their attackers, others resigned as random bandits took them against their will. Their companions cheered and whistled as they ate or drank at the long, wooden table set up nearby, getting handsy with the shaking, half-naked women serving them while sobbing. Through the wind-sensing technique, Ren appropriated from Ino without her knowledge as an apprenticeship fee, he could feel other bandits having sex with very much protesting women inside the houses, too. Some of which were as young as 12. Ren tried not to pay too much attention to it as fury flashed through his mind. The sooner he assessed the situation, the sooner he could stop this. He moved on and felt that several bandits were looting the place with vigor, taking everything even slightly valuable. Some were actually settling in the better houses for a longer stay. They clearly were not in a hurry to leave, recognizing that this far in the mountains, nobody was going to come to the village's rescue anytime soon. In this kind of remote location, they could probably enjoy their spoils for a month before they had to move. Their organized actions told Ren these bandits were experienced. The men were older, some in their 30s, some in their 40s. That meant they managed to avoid getting ninja'd for quite a while. They knew what they were doing. Ren refocused on the square. Another 3 bandits were in the middle, beating up some young boys. Ren blinked. And his stomach sank as he realized the women getting violated around the square were the boys' mothers. He pursed his lips. The bandits, they were trying to break the boys. Ren concluded that it was probably some fucked up way to recruit them or something. Hearing Kankuro, Temari, and Baki's muffled and gentle landing on the rooftop behind him, Ren slightly turned his head and glanced at them. It had been barely 2 seconds since he had arrived himself, but cold fury and a bit of chakra had their way to make things seem to last longer than they actually did. Seeing the sight in the village square, Temari's nostrils flared, and Kankuro's usually irritated look darkened. Only Baki's cold, impassive expression stayed exactly the same. The poor man was jaded enough for the entire team, Ren guessed. Give me a moment. I'll be done in a second. Ren dryly said, and as Temari opened her mouth to say something, 3 shadow clones came into existence around Ren before unceremoniously leaping in 3 different directions. One leaped toward the town square. And kunai rained down onto the bandits so fast that they didn't even realize when they died. A second was all it took for those chakraless men. The clone landed on the ground and flickered out of sight as he used his speed to enter a nearby house. The other 2 clones went into the nearest houses to the right and left, and Ren could feel the bandits inside die with kunai to the back of their heads. But such were the perils of not paying attention. The men, enjoying their unwilling companions, slumped and fell on the crying women, who shortly enough started screaming when they realized their assailants were dead or had a kunai sticking from the back of their heads. That alerted the remaining bandits in the further houses, but it didn't do them much good. The benefits of sparring with Hinata ensured that Ren had to train his speed to a level where he could face off against someone using lightning release to enhance their speed. And while Ren was nowhere as fast as Hinata at her best, even Kankuro and Temari only saw 3 blurs entering the houses, only to come out a second or 2 later, and enter another house and repeat the whole process anew. 8 seconds passed, and Temari closed her mouth with an audible click. She gave Ren, who was still crouched on the edge of the rooftop, a conflicted look before she finally murmured. I wanted to help, too, you know. Ren wryly chuckled and shook his head. You can help with the women. I doubt they want to see another dude after what they went through. Even without looking at her, Red could feel the unamused, pointed look Temari was using to try drilling a hole through the back of his skull. Yes. That was something nobody wanted to do. Comforting the victims always sucked. Any ninja who went on a bandit extermination mission and was unfortunate enough to find captives knew this fact. Ren knew several ninjas who actively prayed that their targets kill off their victims before they reached them. It was why Ren decided to gracefully delegate the task to Temari. He isn't wrong. Kankuro nodded, only to flinch back as Temari's face turned toward him with a snap, and her eyes bored into him with intensity that made him lock up. That's reasonable. Temari, you've got your orders. Baki gruffly interrupted the argument that was about to begin, causing Temari's face to fall. I hate you. All of you. She muttered. The quartet of ninjas jumped down from the roof just as Ren's clone started carrying everybody from the houses back to the square, and landed near the wooden table. The villagers were just now starting to realize that the bandits who tormented them had somehow dropped dead. Some of them seemed almost too shocked and were clearly mentally somewhere else. Others noticed the kunai knives and started to look around with scared expressions, probably wondering if they would be next. And a few looked relieved and were now crying tears of joy. All right. Baki raised his voice, attracting the attention of the villagers. Ren inwardly smiled as he saw their expressions turn from horror to relief and embers of hope start to flare in their previously dead eyes. It was satisfying. Helping people like this. It took him 20 seconds, tops. He really had no reason not to help them. Yet, if he listened to Baki, they would have just gone around the village. Sometimes, Ren truly hated the ninja way of life. Gather up and dash, Baki continued. But as the deep-seated satisfaction was filling Ren's chest, warning bells suddenly went through his head. His eyes widened. His body moved on instinct before his mind could catch up. A whistling noise came to Ren's attention, getting louder by every millisecond. Ren's hand slammed onto the ground as his three clones tackled Baki, Kankuro, and Temari to the ground, causing them to fall behind him. A seal sprang up on the ground around them, the same seal that Ren had used to withstand Yagura's Bijudama, just a split second before a projectile impacted it, and the entire world around them went white. Ren painfully narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth as the loud booming explosion unpleasantly rippled through his eardrums. The seal muffled it, but not enough. Kankuro threw himself over Temari without even realizing it, shuddering in fear that he probably wasn't even realizing he was feeling on such short notice. Temari let out a choked gasp as she pressed her hands tightly against her ears, shaking like a leaf in a hurricane. They were both acutely aware of how close to death they had just come as the seal trembled with every wave of tremors caused by the shock waves that assaulted it, while blinding, orange liquid fire flowed all around them like a river. Baki just stood at attention, pupils constricted while he was gripping his kunai extremely tightly, and sweat poured down his forehead. Ren grimly frowned. Somebody had just shot a freaking Bijudama at him. Again. His breath slightly hitched as the village he had just saved came to his mind. Dark, ugly rage surged in his eyes. The explosion was subsiding by then, and as the air rushed in, the created winds cleared the cloud of dust quickly, letting the massive crater that formed around them be plainly visible. Ren involuntarily growled in anger, and the detection seal he had on him briefly shone. His head snapped 15 degrees to the left, where he felt three presences, far away. The muscles on his right arm flexed, and a split second later, a kunai was hurled through the air straight toward them. Ren felt one of the three grab the other two and jump away, and then he could see a big blast of salt blowing upward above the tree line as everything in the range of his exploding kunai turned into salt. He scowled, still feeling the three ninjas who, unfortunately, survived. Another kunai popped into his hand before he stiffened, and his eyes narrowed as the three enemies appeared in front of them, inside the crater. Ren inwardly frowned as he sealed the kunai back into his storage seal. He couldn't use that. Not with the enemy so close that they could deflect it back toward him. Not with Kankuro, Temari, and Baki in the potential line of fire. As much as it grated on him, he needed something less immediately lethal to his allies. He didn't want to turn them into salt by mistake. Ren's gaze fell on the three ninjas who were assessing them, just as Kankuro, Temari, and Baki regained their composure and stood back up behind him. He didn't recognize two of them, but the third one, who stood in the middle. Ren felt another one of his childish expectations die right there and then. For some reason, deep down, he expected the good ninjas to actually be good. But, well, they were still ninjas. It was still disappointing to be faced with this reality as he stared at the killer bee in front of him. The man who had just Bijudama-ed an entire village of civilians out of existence in an attempt to assassinate him. One of his childhood heroes had just died in Ren's mind as the man opened his mouth and gestured with his hands. Good block, Kono Yaro. Let's fight, Baka Yaro. For returning Darui to us in stony shards, brother A sends his regards. Ren's lips twitched, and he dearly regretted still not finishing his black hole seal because he had an almost irresistible urge to throw it at his mug. Congratulations, Ren drawled. He stood up from his crouch and looked Killer Bee straight in the eyes through his sunglasses. You just ruined my day and made this personal. He was going to do his damnedest to ensure that even Gyuki would feel the ensuing ass-kicking. Chapter 238, Chapter 238. A burden. As Ren finished speaking, Baki quickly spoke in a hushed tone, mostly to Temari and Kankuro. They are all elite jonin from Kumo. The black man to the left with the small afro is called F. He has a lightning nintaijutsu specialty, and he can electrify you with every touch. The smoking man with dreadlocks to the right is called Big G. A genjutsu specialist. His techniques use mostly smell. Beware of scented smoke. The man in the middle dash is Killer Bee, the eight-tailed Jinchuriki. If you fight him, you are dead. I will face off against him. Ren succinctly finished because he noticed their opponents were starting to get itchy for action. Despite his rude interruption, he was grateful to Baki for introducing their enemies, as he didn't recognize the two. Hearing about their specialties, Ren inwardly sighed. They were a very well-balanced team, and it was obvious that Kumo was not messing around. They wanted him dead. F was there to disrupt his body, Big G was there to disrupt his mind, and Killer Bee was the major firepower of their team. All elite Jonin. S rank or not, many ninjas would be weak at least against one thing in this kind of team's repertoire. Ha! You heard that, Big G? We are famous. F grinned and flexed his fingers. I called dips on the kids. His eyes trailed mostly over Temari's figure, and his grin widened. Dope. Big G let out a puff of smoke from his nostrils. I guess the Jonin is mine, then. What do you say, Killa? Ren felt his 3 clones reach their positions underneath the Kumo Jonins, but stopped when Ren flickered his chakra inside of him, signaling them not to attack yet. These 3, they should attack together. That would give them the biggest advantage, but clearly, they did not intend to do that. It would have been a tactical error to attack them and make this 4 versus 3, if they wanted to make it into 2 1 versus 1 and 1 2 versus 1 fights. He hated to put so much burden on Kankuro and Temari by pitting them against an elite Jonin, but Kankuro was definitely a Chunin-level ninja, and Temari was nearly a Jonin. They could survive it with their current skill. Baki was an elite Jonin himself, so fighting another elite Jonin should give him good odds of survival. 4 versus 3 sounds like an advantageous position for them, but it wasn't. Ren would need to focus on preventing the Kumo team from sneak attacking his weaker teammates, which would create attack opportunities for them and limit what he could do. It was a very unenviable position. The enemy team simply had better composition. No. It was better to wait and see if these Kumo idiots decided to split up instead. At least that way, there would be no danger of Killer Bee suddenly attacking Kankuro or Temari out of nowhere to gain an advantage. Killer Bee looked Ren in the eyes over his sunglasses. What say you, stoner? Up for a duel? He smirked, and Ren's eyebrow twitched in annoyance. The overgrown bastard knew. He knew Ren could not refuse it in this situation. He wanted to show him a middle finger so much. But, all right. Are we going out of the way? I reckon our fight will be a little bit more destructive. Ren said as impassively as he could while ordering the clones on the ground to sneak attack the 2 elite Jonin, the second he and Killer Bee got out of sight. Then let's go. Bee exclaimed, giving Ren finger guns. But let's not be low. He stomped his right foot on the ground, and Ren inwardly groaned as he felt his 3 clones dispel due to the ripple of chakra that Bee pulsed from his foot. Fuck. Ren sourly thought but didn't let it show on his outward facade. Silly me for expecting something to go well. Blasted Jinchuriki. Listen to the flow of my soul. I am Killer Bee. I'm gonna whomp ya. Ya fool. Ya little tool. I fly like a butterfly, and sting like a bee. Killer Bee shouted while doing some sort of embarrassing dance that made Ren want to facepalm from watching it. He ended his dance by throwing his arms up with a sign of the horn hand gesture. Ren could practically feel Temari and Kankuro deadpanning at the men from behind him as they got slack-jawed at his antics. Inwardly shaking his head, Ren motioned with his head to the side at Killer Bee, signaling that he is ready to move, and channeled chakra into his legs. Still, it didn't pay off to be careless, so Ren checked his detection seal one last time. Ren's eyes widened in surprise for the second time in an embarrassingly short time as he whipped around, instantly creating 3 clones behind him that guarded against a sneak attack from behind by the Kumo group. Chakra strings sprang forth from his hands at breakneck speeds and connected with Temari and Kankuro, yanking them toward Ren as he instantly kneeled on one knee and created several earth spikes. Baki, fortunately, had good enough reflexes that when he realized something was wrong, he instantly jumped away from his previous location. But Ren wasn't completely in time, and Kankuro screamed as his right arm was lopped off at the elbow in a single strike by a puppet that suddenly appeared, aiming to bisect him. Kankuro. Temari screamed in alarm. She was way luckier than her brother. As Ren's chakra string yanked her forward, her arms jerked, and the steel frame of her war fan was by sheer coincidence put in the way of the second puppet's blade that was about to slash her gut wide open. Baki twisted his body, evading the third puppet, just as Ren's earth spike speared the 3 puppets. They opened their mouths, and Ren watched enough of the Sakura vs. Sasori battle to know that a hail of poison senbon was supposed to follow. He channeled more chakra into his earth spikes, and several other spikes grew from them, crushing the 3 puppets from within along with their inner mechanisms. The senbons did not launch. A bead of sweat rolled down Ren's temple as his heart thundered in his chest. He wondered how he had missed the sneak attack for a moment, but then he noticed the clay bird high in the air. You gotta be kidding me. He crossly muttered, his expression twisting in an unwelcome apprehension. He was using a sensory technique through the ground because using Ino's Wind 1 passively all the time required a bit too much focus. And it was not supposed to be necessary. After all, the number of ninjas that can fly could be counted on one hand. What kind of bullshit Lancer luck is this? Ren grumbled as his eyes stopped on Sasori and Deidara watching him and his team from above. 3 kunai were instantly hurled through the air, all coated in lightning chakra, just as Deidara released over a dozen small clay spiders, letting them fall toward Ren's position. Lightning kunai net. Ren inwardly intoned as a chakra string from his other hand shot and grabbed Kankuro's severed hand and pulled it to him. The lightning-charged kunai suddenly chirped with electricity as streaks of lightning connected them, creating something similar to an irregular net that electrocuted all the clay spiders and disabled their explosive components as they fell through it. Ren could see Daidara's expression twisting into a snarl as he petulantly stuck both of his hands into his clay pouches while glaring at Ren like a child whose toy was taken away from him. Another kunai flew through the net, using its blinding light to hide, and while another Sasori's puppet blocked the 3 lightning-charged kunai before they could impact the clay bird, this kunai was missed as it embedded itself hilt-deep into the underside of the bird. Daidara blinked as he registered it. But it was too late. Ren ran a stream of lightning chakra through his hand, and with a loud thunderclap, the lightning from his fingers jumped through the air at the polarized kunai within a split second. Ren inwardly thanked Hinata for dragging him to practice the lightning release with her. As far as he knew, lightning chakra was the only way to defuse Daidara's bombs, but holy hell, it was not his preference. Daidara instantly lost control of the electroluted clay bird as it started crashing down toward the ground, flying past Ren and even the Kumo team. The whole sequence of events happened in less than 5 seconds, and when Ren once again turned around, he noticed that his clones did a good job distracting the Kumo team by throwing some explosive kunai at them. Fortunately, the Kumo ninjas knew how deadly the seals attached to his kunai could be, and they could never be truly sure which seal was sent at them. One hit and they could be turned into stone or salt. So, they naturally chose the cautious approach and decided to dodge every single one of his clones' thrown weapons, giving Ren enough time to deal with the flying pricks. A question of why Sasori and Daidara were trying to kill him flew through Ren's head for a brief moment. But he pushed it away. It was not important right now. The situation has changed. He could not face Killer Bee, Sasori, Daidara, and 2 elite jonin from Kumo with Kankuro and Temari on the battlefield. They would simply die. Hell, even Baki would most likely simply die in the upcoming fight. Ren slowly sucked in a breath. He had to make a decision. Killer Bee and his teammates avoided yet another volley of kunai and landed several meters away from their original position, just as Daidara and Sasori appeared slightly to the right of them. The 2 teams glanced at each other. As Ren feared, they were not going to fight each other. His lips thinned in concern as he stared at the 3 S-rank ninjas in front of him. It seemed he didn't have the time to hesitate. Temari, Kankuro, and Baki were a burden. Chapter 239, Chapter 239, We. Huh, so you are reinforcements from IWA? Big G offhandedly asked as Sasori and Daidara stopped next to them, accidentally painting a clearer picture of the reason for this ambush to Ren. For Kumo, he was most likely the main target. It was personal for them. But IWA, they definitely did not care enough about him in particular. In which case, this was about the Sunagakure alliance. Killing him and Temari would not outright destroy it, but it would weaken it. You don't look like rock-munching blockheads. F remarked, almost managing to hide his wariness behind his forced nonchalance. Tisk. Sasori grouchily replied, we were hired for a job. And with that, he refused to volunteer more information. Just don't stand in the way of our art, Daidara rudely said, causing F to scoff back. Tisk, creepy-ass motherfuckers. He muttered, loudly enough for them to hear. And while they were talking, Baki took the opportunity to have his own hush chat with Ren. You need to take Temari and run away. Kankuro and I will stay behind, but we can only buy you a minute at best. He hurriedly whispered while warily watching their attackers. I don't dash, Ren reluctantly started while keeping most of his attention on their enemies, too. No. Listen to me. Baki was not having it. The long-term truce between our villages hinges on you and Temari living long enough to have children. You 2 need to survive to be able to fuck. Ren owlishly blinked. He didn't think he would ever hear him cuss. Stress was definitely getting to the men. He glanced at Baki and noticed Kankuro gave him a pained nod with a mix of deep fear and grim resolve hiding behind the gesture, while Temari was just pale white, gritting her teeth in helplessness. But it was obvious she was very against the proposed plan and was barely restraining herself from vehemently protesting. Ren pursed his lips. I still don't dash. Stop being unreasonable. Baki hissed. If we all die here with nobody the wiser to what happened to us, IWA and Kumo will be able to manipulate the narrative however they wish. If they doctor the battlefield to point out that Konoha assassinated us. Oh, for fuck's sake. Ren's irritation boiled over. Shut up. He shouted loudly enough to get even their opponent's attention, breaking the momentary unspoken non-truce they were having. But that was all right. Daidara was using it to try and sneak some of his explosives closer to Ren's group. Sasori was subtly preparing his puppets for a pincer move in what was left of the charred tree line behind Ren. And even Killer Bee was watching Ren like a hawk, trying to find a crack in his seal defenses. Just because everybody was talking, it didn't mean the fight was paused, after all. Ran, with a snap of his wrist, instantly unsealed and threw a smoke bomb underneath himself, engulfing everything around him in thick smoke as he went intangible at the same moment. A split second later, Temari, Kankuro, and Baki were unable to protest as they were sucked into a spatial vortex, depositing them in one of the safe houses Ren prepared in case he ever needed to go rogue. This one was in the land of tea. In the same moment, Ren could feel several attacks phase through him. His opponents were too experienced to be deterred by a simple smokescreen. But nevertheless, it served its purpose. Fortunately for him, he didn't have Obito, Itachi, Nagato, or anybody who was cheating their way into a better perception. Ren still didn't want to show his hand with his intangibility, but for Sasori and Deidara, who didn't have magical pink eyes, the smokescreen was enough to hide his use of it. A second later, the smoke was blown away by a wind jutsu, courtesy of Big G. Sasori's puppets rushed out of the tree line behind Ren. Deidara's clay spiders stopped trying to be sneaky and jumped from the grass. And Killer Bee's eyes widened as he noticed Ren's smirk. Having a bad premonition, thick tentacles spouted from his back. Ren fought Ino enough times to know how to use and redirect his opponent's wind technique for his purpose. Big G had nothing on his blonde wonder. With a few quick hand seals, Ren cast his own wind jutsu. The fierce winds from both techniques met, and as their flows grazed against each other at precisely the correct angle, they merged into a swirling gale that swept the surroundings. Ren had thrown a small scroll into the air as the gale started. It burst into smoke, and suddenly, thousands upon thousands of small paper tags were in the air, only to be carried by the strong winds all over the place nigh instantaneously. The paper tags started glowing, and Killer Bee barely managed to engulf both F and Big G in his thick tentacles while he sank his body inside of them as the tags went off. The world went fiery orange as an uncountable number of massive, booming explosions rocked the ground once more, almost as if desperately trying to reach the intensity of the previous Bijudama. Ren, not bothering with defenses, watched his work while intangible while using his detection seal, and sighed. All of his opponents seemed to have survived his attack. Naturally, it couldn't be that simple, right? This might have worked on Danzo's route all these years back, but these people were just a tiny bit above their pay grade. Still, this gave Ren a very precious moment to think. He could just slip away here. But, an idea flashed through his mind, and suddenly, he was reluctant not to dish out some immediate, mischievous retaliation for this attempt on his life. Making up his mind, Ren nodded to himself. The explosions reached their peak before they began to quickly peter out. Ren was greeted by the sight of smoke, dust, two big, curled tentacles, and one charred and battered dome made of wood, revealing to him how his enemies survived the attack. The dome suddenly burst open just as the tentacles started unrolling. Whoa! That was a blast. What an art! Here, let me return the favor. Deidara exclaimed with the excitement of a kid on a sugar rush, and a clay bird the size of a human head whooshed through the air toward Ren before Deidara was even done speaking. It was a diversion. One to make him dodge. He noticed Sasori subtly preparing to follow up. But that suited him just fine. He glanced at the two Kumo elite jonin who stumbled out of the hold of Killer Bee's tentacles, disoriented. Ren smiled. Deidara's bird reached him, and the explosion engulfed Ren just as Killer Bee popped out of his tentacles, standing between F and Big G. He suddenly stiffened. His head snapped to the left side, where Big G was supposed to be standing, only to see Ren there, grinning at him. Yo, you fool, you dash dot. Ren said with a cheery wave, and Killer Bee didn't need to see the charred chunks of his comrade's body falling to the ground as Deidara's explosion ceased to realize what had happened. Killer Bee snapped into action, but Sasori was quicker, and the man in front of him was suddenly skewered by several swords as multiple wooden puppets surrounded him. Except Tool. Ren's voice came from behind Killer Bee, where F was supposed to be standing, and B realized the skewered man in front of him was no longer Ren but F, motherfucker. F chokingly gasped with wide eyes as he let out his last breath, and his eyes lost their shine while his body slumped, dead. Ren would never have been able to catch two elite jonin with forced substitution if not for their disorientation, and Killer Bee instantly realized that. Hot fury surged in him, enough for the red bijou cloak to bubble into existence around him as he growled and slowly turned toward Ren, who had the audacity to chuckle. Six tails sprouted behind Killer Bee at once, but Ren didn't seem bothered. I am outta here. Ren cheerily returned the horned hand gesture to Bee, wanting to piss him off even more as he popped in a small cloud of smoke, showing that he was just a shadow clone and the real Ren was long gone. Even for somebody as easygoing as Killer Bee, that was too much, and his fury shot through the roof. His growl intensified as the seventh tail materialized behind him, and his eyes landed on Sasori, whose swords impaled F, and Deidara, whose explosions made Big G into charred chunks of meat. Ah. Sasori let out as he realized the situation they found themselves in. Chapter 240, Chapter 240. Hinata's Handy Healing. With a swirl of space, Ren appeared in his no longer so secret safe house in the land of tea, inwardly feeling very darkly satisfied as he gained the memories of a clone he had left behind. The fury on Killer Bee's face was almost as sweet as the "oh shit" look in Sasori's eyes before the eight-tailed Jinchuriki decided to start a fight. Not that there was any other choice. The excuse of, "oh, I am sorry, the two people who killed my teammates did so unintentionally, so I let them go," was not going to fly. Even if they started off as allies of convenience, Killer Bee could not just let them go after their weapons killed elite Jonin from his village. It was a principle of the thing, and the reputation of Kyumo was at stake. Ren was not wholly happy with how that ended. He would have preferred kicking Killer Bee's ass, preferably in a very humiliating way, after pushing Gaiki so deep into the seal that Killer Bee would sooner shit himself from the effort of trying to push his chakra out than summon even a single drop. Vaporizing that village was going too far. Ninja machinations or not, that crossed the line. In fact, Ren would have loved to give Bee's head an indefinite vacation from the rest of his body for that. Unfortunately, he had this crippling affliction called future knowledge. It made deciding on killing people who were potentially very important to the possible good future outcome very challenging. So, humiliation had to be enough, except then the Akatsuki duo showed up, and even that went down the gutter. Ren was not going to fight 3 S-rank ninjas alone. The whole point of learning how to teleport was to have another option in situations like these. Not using it would have been dumb. Even if Ren could feel a small desire to stay and fight. To test himself against truly hostile S-rank ninjas. To see where he stood in this world. But no. He long ago decided to do the smart thing and keep to the shadows like a proper ninja instead of. "You can teleport," Baki exclaimed, causing Ren to blink as he turned toward the man who was staring at him simultaneously with the most dead fish-eyed stare he had ever seen that also somehow managed to show deep horror underneath all that too tired of this shit energy it exuded. "Yep." Ren nonchalantly nodded with a knowing smile that made Baki put his face in his hands, letting out something akin to a despairing groan. Ren could swear he heard a small sob, but he might have misheard. Yeah, well, the men probably realized that with a teleporter from Konoha in their village, their internal security would be compromised 24/7, and there was nothing they could do with it, considering they insisted he come to their village themselves. Sucks to be them. Ren inwardly chuckled and decided to give Baki space so he could grapple with his anguish in peace. Ren turned toward Kankuro, who was lying on the couch in the room, and had a belt tightened around his stump to stop it from bleeding. Temari was kneeling next to him, fussing over him in a frantic worry, while the young man tried to grin through his pain to reassure her that he was okay despite his face being so pale his countrymen might confuse him as somebody from the land of snow. Ren's slightly improved mood evaporated near instantly, and the vexing feeling of discontent returned in full force. With barely a thought, he summoned a shadow clone, and before anybody in the room could react, space swirled around said clone, and he was gone. Ren then approached Kankuro and unsealed his severed limb. "Need a hand?" Ren weakly joked as he got their attention and slowly waved Kankuro's arm around. That earned him a teary-eyed glare from Temari, but instead of berating him, only a choked sob tore out of her throat. At least Kankuro let out a pained chuckle, finding the small spark of humor in the situation. That was good. Ren didn't misjudge him, then. "Heh. I think it might be too late to reconnect it." Kankuro grimaced, and underneath his tough guy facade, Ren could see the growing distress he was trying desperately to keep hidden. He was a young puppeteer. Losing a hand might as well be a career-ending injury for him. Sure, Suna has wooden prostheses. But relearning how to use his puppets with a new wooden arm would take time and limit his future potential. Nah. Ren disagreed and casually unsealed a comfortable chair before sitting on it. A pack of Pocky appeared in his hand, and he started to slowly open it. "I called for Hinata. She will put you together in a jiffy." He shrugged and pulled out one stick before biting on it. If the nearest medic was all the way back in Suna, then yes, Kankuro's arm would have been a lost cause. But the whole point of learning overpowered abilities like teleporting and telepathy seals was a situation like this. Ren put in an enormous effort to become overpowered. He might as well damn enjoy it, no. He suddenly halted, and his eyebrows furrowed at the incredulous looks Temari and Kankuro were giving him. He gulped down the Pocky in his mouth and pursed his lips. Sorry, am I being too nonchalant?" he sheepishly asked, resisting the urge to rub the back of his head. "You think my brother just lost his arm?" Temari gritted out, her fists balled as she tried to rein in her temper. But deep down, it was obvious she was scared witless for her brother, and getting angry was a coping mechanism for her emotions. "No shit." Kankuro snorted, only to wince when it made his injured arm move and aggravated his wound. "Apologies. That is an unfortunate side effect of living with Dash." Ren started speaking, but was interrupted when Hinata arrived with his clone. Everybody promptly ignored Baki's small flinch as he realized that yes, Ren could teleport others to him, too. "I heard a disarmed patient is waiting for me." Hinata stepped forward and, in a split second, she inspected Kankuro with her eyes. She approached him and took his severed arm from Ren before kneeling next to the sofa where he was lying. Kankuro and Temari's minds finally registered her presence, and both opened their mouths, but right at that moment, Hinata harshly pulled the belt off Kankuro's stump, causing him to yowl in pain. What a hands-on approach! He quipped through his gritted teeth. Hinata gave him a pointed look, but her hands didn't stop as she rapidly jabbed her finger into several points on his arm. Are you trying to be a handful? She innocently asked, and Kankuro grinned as his pain quite visibly subsided. For sure. I will definitely try my best hand at it. He let out a relieved sigh, but he still looked quite haggard. Both his forehead and clothes were drenched in sweat, and what really miffed Ren was that his blood was now all over his couch. Granted, it wasn't the nicest couch. But Sage, damn it. I gotta hand it to you, you certainly do. Hinata hummed with a small smile as she reopened his wound with her chakra scalpel and lined his severed limb with his stump. For a moment, she stopped and looked Kankuro in the eyes with a mirthful expression. Here, let me lend you a hand. Will you just heal him already? Temari loudly exclaimed, unable to take it anymore. Her brother still needed medical attention, and they were joking around, throwing stupid hand jokes. Temari panted a bit, and then she realized what she had done as all four eyes from Baki, Ren, Hinata, and Kankuro were on her. She slightly blushed before trying to cover it with a scowl as she ducked her head and quietly mumbled an embarrassed, please, toward Hinata. No problem. I understand that this is stressful for you. Hinata gave the older girl an understanding smile. One that Temari was about to reciprocate, when Hinata continued. But I have it safely in my hands. And Temari cringed with a groan. Now it was she who had her face in her hands. Hinata chuckled as chakra strings filled with medical chakra and a facsimile of the chakra scalpel technique penetrated Kankuro's skin under his bewildered stare and hanging jaw. Under Hinata's control, they had quickly sewn his severed limb onto his stump, Hinata adjusting it by slightly twisting it to the sides while her medical chakra was healing the two parts together. That's amazing. I have never even thought chakra strings could be used this way. Kankuro said with a plain awe in his voice as he watched the procedure with a worshipful gaze. You are truly an amazing medic. Even Baki had his eyes wide in astonishment as he muttered that. He probably didn't even mean to voice his thoughts. They just came out on their own. Thank you. Hinata politely nodded and dismissed the chakra strings. I have had a lot of practice. Hinata idly stated, and for the next dozen seconds, she kept her hands glowing with medical chakra around Kankuro's previous wound, healing the stitches. Nowadays, I have to stitch my arms back to my body at least twice a day during my experiments. She casually said with such a creepy giggle that all inhabitants in the room subconsciously tried to back away from her. There you go. Hinata stood up and patted Kankuro on the shoulder, now you can take matters into your hands again. He moved his previously missing arm in wonder, moving his fingers. There wasn't even a scar. It looked as if he had never lost his arm. Right. That should do it. Hinata said, satisfied with her work as she gave it one more once-over with her hidden Byakugan. Everything seemed to align exactly as it should. Thank you. Seriously. Kankuro stammered, both speechless and wanting to profusely show his gratitude to Hinata at the same time. The confusing mix was making it very hard to find words. Used to these things, Hinata graciously smiled, you are welcome. If some complication arises, tell Ren to call back. She said, stepped back, and turned toward Ren before she pecked him on the lips. Ren smiled as she pulled away and kissed her back, much to her delight as she sweetly giggled into the kiss. It was short and ended soon enough. They pulled away, and Hinata puffed out of existence. The room descended into silence as the trio of Suna ninjas had a hard time comprehending the implications of what they had just seen. Ren, in the meantime, enjoyed the aftertaste of Hinata's lipstick. Blueberry. Nice. I must tell her I enjoyed this one a lot. He decided and mentally nodded to himself. That was just a clone. Baki vacantly stated out of nowhere, his shoulders slumped. Kankuro's severed arm was healed by a clone. In less than 2 minutes. He repeated in a hollow disbelief. Hinata is busy. Ren shrugged. And all three Suna ninjas gave him blank looks. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 241, Chapter 241. A's bad day. The Raikage finished signing a document and let out an aggrieved sigh, wistfully thinking of Darui. If only his right-hand men weren't killed. He usually delegated these boring, mundane duties to him as training. But since the stoner had killed him, was thrust into the world of bureaucratic suffering. Every single day. Let out a groan to lower the building pressure of anger steadily rising inside of him with each pen stroke on paper. At least, he still had Mabui. He didn't know what he would have done without the woman. Somehow, she knew him better than he did himself. She knew exactly when his temper was becoming unmanageable. A small hint of a smile appeared on A's face. She knew exactly when he needed her to come in, strip, and bend over a table so he could work out some of his aggression through sex. Sage, bless that woman. She was a treasure. Not to mention all the paperwork that was usually mostly finished every time he was done with taking her from behind. The woman was his secretary for a reason. Unfortunately, he couldn't make her his right-hand woman because, well, she was a woman. She was good for paperwork and sex. But a right-hand man needed to do more. Darui was perfect for that. Even his father realized it and took him as his apprentice. The boy was supposed to succeed him as the fifth Reikage eventually. A small sneer appeared on A's face. It was a massive blow to his ego when the medics told him he was infertile. As the only child of his father, that meant the family line ended with him. It was one of his biggest regrets. Thankfully, his father fathered many illegitimate children. Such as his brother, Killer B. All possible Hachibi hosts were his father's illegitimate children. It had to be that way. But B. He was special even among them. He took after the men the most. He had his father's best traits, while his worst traits were swapped for being an annoying little, rap-obsessed shit. And somehow, that was still the better outcome, no matter how irritating it could be. Most of the third Reikage children didn't take very much after him. Like that girl, Samui, or her brother. They both took more after their mother. Their mother was his father's spoils of war. She was a kunoichi from Suna that they had captured during the Second War. His father thoroughly used her and then, after Samui was born, she was thrown into one of the more obscure programs aimed at making emotionless super assassins for Kumo out of children. Of course, her mother protested and begged, but his father always said that the opinion of a slave is irrelevant before he backhanded her into a sobbing, shackled mess. Samui's brother evaded a similar fate because he was too young when the third Reikage died in the Third War, and A, as the new fourth Reikage, didn't have the heart to throw his orphaned half-brother to the wolves. For that, Samui was loyal to him as her love for her kid brother and her loyalty to her village were the only emotions not beaten or abused out of her in said program. She would have been the perfect wife for Darui, too. She was obedient. She was good-looking. She was enjoyable to fuck. And she had the blood of the third Reikage in her veins. Something that Darui distinctly lacked. With her, the sixth Reikage would once again be somebody with their family's blood. It was a perfect plan. If only it weren't for that thrice-damned stoner. I could feel a rumble of growl reverberate in his throat. That bastard had taken both a successor and a very usable half-sister from him. Granted, A didn't feel much affection for Samui beyond her use for his future plans, but it was the principle of the matter. For that, the stoner had to die. People had to be shown that Kumo could not be easily messed with. Not without fatal consequences. B should ambush him any day now. A mumbled under his nose with a grim expectation. He couldn't wait for the good news. Starting to see double from working too hard on paperwork, A let out another sigh and slightly shook his head. He needed a break. He was about to shout for Mabui to get her perky ass into his office, but as he took in the air, opened his mouth, and raised his head while aiming his eyes toward the door, he froze as his eyes fell on a stranger silently sitting in the chair for visitors in front of his desk. "Hello there." Resounded a squeaky voice from behind an ANBU mask that was, for some reason, painted in the most aggravating shade of orange A had ever seen. The man wore a black cloak with red clouds made out of paper duct taped to it. It looked absurd. Like something made by a particularly unskilled kindergartner. But worse, the sheer ridiculousness of the sight worked to give A pause. And the intruder, exuding an air of childish excitement mixed with a healthy dose of ADHD, used that brief pause to add another comment with a snicker. "Did anybody ever tell you that you make very interesting expressions while working?" A's muscles tightened, and his eyes narrowed into an unamused glare as he gritted out, "Who are you?" The intruder seemed to brighten up at that and loudly exclaimed, "Toby is a good boy dash." Getting that information, A used the moment of distraction to strike, and just as lightning chakra engulfed his body, his fist was already on its way through the foolish intruder's head. Only to realize there was no resistance and he stumbled forward from his own momentum, barely managing to regain his balance as it carried him through half of his office. Finding his footing, A abruptly turned on his heel, his vigilance rising, as he hurriedly tracked the intruder with his wary eyes. But the intruder just stayed casually sitting in the sage-damn chair for the visitors, and A got the aggravating impression that he was blinking at him with the same condescension a parent gives their child when said child does something particularly stupid. The crackling of the lightning chakra around him intensified. Still, A was no greenhorn. He realized the intruder had some sort of intangibility technique, and another reckless charge would not help here. His surprise attack failed. So, A flexed his chakra in a particular pattern, calling all Kumo ANBU and Jonin in the vicinity to his aid. Hopefully, one of them would have a way to deal with Now, that was rude. Raichan is a bad boy. A bully. The intruder, Tobi, spoke with an audible pout in his voice just as Mabui rushed into the office through the door, holding a kunai and prepared for a fight. Her body tensed, and she was about to attack, but A outstretched his arm, signaling her to stop. She was one of the rare few with an understanding of spacetime techniques in Kyumo. She was going to be needed to figure out the man's weakness. Letting her charge to her death would be stupid. I don't know what your goal is here, but don't think you are leaving this office alive, intruder. A threatened gruffly as was proper. Kyumo's dignity had to be preserved even in a situation like this. Reikage-sama. Several high-ranking ninjas appeared in the room, warily surrounding the intruder. Hee. Yet, he gave them only a silly bashful giggle in return as if they were not a problem. One particular ninja lost his temper, and then, various elemental techniques, but predominantly lightning-based ones, started flying through the room. A only got a moment to flash to his desk and back as he snatched the most important document, before his whole desk was set aflame, doused in water, smashed by earth jutsu, and then set aflame again by a lightning technique, only to be doused in water again as the sequence of events repeated itself several times in the next 2 to 3 seconds. Not even his fabled lightning chakra armor could save the paperwork he spent 4 hours working on today, and A died a little inside when he saw it, realizing he would have to start all over again. He powered through the emotional pain and subtly turned toward Mabui. Do you have an idea how to deal with that? He gruffly whispered. Maybe we could S-. She started with a small frown as she witnessed no jutsu having any effect, but was interrupted when Tobi suddenly loudly exclaimed, his voice full of tantrum-throwing indignation. You are all mean. That stopped the ninjas in the room from bombarding him with techniques as their wariness increased. And a second later, a metallic ball of some kind somehow rolled out of the man's pants. The ninjas looked at it with incredulous looks. Tobi glanced at it, exuding his own brand of disbelieving incredulity. Oops. Tobi apologetically said with a sheepish energy. He even rubbed the back of his head. But before A could comprehend what he meant by that, the ball released a pulse of chakra that flashed through the room faster than even A's enhanced perception could catch. The next thing A knew, he was on the ground, moaning and groaning from pure ecstasy surging in his nerves, so much that it started to be pleasantly painful. He distractedly noted with the small, still guarded part of his mind that managed to save itself from being blown from a sudden overload of pleasure, that all his ninja and kunoichi were also writhing on the ground, experiencing their own new orgasmic heights in an utterly humiliating show of Kimogakure's prowess. He tried to power through it. To push it back. But his mind and nerves just sent another wave of ecstasy through him that drowned him, making him feel like a fish flailing outside of the water. He was prepared for pain. But pleasure was something he did not expect. Gritting his teeth, A's face scrunched even as another shameful moan tore out of his throat. He wanted to die from shame as he tried to glare unholy murder at the intruder, whose shoulders slumped. I am sorry. I didn't mean to drop the aphrodisiac I bought for Uncle Payne. My bad. Tobi said with a visible cringe, but something in his tone betrayed that he was secretly laughing his ass off at their plight. Kill. You. His chakra cloak was long gone from the disruption of his focus, and A attempted to stand up, while trying to ignore the wet sensation in his pants, but his weakened legs wobbled and he slipped, falling on his knees and hands while panting in an absolute indignity that devastated his pride like nothing else in his life. Would you look at the time? Tobi loudly mumbled and pretended to look at his wrist, which did not hold a watch. I gotta go. I still have unfinished homework at home. For a moment, Tobi stopped fidgeting and tilted his head as if thinking about something. But Auntie Deidara always said I should go out with a bang. Then he nodded to himself, oh. I know. Here. He took out a heart-shaped, pink paper after a second of rummaging through his pockets, and hopped to A, smacking it on his forehead, have a lovely sticker. A tried to swipe at him, only for Tobi to hop back and out of his reach. With one last giggle, the air swirled around him, and he disappeared. Grunting in monumental effort, A once again rose to his feet, swaying left and right as his nerves were firing with overwhelming pleasure with every twitch of his muscles. He shuffled toward Mabui, who was closest to him. A-, he gasped, R. Why you? Okay. Barely managing, A asked somewhat coherently. Mabui looked at him with half-lidded eyes, and her stare quickly turned into horror as she slurred. Expel, T-tag. A's eyes widened as he understood. The sticker. The sense of crisis flooded him, and he knew he had had it on his forehead for too long. It could go off any second now. A surge of unfocused lightning chakra flooded A's body, causing him to mentally howl in pain. But it at least balanced the ecstasy his body was still feeling, and he managed to hurl himself through the window as he reinforced his body as much as he could in his state. His sense of impending doom turned out to be true, as the sticker went off not a second later. But instead of a fiery explosion, A was engulfed in a thin pink smoke that left the air sparkling pink behind him as he fell through the air. His hair and mustache turned bright pink. He almost crashed onto the ground, but he managed to flip himself around and landed in a crouch on his feet with a resounding thud as the ground beneath him cracked. Straightening with a groan, A raised his head, only to see hundreds of people from the streets of Kumo staring at him. They tried to appear polite, and many even gave him a bow, but he was a ninja, and he could easily see that many barely restrained themselves from laughing. Unbeknownst to him, where the sticker previously was in the middle of his forehead, he now sported a brand new drawing of Dick. Colored and all. Before A's rage could reignite, he suddenly realized that the document he had saved from his desk was no longer in his hands, and his face went white. Some foreign merchants could no longer handle it and started laughing. But A had more pressing problems. He flickered back into his office through the window, idly noting that his best ninjas were just now starting to regain their wits, many still moaning and shivering. Frantically, he looked over the place where he previously stood, not finding the scroll he was looking for. His stomach sank as he realized it was stolen. The plans for Kumo's offensive during the likely upcoming war that he spent the last month perfecting were gone. They were compromised. And that meant they could not be used. Before A even realized it, he snarled and hurled his ruined office desk through the remaining glass in the window as the laughter from the outside reached his ears and made his inner shame burn that much brighter. Go. Sweep the village. Find him. He shouted an order, his voice seething in anger, even as he knew that the intruder was most likely long gone. Nobody had ever humiliated him like this in his entire life. Right then, he heard an exploding sound coming from the outside and looked out in alarm, only to see the cloud-reaching peak, the pride of his village, in much the same way that Konoha prided itself on its Hokage monument. The place where his family lived, was now painted in the most disgusting shade of brown, looking like a giant turd from distance for all to see. His ninjas decided it would be better for their safety to go and obey his previous order, quickly scurrying from his office just as a sharp intake of breath came from A, and his anger reached such a point that even his skin turned white. His sound of absolute fury resounded throughout the entirety of Kumo, making it very, very quiet all of a sudden. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, Mark. Back in his room in the safe house in the land of tea, while having a hard time stopping his snickering, Ren removed the orange ANBU mask from his face. The rakish expression at the end was simply priceless. Ah. That hit the spot. Ren sighed in satisfied relief as he put the makeshift Akatsuki cloak back into his storage seal. This little excursion to Kumo managed to ease Ren's frustration somehow. It was not perfect. He would have loved nothing else but to appear as himself in there and stick a real exploding kunai up A's ass for sending assassins after him. And another one up B's ass for slaughtering that village. But he had already married Temari to stop the war from erupting and ruining all of these efforts, because he was butthurt. Now, that would be just immature. No. It was better this way. Kumo was humiliated, their raikage was humbled, and their best ninjas were catching stray shots, too. The best part. They won't be able to do anything about it. With his disguise shed, Ren left his room and headed out to the forested area behind his safe house. The thing was, hidden villages lived and died by their reputation. It was partly why Konoha had so many clients. The tree huggers were friendly, after all. Right. So, Kumo could not make a big deal out of this. They could not threaten a war against somebody for it. They could not get prissy. No. They had to suppress it. Anything else would be unthinkable from their perspective. Because somebody had just waltzed into their village, bypassed all their security measures, infiltrated the Raikage's office, made a fool of him and his best ninjas, and stole a super-duper secret document straight out of Raikage's hand right in front of his nose before easily disappearing. It made them look like absolute clowns. The scroll in question popped into Ren's hand as he leisurely walked, and he considered opening it for a moment. Honestly, he had no idea what it was, but A risked leaving himself open to save it from his desk, so it had to be important, no. Well. Ren inwardly shrugged and created a shadow clone before handing him the unopened scroll with the instructions to take it to Ino. She was the information specialist in his household. She could deal with it. Ren decided he'd rather happily dodge that responsibility. But back to Kumo, there were many ninjas in that office, and Ren deliberately waited for them to arrive before using his pleasure grenade for a reason. He considered and wanted to use the inverted version of that particular seal. The one that would cause immense, torturous pain. But he thought better of it. In the first place, Ren only let his clones research it because he wanted to recreate some other explodey effects he remembered Bakuda using in Worm. It was nothing but a curious project, something he didn't think he would ever use. Hell, he didn't even pay that much attention to their progress. Only when he started rummaging through his options on how to screw with Kumo did it come to his notice that his clones had recreated the pain-inducing effect and even managed to extrapolate it into a pleasure-inducing one by inverting the seal's effectiveness. In an instant, Ren realized that this was perfect for his needs. After all, ninjas were all very used to pain. These pain grenades. They were pretty useless in this world. Against low-level goons, they would work marvelously, but against S-rank ninjas, they would be barely an inconvenience. Ninjas are usually trained to resist pain. But what they were not trained to resist, or at least, not often, was pleasure. Gritting their teeth through immense pain would make the Raikage and his ninja look like badasses, because they could take it. But collapsing from pleasure? Heh. Much like Konoha, Kumo had its own political factions. And many of the ninjas there were part of different factions. The days in front of A were going to be hard indeed. The political vultures were going to be circling him for the foreseeable future. He was the Raikage conquered by an orgasm. Now that wasn't something to brag about. It will make him look weak. And any unrest inside of Sunagakure meant less time for them to focus on external conflict with other villages. Finally entering the forest, Ren rolled around his shoulders and started stretching, trying to push down his desire to be lazy. He didn't really feel like training most of the time. Unfortunately, he wanted to stay alive, so he had to overcome his laziness. But his actions in Kumo were not just about stopping their ambitions from creating another ninja war. Ren was genuinely vindictive. And he knew that no matter how much Kumo suppressed today's events, the news about them was going to reach important people eventually. The happenings were far too public for them to be suppressed without a leak. But Sage, Kumo was going to do their damnedest to prevent that. It helped that their desire to keep their shame under wraps would be yet another layer that would prevent them from using Ren's actions for their own means, spinning them as an assassination attempt against Raikage, and declaring war over it. For now, it was just a curiosity. People knew that something had happened. But if Kumo made a big deal out of it, this curiosity would become a priority to investigate for every spy in their village. And Kumo could not have that. A was simply going to have to gulp down his fury for this. Even appearing as Tobi was a calculated move. Ren couldn't have a suspect that this attack was a response to his assassination attempt. That would just fuel his desire to wage a war on Konoha and Suna. So, Ren decided to spin the whole situation differently. Once B came back and informed A about his confrontation with the Akatsuki boys, their attire was going to be mentioned. Ninjas pay a lot of attention to details like that. And A was no doubt going to connect the dots. Incorrectly, of course. But the good thing about people with massive temper was that they tended to lash out at convenient targets after being humiliated. To be honest, Ren had no idea what A was going to do about Akatsuki. The best case scenario? He takes offense and blames IWA for the whole thing. Their alliance would break, and a conflict between IWA and Kumo would begin. As bad as that sounds, it would also mean the Fourth Ninja War would not erupt. IWA and Kumo were ready and raring to go, but the other three villages were not. This conflict didn't have much potential to evolve into a continent-wide war. Oh, how Ren wished that would happen. But it was the least likely scenario to occur. There were other possibilities that could happen, but the most likely one. Nothing would happen. But even then, Ren would win because, at the very least, A would be paying Akatsuki more attention now. Even if he suspected he was being manipulated, what could he really do about it? It's not like he would sit down with Nagato behind one table and discuss things like civilized people do. They are ninja. Their ego is their predominant feature. Peace was never an option, and so Ren would win either way. Done with his stretching, Ren activated a perception seal mark 82, hoping that this time it would work. The little thing was starting to irritate him, with how many flaws it had. Even his intangibility seal was not this difficult to get right. Channeling his chakra and using it for a body flicker, Ren zoomed through the forested area, around the tree trunks, with a rush of adrenaline filling him. He suddenly came to a stop 100 meters away and turned to look toward his starting position with a big grin, as he saw all the tree trunks in between where he now stood and where he started. Yes. Whooping, Ren pumped his fist. This looked promising. If he wanted to start a catfight with 3 S-rank ninjas at once by his lonesome self, then he absolutely needed more advantages on his side. And as fast as S-rank ninjas were, the body flicker was still faster. Shursue had a reputation for a reason. But the whole thing was far harder to do in practice than Ren initially thought. He was not Uchiha, so he could not cheat with freaky eyes. But he was a Sealmaster, and if his eyes could not keep up, then maybe other senses could. After all, the 4th Hokage was teleporting around like a chipmunk high on coke, and the men never stumbled. He had to move and adjust his movements even faster than Shursue, and the men was managing it just fine. So, Ren took it upon himself to figure out how to make the body flicker usable for him. One way or the other. Ren channeled his chakra into a body flicker again. It was going Gria-dash. And his face smacked into a tree trunk 60-ish meters away as his perception seal failed to alert him that it was there in time. With a groan, Ren woodenly onto his back, a trickle of blood streaming down from his nose as he left a head-sized dent in the wood. I think I'll need a Mark 83. He dazedly thought as the sky swam in front of his eyes. Hearing a stifled snort of laughter from the side, Ren slowly turned his head and blinked as he saw Temari awkwardly standing there, trying not to laugh at him, while holding a picnic basket in her hands. Hello. She greeted him, and Ren looked at the sky again and closed his eyes. The price I pay for power. He wistfully said to the clouds, causing Temari to break her composure and snicker at him. Chapter 243, Chapter 243. The Picnic Lunch. Temari yawned, feeling drained as she was distractedly preparing some sandwiches for a very late breakfast. Or lunch. It depended on when one woke up. Despite being utterly exhausted, she refused to leave her brother's side until very late in the night. Yesterday was a complete mess. First the river, then the bandits, and then... Temari involuntarily shivered as the flashes of Bijudama exploding around her entered her mind. Then, Kankuro screamed, and suddenly, he didn't have half of his arm. And she was terrified. It all happened so fast. She had always thought that she was prepared for the life of a kunoichi. Prepared to one day be one of her village's elites. She put in so much effort. She trained until her body could no longer go on, until her chakra was on the verge of exhaustion, until she could no longer swing her fan. The muscles necessary to swing it around like a toy did not come for free, nor did they come easily. She put her all into her training. Always. When the council informed her that she would succeed as the Kazekage once she got strong enough, she was both giddy and scared. But for the most part, she felt proud and had a solemn duty to do her best for her village's sake. Yesterday destroyed her rose-tinted glasses. She was not ready. Not nearly ready enough to face monsters like that. Before her mind could even comprehend that they were under attack, half of the encounter was done. She was absolutely useless there. Without Ren, she would have been dead before she even realized it. Several times, in fact. Her shame filled Temari as she chopped a tomato a bit more viciously than necessary, with a glare that the poor ingredient did not deserve. Her hands were slightly shaking, and Temari gritted her teeth, angry at herself for losing her cool after coming face to face with her mortality. Taking a deep and sharp breath, Temari bit her inner cheek to forcefully calm herself. She was about to continue making the sandwiches when she heard a door closing from outside the kitchen. Turning her head, she noticed Ren passing by the open door, so deep in thought that he totally missed her presence. Temari opened her mouth, but no sound came out as she briefly hesitated. Hearing the front door open and close pulled her out of her reverie, and she cursed under her breath. This is not the time to hesitate. Girl. She mentally berated herself as she put 2 plates with 2 sandwiches on the kitchen table for Kankuro and Baki. She then hurriedly walked toward one of the cupboards. Opening it, Temari grabbed the picnic basket and put it on the kitchen counter. She had found it when she searched through the cupboards for the available ingredients earlier. She had no idea why Ren had a picnic basket of all things in the cupboard in his safe house, but, she couldn't muster the will to really care. Temari hurriedly packed the remaining sandwiches and put them into the basket alongside a bottle of orange juice and 2 empty glasses. As she turned on her heel, grabbed the basket, and moved, the air behind her slightly picked up into a breeze from her sudden momentum. Rushing out of the kitchen, Temari was greeted by Baki, who raised his eyebrow at her. He started. Food is on the table. Enjoy. I gotta go. Temari quickly told him as she passed him by. She didn't register his reaction as the front door closed behind her. She was a woman on a mission. The price I pay for power. Temari heard Ren mournfully utter, sprawled on the ground, and she couldn't help but snicker at the sight. Her previous awkwardness diminished a great deal, and she couldn't help but feel a warm feeling in her chest at that. Ren, her husband, and Sage, it was hard to get used to that kind of sandworms, seemed to always know what to say to brighten her mood. It was a talent she both appreciated and hated. It was so easy to just get along with him that she sometimes forgot to be cautious in his presence. Then, she would realize she had dropped her guard and scold herself before feeling deep embarrassment. Yes. She definitely loved and hated it. No doubt, he had that from interacting so much with the Yamanaka. She had the same feeling around her, unlike the Hyuga, who looked all graceful and kind, but gave Temari deep chills every time she was in her presence. She didn't even know why, but Hinata was scary. Her instincts insisted on that. Behind that kind facade, she had this air, as if switching your spleen with your heart was nothing but an amusing experiment for her. Temari could not fully put her finger on it, but she always tried to maintain a bit of distance between herself and Hinata when they were in the same room. It felt prudent. And yet, it was the Yamanaka who was scarier of the two. All smiles and friendly, acting like a typical blonde stereotype until she didn't, and something terrifying peered from those blue chips of ice she had for eyes. Temari was not really happy with her co-wives. Co-wives, was that even a word? But trying to say no to these two monsters did not even occur to her. Their request to be wed to run alongside her might have ended with a question mark, but it could not be further from a question. Temari. Are you okay? Ren's worried voice ripped Temari out of her broody thoughts, and with a slow blink, she returned to reality as she looked at him, only to find him standing up from the ground. For somebody so perceptive, he sure is dense when it comes to these two monsters that are obsessed with him. Temari idly thought, finding a bit of humor in the absurdity of Ren being so clueless. Ah, I am fine, you goof. She exaggeratedly rolled her eyes at him in a fond exasperation, and raised the basket she held. I brought dash, her eyebrows scrunched and she subconsciously looked toward the sun, before tilting her head. Lunch. Well, it is just sandwiches. I am not a very good cook. She added with a small self-depreciating laugh, inwardly bemoaning how she always refused to learn how to cook properly. That was one thing she would have to put on her schedule. She might not have the sheer power Ino or Hinata possessed, but she refused to lose to them. The memory of Hinata's cookie suddenly sprang into the forefront of Temari's mind, and her lips twitched. Well, at the very least, I won't lose to Ino. Against Hinata, it's probably a lost cause. She inwardly grumbled. Still, she was far too competitive to just roll over and give up. There is a small clearing that way. Ren said and pointed his thumb over his shoulder. Temari quickly strolled toward him as he turned around, and they walked together toward the clearing. A small smile appeared on Temari's lips as her grasp on the basket's handle tightened. How is Kankuro? Ren idly asked. To make small talk, losing an arm can be quite traumatic. I hope he isn't too overwhelmed by the experience. Don't worry. He will be annoying us in short order as usual. Temari huffed, but Ren could hear the relief in her tone. He was a bit shaken yesterday. We all were. But he sprang up quite quickly, and now he is obsessed with making a puppet prosthesis. Just in case, he said. She snorted. Deep inside, Temari berated herself for rambling due to her nervousness. And you? How are you holding up? Ren asked as he gently bumped his shoulder against hers, something that startled her. She averted her gaze and mumbled. You are far too perceptive for your own good. Thank dash, Ren preened, but Temari had turned back to him and interrupted him with a deadpan. But only when you are not being a dense idiot. Well, excuse me for caring. Ren playfully scoffed, donning an offended expression. You are excused. Temari sagely nodded with a smirk. What the fuck are you doing? She thought in alarm, incensed by her own attitude. But it came so easily to her. She blurted out what was on her mind, and only then realized that this was not helping her goal here. With slightly dropped shoulders, Temari was about to apologize when they arrived at the clearing, and she lost her opportunity. Ren unsealed a blanket, because obviously he would have one of those stored in his seals. Temari had to stifle a genuine eye roll at that. And they sat down before they started to eat in silence. Ren quite happily, while humming, while Temari was secretly disgruntled. There was something she wanted to bring up, but she just didn't know how. So, she kept glancing at Ren like an absolute idiot, feeling self-conscious. This was really so far outside her comfort zone that Temari had no idea how to breach the topic. So caught up in her thoughts, she was as she nibbled on her sandwich, that she had not noticed that Ren had finished both of his and was now staring at her in amusement. When she finally realized, she flushed red and ducked her head. And she hated herself for it almost instantly. Raising her head, Temari tried to defiantly stare into Ren's eyes, trying to project strength and confidence she was not feeling, but the silent mirth in his eyes only increased, just like her blush. Then, he smirked. Well? He asked, looking like a cat playing with a mouse. Or was that just Temari's imagination playing tricks on her? She didn't know. She briefly considered biting him. Hard. Well, what? Temari gruffly asked, giving him the best unhappy and unimpressed look she could muster as she was powering through her embarrassment. But it apparently did not amount to much as Ren simply shrugged it off with apparent ease and chuckled. The bastard chuckled at her suffering. Temari's eyes narrowed into a small glare, daring him to do it again. Not that he noticed as he spoke, come on. You are not here just to bring me sandwiches. And just like that, all of Temari's indignation abruptly drained away as she was left nervously fidgeting in her spot, once again futilely trying to figure out how to get herself to throw away her pride and ask the question in her head. Ren, to give him credit, just patiently waited for her, and Temari was grateful that he gave her the time. Eventually, she took a deep breath and gathered her courage. You are right. She said with a determined gaze. I dash only to stutter right after, and Ren almost chuckled again as her determination wavered. I'd like you to train me. Temari half-shouted in a high-pitched voice, suddenly looking mortified. But she refused to look away from Ren as she waited for his answer with a pleading look. Of course, Ren had no doubt she would vehemently protest if he actually called her look anything even remotely close to pleading. Honestly, Ren was a bit surprised. Temari was a prideful creature. And while they might be married, he was still a Konoha ninja. Ren knew she was suspicious of him, and he took it in stride. He both did and did not expect her to request training. It was definitely hard for her. To put away her pride. She probably expected to be refused. After all, why should a Konoha ninja train a Suna kunoichi, right? With another chuckle, Ren just casually nodded, okay. I can make it worth your while. Temari spoke at the same time as Ren, pressured by his momentary silence. Then she realized what he said and dumbly asked, wait. Okay. You dash. Yes, Temari. Ren gave her an exasperated sigh, why wouldn't I be willing to train you? I was considering offering it to you once we are in Suna, anyway. Really? Temari's expression showed her surprise, betraying that the girl did not know Ren as much as she probably thought. Sure, why not? Ren hummed. After all, leaving her weak would be a blatant weak spot on his part. For better or worse, she was now his wife, and he was not a person capable of just disregarding that. Maybe if he didn't like her, but he did, so it was a moot point. Temari started, only to bite her tongue to stop herself, realizing she really should not be giving him reasons against training her. Realizing what went through her head thanks to her expression, Ren laughed, and Temari huffed as she threw another sandwich at his face. Easily catching it, Ren unwrapped it and started eating. Seeing him enjoy her food, Temari silently smiled to herself. This was not so bad. So. She expectantly trailed off. Ren paused his eating and gulped down what he had in his mouth. So, we will start once we are in Suna. Sorry, Temari, but training while traveling is really not that efficient. Alright. Temari deflated, a bit disappointed. But she got it. He had a point. They were going to start their journey to Suna again later today, and there was not much she could learn between now and then, anyway. She could wait. Oh, and Temari? Ren asked, causing her to give him a questioning hum. The next instant, Temari felt Ren's hand on the back of her head, and then their lips met. She melted into the kiss, and before she realized it, her tongue asked for an entry into Ren's mouth, surprising him. As her mind finally rebooted, Temari realized she was straddling him while eagerly making out with him. She flushed and pulled away from the kiss, slightly panting for air with wide eyes. Wadash, she confusedly started. Ren smirked that damnable smirk of his, and Temari felt the urge to kiss him again. Don't worry. I will make the training worth your while. He smugly said, alluding to her previous not-so-innocent offer, and Temari groaned as she burrowed her face into Ren's shoulder, biting him in a half-hearted spite, while Ren laughed and hugged her. She tried to ignore the excitement that rose in her chest. She really did. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, Sasori. Konan heard the door to the room reserved only for the Akatsuki members in the tower open, and with a slight surprise, she raised her head to look at who came back. But seeing a short man fully covered in a black cloak with a hood covering his hair and face gave her pause as she tensed, preparing for a fight. But a glimpse of red hair underneath the hood of the cloak stopped her short, and her lips settled in a frown. Sasori? She uncertainly asked with a confused look on her usually cold face, as if only half sure of his identity. You are early. Despite her bland tone, her meaning was clear. She was asking him why the hell he was back when he was supposed to be on missions. She knew something was wrong the second he didn't show up while hiding in his Hiriko puppet. And unlike some of her other colleagues, Sasori took his mission seriously. So, something must have gone wrong. Konan once again tensed up. The mission to assassinate the Suna princess and the Konoha ninja who married her was a failure. Sasori impassionately reported, straight to the point, as he abhorred wasting time. I see. Konan slowly uttered, Iwagakure will not like that. Nor will Nagato, for that matter. Or Tobi, the real one. Or would be, convenient for their goals. Konan still hated it, and she hoped Nagato did, too. At least, he didn't go himself to ensure the war truly broke out. Thanks for small mercies. What happened? Was the Konoha shinobi too strong? As far as Konan knew, he was supposed to be some sort of S-rank ninja. She didn't know. She didn't pay some nobody from Konoha much attention. Her eyebrows furrowed. Didn't he prevent Itachi and Kisame from apprehending the Sanbai or something? Years ago. What was his name again? Ran, something. No. Sasori answered in a dead tone, and as Konan stared into his dead stare, she couldn't help but idly wonder if the man would have casually shrugged if he weren't a living puppet. We were late. For the first time, an ember of emotion intruded on Sasori's tone and turned it full of distaste. We met the ninjas from Kyumo, whom we were advised would be our allies in this mission, while they were already attacking the target. Sasori started, and Konan slowly nodded. As far as she knew, Sasori and Deidara wished to deal with the target before the Kyumo ninjas showed up. Apparently, that didn't pan out. We did a standard ambush. It didn't work. Our presence was revealed, the fight started, and the target managed to trick us into accidentally killing 2 Kyumo elite jonin before disengaging. As she was listening to Sasori's dispassionate report, Konan's lips twitched. Ah, indeed. IWA was not going to like this. At all. This was a proper, how did Haydn like to put it? A clusterfuck. So, you had to kill the last Kyumo ninja. She nodded in understanding. That was not ideal. But as long as Kyumo stayed ignorant of who exactly killed their team, there should be no problem. Neither for Iwa nor Akatsuki. The last member was the Hachibi Jinchuriki. Sasori deadpanned, and Conan stilled. Right. She could see how that could be a problem. Sasori took something out of his pocket and slowly threw it to Conan. Catching it, she opened her palm and saw an Akatsuki ring. Daidara died to his first Bijudama. Sasori said in the same tone others would use to describe the weather. He didn't really care much about Daidara. Even if the kid liked to pester him with his fundamentally wrong belief about art and call him Sasori no Dana. Somehow, it eluded the Iwa rogue ninja that Sasori didn't have the normal human deficiencies of being able to make attachments. Human feelings were a weakness he shed long ago. The fool died the same way he lived. With a whimper covered by a bang that hid his usual incompetence as an artist. He harshly commented, but there was no malice in it. Just a matter-of-fact description of what he believed. Daidara might have been good at offense. Even good enough to earn himself that S-rank threat designation. But his defense was always poor. It was why everybody, maybe sans Haydn, could kick the kid's ass in Akatsuki. Some even with one or both hands tied behind their backs. I see. Conan half-sated, half-asked. But no, she did not see. But that didn't matter. What did matter was that Akatsuki had lost yet another S-ranked ninja. She could feel the beginnings of a headache forming. S-rank ninjas did not grow on trees. Well, unless you were in Konoha. Excuse me. Sasori said, clearly intending to leave the conversation here after he gave the bare minimum of details to her. Needless to say, he expected her to convey what happened to Pain, finding such a meaningless task as giving a report to his superiors a waste of his time. Many pieces of my puppet collection were destroyed by the enraged Hachibi Jinchuriki. I will need a lot of time to rebuild it. And there was yet another flicker of emotion behind his words that Conan could detect. This time, it was irritation. Even anger. The same anger Conan noticed in him before he killed any poor guy who made him wait for something. But before she could tell him that she was not his personal secretary, the man turned on his heel and walked off, causing Conan to sigh. Because, of course, she would now have to deal with this new problem. Sometimes, she really hated this job. As Sasori marched into his room, he felt grim. It took him his maximum effort just to survive against the fully manifested Hachibi Jinchuriki. His puppets were devastated. The third Kazekage. Smashed to pieces, even if it did give Killer Bee a small pause. His other puppets. Mostly sacrificed so he could run away. The only puppet that was not damaged was his own body, and even that was because he was not foolish enough to not recognize how outmatched he was. Sasori knew his prowess the best. Fighting what basically amounted to an 8-tailed bijou was a hopeless endeavor for him. He didn't have anything that could hurt it. Maybe if he got a drop on the Jinchuriki before he ramped up all the way to a bona fide tailed beast, he could take him down. But afterward, it just wasn't going to happen. And it was good that he ran right away. The Jinchuriki gave chase, and it was in this chase that most of his puppets met their untimely end. His eternal art turned out not to be so eternal, after all. Sasori hated it. One day, he was going to kill the Konoha bastard who caused him to lose his dear puppets. Painfully. And then, he was going to make him into a puppet. As a reminder. Sasori entered his room/workshop, only to find Zetsu already waiting for him there. He closed the door and gave the irritating plant an emotionless look that conveyed exactly how much he did not appreciate its presence. Ah. Sasori-senpai. I heard you have returned, so I decided to greet you. The white part of the Zetsu cheerily said, only to be jerked to the side by its black counterpart when several poison senbon almost made it into a porcupine. What are you doing in my workshop? The very unamused Sasori asked, controlling with his eyes if something was missing. Mao. Don't be like that, senpai. The white part of Zetsu pouted. We came bearing gifts. The black part of Zetsu creepily stated and put 2 scrolls on Sasori's work table. Before Sasori could check them, however, the black Zetsu offered him another scroll. I am sure this one will interest somebody like you the most. Sasori looked at the scroll, and without hesitation, he took it before opening it. Edo Tensei. He murmured, and as he read further, he found himself both fascinated and repulsed. This wasn't like his art. Yet, it was art. One he disliked. But also one he couldn't tear his eyes from. Living puppets. This was incomplete. Why give this to me? He suspiciously asked the plant creature. The only one stupid enough in the Akatsuki ranks to trust him was Tobi. But Tobi clearly had some mental issues. And when that came from the guy who turned himself into a literal puppet. Because we think you can complete it. The black Zetsu spoke. You fancy yourself a puppet master, after all. The white Zetsu cheerily added, and Sasori had to resist an urge to rip him into two with an automatic saw. It will take time. He dully said to the black Zetsu part, ignoring its white counterpart, much to its chagrin. Indeed. The black Zetsu rasped, let's hope the addition of this technique will make Akatsuki more capable of reaching its end goal. He creepily grinned and sank into the floor. Sasori, left alone in his room, looked again at the scroll in his hand and frowned. It was an insultingly beautiful technique. It stood against everything he worked for throughout his life, yet the concept of puppeteering the dead appealed to Sasori far too much for him to throw the scroll away. For now, he put it into a seal before turning toward the other two scrolls. Opening them, a cloud of smoke appeared around him, and when it dissipated, there were two bodies lying on his work table. Sasori's eyes widened, and he felt echoes of elation, glee, and astonishment in his core. These are Chapter 245, Chapter 245, Journey to Suna. After the picnic, Ren and Temari returned to Ren's safe house, and alongside Kankuro and Baki, they made plans on how to move from there. Suna had likely already been informed that they had left Konoha and were on their way, so they could not just take a week off or something. They had to arrive in Suna before the village started to panic about their disappearance. As such, Ren and Baki agreed for Ren to teleport them back into the Land of Rivers. Unfortunately, Ren could not teleport somewhere he had never visited or seen, and he had never been on a mission in the Land of Wind. So, he informed his companions that there would be no convenient skipping straight to Suna. Baki sighed as if expecting it. Life was seldom so convenient, and the men had enough experience to recognize that fact. Kankuro scowled while cursing under his nose, which earned him a cuff on the back of his head from his unamused sister. The same sister who was trying to throw subtle glances at Ren, making him secretly happy. But he decided not to comment on it, knowing that Temari was the sort of girl who had the risk of getting angry when embarrassed. It would just ruin the fun. More importantly, any place within Ren's sight or other senses. It was a fair game for his transportation seal or his intangibility seal. But for long-range teleportation, he needed something to latch on. That usually meant a clear mental picture of the place, or a marker. With the way memories worked, despite traveling through the Land of Rivers, it didn't mean Ren could teleport anywhere either. Most of the time, people did not pay full attention to their surroundings. Not even ninjas. They were trained to look for threats, not to mentally map out places for future use as a mental picture for teleport navigation. Ren only had 3 markers in major cities they passed by inside the Land of Rivers, so their small party would need to speed up a bit if they wanted to arrive in Suna on time. Especially now that the information about Killer Bee's rampage was probably reaching the hidden villages. It really did not take a genius to realize why the Kyumo Jinchuriki was in the Land of Rivers right the moment Ren and Temari were passing through it, either. Ren reckoned that Suna was going to be reasonably worried, and Baki warned that it might be better to hurry up before Gaara freaked out. That was one thing Ren didn't even take into consideration, and when it was mentioned, both Temari and Kankuro paled. They could easily imagine their brother, now that he has somewhat changed from homicidal into an awkwardly caring brother in his own way, doing something very reckless once he was informed of their possible demise. 3 hours later, the team was ready. They teleported to the city of Kawama, the closest marker to the Land of Fire borders Ren had in the Land of Rivers, and their trek to Suna started. They no longer walked at a leisurely pace. Now they were going full ninja hopping through the treetops at the fastest speed Kankuro, the least physically able in their team, could handle for a prolonged time. They headed slightly to the south, unlike their previous travel path. Neither knew if Killer Bee went home or was still lurking around the Land of Rivers, looking for them. It was safer to take a detour near the south of the country, even if it increased the necessary distance they would have to travel. Fortunately, the rest of the journey went without any further unexpected surprises, outside of Temari sneaking into Ren's tent during the night for another kissing session. But that was a surprise Ren could get behind and enjoy. Ino and Hinata were a bit annoyed that this complication meant he decided not to go back to their hidden garden that night, a name the girls had coined for their hidden training ground and house. Ren sighed. Leave them alone for a few days, and this was the result. He guessed it could be worse, and personally, he didn't care enough about it to complain. There is a reason why he never named the place, despite pretty much living in it. Besides, having an argument through a shadow clone was really troublesome. During the second day of their run, they crossed the borders to the Land of Wind, and that's when the journey turned truly troublesome. The desert was a horrible place. Sand was everywhere. It was hot as hell. The air was dry. Wind was mostly non-existent, and when it slightly picked up, it only made things worse because then small grains of sand were flying everywhere from clothes to eyes, even getting into the pouches. It was irritating as hell. Ren didn't have many pouches, but how the hell did the freaking sand get into his closed pouches in the first place? This place was just horrible and unpleasant in all regards. This was the kind of environment Ren was supposed to live in from now on. He actually started regretting this whole political marriage thing. Just a little bit. At least, he had some personal techniques that made sweating and the temperature a non-issue to him. Oh, he loved the pissed looks the Suna ninjas threw him when they noticed. They had this feeling of schadenfreude around them ever since they entered the desert, and Ren noticed Kankuro expectantly glancing at him, probably waiting to see his discomfort. And Ren was happy to disappoint as he smirked back at him every time. Ren even started humming after a few hours of travel through the desert. His companions might have been used to traveling in this climate, but that did not make them fully immune to it. After a few hours, they were suitably exhausted and drenched in sweat enough that any Inuzuka could locate them from a country away. Not to mention Dusty. While Ren. He was just fine and dandy. Maybe missing over a quarter of his chakra pool, but as comfortable as he could manage in the unpleasant climate. And hey! It even counted as a chakra control exercise, too. Of course, Ren was not terribly surprised when, after they settled in a cave they found for the night, Temari dragged him deeper inside, begging him to teach her these techniques with almost manic fervor. Ren shrugged, and teleported them to the hidden garden after leaving a shadow clone behind. One of the joys of teleportation was that food, fresh water, and, probably most importantly for Temari at that moment, a shower were just a jump away. Now that they were in the land of wind, Ren was a lot less worried about Killer Bee ambushing them, so he decided a small gamble like this couldn't hurt. And if the worst happened, he still had a shadow clone to alert him. He reasoned it should probably be fine. Temari's breath hitched when she realized that she could have access to a shower. She jumped forward and almost hugged Ren, who scrambled out of the way, because, just know. She was sweaty as hell. The grains of sand mixed with her sweat and created a layer of dirt on her that clung to her skin and clothes. He gave her an unimpressed look, to which she just grinned in what he interpreted as an apology. But his eyes narrowed. He had this inkling that only a part of that grin was apologetic. The other half was, he couldn't tell, but he had the impression she did not just forget about her state when she tried to engulf his clean and pristine self in a hug. After that, Temari went in the direction of the bathroom, remembering it from the tour she was given previously, while Ren searched the house for Ino and Hinata, but the girls did not seem to be present. They most likely thought he would not come here today either and decided to stay with their family or in his apartment in Konoha. It was a shame. Ren looked forward to meeting them after being separated for a few days. But they were kinda used to it. They still went on missions in the past, so not seeing each other for a few days was normal. Ren decided to be nice and started making food for Temari and himself. He even made enough to take back to Baki and Kankuro. By the time he was done, Temari had spent the last 40 minutes in the shower and came out of the bathroom clad only in a bathrobe with her hair still wet and hanging freely over her shoulders and back. Ren glanced at her, and his lips twitched. He recognized a seduction attempt when he saw one. Especially when the girl in question didn't have her bathrobe fully fastened up, and was both trying to show off and cover her cleavage as if not sure what she wanted in the first place. Ren gave her an amused chuckle, to which Temari groaned and put her face in her hands as she sat down behind the table, properly closing the upper part of her bathrobe with a quite adorable pout under a small glare in between her fingers. Her face was still red as a tomato. Putting the plates with spaghetti bolognese on the table, Ren sat down opposite Temari, and they shared a pleasant dinner with each other, while Ren gave her tips on how to use her wind release to create a thin layer of wind chakra around her skin in order to counter the temperature. How to channel it into the air around herself to counter the dry air and the intense light. How to do several other applications of the wind chakra that could negate the effects of the desert climate. Temari was as awed as she was disappointed because most of them were going to require a lot of practice, even for somebody as skilled in the wind release as she was. They were not anything she had ever tried to do. This was a completely new approach to working with wind release, and getting it right would take time. That meant no instant relief from the unpleasant environment for her. In the end, she only managed the thin layer of air around her skin, and even that was only around her exposed parts that were going to peek from her clothes. It was also not very stable, but it should at least lessen the heat and create a pleasant, cooling air current around her face. With her control and reserves, she might be able to keep it up for maybe 30 minutes. It was nowhere near ready for proper use. But she was elated with even just that, and the surprised Ren found himself being dragged into the guest bedroom where she had stayed during her previous stay. The next day, Kankuro instantly noticed that something had changed. Temari was a bit more perky than usual. Not to mention clean. Ren snickered as the boy figured it out and his eye gained a twitch. He realized the two had teleported somewhere, got clean, and well, the food they had brought to him and Baki was also a big tell. Baki took it with the grace of a man with eyes of a dead fish and stayed quiet as he accepted his portion of the still warm spaghetti. They definitely beat any ration bar, and Ren could swear he could almost see a glint of muted satisfaction in the men. Kankuro didn't take it anywhere near gracefully as he glared at his sister, who smirked at him as she handed him his portion. He huffed at her and turned toward Ren with a deadpan, deciding to enact his revenge on Temari by embarrassing her. "So, you have finally fucked my sister?" He gruffly asked, sounding unhappy about it but also taking a certain level of joy from how Temari's smug expression shifted into a sort of embarrassed anger. Temari turned toward Ren, too, and suddenly he was between a rock and a hard place. Kankuro wanted him to give him something to embarrass her, while she wanted him to shut up. And as a good boyfriend, he obviously had to make her blush. No. No. Not yet. He said toward Kankuro, whose face slightly fell, despite the relief that seeped into his expression. But let's just say that Temari decided to start a new tongue training exercise yesterday. Let me tell you, it took me by surprise. Ren winked at Temari, who gave him an indignant look, but he knew her anger was only a way to hide how embarrassed she was from her brother hearing about her bedroom activities. It didn't bother her. Not really. If it did, he would have never revealed it. She rolled her eyes and crossed her arms over her chest as Kankuro looked a bit uncomfortable at that information. For a moment, he seemed not to know what to do with it, but then he snorted. Yeah. I can't imagine that being enjoyable. My sister always had a very sharp tongue. Do you even have any manly bits down there after yesterday? Kankuro. Temari yelled, affronted at his insinuation, but the puppeteer just grinned at her. She scoffed, but they both knew this was his win. "'Tis only true, sister dearest." He cheekily answered, before raising an eyebrow at Ren, so. Did little Ren experience some chomp-chomp? He chortled at his own joke, something that made Temari even more agitated. It was a bit interesting to watch for Ren. He was learning a lot about Temari. Kankuro clearly knew how to push her buttons as her younger sibling, and he was not afraid of using them for his own means of petty revenge. Ren, unfortunately for the boy, was a bit harder to rile up. He only huffed in return, "No. I didn't even need Hinata's reattaching services." He joked back, taking Kankuro a bit aback, but his lips started twitching in amusement. Good, that lowered his guard. Ren decided to go for the embarrassing kill by being blunt in a way that Kankuro could not handle. Your sister was a bit amateurish, but it was only her first time. I am sure she will get better with more practice. She was still very eager to please and determined to go on for hours. She was very thirsty after yesterday's journey and did not let even a drop SPI dash. That's as far as Ren managed to get when Temari lunged for him. Shut up. Temari hissed in a high-pitched tone, beet red as she hurriedly covered his mouth with her hands. If this were an anime, smoke would be coming out of her head. I want to fucking punch you so much, you bastard. Kankuro said with an expression that got more and more strained with every sentence that came out of Ren's mouth, and now looked painfully scrunched. Ren hummed and pulled a bit away from Temari's hands, getting his mouth free. I know. He exclaimed with restrained glee at the absolutely mortified siblings. It was a bit crude even by his standards, but Ren was sure he had a good read on them by now to know they would not get offended much by this kind of humor. Besides, he was a ninja, and these did not play fair. If it works, it works. Looking mightily amused, he reached up with his hand and took one of Temari's into his grasp, slowly intertwining his fingers with hers. That made her still slightly peeved at him, but she also became grudgingly pacified as she stepped closer to Ren and hugged him while letting out a quiet whine. Ren opened his mouth to speak again, but then he felt the girl bite into his shoulder, and he only let out a small huff. Okay. He deserved that. All right, boys and girls. Baki gruffly interrupted their shenanigans. I think that's enough fun for now. Kankuro, eat your food. We will set out in half an hour, and should be back in Suna in 2, at most 3 hours after that. The atmosphere instantly turned serious as they stopped fooling around, and Ren pecked Temari on the lips one last time before he decided to go set up a marker for this cave in the remaining time. After all, he could never know when it might come in handy. Deep inside the cave, he closed his eyes and let out a sigh as his shoulders slumped. Soon, he was going to be in Suna, and who knows what kind of political insanity was waiting for him there. He could only hope things would go well. He didn't want to lose these carefree moments of peace. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Arrival to Suna. As Ren's party neared the Sunagakure's gate, his travel companions were practically oozing a silent excitement to be finally home, while Ren's mood somewhat worsened. It started to feel more and more real, and he couldn't help but think that once he stepped past that gate, it would be a step that he wouldn't be easily able to take back. Of course, he realized how nonsensical these thoughts and doubts were. He had done that step long ago. All the way back in Konoha, in the arena, where he married Temari. For him, that was the step. But it just didn't feel as real and impactful as it did right now. Trying to push his disgruntled mood down, Ren tried to think positive thoughts. Like the fact that Kankuro spent the last 2 hours glaring at his back. A small, amused smile appeared on Ren's face as he stifled a chuckle. Yeah, that definitely helped. The poor lad was not very happy when Ren told him he would first need a lot of training in the wind release if he wanted to learn the protective techniques he had taught Temari. Somebody might even say that the desert was making him all hot and bothered. Of course, Kankuro did not appreciate that joke. But what can you do? Some people simply have no sense of humor. Baki, on the other hand, didn't even ask for the instructions. The man had his own pride, and he would rather suffer the heat and sweaty discomfort than lower himself by asking Ren for techniques. The man was cordial with him, but Ren was aware he was in no way liked by him. It was a bit unfortunate. To Temari, the man was something akin to a surrogate stepfatherish figure. Ren knew that deep down, she wished they could get along well, but it was probably a stretch. As the gates became more visible, Ren noticed that there was a small gathering of people that became visibly more animated when they spotted them. They were clearly not just some people wishing to enter or exit the village. No, this crowd was waiting for them. Oh, so that's what the message was about. Ren realized with a slow blink as he glanced at Baki with the corner of his eye. The men abruptly stopped around an hour back in their journey while looking at the sky. He whistled in a particular way and got a hawk to sweep down onto his arm from the sky. Ren had to admit, it was kinda cool. He had no idea the messenger hawks were freely flying around the village. The men gave the hawk to Temari, who started petting it with a very adorable, indulgent smile, while the jonin took out a piece of paper and scribbled a message on it. Taking the hawk from the girl, he put it into the holster for messages around the hawk's leg, before ruffling its feathers in a very deliberate way, before he threw it up, causing it to fly away in the direction of Sunagakure. Ren paid a very apt attention to Baki's actions with the hawk, which earned him an unamused look and frown from Baki. But Ren just shrugged it off. He understood the man's issues. These hawks were probably used as an information relay system for Sunagakure across the entire country. It is not as safe as delivery ninja, and hawks cannot take any long messages as far as Ren knew, but for contact between the various outposts and the village. It sufficed. Ren hummed, pondering if he could make the system better by switching the message holster with a small seal where a letter could be sealed. That would make it much safer, and even if a message was intercepted, it could not be easily gotten out of the seal. But it would also allow ninjas to send more detailed and longer reports. The noise from the gate entered Ren's ears, and he decided to think about this idea later. It didn't matter right now anyway. It was not like Suna would let him overhaul their information network. They wouldn't give that kind of access even to ninjas who dutifully served their village for over a decade. And he was still a ninja from Konoha in their eyes, who was not to be trusted. Baby steps. Ren sighed. You will get there. They are too desperate to say no. And with that thought, Ren and his companions crossed the gate before stopping in front of a small crowd of around a dozen people. Baki instantly smiled, and Ren's jaw almost dropped. He was not aware that the man was capable of that. Welcome back to Suna. An ancient-looking man stepped forth from the crowd and spoke in a polite, yet still somewhat unhurried tone. He was followed by a woman who looked like she had forgotten she should be long in a coffin at her age. Elder Ebizo, Elder Chiyo. Baki slightly bowed in respect. We are honored by your welcome. Anime did not do these two justice. Ren had no idea if it was the living in desert conditions or if they were really that old, but he would not have recognized them if Baki had not mentioned their names. Ebizo's eyes swept across Baki, Temari, and Kankuro, only to momentarily stop on Ren with a barely hidden cautious awareness, before he slightly smiled, and you must be Ren. We are happy to have you join our village and tighten the diplomatic ties between your village and ours. It took everything Ren had not to deadpan at the old man. His smile was so fake, it made Ren's skin crawl. He smiled back, even if it looked a bit strained. Thank you, Elder Ebizo. Only when he saw several people behind Ebizo bristle did Ren realize they expected him to say some formal mumbo-jumbo in accordance with Suna customs. But here was the problem. He was not taught any. Awkwardly staring at Ebizo, Ren tried to think of something when Temari suddenly elbowed him in the side, causing the attention to fall to her. She gave Ren an apologetic glance before she gave Ebizo a deep bow. I am sorry, Elder Ebizo. We were attacked in the middle of our journey, and tutoring my husband about our customs fell to the wayside after that. We were too preoccupied with trying to get back to the village and watching out for any possible ambushes. She spoke with admirable composure. And despite the small awe in Ren's eyes, he still gave her an annoyed look. His standing in this village was already disadvantageous. He didn't need to make a political faux pas right off the bat. They were busy, all right. Ren inwardly rolled his eyes. She absolutely could have cut their nightly fun short an hour and actually given him the necessary lecture about what was expected of him when they arrived. As much as he enjoyed their tongue training exercise yesterday, he wouldn't really mind coming here prepared. It honestly made him exasperated. But he couldn't muster feeling genuinely angry at the girl. First, she was shaken by the sudden ambush, and then she simply forgot. He could see that on her face. His exasperation probably seeped into his expression because Ebizo let out a small chuckle. You were attacked. Chiyo suddenly spoke, staring at them with cold eyes full of seriousness. By whom? We can talk about that later, sister. Ebizo jumped in. Right now, we have gathered here to welcome Ren Yotsuba to Sunagakure. His lips twitched into a small smirk as he stared Ren in the eyes. Let's start with the ceremony, shall we? With that, Ebizo turned around and started walking into the village, clearly expecting everyone to follow him. And Ren could only feel existential dread as he realized his ignorance was not going to be taken as an excuse to wiggle himself out of whatever they had planned. It was bad enough to attend these things when he knew what to do. And he was supposed to wing it. His eyes strayed to the movers and shakers of Suna that stood silently behind Ebizo, assessing him and the situation. Some had blank faces, others were frowning, while a few actually looked incensed at his presence. As one, they turned around when Ebizo passed them and started following him. Great. What an amazing start to my life in Suna. Ren grouchily thought. He couldn't help but feel he was caught in some kind of cleverly planned political assassination. Peeved, Ren's lips settled in a thin line. Doubts entered his mind and he glanced again at Temari. But the girl just cluelessly grabbed at his tense hand. I am sorry. She muttered with an apologetic expression, I really forgot. I will make it up to you. She mumbled in a hopeful tone, giving his hand a small squeeze as they slowly moved through the Suna streets. Ren resisted the urge to rub the bridge of his nose and took a deep breath before he deflated. Oh, you will. You most definitely will. He whispered back to her in a gruff tone, feeling a bit satisfied when he noticed her small shiver of excitement. He squeezed her hand back and leaned closer to kiss the side of her head, making her slightly smile. But with his senses, Ren was monitoring their observers. Because, of course, privacy was not a thing in the ninja world, and every person in their procession had their attention fully on them. They were weighing how to use every gesture, how to gain an advantage from every emotion they saw, assessing their relationship and how it could be played to their own ends. But that was fine. He and Temari were supposed to be a lovey-dovey, kid-making couple. That was expected of them. In fact, Ren was actually happy that this interaction did not need to be faked. It was relieving, really. With his chakra, he could almost feel the silent satisfaction coming from Ebizo, who was leading their group toward the Kazekage Tower. As if everything went according to his plans. Sage, how Ren didn't want to deal with another Sarutobi wannabe. Yet, here it was. He inwardly sighed again. And the more he thought about the situation, the more he realized that this upcoming political assassination of his was not planned. Temari did not conveniently forget to teach him 4 reasons. No. The girl just regularly forgot. And that made it both much better and much worse, to be honest. Ebizo was simply using the situation he had found himself in for his own ends. And Ren couldn't help but find it impressive how quickly the men grasped the opportunity and twisted the circumstances to his advantage. Ren might not like the situation he had found himself in, but credit should be given where it was due. The old man knew what he was doing. He was one to watch out for. Ren quietly chuckled under his nose, getting a questioning glance from Temari that he ignored. He would let them play their games. Let them scheme and manipulate, do these political shows. In the end, it didn't matter. This was not Konoha. This was Suna. They were a sinking man in the ocean. And his seals were the only boat that could save them. They had already lost. They just didn't know it yet. Chapter 247, Chapter 247. Like cats and dogs. With an exhausted groan, Ren let himself fall onto a couch in an empty office inside the Kazekage Tower. A few seconds later, the similarly tired Temari sat next to his head, with a small grunt. She nudged him slightly to move because he was taking the majority of the couch, but Ren just huffed. Recognizing a denial when she heard one, Temari fondly sighed as she lifted his head up and gently put it on her lap, sliding her thighs underneath it with ease, while she relaxed her back against the couch's backrest. Her fingers started to play with the strands of his hair. I am really, really sorry for this. She guiltily murmured with slumped shoulders. Ren opened his eyes for a moment and gave her a small smile. She was genuinely feeling bad, and that was enough for him. The lap pillow also went a long way to calm his irritation, too. Of course, just because he didn't really mind, it didn't mean he could not get some concessions out of his girl for her accidental transgressions. Oh, no, he was going to milk this for all it was worth. The ceremony, as Ebizo called it, was just as obnoxiously bad as Ren expected it to be. They had thoroughly made Ren look foolish in front of a small audience of important people because he had no idea how to properly react according to their customs. It was so bad that a few people were outright chuckling or stifling their laughter while watching him fumbling around. At least Temari tried to give him the answers, but Ebizo predicted that and stationed her far from Ren, so the only way to get the answers she was quietly muttering was to read her lips. A skill that Ren was definitely not proficient in. Ugh. It was one of the worst 2 hours of his life in both this and his past life. He didn't think he had ever felt this embarrassed. His thick skin had failed him. At least, it was finally over. You'd think they would realize this was not a smart move. Humiliating the envoy of the village you want to ally yourself with was dumb. But it was a small enough thing that Konoha would not do anything even if he complained, and bad enough that Ren's reputation in Suna was tarnished. Right. Ren made a decision right then and there to make his seals 20% more expensive for this. Because fuck these petty old coots. They did not have a monopoly on pettiness. For the next half an hour, both Ren and Temari stayed on the couch, enjoying the quiet moment where they could simply do nothing but rest. Unfortunately, everything had its end, and soon enough, Kankuro barged into the room. Temari. Ren. Time to go home. He loudly spoke, waking his already half-asleep sister and Ren from their near slumber with his obnoxious voice. Both Ren and Temari groaned at the same time and turned to give the puppeteer two similarly unimpressed looks that stopped him in his tracks. Kankuro took an involuntary step back. Then, he sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. Did you practice that together in front of a mirror or something? Because let me tell you, it's creepy, you know. With an aggravated sigh, Temari slumped forward a bit and rubbed her forehead as she spoke in a fed-up tone. You are such an idiot, Kankuro. What? Kankuro was taken aback. He had no idea what her problem was now. But Temari just glanced at him and sighed again. What did I do now? Kankuro mumbled, looking at Ren for answers, but Ren just shrugged as clueless as the catsuit boy. Reluctantly standing up, Ren offered Temari a hand. With a tired chuckle, she grasped it and stifled a gasp as Ren pulled her up on her feet. It was time to go and see the place where he was supposed to live from now on. Gaara's blank face stared at Ren from 2 feet away. It was kinda creepy. He blinked and then raised his eyebrow at the boy. When they came to the Kazakage's estate, Ren had to admit he did not expect a small mansion. Then again, Temari's family was akin to a royal line in Suna. Every Kazakage so far was from her family line, so Ren guessed it made sense. Not that the house was screaming wealth or anything. On the contrary, it was quite plain in the same style as other buildings in Suna. From the outside, it looked quite unimpressive. No garden, no decorations, but it was big enough that even the 4 of them could live there and still have a lot of room to spare. And in Suna, that was most likely a luxury in itself from what Ren had seen so far. When Kankuro and Temari led Ren in, Gaara entered the entry hall just as Ren was in a crouch, taking off his sandals and putting on the offered slippers. Apparently, in Suna, unlike in Konoha, walking indoors with your outdoor footwear was rude to the extreme. But Ren guessed that came with the desert climate. Walking indoors with their sandals would bring a lot of sand and dirt inside, so they either wore slippers, and Ren's lips twitched when he saw Kankuro's cat-themed ones, or went barefoot like Temari. And Ren kind of found himself staring for a second at her feet in the mesh knee socks she wore. Something about the sight was very sexy. He could swear these damn things were made to attract attention rather than protect her feet and lower legs. It was but a moment. Barely 3 seconds, when he let his attention wander. But it was right then that Gaara came and saw him in that state. Temari flushed, Kankuro snickered, and Ren donned an awkward smile as he stood up and was about to greet the Ichibi Jinchuriki, fully intent on ignoring the uncomfortable moment. But Gaara walked forward, entering Ren's personal space quite readily as he stopped with just a little over a foot between them, creepily staring at him. Ren wanted to take a step back, but he had no idea how that would be interpreted by the boy. So, he could only stare back in silent bewilderment. And in a few seconds, when the staring was getting really awkward and creepy, Gaara finally spoke in his usual monotone. If you hurt my sister, I will kill you. The corners of Ren's lips twitched up in mirth. Okay. He casually answered, throwing Gaara slightly off. But the socially awkward boy nodded, satisfied with that answer, then welcome. He said before finally stepping back from Ren's personal space. He looked at his siblings, and his expression ever so slightly eased up. You too, Kankuro, Temari. I am glad you are back. This was a moment when they should have gone and hugged each other. Ren could easily recognize that. But the Suna siblings just awkwardly looked at each other and exchanged nods with a polite, thank you. We are happy to be back, too. Clearly, their relationship was far from properly fixed. But they were putting in the effort. Kankuro, for example, seemed to be low-key scared to be in the same room as Gaara. But he was hiding it quite well for his younger brother's sake. They started walking deeper into the house, and Kankuro suddenly gained a mischievous glint in his eyes. Say, Gaara. What if Temari wants to be hurt by Ren? Kankuro. Temari warningly growled out, her cheeks red as her eyes narrowed at him. What do you mean? Gaara furrowed his eyebrows. Kankuro smirked, giving Temari a provocative look as he deliberately stepped away from her before he spoke. Well, there is this thing called magic, whoa. He barely evaded the fist Temari swung at him with an angry hiss. Jumping to the side, Kankuro entered the kitchen with Temari hot behind his heels. Ren chuckled. Weren't they supposed to be dead tired just a few minutes ago? He shook his head and entered the room, too, only to find that Kankuro ran around the table, putting it between himself and Temari, and using it as an obstacle for his sister, who was trying to get her hands on him. What do you think you are teaching your gullible younger brother, Kankuro? Temari hissed, taking a step to the right, but stopped in her tracks when Kankuro mirrored her movement, and the table stayed between them. I am not gullible. Ren heard Gaara mutter, but his remark went ignored. What? He needs to know and expect it, sis. Kankuro provocatively said. What if he goes to have some water during the night and hears you moaning? You wouldn't want him to burst into your room in the middle of dash. Temari screamed and tried to go around the table, but Kankuro put a chair in her path, using the time the distraction bought him to run around the table in the other direction. Ren glanced at Gaara, who was dispassionately watching his siblings. This is going to be a thing, no? He amusedly asked, feeling that he was not that far off. They get along very well. Gaara nodded. Both Temari and Kankuro shouted at the same time, we don't get along. Temari seethed, Kankuro's eyes widened, just like the smirk on his face did, and they were back at it, Temari trying to grab him while Kankuro was dodging her. Like cats and dogs. Ren inwardly thought. His eyes strayed toward Kankuro's catsuit as he heard Temari's growl, well, at least it is obvious who is the cat and who is the dog in this household. He huffed with a small, mirthful smirk. He looked at the raccoon boy, could you stop them, please? I don't think Temari is going to stop by herself until she rips Kankuro's catsuit ears off. Ren joked. But Gaara took it seriously. You are right. She tends to do that. And then Kankuro sulks because he needs to sew them back onto his suit. Wait, really? Ren thought in surprise. But he shrugged it off and watched as both Temari and Kankuro froze like deer staring into the headlights when the sand rapidly entered the room through the door and rushed at them. Both screamed, and quicker than Ren had ever seen them move, they jumped away to different corners of the room. Gaara. Temari indignantly shouted when she finally calmed down and realized that Gaara was not attacking them, and Ren heard the boy next to him quietly chuckle. We have a guest, sister. Please, don't act out. He impassionately told her, making her stammer as she looked at Ren with wide eyes, realizing she had gotten carried away. No, no. Don't stop on my account. Ren playfully said, and with a teasing smirk, he added, it's quite adorable. Down, boy. Dinner first. Then you can go get a room. Kankuro grouched with a huff. It earned him a swat to the back of his head from Temari, who had subtly used the moment when Ren attracted his attention to move closer to him. Chapter 248, Chapter 248, Welcome Dinner. With Gaara's sand manipulation, all the sand from the room was quickly evacuated through the window, and the four of them found themselves sitting behind the table, looking with trepidation at the food Gaara had prepared. Gaara, Temari slowly started, poking her fork into the omelet on the plate in front of her, sporting a helpless frown. How did you prepare the food? Her words were deliberately slow and careful. The Jinchuriki blinked as he put a spoonful of omelet into his mouth and tilted his head. He chewed for a few seconds, while Temari, Kankuro, and Ren waited, all giving him blank looks. Gulping down, he finally spoke, with my sand clones. Why? Temari, Kankuro, and Ren exchanged a few bewildered glances before they looked back down onto the plates in front of them. Temari slowly nodded. Right. That makes so much sense. She fought the urge to push her plate away as countless small grains of sand glittered in the omelet under the artificial light in the room. Gaara gave her a curiously questioning look as he ate another spoonful of the sand-filled omelet without a care in the world, looking as if nothing was wrong. And as far as Ren could see, nothing truly was wrong in the guy's perspective. He was covered in sand from head to toe pretty much 24/7, and the grains of sand on his lips probably end up in his mouth more often than not. So, to Gaara, this was nothing unusual. Maybe. But still. Ren turned a bit of omelet over with his fork, his expression becoming strained. I know your village is struggling, but I am not going to eat sand. He said toward Temari in a low, deadpan tone. The girl winced before she ducked her head. I can cook you something else. She mumbled, looking mightily embarrassed about the situation. Wimp. Kankuro just huffed in derision toward Ren. And despite how his shoulders slumped, he scowled and dug his fork into his omelet, before grudgingly munching on it as if it owed him money. We are hungry, and food is food. He said with his mouth full, visibly cringing every time a crunchy sound came from his mouth. Ren watched him almost in fascination, while Temari's embarrassment reached new heights at his brother's antics. What would you like? I can make you a new omelet or a sandwich. Temari asked, pulling Ren's out of his surprise. What are you in the mood for? Ren asked back, making Temari hum. I could probably go for a tuna sandwich. She sighed and started to push her chair back in preparation to stand up, only stopping when she felt resistance. Furrowing her eyebrows, she glanced around and found that fine chakra threads were wrapped around her in her chair. Following their length, Temari noticed they came from Ren and raised her eyebrow at him in a silent question. Ren slightly shook his head. I didn't mean it like that. He told her with a bit of exasperation seeping into his tone, and pushed the plate of sandy omelet away from him, to the center of the table. Suddenly, a plate of potatoes with meat appeared in front of him, and he gave Temari a meaningful look. So, what would you like to eat? He asked with a small smirk. He didn't want her to go and cook for him. She looked very tired after today. Despite her earlier burst of energy when she chased Kankuro around, right now her entire demeanor was quite haggard. So, Ren decided to dip into his emergency food reserves. Well, not that there was anything emergency in that anymore. By now, he had thousands of dishes stored for rainy days as he always bought 2 to 3 servings more than he needed every time he visited a restaurant or a food stall. He had both variety and quantity, and providing one dinner would not be even a drop in the bucket. Even if he found it a bit rude that, as a guest, he needed to provide food for his hosts. He was looking forward to trying some Suna specialty, but apparently, that was not on the program right now. Frankly, it was a shit welcome. But so far, that seemed to be a recurrent theme with his arrival in Suna. At least, he couldn't really blame the siblings for it. Temari's jaw slightly dropped from astonishment as she stared at the food in front of Ren, but a bit of relief appeared on her face as her surprise morphed into a hopeful and slightly excited smile. Sushi. She fidgeted in her seat a bit. Oh, she doesn't hold back. Ren inwardly chuckled as a plate of sushi from the best and most expensive sushi restaurant in the capital city of the Land of Fire appeared in his hands, and he handed the still warm dish to the excited girl. He guessed sushi was not something that could be easily obtained in Suna, and the smile it made appear on Temari's face was absolutely worth the disgustingly expensive dish. He didn't even like sushi. He bought it just in case, on a whim, because he was there, so why not? Right. And he almost did a spit take when the waiter brought him the bill. The dishes he bought that day sat in his storage ever since then, and Ren was so disgruntled that he hadn't touched even one of them. He did like a few of those, but every time he thought about pulling them out, the price flashed in front of his eyes, and suddenly, he was no longer in the mood for food. So, yeah. Temari could have it. Ren turned toward Kankuro, who was blankly staring at him, frozen in shock, while holding his spoon full of the sandy omelet in front of his mouth. Ren smirked. He expectantly raised his eyebrow as he silently waited with obvious amused anticipation written in his expression. Realizing what Ren was waiting for, Kankuro scowled. He pushed the spoon into his mouth, stubbornly glaring at Ren while chewing with deep indignation. Ren chuckled. Yes, that boy was not going to ask for his portion of food. His pride was not going to allow it. Not after he called Ren a wimp. So, Ren just shrugged, and suddenly, Kankuro's sandy omelet disappeared. Hey! The boy loudly exclaimed, but before he could get angry, a bowl of pork ichiraku ramen appeared in front of him, stopping his complaints. He mullishly glanced at Ren, but after a second of hesitation, he uttered a disgruntled, thanks, before he grabbed the chopsticks that came with the bowl and dug in. Ren inwardly rolled his eyes at him, even as he found Kankuro's attitude funny. He knew the puppeteer was not going to be able to refuse this dish. He visited Ichiraku for this particular ramen at least once every 2 days while he was in Konoha. Both for the Chunin exams and for the negotiations. Do you have some takoyaki? Gaara's voice resounded from Ren's right side, and he found himself being poked by a sand tentacle. Ren hummed, and Gaara had his takoyaki, somehow looking very pleased despite his perpetually deadpan expression. Pleased with himself, Ren was about to dig into his food when he felt Temari's foot press against his shin. He looked at her and found her giving him the most adorable grateful expression he had ever seen on her face. Thank you, she said with red cheeks, before she focused back on her food. Feeling even more pleased with himself, Ren hummed in reply and finally dug into his food. The dinner was a relatively quiet affair as they enjoyed their food, but when they were done eating, 20 minutes later, Ren decided it was time to bring up an important matter. Summoning a clone, he had it gather the empty plates and go wash them in the sink, while he spoke, so, I'd like to put some seals all around this house. Will that be a problem? Kankuro frowned. Why? For protection, right? Temari nodded as if she expected it. After all, the protective seals on the house in the hidden garden were explained to her, and in her view, Ren seemed too paranoid to stay somewhere without proper protection. Gaara stayed silent, even if he tensed a bit at the mention of seals. Ren could almost feel Shikaku's eyes staring at him from behind the modified seal on the boy. Yeah. At the very least, I'd like to play seals that restrict spatial techniques and alert seals before I go to bed today. That was the bare minimum for him to feel reasonably safe sleeping in a world that had Toby. I thought of offering to cover the entire house, but if you are against it, I can just place them in my room. Ren notified them. I'd rather not. Kankuro started, his expression scrunching as his fists involuntarily balled into fists. I don't know how I feel about this. Sorry. He sheepishly said, and Ren nodded in understanding. This was his home, and Ren, placing seals on it, even if only for protection, would feel like an invasion of his comfort and privacy. That was all right. It's why Ren decided to ask instead of just doing it. Honestly, Ren started idly considering buying a house nearby. Hopefully, Temari would not be averse to moving out because somehow, he doubted the Suna higher-ups would be happy if they separated. I don't care. Shikaku is unhappy about it. You will need to ask Temari if she is okay with seals in your room. Gaara said, making Ren's eyebrows furrow. He looked at Temari, but she looked similarly confused. Why would she need to okay me putting seals in my room? Ren asked Gaara, who blinked at him. Because she is going to sleep there, too. Ren opened his mouth to protest, but then his brain caught up, and a sudden revelation struck him. They are going all in, aren't they? He awkwardly asked, glancing at Temari and finding her look as embarrassed as he felt when he realized the implications. Yes. They wish you would impregnate my sister as soon as possible. They had already renovated her room and prepared it for you too. Gaara nodded. Wait. My room. Temari shouted and stood up in anger. They messed with my room in my house while I was away. If looks could kill, Ren was quite sure the Suna Council would be smoking corpses tomorrow. And yeah. His resolve to buy a house for them had just turned into a certainty. This was not cool. Not at all. Sure, there was no privacy in a ninja village, but this was still a step too far. Gaara frowned a bit and turned toward Temari with a completely serious expression. Don't worry. All your plushies were preserved, sister. He gave her a clueless thumbs up, leaving her standing in utter mortification as her eyes flickered between him and Ren. Without a sound, Temari suddenly turned around and ran out of the kitchen. Well, that happened. Kankuro grumbled, suddenly seeming tired. Gaara confusedly tilted his head, not understanding what had riled Temari up. I guess I will take a guest room tonight. Ren sighed. Scratch 20%. For this, his seals will be 40% more expensive. And climbing. Chapter 249, Chapter 249, Temari's Special Training. The next day, after breakfast, Ren informed Temari that he would like to start her training, causing her to get excited. Mirthfully wondering how long that would last, Ren teleported them to the hidden garden after she fetched her fan. He led the girl to the massive grassy plain in front of his house and smiled at her a bit too sweetly. Not that Temari noticed through the haze of her barely restrained glee. Ready to start your special training? Ren asked, his smile turning into a small smirk he could not suppress. Of course. I will not disappoint you. Temari exclaimed, eyes blazing with determination. Getting training from an S-rank ninja was something even many jonin dreamed about but could not get. She knew that this was not an opportunity she could squander. Ren pleasantly nodded, his smirk slightly widening, then listen. I have a special training method. He said and leaned forward while his voice got quieter as if he was going to tell her some important secret. Temari eagerly ate it up and leaned forward, too, with wide, expectant eyes, and ears attentively waiting to catch every word. Ren paused for dramatic purposes. You are going to do. He started and noticed that Temari was slightly quivering in excitement. He inwardly chuckled as his expression went blank and his face exuded extreme seriousness, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and 10 kilometers of running. He loudly exclaimed with a smug self-satisfaction exuding from his tone as he put his hands on his hips, and Temari's face fell into deep confusion. The girl tilted her head and blinked a few times, wondering if she had heard right. And when her mind told her that yes, she didn't have any problems with her hearing, she gave Ren a deadpan look with an unimpressed, "Ha." Silence fell between them, and Temari's eyebrow twitched as she saw the obvious anticipation in Ren's smug expression. He was waiting for her to protest. Reluctant to do what he wanted, Temari inwardly scowled in irritation and stayed silent. But that only seemed to make Ren smirk harder. He even raised his eyebrow at her, and Temari's composure started to crack. You can't be serious. She blandly said and crossed her arms on her chest. Oh, but I am. Here, Ren handed her a paper tag, and under her curious gaze, she noticed she had never seen the seal on it. Channel some chakra into it when you start your run, and when you are done running 10 kilometers, it will turn red. You have 30 minutes. Temari's bewildered gaze fell on the tag, but then she raised her eyes back toward Ren, still wondering if this was supposed to be another tasteless joke or something. Go on. Ren cheerfully shooed her away with a few waves of his hand, and Temari realized he was indeed serious about this. Gritting her teeth, she scowled at him as she turned around with a huff and stomped deeper into the grassland to have more space for her exercises. Ren chuckled under his nose as he watched her posterior do some very nice movements due to how strongly she was stomping her feet in her anger. Shaking his head in amusement as Temari threw herself onto the ground, starting with her push-ups, Ren pulled a blanket out of his storage seal and put it on the ground before sitting on it. A mug of hot chocolate appeared in his hands, and he slowly sipped on it. A deeply satisfied sigh involuntarily came out of his mouth. He loved these teaching gigs. Ren leisurely watched as Temari angrily pumped her body up and down on her biceps. He raised his mug in acknowledgement when he noticed that she was watching him with the corner of her eye. That made her scowl harder. But also, her push-ups became faster. Good girl. Ren pleasantly said loud enough for her to hear him and nodded with satisfaction. Honestly, he had an amazing talent when it came to motivating his students, didn't he? I can hear her teeth grinding against each other all the way here. Ren resisted laughing out loud. To be honest, Saitama's training regime might be somewhat demanding in Ren's previous world, but here it was kind of trivial. At best, it would be a good warm-up, but high-ranking ninjas had better ways to stretch their muscles than doing basic exercises like these. That was the source of Temari's anger. She expected something special. A training method that would allow her to get strong quickly. Something amazing. And Ren gave her this. How could the girl not be absolutely mad? She could have done much better on her own. Alas, that was not the point of this little exercise. For Ren, Temari was a completely new student, and he needed to assess her. So far, he had learned she was obedient even when facing instructions she thought useless. That was going to serve her well. Many of his instructions will not make sense to her, and having an overly rebellious attitude would be detrimental to both his patience and her progress. Honestly, Ren was a bit surprised she did not argue with him more. He expected Temari's temper to burst out, but the girl could restrain herself when necessary. Well, no matter. The day was still young. He still had time to make her scream in rage later. The catch in this Saitama training regime he gave her was the time limit. Finishing it in 30 minutes was something a normal human could never accomplish. But it was actually very generous for a kunoichi of Temari's caliber. She did not realize that yet, but she was going to find out. And then, Ren would see how she would react. Would she slack off? Or would she press on, increasing her efforts to finish sooner? Would she get angry at how easy the exercise he gave her was? You'd expect a kunoichi who was a jonin in all but rank would be hardworking, but Ren had seen his fair share of lazy jonin. As that green goblin thing from Star Wars would say, strong they might have gotten, but the determination to go further, they lacked. Many people said that they wanted to get stronger, and they might even mean it. Yet, when it finally came to training, they would do the bare minimum. Soon, Ren would see if Temari needed an additional kick to her ass or if she was serious in her determination to get stronger. She was kinda alright in the canon, but nowhere near S rank. So, as far as Ren knew, the coin could fall on either side. As Temari finished with the exercises and started her run, Ren noted that only almost 5 minutes had passed since she had begun. That was not a bad time for 3 sets of 100 repetitions of 3 exercises. Nodding to himself, Ren's eyes strayed toward Temari's posterior, and he had to admit to himself that he wouldn't be all that disappointed if it turned out the girl needed a kick in the ass to motivate her. His lips stretched into a smirk once more, and with a flare of chakra, he activated the seal inside the mug, refilling it with hot chocolate before he took another sip. With the corner of his eye, he noticed Ino looking at them from inside the window of the house. A second later, she disappeared with a small puff of smoke, and a new sense of anticipation filled Ren as he pulled a second, empty self-refilling mug with a seal with the supply of hot chocolate. He barely put the empty mug on the blanket when Ino burst out of the door and started to hurriedly walk toward Ren. Halfway to him, Ino noticed what Temari was doing, and a playful smirk appeared on her lips. Run, Temari, run! She shouted, cupping her mouth, causing Temari to flip her off. Chuckling, Ino continued her near run toward Ren, and when she finally reached him, Ren smiled. He was about to greet her, but she had thrown herself at him, and before Ren could react, he felt her repeatedly kissing his cheek and jaw, getting progressively closer to his mouth. Ren's arms encircled Ino's waist, and she slightly pulled away. I missed you. She cooed. I missed you, too. Ren replied and enjoyed how Ino's lips landed on his for a moment before Ino ended the kiss and hid her face in the crook of his shoulder as she embraced him. So. You are tormenting the junior. Ino quietly mumbled into his clothes with an impish voice full of playful tone, can I join? Ren looked at the running Temari in contemplation as he considered it, when suddenly, a chill went up her spine that almost made her trip. Her pace subconsciously increased. Chapter 250, Chapter 250. For her own good. Let's not torture her too much too fast, alright? In the end, Ren decided to refuse Ino and gently patted her hair, causing her to let out a whine. But as somebody who had spent a lot of time with the girl, Ren heard the barely noticeable hint of content acceptance in that whine as her embrace affectionately tightened a little bit. Alright. Maybe later. Ino whimsically said, and Ren felt her kiss his neck as she turned her body and seated herself in his lap. What do you have planned for her? She curiously asked, her hot, tingling breath hitting his bare skin, before her lips once again nibbled on his neck. Remember the blazing winds technique you have created? Ren asked, and Ino answered in an incredulous tone. Really? That? Ren chuckled. He could hear how nonplussed she was about it, but he only carefully shrugged the one shoulder she was not using to rest her cheek. For now, Temari is just like you. But she can be so much better. He wistfully said, and even though he didn't see it with her face burrowed in the crook of his neck, he was absolutely certain that Ino had rolled her eyes at him. He had to resist the urge to pinch her. Good for her. Ino breezily said, but from how her answer sounded, she didn't really care too much. There was even a hint of sarcasm hiding in her voice. Suddenly softening into a more innocent tune, Ino continued, does that mean you will stop pestering me about practicing more control with my wind release? Ren snorted. She was like a kid trying to get out of a punishment. His pestering was for her own good. The girl was the best wind user in the entire world by now. She knew more about wind release than all the Suna Jonin put together. Sarutobi Hiruzen had nothing on her when it came to her element. Her mind technique gave her a unique advantage when it came to training, inventing new jutsu, or discovering new things about her element. Yet, the girl chose to be a blunt instrument. It was always about making bigger, cooler, more impressive spectacles with wind when it came to her techniques. She wouldn't recognize subtlety with wind jutsu if it kicked her in the rear. Part of it was Ren's fault. And he felt very bad about it. He pitted Ino against Hinata too often during their training. Unfortunately, subtlety had never worked against the Hyuga girl. Her Byakugan could see through most deception or tricks. So, Ino had to default to creating massive wind dragons, vacuum bombs, wind blasts, and other more direct ways of using wind release for mass-scale destruction. Because that worked at least somewhat against Hinata. The con, however, was that Ino came to prefer these methods. Her problems were nails, and she wanted to be a big, fuck-off hammer. What did it matter if a mission could be solved with a simple mirage illusion if she could also just vacuum bomb the heck out of it? Vacuum bombs were simple. Just a protective layer of wind around an area from which she needed to suck out all gases. Then, rupture the wind barrier in a specific way that would shape how the ensuing explosion would look, and there it was. A big boom, unga bunga. There was nothing complicated about it. Just hard to create and control. She didn't need to fully understand what she was doing. She didn't need to study for it. No. It was a do this, get that result kind of thing. It was exactly what Ino liked in her wind techniques. Another part of it was that Yamanakas were not exactly powerhouses, and Ino wanted to be special. Among her clan. And Ren had understood a desire like that. It was why he didn't push her much in the direction he wanted for her. The girl focused way more on her Yamanaka mind techniques than on her wind release anyway. As much as he found it a pity, he decided to let her find her own way. But all her discoveries, those were valuable even if she usually decided to leave them half-finished and ignored them in favor of smashing everything to pieces. Realizing from his silence that no, he was not going to stop pestering her, Ino huffed and decided to get back to the earlier topic. She knew better than to push. That had never worked out for her with Ren. So, you want her to learn how to change the temperature of her winds? Ino nodded with a hum. That could be useful. Flash freezing or boiling enemies with a massive wind blast from her war fan sounded cool. She could already see it. These fierce-cutting winds she had used in the arena during the Chunin exams, if they also scalded everything in their path, that would be a little bit frightening. Of course, Ino had already created the method for it long ago, but it did not work very well. Otherwise, she would have been throwing such attacks around herself. Changing the temperature of wind simply took way too much focus to be used on the fly in combat. It also required several times more chakra than normal techniques because the wind chakra was resistant to changes like these. It loved to cut or bludgeon. It was not really made to burn or freeze. It was simply not viable in a real-life application. Did you find a way to get around the issues with it? Ino hopefully asked with excitement dancing in her tone. If Ren had figured something out, she wouldn't mind doing some more practice with her blazing wind or ice wind techniques. Maybe even develop something new. She remembered that this all started when Ren gave her the idea of developing boiling winds. But when she realized how hard even just bringing winds to an uncomfortable temperature was, she gave up on this path with the wind release before she could actually make boiling winds. Maybe. I was thinking of translating all these complicated chakra manipulations necessary for it into a seal. Ren distractedly shared as his mind started working on the schematics for it. Ino blinked and pulled away from Ren so she could properly look at him. But, such a seal would be required to be big. And putting it directly on the body is impossible, too. Ren added with a nod. Well, unless you want to experience having your skin scalded or boiled every time you use it. Ino playfully shivered. Yeah, that did not sound like a good time to her. There wasn't much a kunoichi would not suffer through for a powerful technique, but some prices were just not worth it. Then where? Ino trailed off, before her eyes fell on the war fan to the side, and she suddenly got a realization. Her fan. That's what you want to use for the seal. Yup. It's perfect. Big enough to hold it, and sturdy enough that repeated use would not destroy it. Ren grinned at Ino, who looked a bit baffled at this approach. Honestly, ninjas had a bit of a flawed mindset when it came to weapons. For many truly powerful ninjas, weapons were not something strictly necessary, so they tended to be overlooked. But humans gained their advantages from the use of their tools. It's what humans were best at. Temari will still need to learn the basics of temperature manipulation through the wind release, but with a seal weapon that did most of the process for her, she would become way more dangerous than she is right now with minimal training. Not to mention, it would give her time to develop a less weapon-dependent fighting style, just in case she ever found herself without her war fan. Can you really do that? Ino put her hands on Ren's chest and batted her eyelashes. More importantly, will you make a weapon for me, too? Pretty please. Amused, Ren leaned forward and kissed the tip of her nose, making her yelp. I have no idea. He chuckled at her pout. Finding out will take me some time. As for a weapon for you. He helplessly shrugged. You already have the best sharpening and durability seals I can manage on your sword, Ino. He gave her a look. Creating something like that would take serious effort. Temari needed it to become stronger, quicker. Ino didn't. She was already strong enough that Ren wasn't worried about her getting in trouble. Alright, fine. I get it. No new toy for me. Ino huffily pouted some more and pushed herself away from Ren's lap to subtly show her displeasure. It did not work out as she wished. Ino stiffened as she suddenly noticed that Hinata appeared out of nowhere, and was now making herself comfortable in her previous spot on Ren's lap. Her jaw dropped in utter astonishment, and her mouth opened and closed a few times as she tried to come up with something to say. Ren chuckled, and Hinata giggled, her eyes twinkling in amusement. He had given her a small wave behind Ino's back when she had arrived, and he still had the blonde girl in his hand. Unlike Ino, who was too focused on her own world, he had noticed her. A new lipstick? Ren asked, gazing at his Hyuga girl's face, paying extra attention to her slightly dark gray to slightly blackish lips. It was the first time he had seen her with something like this, but it weirdly fit her demeanor. Yes. Hinata preened. I spent a day shopping with Samui. She had recommended it. Do you like it? She asked with a small blush as her hands found their way around Ren's neck. I love it, sweetheart. Ren softly told her and kissed her, finding out the lipstick was blueberry flavored. They pulled away. I like it a lot. That makes me happy. Hinata happily smiled, and with her pink cheeks, it contrasted with the reserved and calm expression she tried to portray. Ren pulled her into a hug and gently put his chin on the top of her head as her body slacked against him. And how are things for you in Konoha? Is your clan obedient? He whispered in a concerned tone. Hey. You never asked me how I am. Ino, next to them, whinily protested in a hushed tone. Ren chortled, you act as if you wouldn't instantly shout at me if something was wrong or you had something to complain about. Okay. That's fair. But still. Ino protested. But her protests were ignored as Ren's attention returned to Hinata because she started speaking. It's okay. I don't really enjoy my new station in the clan, but somebody had to shepherd the sheep, I guess. Hinata sighed. Speaking of that, I'd like to ask for a Sekribo capable of making exploding tags. Could I get one? Sure. No problem. Just give me a day to have my clones put it together. Ren's hands affectionately caressed Hinata's back, but why? Shouldn't there be one in the shop? He confusedly asked, and immediately regretted it as he felt the mood of his girl sour. The village confiscated it alongside the whole shop. Ino said with an angry deadpan, and Ren opened his mouth, only to close it when he realized he could pretty much do nothing about it in his current position. Silently cursing under his nose, he felt like scowling. He had left the shop to his girls. But apparently, Hiruzen had different ideas. Oh, Ren was sure it was not wholly legal, but the old man had his ways. Protesting against it would be useless. And of course, the village started to sell more exploding tags to the ninjas for affordable prices right after that. Hinata clicked her tongue, and her voice became tinged with distaste. Your part in helping Konoha's coffers to recover will be remembered, is what Hiruzen told me when I delivered my displeasure about it. That bad? Ren helplessly asked, making Hinata hum. The rampage of the Hachibi Jinchuriki in the land of rivers has everybody spooked. She mumbled and shook her head, rubbing it on Ren's shirt. The borders are strengthened, forces consolidated, and any advantage the village can get away with taking is taken. At least, your apartment is safe because even if they did want to confiscate it, the seal defenses would make it impossible. For a moment, the trio stayed silent, all contemplating their own issues. Then, Ren decided that brooding over it wouldn't do anything. Yeah, well, fuck him. I guess he got the message and realized he would not be getting any Sakribo or seal designs from me. Ren said, at least, I won't have to feel guilty for sharing these Marvel boxes with Suna later on. He moved his head a bit back and looked at Hinata, who was still clinging onto him. I guess you want the Sakribo to not have your clan depend on the village, then. And Yamanaka's. We made a deal. Ino casually butted in. Oh, look. The princess is done with her run. She motioned toward Temari, who had finally finished running. She took a few moments to calm her breathing before she turned toward them and started approaching them. Ren had his lips involuntarily twist into a mischievous smile. Hey, Ino. Up for giving her some training. I thought you didn't want to give her into my clutches just yet. Ino raised an eyebrow at him in surprise. Ren head tilt no. I said not just yet. It has been 10 minutes since then. I think she is quite ready for you now. He laughed, and Ino joined him. You are bad. Ino said in between her laughter, but she dutifully stood up and disappeared from vision in a small shimmer of wind as she was about to make Temari's day into an unpleasant experience. That was not very nice. You know that Ino is going to have her own brand of fun with her junior. Hinata giggled once Ino left. Yeah, well Ren started, watching how Temari's face lit up in alarm, and she suddenly jumped to the side as Ino appeared in front of her and almost kicked her in the stomach while sporting a massive grin. Ino threw some taunt at Temari that made her scowl in anger, and her hands joined, quickly forming several hand seals before a wind bullet was hurled at Ino from Temari's mouth. The wind bullet went right through Ino's body, only managing to make her body shimmer a bit. Shocked, Temari stared at her opponent for a second. Ino chuckled, and suddenly, 3 more Inos appeared around Temari, who threw Ren a desperate glance. But he only gave her an encouraging thumbs up. It is for her own good. He finished and kissed Hinata again, leaving Temari with Ino for the moment. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 251, Chapter 251, Suna's Council. Ren gave Temari a probing look as they walked side by side into the Kazekage Tower. The girl was still disgruntled and refused to speak with him after the training she had gotten earlier today. She did not enjoy facing Ino at all as the Yamanaka girl systematically dismantled her with a contemptuous ease and what Ren supposed was a very irritating, amused smirk from Temari's perspective. Worse yet, Ino only used the wind release during their. Well, calling it a spar would be too generous. For Temari, who prided herself on her wind release and who had put everything into training it, that was a very harsh reality check. Temari knew that Ino was much stronger than her, but being so thoroughly destroyed in her own area of expertise. She had not expected that. Ren imagined that the girl's pride was trampled on today, and the quiet treatment she was giving him was just her not knowing how to react to it. She was not really angry. Just shocked. Ino first started by bending the light with her wind chakra, creating several mirages around Temari, while also vibrating the air around them to generate her own voice and had them talk. Much to Ren's surprise, Ino even tossed Temari her war fan. And to give the Suna Kunoichi credit where it was due, the second she tried to flare her chakra in the usual genjutsu disruption technique and realized the Inos around her were not an illusion, she instantly opened her entire war fan and blasted her surroundings with one of her strongest techniques. It was exactly what a ninja should do when facing a too-skilled genjutsu specialist whose illusions could not be broken. Drown the area in area of effect attacks and hope that one of them hits the opponent. And that's when everything started to go wrong for Temari. Ino didn't bother stopping Temari's jutsu. She let it rampage throughout the grasslands, and only bent or redirected the wind to go around her body. Her wind clones were not affected either, as they were just bent light and wind chakra formed into Ino's likeness. Physical attacks were not going to faze them. Ino had tried to imitate something akin to Ren's intangibility, and this was the result. At most, they slightly flickered under the onslaught of Temari's gale. When the winds finally stopped blowing, Temari was still surrounded by several of Ino's wind clones, and one even sneaked up on her from behind and touched her back. Since these wind clones were made of wind chakra, transforming them into an offensive technique was trivial. Ren knew Ino was trying to figure out how to stuff a vacuum bomb into them, but for now, she didn't have much luck with it because the amount of wind chakra necessary for the technique was destabilizing the wind clones. Nevertheless, Ren inwardly chuckled as he remembered how Temari's eyes widened into saucers in alarm, only for her to be blasted forward by a small burst of pressurized wind that came from the clone's hand. The girl, unfortunately, opened her mouth, too, and it earned her a mouthful of grass and dirt as she plowed face first into the ground in front of her. The snickers coming from Ino's clones didn't help the situation at all, either. Ren resisted the urge to shake his head. There wasn't much to say about the rest of their spar. Temari's temper flared, and even if she managed to keep a somewhat cool head, she was still angry. She started attacking Ino, throwing everything in her arsenal at her while hoping that something would stick, but every technique, the winds, no matter how fierce, simply bent around the Yamanaka girl, while her wind clones continued sneaking on Temari and shoving around with underpowered wind blasts. The longer it got, the more Temari's anger transformed into desperation and helplessness. After 30 minutes, Ren had finally put a stop to the spar, because Ino drove Temari into outright sobbing and quivering. Oh, Temari was still fighting, still swinging her war fan and pushing her chakra to create wind blasts. She was still trying even as she cried. She wasn't giving up, and that was good. But there was a fine balance between giving her a harsh reality check that would show her the possibilities and motivate her to reach them, and mentally breaking her. Ren slightly smiled to himself as he saw the pondering expression on Temari's withdrawn expression. He did feel a bit bad about doing that to her. But she wanted to be strong. Pitting her against Hinata and Ino was going to make her strong either way as quickly as possible. Ren only had to ensure the girl wouldn't break along the way. Hinata was not a problem. She knew when to stop. But Ino. Sadly, Ren knew he wouldn't have that much time to supervise Temari's training too much. At best, he might be able to spare a clone. Soon enough, he was going to be extremely busy, now that he was in Sunagakure. The guards opened the door leading to the council chambers, and Temari and Ren entered. The room was massive and spacious, but empty. Only a big egg-shaped table was in the middle with 12 people sitting behind it, and Baki standing to the side. All eyes moved toward them as the movers and shakers of Suna watched them. Fighting the urge to fidget, Ren donned an amused expression that wasn't even fake and walked toward the table with Temari trailing behind him, with much less confidence. "Hello, there," Ren casually said as he arrived in front of the table, earning himself a few scoffs, unamused and unimpressed looks, and even 1 or 2 chuckles from the Suna's councilmen. 6 out of the 12 were absolutely affronted at his casual attitude, though. But Ren didn't care. He had decided that since they tried to humiliate him for not knowing their etiquette, he would lean into the role of a country bumpkin foreigner and simply wouldn't respect their expected social conduct. They should be happy he didn't come here with, "Sup, bitches." Noticing that there was no chair prepared for him, he inwardly sighed at having yet another power play aimed at him. For Baki and Temari, that was okay. They were Suna ninjas. Having them stand during the meeting was acceptable. They were in front of their superiors. But Konoha didn't really want to give Ren away to Suna just like that. He was still an S-rank ninja. So, while he was sent to Suna on a pretty much permanent basis, he was still technically a ninja belonging to Konoha. The politics of it were convoluted. But they did allow Ren not to care about these power plays. Rolling his eyes at them, Ren unsealed a comfortable chair from his storage seal with a popping noise. Every ninja in the room instantly tensed, and several council members now had weapons in their hands, but Ren ignored them as he flopped down into his chair and pleasantly smiled at the councilman. He was about to speak, but Ebizo showed his experience again by speaking first and taking the initiative before Ren could attempt to do so. "Is this Konoha's attitude toward Sunagakure?" he gravely asked in a low tone, giving Ren an unimpressed look, while many of his coworkers were now openly glaring at him. Ren had to give it to the guy. He was trying to frame his actions as actions of Konoha since he was technically their representative. Ren surmised it was supposed to scare him into being a good boy since his actions could cause a diplomatic incident, just as their villages had allied with each other. "Nah. This is my own attitude toward your bullshit," Ren nonchalantly answered, surprising many of these councilmen with his audacity. Ebizo's face scrunched. "We are going to send an official complaint to your village," he said with an unhappy finality, while Temari, who was standing next to Ren, nervously fidgeted and looked between him and Ren. She very obviously wanted to speak, but knew it was not her place. Ren slightly smiled as he noticed her with the corner of his eye. It was quite adorable. Slightly turning his head and looking Ebizo in the eyes, Ren shrugged. "Feel free." It was enough to make the men frown, while the atmosphere in the room grew more unfriendly. And maybe it was not smart of Ren to antagonize them. But here's the thing. They were not going to be his friends, no matter how well-behaved he acted today. And his threat of notifying Konoha. It was empty. Just like Ren could complain about how poorly Suna had welcomed him and how they tried to humiliate him, Suna could complain about his attitude. Nothing would come out of it. The Hokage would get the message, read it, maybe chuckle or scoff depending on her mood and level of drunkenness, before promptly throwing the message into the nearest trash can. Threats like this only worked on people who had no idea how things truly worked, and Ebizo's disgruntled expression was because he had just realized that Ren was not as much of an easy target as he first appeared. "Can we start already? I don't have the entire day to entertain your stupid attempts to masturbate the perceived authority you think you have over me," Ren said, and the room instantly descended into a cacophony of shouts, insults, and angry exclamations that Ren let calmly wash over him, completely unfazed. A few moments later, Ebizo finally knocked on the table several times, silencing everybody as he coldly gazed at Ren and spoke in an admonishing tone. "You are in our village dash. For your own benefit." Ren blandly interjected, his expression becoming blank. "I was not sent here to be your practice dummy. I am here to deter IWA from attacking you. I am here at your own request because you want my seals. I am here to make sure the alliance between our villages will not crumble at the first opportunity. And yet, you act like squabbling children, trying your damnedest to piss me off. For instance." Ren trailed his eyes over the sour-looking councilman. "I could help you solve the pesky problems with the water supply. Quite easily at that." He pulled out a paper tag and a glass from his wrist seal and put the tag above the glass before activating it. A small stream of water started pouring into the glass until it was full, and then Ren stopped the tag from spilling more water. "This is not a storage seal containing water. It's something that could ensure your village would never have issues with drinking water ever again." Ren inwardly smirked as he noticed the astonished looks of the councilmen. The quicker ones were looking either longingly or greedily at the paper tag, while Ebizo's expression was almost contrite. The guy realized he had fucked up. They had known that Ren could make a seal for holding a bijou. But they didn't really think he could help Suna much outside of that. Which was why they tried to assert their authority over him. But this was a game changer. And from his expression, Ebizo knew that. Of course, Ren wasn't above taking a dig at somebody who was malicious toward him. "Naturally, I wanted to sell these seals to your village cheaply. But recent events persuaded me that I should add a bully tax, retard tax, and asshole tax on top of it, making them double the initial price." He breezily said, 50 million Rio a seal. It's practically a steal. And it was. For him. Creating one of these took a trip to the river in the land of rivers. But now that he had a marker near the river, he could have set up a new connection in 10 minutes flat. The faces of many councilmen, Ebizo included, twisted and darkened. Many gritted their teeth. And a few started to look pensive as they ran the numbers in their mind. But nobody said anything. Ren could see it on their faces. They wanted to refuse. If only because they didn't like him. But they could not. After all, the monthly budget that had to be allocated to securing drinkable water was more or less 30-ish million Rio, according to the documents Temari had shown Ren. Here, he was offering them a seal for one payment of 50 million that would solve the issue for good. In the long run, they were going to save way more money. They were between a rock and a hard place, and this was an offer they literally could not refuse. Alas, that did not mean they were going to just easily accept. Ebizo joined his hands in front of his face and looked at Ren with contemplative eyes as his voice gained a suspicious undertone. "Why should we trust you? As you so readily reminded us, you are a Konoha ninja." Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Suna's Council. "Why should we trust you? As you so readily reminded us, you are a Konoha ninja. Giving Konoha control over our water supply would be foolish," Ebizo pointed out. Ren nodded, and his rude demeanor dropped as he was inwardly satisfied. Now they were finally getting somewhere. The negotiation could start. Honestly, he understood Ebizo's misgivings. In their perspective, a Konoha ninja offered them a solution to their biggest problem ever since their village's creation. Something that was currently a big strain on their economy. It was suspicious as heck. Ren couldn't fault him for seeing this as Konoha's attempt to gain a measure of control over Suna. But he was also quite helpless against such an accusation. Holding Suna's lifeline, their water supply, as a hostage would indeed be a brilliant move from Konoha. And Ren could profess innocence for the next month, but they would still not fully trust him. Rightfully so, considering that he could turn the seal on and off. He could take Suna's water supply hostage. Not that he would. But these men and women were smart enough to realize the dangers here. The only way to earn their trust is through actions. And that's why Ren chose their water supply problem as an in before he could offer other solutions to their problems. It was a little bit scummy, but also the fastest way. And hopefully, once they realize he was giving Suna things that Konoha did not have and could profit a lot from, their trust in him would increase. Ren politely smiled at Ebizo and let out a small, rueful sigh before he slowly spoke. "You are right, Elder. It would be foolish." He agreed, making Ebizo raise an eyebrow at him in an unimpressed way, wondering where he was going with this. But Ren calmly shrugged, "You aren't really in the position to not take the deal, are you?" The room descended into a profound silence, and the Suna council felt as if somebody had poured a bucket of cold water on them as they looked at the relaxed Ren, watching them with a polite, knowing expression. They knew they had lost. They might not like it, but the Konoha ninja was correct. Even if this was a trap from Konoha, they couldn't pass on something that could save their village. A lot of hands balled into fists, a lot of expressions scrunched in a defeated distaste, Many of them wanted to be petty and childish about it. But at the end of the day, they realized they would be giving the smug Konoha bastard what he wanted because it was the best outcome for Suna. Any problems that might come out of it later on, they would need to deal with these when the village was not having an economic crisis. Ebizo, however, didn't want to put the village completely at Konoha's mercy. He remembered the First and the Second Ninja Wars and feared that their villages could find themselves on a different side of a conflict in the future once more. He decided he had to at least try to wrangle more control for Suna from Ren's offer. And would you be amenable to teaching these seals to a select few ninjas from Suna? We would need to maintain them or repair them if they break. Ebizo took a deep breath, preparing to fight tooth and nail for this concession. It didn't even need to be right away. In fact, he expected to be refused. He only wanted to put the idea out there, so they could easily bring it up again later. Asking for money showed a certain amount of greed, and Ebizo could work with that. It was a chip in the armor he might be able to exploit. They could pay the men to solve their issues for now. The deal itself was great for their village anyway. But the important part was to get his knowledge so they would not be helplessly dependent on him or Konoha if anything went wrong. Ebizo glanced at Temari and Baki, who were situated slightly behind Ren, out of his line of sight. He subtly motioned with his eyes toward Ren, making it seem as if he had just returned his attention to him. Realizing the implied message, Baki put a hand on Temari's lower back and quietly tapped an order with his fingers. The girl tried to hide a grimace under her impassive facade, and Ebizo's mood slightly soured at the hesitation in her eyes. It showed that she was already at least partially subverted by her husband. That might require further consideration. He liked the girl, and he was not against her appointment as the future Kazekage once she got trained a bit more, both in politics and ninja prowess. She was smart, dutiful, had the potential to reach high, and she loved her village. Despite the disagreement about her appointment among the other councilmen, she was the best option they had. But this was not the moment to hesitate. He needed her to use her limited sway over Ren to persuade him. Of course, not here. That would be too blatant. But the standing order for her was clear. She was to spread her legs for her husband, worm her way into his heart, and subtly soften him up to the idea of teaching his skills to Suna ninjas. That was her mission in this marriage. Now, this mission was more important for Suna than ever. And Ebizo decided Temari needed a reminder of that. Ebizo couldn't help but feel a measure of irritation. If the intel that Baki and the negotiators that returned from Konoha provided was true, the girl might not have even consummated their marriage yet. Yes, it was a distasteful part of being a kunoichi, but she was supposed to be subverting her husband, not getting subverted by him, before she even spread her legs for him. Pushing his irritation down as soon as it sprang up, Ebizo continued, "Of course, this will require trust between us. We understand that. We can wait a year or two," and he was going to work hard for their villages not to come into conflict during that time frame, "but please, consider taking a student. It is partly why we insisted on getting you here in the first place." Ebizo finished speaking, and despite his eyes being firmly set on Ren, his attention was on Temari, who could feel it as she nervously clutched at her clothes, glancing at Ren in a hidden trepidation and conflicting feelings concealed in her eyes. Ebizo's mood darkened. It seemed he would need to have words with the girl after this meeting. He was going to set her straight, and she was going to do her duty. That was non-negotiable. Sure. I don't mind teaching Temari. Ren casually said as if it was not a big deal, and Ebizo's mind went blank for a moment from how unexpected that answer was. Ren, noticing how flabbergasted the big man behind Suna Council was despite his controlled expression, smirked at throwing him so off. It will take her a few months to learn the basics, but I can teach Temari the sealing arts. As for how far she can go with it, that will depend on her talent and dedication. He turned his head and glanced at Temari, finding her startled. When their eyes met, Ren smiled, and she slightly blushed, involuntarily ducking her head as she guiltily averted her eyes to the side. Chuckling, Ren turned back toward Ebizo, inwardly shaking his head. Suna certainly failed to give her deception and acting training. That was for sure. Unfortunately for them, Ren could sense things through the air. He noticed Baki's fingers tapping a message on Temari's back, and even if he didn't understand the code, the subtle shift of Temari's expression told him enough. First, she clearly disliked whatever order she had gotten. Secondly, she glanced at him. Considering the topic, and how she averted her eyes right now, Ren could put two and two together. Just like he knew that Chiyo had her hands underneath the table, and had several chakra strings connected to hidden weaponry all over the room. Or like he knew that Ebizo was clutching a kunai with a wind chakra edge underneath his long sleeves that covered his hands. Or that there were 16 hidden ninjas all over the room, all ready to attack at the drop of a hat. Or that the dipshit to the right was subtly leering at Temari's legs. That man suddenly winced as he felt a kick to his shin, before he turned to the clueless and innocent man to his right and gave him a small glare. "Only Temari?" Ebizo slowly asked, his mind quickly working out the implications. He got what he wanted. But this was too easy. It should not have been this easy. That in itself made Ren's agreement suspicious. Only Temari, for now. Ren said, and his smirk became more smug as he saw the realization hit Ebizo, causing his expression to grow slightly worried. Honestly, Ren's intentions were not rocket science. His wife was already a Kazekage candidate. He just wanted her to become so important to Suna that they would have to give her that post, no matter what. Anybody with 2 brain cells to rub together could figure out what their aim with the entire political marriage was. It didn't take a genius to realize that Temari was given an order to seduce him. In the same vein, anybody with 2 brain cells to rub together could figure out that Ren wanted to ensure Temari would become the Kazekage. The beautiful thing about both these schemes was that, despite being plainly obvious, there wasn't a whole lot that could be done to counter them. Temari was already his wife, and their relationship was amicable. Ordering her to seduce him was pointless because it was going to happen eventually anyway. And Temari was already the best candidate for the Kazekage post that Suna currently had. Plus, both of her brothers, who were the other best candidates, supported her. With or without Ren's support, she was very likely to end up in the position. The reason why Ebizo looked so worried all of a sudden was the implications. Ren wanted to push Temari into the position, which implied that he had some sort of goal to reach with this action. And he did. Heh. He wanted to make Ebizo worry about some non-existent conspiracy. It was surely going to be a fun time for the old coot. Hopefully, the more time he spent worrying about it, the less time he would have to interfere. Ren decided not to bother with explaining himself properly. Ninjas were going to be paranoid. It was their default setting. But I think we got off topic for a while. Ren spoke with an amused smile. I think we should get back on track. We were speaking about how I could help your village and how much it is going to cost you, asshole tax and all. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Suna's water supply. Will this place suffice? Ebizo asked after he led Ren and Temari to one of Suna's empty water storage facilities. It was basically a large underground room with a pool as deep as the Hokage monument was high, where the drinking water could be stored. Ren could see a system of pipes and pumps on the side that most likely allowed for the water to be pumped all the way to the well above the ground. Apparently, there were several places like this all over Suna, serving as reservoirs for the drinking water of various districts. These were the places where all that water from the costly water collection missions ended up. Just seeing the massive scale of the pool and realizing that this was just one of several gave Ren an idea of how much drinking water the village needed on a daily basis. It put the 30 million a month budget for securing the drinking water into a whole new perspective. And to think that even with several pools like this, water is still a scarce resource. Ren resisted grimacing. Suna was built on a natural oasis, but clearly, the ninja clans that banded together had no idea just how big their village would one day become, and their lack of planning was catching up with the village. Unfortunately, water techniques did not produce drinkable water. Otherwise, even Suna would have been able to gather a few water users to solve their problems. The water from water release, however, was much like distilled water in that it was pure water and didn't contain the important minerals the human body needed and obtained from drinking water. Sure, it can be drunk. But a person could drink an entire lake of it, and he or she would still die of thirst. Yes, the place is perfect. Thank you for arranging this on such short notice. Ren politely answered Ebizo's question, earning himself a satisfied nod from the old man. They already had their dick measuring contest during the council meeting 2 days ago. There was no reason not to be polite. Temari had been a bit incredulous when they met today with Ebizo, and amiably greeted each other after they had given the impression they wanted nothing more than to viciously tear each other's faces off during their previous talks. But that was politics for you. Despite his machinations, Ebizo was not really Ren's enemy. What the men ultimately desired was the improvement of his village. He was too old to chase some personal political aims. He knew that he was going to croak in a few years, and so, he just wanted to improve Sunagakure before it was his time to be buried in the sand. He even apologized to Ren about the humiliation he put him through after his arrival and explained why. Ren sighed. It could be summed up as keeping the clans and important ninjas in line after they lost people in the Konoha invasion. A bit of harmless humiliation to Konoha's representative apparently went a long way to keep the grumbling parties happy. Ren kind of doubted that was the whole reason, but it was what he got, and that was that. He didn't push. For the most part, he got what he wanted out of their meeting 2 days ago, and antagonizing Ebizo further served no purpose. Besides, he would probably get a chance to argue with him again sometime later anyway. No worries. If your seal works as advertised, it will change a lot for Sunagakure. Ebizo calmly said, but his old eyes were brimming with excitement. The man had a spring in his step today. Don't mind us. Go on, youngster. Show us this miracle of yours. Maybe we could use it as a new pond for fishing. Ooh-ha-ha-hee-ha. Chiyo, who suddenly appeared behind Ren, spoke and then started laughing in her demented way. Temari got startled, but noticing her sneaking around and knowing that her behavior was just an act, Ren merely rolled his eyes at Ebizo without turning toward Chio, making the man chuckle before he slowly shook his head. Without further ado, Ren stepped forward and took out a robust stone pillar from his storage seal, erecting it on the edge of the pool. The side facing the pool was decorated with a depiction of an open-mouthed pig's head. Why? Because Ren let Samui procure the pillars, and she had weird tastes. Pigs are cool, she said. Ignoring the piercing looks of several of Suna's councilmen, who gathered near Ebizo, on his back, Ren cleared his throat. There was a seal etched on the back of the pillar, and putting his finger on it, Ren channeled a bit of chakra into it, making it light up slightly. Instantly, water started gushing out of the pig's mouth into the pool. Ren had to suppress a giggle. It looked silly. A pig was vomiting water. He doubted that Suna was going to brag and show this to their citizens anytime soon. From the corner of his eye, he noticed the highly conflicted expression most of the Suna council sported. Some of them probably wondered if this was some kind of creative insult. The stream is not very strong. Ebizo worriedly said as he stopped next to Ren and watched the floor of the pool being very slowly filled with fresh water. Ren nodded. It will take a few hours to fill at this rate. And could the speed be adjusted? Ebizo asked with a small, concerned frown. As it was, this was not enough to sate the needs of the entire village. For this district, it could be enough. If they had ninjas pouring their chakra into the seal and working on refilling the pool at least 15 hours a day. It would require at least 5 ninjas working in shifts around the clock, but it was manageable. There is no way this one seal will be enough for the entirety of Sunagakure. He gave Ren a half-anxious, half-questioning look, only to stop in his tracks when he saw the smug, knowing grin on his face. Ebizo's mood soured as he realized Nope. Ren happily beamed. I guess you will just have to purchase more of these seals, then, no. Ebizo's deadpan look warmed Ren's heart. He had said his seal could solve the Sunagakure's problem with drinking water. He had never said they would need only one seal to satisfy the needs of the entire village. That was just their wishful assumption. One Ren deliberately did not correct. He gave Ebizo an eye smile in return. 8, no, 10. We will need 10 of these for the entire village. 13 if we account for the emergency reserve pools. 650 million Rio. Ebizo hissed out and looked pale, nearly on the verge of a heart attack as he mumbled under his nose with wide eyes, starting to hunch over from the imaginary pain in his chest. Ren inwardly cackled. There it was. It could have been just 325 million, but they just had to piss him off enough for him to decide to raise the price twofold. We can't afford that right now. Ebizo indignantly sputtered as he abruptly turned toward Ren so fast that there was an audible crack in his hip. Even Temari gave Ren a defeated look. Her teal eyes stared pleadingly at him. But the good girl stayed silent as she was expected to. Her role here today was to observe and learn. Not to intervene. And Ren was even kind enough to tell her the lesson she would be learning today before they left the house. It was, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Yeah, that whole, there is no reason not to be polite, thing. That might have been slightly exaggerated. Well, I am willing to take monthly payments of 10 million Rio until you pay these seals off. Ren hummed, offering what he considered a very good deal to the village. How does an annual interest rate of 6% sound? He playfully asked, and mentally laughed as he noticed Temari wince while some of the onlookers suddenly choked for some unexplainable reason. Temari probably understood what the impromptu math lesson he presented her with yesterday was about. Over the 65-month Suna would be repaying him, they would have forked out 861 million Rio and then some change in the end. Interests were brutal like that, and a 6% annual rate meant over 200 million in just interests after all was done and repaid. Seeing Ebizo's pained expression as he was desperately doing the math in his head, Ren chuckled, then again, that might be a little bit too much. He admitted, and Ebizo's expression slightly eased up. 3% sounds more affordable. Ren cheerfully nodded to himself, and the whole Suna council stared at him as if he were a monster that came to destroy them. That would still cost them a little bit over 750 million as the final amount, with the interest included, over the course of 65 months. But it wasn't as if that was an unaffordable amount for a hidden village. The problem was not that they did not have that amount of money. The problem was that they needed money for other costs as well. Ren glanced at the sour expressions of the Suna's councilmen and resisted the urge to laugh. Some of these nitwits definitely expected him to waive the interests or maybe even give them a discount. But why would he do that? He had his own plans, after all. You planned for this from the very beginning. Ebizo concluded in a strained voice with a long face. He was both furious and, despite himself, also a little bit impressed. Yes. Ren simply admitted. From the moment Temari informed me of your issues. This will ruin us. One council member angrily shouted from behind. Ren turned toward him with a raised eyebrow as he snorted, "On the contrary, this will save you." He dryly stated and glanced at Ebizo, whose shoulders slumped in defeat. He was going to take the deal. They both knew it. It was a foregone conclusion. The deal was still too good for Suna in their current situation, even if Ren had just delivered them a proper financial spanking. Currently, they pay 30 million Rio for securing drinking water every month. After the deal, they would be paying a bit less than 12 million a month to him. And in 65 months, in less than 6 years, the seals would be repaid in full. This still gave them over 18 million a month they could allocate somewhere else where the money would be needed. That would be a huge relief for the already economically struggling village. Water was not the only necessity for them. Food, weapons, and medicine were also costly. This was not even the tip of the iceberg of shit Suna was currently in. And it was not just the question of the 30 million Rio they need to pay every month for the drinking water. It was also the ninjas they needed to send out to collect it. Every month, hundreds of Suna ninjas had to go on water collecting missions. Every single ninja doing that was a ninja not going on regular missions and earning money for the village. In these water collection missions, the village was the client. So, they needed to pay their ninjas from their own already hurting pocket, and that meant smaller paychecks for their workforce. That also meant the village earned no money from these ventures. Neither Suna nor its ninjas enjoyed the experience. The ninjas were already poor, as it was usually genin and low-level chunin sent on these missions. And the village was missing out on profits from hundreds of missions. These missions were not popular, from what Temari told Ren. But everybody knew they were necessary. Drinking water was too important for their village. The special storage scrolls for the water that the village needed to procure were also not cheap, bringing additional costs to Suna whenever one was lost or damaged. Because, of course, ninjas from other villages, rogues, or even bandits sometimes ambushed their water retrieval teams for fun and giggles. The fact that, because of these missions, Suna, the village with the least amount of ninjas from the 5 great hidden ninja villages, had the biggest amount of personnel stuck on non-profit missions was also not lost on Ren. On top of securing the drinking water, Suna also had to do what every other village did. They had to secure the borders of their country as per the agreement with their daimyo. They had to provide a team for every fortress. They had to man all of their outposts in the land of wind. They had to sustain whatever information network they had. They had to have several teams stationed in the capital city. And who knows what else. All these things were missions the village needed to pay their ninjas for doing, but they would not earn them a dime. It was the daimyo's financial support that should cover a lot of these costs, but the relationship between Suna and the wind daimyo was not very bright right now. Honestly, it was a miracle this village had not collapsed yet. As much ridicule as Raza was usually getting in Ren's past life, the men did a spectacular job keeping the village running under all this pressure. Their situation was an absolute clusterfuck, and this was just one facet of their problems. Despite Ren's deal being quite draconian to them, they were still saving money and will now be able to allocate hundreds of their ninjas to more profitable ventures. So, yes. When Ren outstretched his hand toward Ebizo for a handshake, the men might have been looking at him with stony eyes, but in the end, they shook on it and decided to go to an office in the facility to sign the deal. By the end of the day, Suna had 13 new pig-headed pillars, supplying their reservoirs with fresh water straight from various rivers of the land of rivers Ren's clones had visited in the past 2 days. One problem was solved in a very profitable way for Ren. Only a countless number to go. Holy yay. I seriously hope I didn't fudge the math about the interest rates and got the problem with drinking distilled water correctly. If not, then just take it as loopholes or something. Pretty please. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, 11 million well spent. Come on, Kankuro, put some spirit into it. Ren smugly exclaimed his encouragement while standing straight in front of the sitting puppeteer, his hands behind his back in a scholarly pose he had seen so often in all these bullshit cultivation stories from his past life. Make your master proud. His jaw hurt from how much he was suppressing his laughter. Shut up, you bastard. Kankuro shouted after his focus wavered, and for the 10th time in a row, the technique he was trying to hold failed as a translucent, barely visible dome of air above him dispersed. Ren grinned at him, making him scowl. You are doing great. He gave the boy a double thumbs-up gesture. I'd be doing much better without your guidance. Kankuro quietly mumbled to himself in irritation. Why the hell am I even doing this? Unfortunately for him, sound was transmitted through vibrations in the air, and ever since the ambush by Kyumo and Akatsuki, Ren decided to put more effort into training to sense things through the air. He heard him well and decided to reply. Because I paid for a mission and chose you as the men for the job, my adorably irritable, catsuit-wearing, doll-loving Padawan. Kankuro took a deep breath, trying to ignore the asshole who was making his afternoon a hell on earth for his own kicks and giggles. If I knew what a pain in the ass this would be, I'd have refused the mission. He muttered, and still sitting with his legs crossed underneath him, he put his hands together again and tried to focus on the new technique Ren wanted him to learn. But then you wouldn't have the money for the materials for that new puppet part you were daydreaming about today. Ren shrugged. Frankly, he didn't need Kankuro for this part of his plan. But the boy was practically bemoaning his fate and the lack of his funds, irritating Temari somewhat fiercely during breakfast while begging her to lend him some money. Temari had the overall control of the funds from their father's account, and from what Ren knew, she and her siblings had agreed to set it up so that each of them would be getting a generous monthly stipend for whatever they could need. Except, Kankuro liked to blow through his money within the first 10 days of the month, trying to build some new puppet part or hidden weapon or buy new poison or new seal. He never had issues with spending his money. So, as a kind brother-in-law, Ren decided to offer Kankuro a mission. The poor sod jumped on the offer, not knowing what he was getting into. Let's just get this over with. Grumbling, Kankuro let out a breath and closed his eyes. Shortly after, his chakra seeped out of his body, flowing into the air above him as it slowly suffused itself into the air and created the same translucent, barely visible dome covering everything in a 5-meter radius around the boy. A bead of sweat appeared on Kankuro's brow as his eyebrows scrunched from intense focus, but it lasted only for a moment until the dome stabilized and Kankuro's expression eased up. Taking a deep breath, Kankuro's hand slowly released the hand seal they were holding, and he carefully brought them back into his lap before he opened his eyes, his expression morphing into a triumphant one. How is that? I've got it. He asked with restrained giddiness in his voice, grinning cockily at Ren. Ren noncommittally hummed, and a small ball appeared in his hand with a small puff of smoke before he half-heartedly lobbed it at Kankuro. It nailed him in the forehead, making his head snap back a bit as it bounced off and puffed out of existence. Still not good enough. Ren informed Kankuro as the dome above him once again cracked and shattered alongside his focus before completely dissipating. Sister fucking son of AB dash, almost toppling back, Kankuro vehemently cussed at Ren, but when he saw the ball reappear in Ren's hand as he raised it in a silent threat, Kankuro stopped in his tracks, only giving his tormentor a stubborn, defiant look as he scowled some more. Again. Ren easily commanded as his lips twitched in amusement. Your focus is still not good enough. At least, the boy had already realized after the 10 previous tries that arguing would not help him and silently got to casting the technique again. To be honest, besides his personal amusement, Ren wasn't screwing with Kankuro for nothing. He needed him to learn this properly. Well enough that he could do it while half asleep, so he could teach other ninjas how to do it, too. This was the next step in Ren's plan for Sunagakure. He invested the first 11 million ryo he had received from Suna for his seals this month, and commissioned several missions from the village. First, he needed a ninja who would learn a technique from him. That's what was happening right now. Then, that ninja was supposed to teach 3 other ninjas. And these 3 other ninjas would get a mission to teach another 3 ninjas each. And those would then go and repeat the process with yet another 3 ninjas, who would do the same. Ren was basically doing pyramid scheme style training here. The only effort he would need to put into having half of Sunagakure learn this technique was to teach it to Kankuro for a day. Well, that and the 11 million he had to pay Suna for these missions, but money was kind of useless to him in Suna right now anyway. Without Ebizo's help, Ren would have never been able to push through his requested missions, but once he explained to the men his plan, or rather, this step of his plan, not that the old men knew that, Ebizo was happy to help despite the paperwork it would generate. Poor Temari was unwillingly conscripted as a paper pusher by Ebizo because of that. But, she could consider it a training for her future Kazekage role. Ren's idea was simple, yet it was also something that many ninjas would be too proud to do. Fortunately for him, Suna ninjas were not in any position to complain. They would simply be happy to get a paycheck at the end of the month as it currently stood. Suna's protection missions were flat out not earning enough money for the village. Hence, the solution was quite simple. They needed to diversify their services. The Land of Wind was a country built on internal trade. It was well known for its countless caravans that went between cities and villages on a near-constant basis, trading anything and everything from spices, rare metals, food, and even people. But the most important thing when it came to caravans was that with a lot of trade, there were bandits. Which should mean work for ninjas, right? Well, no. Unfortunately, that's not how things worked in this land. The ecosystem was simply different. Unlike literally anywhere else, in this desert country, even the freaking bandits depended on the caravans, and that completely changed the game. The bandits here couldn't exactly go into a forest or a mountain and hunt themselves some game to feed their group. Not in the desert. So, usually, they stopped a caravan, asked for a toll to be paid, and the caravan just did that. The bandits asked for food, water, and cheap goods they could use for their survival, and to make a bit of profit most of the time anyway, leaving the more lucrative merchandise in the caravans alone. There was an unspoken accord between them and the merchants. There wasn't much plundering or outright destroying the caravans because the bandits recognized that doing so was the easiest way to irritate somebody important and get ninjas hired to hunt them down. After all, trade was too vital for survival in this country where many settlements depended on these caravans bringing them food and other necessities they could not get in any other way. This, however, meant that many merchants did not feel pressed to hire ninja guards. Why would they, when the bandits just asked for a reasonable toll most of the time? If the toll cost them less than hiring a ninja team, there was no reason to pay more, no. It wasn't as if they had to pay too many tolls along the way, either. The bandit groups usually fought among themselves for lucrative spots and cleared up such problems before the merchants lost their patience and decided to hire ninjas. In the end, this created an interesting situation where there wasn't much business to be had for Suna when it came to protecting the merchants, despite their country being known for unceasing trade and literally infested by bandit groups. Of course, there always were merchants feuding against each other who hired ninja escorts as a precaution against their competition. Or nobles who wanted to feel safe during their travels. Or other circumstances where ninja guards could be hired. And these held Suna afloat financially. But in other countries, the threat of bandits forced pretty much every merchant to hire a protection detail, even if it was only a few genins. The smart bandits never attacked a merchant protected by ninjas, which brought a massive amount of business to any other hidden village. It was kind of why ninjas did not tend to kill bandit groups they encountered unless they were provoked first. Suna did not have that. But what Suna had was the heat of the desert. And that was where Ren's wind release dome technique came in. It created a protective dome of wind. A weak one. It was only a C-rank technique that even people without wind affinity could easily learn. And the protection it offered reflected that. A B-rank jutsu would be at best only slowed down by it, and it wouldn't even be an obstacle against an A-rank one. But the user could channel the heat inside the dome. By itself. Anywhere else. That was a useless feature. Here. In the desert of the land of wind. It was a priceless treasure. Traveling through the desert was not a pleasant affair. The days were hot, and the nights were cold. The really rich merchants usually had several attendants whose job was to fan them during the journey to combat the heat. And during the night, these same attendants were there for sex, to combat the cold. All the while, everybody reeked of sweat and other things because a bath was just a distant dream. The wind release dome technique could counter the heat. It could make travel for anybody within its radius a pleasant thing, no matter how hot it was outside. Ren decided that if the merchants won't hire Suna ninjas for the protection they can offer them, then they will hire them to make their travels actually enjoyable. Plus, less heat meant less sweat, which meant way less smell. What was there not to like? All that heat the technique's user was managing could also be channeled into a heat storage seal Ren had made. Once that seal was charged, it could work like a portable heater for the cold nights until the heat within it was depleted. A ninja could buy empty ones from him. It was no big deal. He or his clones could make one of these in 5 seconds. He could easily supply the entire demand for these in Sunagakure. The user could then charge them during the mission and sell them to their employer or some other merchant to make additional profit. Hell, the merchants could sell empty ones back to ninjas for a small token price, too. Rinse and repeat, and you have a repeatable side business. All in all, Ren felt very proud of this scheme of his. It would bring more money to Suna, especially its average ninjas. And with a richer populace, more merchants would be attracted to come and do business with Suna. With more merchants, cash would flow, and maybe, just maybe, Ren would actually get some investment opportunities for all the money he was about to receive from Sunagakure while also revitalizing the village as quickly as possible. And who will the Suna ninja have to thank for the sudden upturn in their fortunes? Who would be the guy who ensured the wind release done technique would be spread, while also making sure those who learned it would know who came up with it? Who would be the guy selling them the heat storage seals? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. As far as Ren was concerned, it was 11 million well spent. Come on, Kankuro. Put some more backbone into it. Chapter 255, Chapter 255. But first, food. Sitting in a living room, Ren heard the front door open. Perking up, he turned his head toward the sound, and chuckled as he heard Temari yelp in pain before hissing a curse under her breath. She no doubt tripped over Kankuro's puppet parts, which the boy had forgotten to clean up earlier today. That was an ever-present danger of living in the Sabaku household. Kankuro was like a kid who always misplaces Lego on the floor, so you have to pay attention to where you are stepping all the time. Except that his puppet parts could be way more dangerous than Lego. Temari wearily shuffled into the living room under Ren's amused gaze, and as she saw him, her displeased frown melted down into a small, fond smile. Only for a moment, before it was replaced by something between scowl and pout. I hate you so much. Temari groaned like a zombie as she stumbled her way through the room and dropped her body into Ren's arms with an audible "Ouf," half lying on the couch. Ren's arms suddenly found themselves around her back as he hugged her while she snuggled into his chest. Screw you and your changes, Temari mumbled in a half-accusatory, half-sleepy voice. I can imagine, Ren jovially hummed, his hand caressing her hair in the way he knew she loved. Ebizo is running you ragged, huh? he comfortingly whispered to her. They were slowly getting to know each other and becoming more and more comfortable with each other as time passed. Both he and Temari tried to make the best out of their circumstances and tried to spend time together every day. Shared lunches were the norm. Ren went out of his way to ensure that. 5 days ago, Temari had dragged him out for some shopping because he needed some desert-rated clothing. They made an entire date out of it. And while they were still not sleeping in one room, as he held the weary girl in his arms, he couldn't help but think they were not all that far from it. It only brings paperwork. And more paperwork. And then some more paperwork. Do you have any idea how much work organizing your training missions takes? Temari drowsily complained, but there was no bite in her tone. Ren smiled. She wasn't really angry. In fact, he knew she loved her work even if it was taxing. Temari loved her village and always wanted to help it. Well, now she was doing exactly that. Clearly, not enough if you still have the energy to complain. Ren quipped, getting an unamused grunt in reply from the girl who suddenly pushed herself up against his chest, and a bit away from him so she could come face to face with him, giving him a flat stare. And what amazing thing did you do today? Temari blandly asked in the most unimpressed tone Ren had ever heard, causing the corner of his lips to twitch in mirth. Well, you know it. While you were working so hard for the betterment of your village, I had the important and exhausting job of resting well at home. Ren jovially said in a "what can you do" tone. He even added a small shrug to sell the impression better and enjoyed how Temari's eye started twitching. But before she could get riled up enough to actually get angry, Ren pressed forward and kissed her. Temari was slightly startled, but soon enough she eagerly reciprocated. Satisfied after feeling all the tension in her body ease up, Ren pulled away and ended the kiss after a few seconds, earning himself a small protesting whine from the blonde that somehow managed to change her position into straddling him during the kiss. It's a very important job, wouldn't you say? He asked as his back was pushed against the couch by the hands Temari had on his chest. I guess. Temari distractedly uttered while taking her hands from Ren's chest and raising them toward her head. Removing her 4 hair ties with practiced ease, she made her 4 ponytails fall into a waterfall of sandy tresses all around her shoulders. Slightly shaking her head, Temari managed to attain a measure of tousled hair look, and with her hand, she pushed the few strands that fell in her face to the side. You are very pretty. Ren stated and propped himself up on his elbows, enjoying the small, happily bashful smile his words brought to Temari's face. You goof. She sighed with a bit of exasperation while still straddling him. They looked at each other for a tense moment before they both moved forward and kissed again. For the next 20-ish minutes, the world ceased to exist for them as they lost themselves in their passion, barely separating their lips for air while their hands roamed each other's bodies, groping and ruffling the clothes with somewhat hesitant touches that started to grow less uncertain as the time stretched on. Sadly, all good things had to end. Temari's stomach suddenly loudly grumbled, making its presence known, and both Ren and Temari froze. Ren blinked. Temari flushed. They awkwardly pulled away. Ren blinked again, and his cheeks pinked as he noticed Temari's state of dress. Sometime during their make-out session, he had apparently managed to pull her kimono-like clothes off her shoulders, and her bare, perky breasts were now in front of him. He didn't even realize it happened until now. Seeing Ren's awkward expression, Temari giggled and proudly pushed her chest out, powering through her own embarrassment and channeling all her subpar, half-forgotten kunoichi seduction training from her academy days, while trailing her fingers over Ren's naked chest. He was wearing a casual button-up shirt, and unlike him, the undoing of his buttons by Temari was completely deliberate on her part. Temari playfully smirked, only the red tips of her ears betraying how she felt. She opened her mouth, most likely to make some seductive remark, when her stomach betrayed her for the second time, sending another loud grumble through the room. Temari woodenly froze, and Ren started laughing at the absurdity of their situation. It's not funny. Temari whinily protested, softly hitting Ren's bare chest with her fists. Stop laughing. He didn't stop. Huffing, Temari grumbled as she pushed herself off Ren's lap and pulled her kimono back onto her shoulders, covering her chest before she turned away from him, miffed. Great. Now the mood is ruined. She discontentedly muttered with a dash of frustration in her tone and subconsciously crossed her arms over her chest. She was finally resolved and in a mood to have their first time together, only for this to happen. This whole go and have sex thing was not as easy as they made it sound in her kunoichi classes. She actually came to care for Ren in her own way during the few days they had spent together. She wanted their first time to mean something. To be special. Temari felt like punching through the table in her frustration. In the meantime, Ren finally stopped laughing and regained his cool. When did you have your last meal? He asked Temari, nimbly moving behind her on the couch, and threw his arms around her shoulders, embracing her from behind as her back leaned on his chest. Temari involuntarily leaned into the embrace. Only then did her brain register the question, and her face scrunched as she thought about it. She missed lunch because Ren did not come to the Kazekage Tower today for the first time this week, and she had been too busy. Breakfast, no. She didn't have that either. There was no time. I think the last time was yesterday during lunch. Temari tilted her head in a pondering fashion, and Ren let out an exasperated sigh full of suffering as he put his forehead against the back of her head. Temari. He trailed off, nonplussed. She had wanted to go and train for the evening yesterday, so she didn't come home until very late at night. That was all right. As long as she took care of herself. Ren gave her a look. I know. I'll do better. I just forgot. Temari abashedly admitted, and her stomach grumbled for the third time, agreeing with her, much to her silent mortification. All right. Ren shook his head. Let's get some food into you, and then, we can see if we can get back into the mood, He teasingly asked before pecking her on the cheek. Today was perfect for getting frisky, and Ren decided to give it a shot. Gaara was having a night training in the desert, and Kankuro, despite his incessant complaining, started to really enjoy training others in the wind release, done technique. The pay was good, and he could screw with his students. Today, he would be coaching a few ninjas until late in the evening. Meaning, Ren and Temari had the house for themselves. Temari blushed, but her lips settled into a grin as they both stood up, and she let herself be pulled into the kitchen by her hand. She looked at Ren's broad back in quiet anticipation, and her desire suddenly returned. Yes. She quite liked that plan. She decided she wasn't going to let him get away so easily. Not today. But first, food. ko-fi.com/kasakair. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Samira. Ren woke up with a small groan, blinking the drowsiness from his eyes a few times before he dragged his body into a sitting position. Hearing a quietly protesting, "Mum," coming from the spot on the bed next to him, he sleepily turned toward the noise and dryly chuckled, only for his chuckle to become a yawn halfway through. With one hand covering his mouth, Ren's other hand reached out toward the mostly asleep Temari, hiding her head in a pillow she was hugging to her chest while lying half on and half under her bedsheet. Ren's fingers gently landed on her thigh, trailing a path upward and reaching her lower back, where Ren's whole palm pressed on her warm skin. A content smile appeared on Ren's lips as a small, needy moan came from the girl, even as she willfully refused to wake up and only put the pillow more over her head. Ren's hand continued on its path, caressing her skin and pressing into the muscles of her upper back, causing her to straighten up, maybe even slightly bend her back backward on instinct. Then his fingers gently curled around the back of her neck, and his arm shook alongside the pleasant shiver that rocked her body. Ren felt his lower part respond, and he had to resist the rising urge to push her into the bed and continue their yesternight's activities. Something the sleepy girl subconsciously desired, if the way she slightly jutted out her posterior in invitation was a sign. It had been a month since their first time, and Ren learned that Temari enjoyed being more of a passive kind of girl in the bedroom. That probably surprised both of them, given her outgoing, very proactive personality outside of it. Honestly, he attributed it to her daddy issues. Not that he would be dumb enough to tell her that to her face. She would never accept it, and it would spark an argument. But she definitely had repressed issues. All three of the Sabaka siblings had them. Sadly, Ren didn't know the first thing about proper psychology, and there was no therapy in this world. So, they would all simply have to learn to live with it. Easing up the pressure on the back of Temari's neck, Ren's hand trailed back down the middle of her back, across her spine. From below the pillow, the side of Temari's mouth was peeking out, and Ren could see how she was biting her lower lip. Her thighs pressed together, entrapping the bedsheet in between them in a strong grip. And a small whimper came out of her nose as her entire body sensually shook in anticipation, with every pulse of Ren's chakra coming out of his fingers and prodding at her spine in the most pleasant ways. Ren's smile slowly widened into a grin, and he pressed his palm deeper into Temari's back, forcing a loud gasp out of he. The pillow that covered her head suddenly impacted Ren's face out of nowhere, making him slightly rock back in his spot. "All right. I am up." Temari loudly cried as she abruptly turned around and sat up, her hair tousled up and messy, while she was panting, her bare chest heaving, and her face was flushed from neck to cheeks to the tips of her ears in embarrassment. The pillow fell off Ren's face and landed in his lap, unveiling his surprised but amused expression as a startled laugh came out of his mouth. They played this game almost every morning after they slept together. It was becoming somewhat of a routine for them. But this was the first time Temari reacted by throwing a pillow in his face. He didn't expect that. Temari reached out and grabbed her pillow from Ren's lap before she hugged it against her chest, covering her breasts, and her expression turned into a miffed one. "Did you have to use chakra?" "I am still quivering," she asked in a slightly annoyed, shaky tone. "After how you let me rub your back for an hour the last time we did this." Ren raised his eyebrow at her and noticed how she hid a smirk. If he wasn't paying attention, he would have missed the small twitch of her lips. He rolled his eyes at her. Temari could be devious, and if he didn't get inventive, she would no doubt enjoy his ministrations for as long as he was willing to provide them. Oh, she would writhe and moan, quiver and whimper, anything to prolong her enjoyment. But she would not get up. Experience showed Ren that. No, I don't think so. Ren snorted, not today. I have a meeting at 10 a.m. He turned his head toward the clock hanging on the wall and noted that he had an hour to get ready. And you will probably be required there, too. Temari blinked and then let out an aggrieved sigh before she hopped out of the bed and onto her feet, stretching up and blatantly showing off her body to Ren, who mirthfully shook his head. She had grown quite bold in the short month. Their morning turned into a whirlwind of activity as they both started preparing for the day. They dressed up, had a small argument while bumping their hips as they fought for the use of the sink and mirror in the bathroom, completely ignoring the fact that there were several of them in the house, and after all of that, Ren dragged the protesting Kunoichi to the kitchen, where his clones were done with preparing breakfast. The fact that she was still in the middle of doing the last touches on her hair was ignored by him. Her simmering anger was extinguished when Ren's clone praised her hair, making her pleased because clones were a reflection of the original for the most part, so if the clone found her pretty. Temari glanced at Ren, who had seated himself opposite her at the table. Noticing, Ren smirked at her and purposefully did not praise her appearance, earning himself an exasperated but fond huff and a soft kick to his shin under the table. Yes, yes. She looked adorable with her sandy blonde hair free and slightly curling into ringlets at the tips. But she already knew that from his clone. He preferred to bring her mood up with a bit of silent teasing instead. They ate breakfast, a generous serving of eggs and bacon with bread, and then were on their merry way toward the Kazekage Tower with 20 minutes to spare before the agreed-upon meeting time. They could afford to take a leisurely walk instead of having to hop through the rooftops, and so, Ren found himself with Temari hugging his arm to her side as they strolled through the village. He inwardly snorted. Her tight proximity had an added benefit that he knew she was aiming for. He stretched his protective jutsu over her and earned himself a thankful smile from the girl as the hot and dry air no longer affected her. She was perfectly capable of doing a similar thing to a smaller effect by now. But according to her, keeping up the focus was hard, and the technique oftentimes just broke for her whenever she got distracted. It was apparently highly annoying, having to recast it all the time. Ren wouldn't know. He could keep the techniques going just fine. He mirthfully glanced at Temari, and when she noticed, from his expression, she realized what he was thinking and returned a mirthless look in return. Arriving at the Kazekage Tower, they greeted Kankuro, who passed them in the hallway and scowled to cover his small blush, and murmured a greeting back while averting his gaze as he hurried away. Ren and Temari snickered and giggled. The poor boy was embarrassed ever since he came home earlier than usual one evening and caught them having sex on the couch in the living room. He talked big and was usually brash, but it was so easy to fluster him. Ren understood why Temari loved to tease him. Speaking of Kankuro, the first rounds of protection detail missions with ninjas capable of using the wind release dome technique finished around 2 weeks ago. Since then, word got out about how pleasant it made the trip through the desert, and it was slowly spreading among the merchants in the land of wind. The mission commissions picked up like crazy, and the snowball got rolling down the cliff. The merchants asked for ninjas with that technique, even offering bonus pay once it became apparent that there simply were not enough ninjas with that capability in the village for all the interested clients. The richer merchants tried to commission a higher-ranked mission in hopes of getting preferential treatment, and the poor paper-pusher ninjas had to explain to them that the system did not work like that. It turned out that having a pleasant journey through one of the most inhospitable places in the world was kind of a big deal to these constantly traveling merchants. Funnily enough, they did not give a shit about protection from bandits. They just wanted somebody to save them from the heat, sweat, and stink. Sunagakure rank-and-file ninjas realized this, and many started commissioning training missions on their own, asking for somebody to teach them the technique. Those who had friends who knew it begged them to be taught, and from what the excited Ebizo told Temari, who had then told Ren, the village had not been this lively in a long time. It was far, very far from solving the economic crisis, but the village was now on the right track to recovery. Ren and Temari reached Ebizo's office and entered, nodding at Gaara, who was impassively leaning on a wall inside with his arms crossed over his chest. The boy still did not sleep several nights a week, even if Shikaku was no longer keeping him awake. Ren found out that it was an ingrained habit for him by now. Usually, that meant they did not really meet him in the morning because he was already up and doing something at an ungodly hour. It was usually in the afternoon, evening, or on the weekends that Ren saw Gaara. The boy had been burdened with and pressured to become stronger for the village's sake. He had to train near constantly. Ren felt a bit bad about it, but he didn't have the free time to meddle in his situation right now, either. Temari separated from Ren and walked toward her brother, while Ren turned to the other side of the room, where Ebizo was talking with a tall, busty, fair-skinned blonde woman. Smiling, Ren approached them as they turned toward him. Hello. He cheerfully greeted them, getting a bland smile from Ebizo. The old man still did not like him all that much, but that was fine. As long as they could work together, it didn't matter. The woman looked at him with a stoic, aloof expression and cold blue eyes. She took a step toward him, and her lips twitched into a barely noticeable smile. She leaned forward, and Ren expected her to kiss his cheeks in a greeting, but she suddenly moved her face at the last moment, causing her lips to land on his in a kiss. Everybody in the room suddenly froze, and Ren could swear he heard an angry, feminine screech coming from behind him, but he was a little bit too preoccupied with the soft tongue that invaded his mouth. His brain finally rebooted, and he managed to pull away with a very strained, awkward smile as the blonde woman brushed her lips with her thumb with seductive ease while sporting an aloof, self-satisfied expression and a small smirk. "Greetings, Ren-sama. Nice to meet you again," she coolly said and slightly bowed, unintentionally showing off her very generous cleavage. Ren took a deep breath and let out a long sigh as he resisted the urge to rub his forehead. Somehow, this was Ino's fault. He just knew it. She had no doubt put her up to it. "Yes. Nice to meet you, too, Samira," he awkwardly replied, trying not to look at Temari, who was held back by Gaara while giving the aloof blonde a death glare to end all death glares. If looks could burn, Samira would have been a steaming corpse thrice over. Samira, however, ignored Temari with the cold disregard that fit her perfectly. Ren helplessly stood between her and the angry Temari, not knowing what to do. He couldn't tell Samira off. He still felt guilty about what Ino had done to her when she was more known as Samui. Sorry, guys. I know that some of you probably wanted a full-blown smut after the last chapter, but I just don't feel like writing that. Chapter 257, Chapter 257, Trade Deal. Samira Kajiro was the last in the entire plethora of identities Samui had made for herself in the recent months. She was changing them more frequently than Rin changed kunai knives, which was honestly ridiculous. Ino said the woman is trying to find herself. Now, that made Rin wince when he heard it, because of the whole mind screw thing Ino had perpetrated on her. Fortunately, it seemed she liked this one enough to consider keeping it. Hopefully, it will last because with Ren's current machinations, it kinda had to, now that he pulled this identity of hers into his plans. Unfortunately, what Ino had done to the woman could not be undone. Not easily and not without mind-fucking her even more thoroughly than she already was. Her mental brainwashing to make her. Ren didn't even know what Ino aimed for, to be honest. Obedient. Servile. Or something more sinister that Ren would rather not think about because it tarnished the image of Ino he had in his head. The deed was done, and now they all had to learn to live with it. It's why Ren set Samui up as a merchant in the land of tea. It was his own way of trying to give her an enjoyable life while also being pragmatic enough to make her useful. Sadly, the world they lived in was what it was, and Ren had to be a realist. No amount of guilt was going to make him waste an asset like this. That only made him feel guiltier and made him affirm his resolve not to be a dick to her. Which made her flirting just that much more troublesome. The woman seemed to like flirting with him in her own aloof way for some reason, but getting kissed by her out of nowhere was a first. It was a genuinely unexpected escalation. And Ren somewhat doubted that the original Samui, the lady who wanted to run a lightning-clad sword through his chest with a mean glare that would impress even the Kyubi, would act like that toward him. Maybe wiping out her indoctrination and loyalty to her village gave her a clean slate, and her interest in him was truly hers. But maybe it was something put inside her head by Ino when she completely mentally reprogrammed her. Ren could not be sure, and he sure as hell wasn't going to ask. He was kind of afraid of the answer. If her interest wasn't something Ino engineered, then it would open a can of worms he wasn't sure he was comfortable considering. Ino tried to drag the busty woman into their bed often enough as it was. And the problem was that Ren could see himself wavering enough to go for it if not for his inner misgivings and guilt about the whole situation. After all, he wasn't blind. Samui was, well, hot. Hinata was ambivalent about the entire issue. She did not care enough to be either for or against it. Her tolerant attitude was amazing, and Ren loved her for it most of the time, but when it came to this issue, it was not helping. Ren glanced at Temari and inwardly winced as he found her seething while still being held back by Gaara, who had his arms firmly around her stomach. Well, it seemed he now had all three choices from Ino's 4, Hinata's don't care, and now Temari's hell no when it came to opinions about Samira. As if that did not make the situation even more complicated. Was it any wonder he was usually trying to avoid her? Sighing, Ren mentally squared his shoulders and decided to get on with it. It was time to man up. After all, her presence here was not an accident. He had called her here for a reason. Pushing his awkwardness down, Ren smiled at Samira. I hope your boys are ready, Samira. I promised you a profitable deal, and I intend to deliver. But it will take a whole load of shoveling. And like a man, he decided to ignore the whole issue of her flirting with him. No worries. Shoveling is one of the only things they are good for. She easily joked, and Ren almost sucked in a breath as Ebiso's eyebrow twitched. The Suna people obviously had no idea about Ren's deeper connection to Samira. They thought she was just a merchant who had been conveniently present in the village and that Ren had approached her for a deal she had tentatively agreed on. Naturally, her presence in Suna was not as coincidental as they were led to believe, but because Ren wanted to help Suna, he told Samira to bring only a few of her men. Enough to fill an average-sized trading caravan. The rest she could hire from the poor people in Suna. In the grand scheme of things, this wouldn't be even a drop in the bucket as far as helping Suna went. But for those people, it might just save their lives and allow them to get back on their feet. And of course, Samira's statement was understood with the intent it was given with. She was not dissing her workers. She was dissing the hired help from Suna, and judging by how the delight in Ebizo's face evaporated, he had come to the same conclusion. Right. Ren awkwardly said with a weak, dry laugh and decided to quickly change the topic. Anyway, why don't we start? I have everything prepared in one of the training grounds. Fetch your workers, Samira, and we can be on our way. That might be for the best. Ebizo diplomatically agreed with a frown plastered on his face, giving Temari a bear-it look, shutting any protest she might have had. Such was the power of money. The deal Ren was trying to make here was going to bring jobs and money to Suna, and Ebizo knew that. The reason why he decided to officiate this meeting was that he wanted everything to go just right. Samira, Ebizo, Ren, Temari, and Gaara walked out of the Kazekage Tower and headed to the private training ground of the Sabaka family, because, of course, they had one of these, where they waited as Samira's full-time subordinates went to gather her hired help from Suna. Soon enough, an entire small army of homeless-looking workers started trickling toward the training ground, and upon seeing them, Ren kind of understood Samui's earlier attitude more. These people looked as if they were about to keel over any moment. They did not really look useful. This was kind of his fault. He told her to hire those who looked like they needed money the most. Closing his eyes, the corner of Ren's lips twitched. Letting out a long sigh, he leaned closer to Temari and whispered, "Could you arrange food for them?" Temari looked at Ren and pursed her lips, then she glanced at the sorry sight gathering in front of them, and slowly nodded before taking the scroll with the money he offered her. With that, she disappeared in a body flicker. 2 problems solved. Ren inwardly hummed in satisfaction, not at all sorry that he interrupted the one-sided, glaring contest Temari was having with the stoic Samira, who was more than happy provoking the younger girl by clinging to Ren's arm. And by now, Ren was absolutely sure she was doing it only to screw with Temari because the second Temari disappeared, Samira let go of his arm with a small smirk. Refraining from commenting, Ren looked at Gaara and gave him a nod. "We might as well start," he said, and beckoned Gaara to do what they had talked about yesterday evening. They stood in front of a massive rectangular container made with hardened earth via an earth release technique, lined with seals on the inside. It was 100 meters long and 100 meters wide, while reaching 1 meter in height. It took Ren an entire hour to create it yesterday with his subpar ability in molding earth chakra, and the whole thing was going to collapse on itself within the next several days, but for his current purposes, it was good enough. Ren gave Gaara a signal, and the boy outstretched his arms toward the container. For a moment, nothing happened, and then, wave after wave of sand rose from the ground around them, causing small, barely noticeable tremors while the sand pooled into the container. It took Gaara a minute to properly fill it to the brim, and by then, Ebizo was giving both him and Ren quizzical looks. The men knew Ren was going to be selling something, but he didn't know what. Surely, it couldn't be sand, right? Suna would have been the richest village if it had been that simple. Ren threw him a playful smile and activated the seals inside the container. Chakra flashed, and the sand inside turned into salt. Ebizo's jaw dropped in astonishment, alongside most of the civilians who were watching the spectacle. It was one thing to hear that Ren could turn things into salt, stone, or glass, and it was completely another thing to actually witness it on a large scale. But Ebizo's initial astonishment quickly gave way to a calculating look, and Ren chuckled. The men realized the implications of what had happened here. This wasn't a modern world. Despite the technology that could be found in many places, this was pretty much a feudal society with medieval, feudal practices. Salt mines were not common, and salt was much more valuable than in Ren's previous world. It wasn't to the point where normal people could not afford it. But it was definitely more expensive and scarcer. Salt was the biggest export commodity of the Land of Wind, alongside glasswork and raw metal ores. And Ren had just created a bit less than 10,000 tons of it from sand, all within a minute. Ebizo and Ren's eyes met, sharing a deep but silent understanding before they nodded at each other. Ren would provide goods, but Ebizo's role was going to handle the politics. Because this was exactly the kind of shit any sensible daimyo would either shut down instantly in fear of having his country's economy become fucky-wucky, or try to heavily regulate it because the nobles who owned and depended on their salt trade would be shitting bricks in horror upon realizing what this could mean for their businesses. It didn't help that the daimyo of the Land of Wind hated Suna with passion. But at the same time, this was something that could give Suna an edge towards self-sustainability, much like Konoha had thanks to Hashirama's trees. It was common knowledge that Hashirama had made several forests around Konoha. What was little less known, however, was that these trees were massive, robust, and the toughest wood in the world. Not only that, they also regrew within a year after being cut down. Everybody and their mother wanted that wood. The land of fire, water, wind, lightning, and every other country that had access to the sea, while being big enough to actually make a navy, wanted it for their ships. Puppeteers dreamed of having it for their puppetry. Reinforced buildings used this kind of wood. Many weapons required their wooden components to be made from it, to enable them to withstand superpowered ninja combat. Hell, it was used for many other things that Ren couldn't think of right now, too. And the only supplier was Konoha. There was more demand for it than actual supply. It was a big part of the reason why Konoha was economically the best of all the hidden villages. Worse for its enemies, this was not a resource that could be just taken away or sabotaged, either. It had been tried again and again. IWA managed to burn the lumbering camp down during the Second War, losing 10 jonin in that suicidal sabotage mission. Frankly, salutations to these champs who managed to infiltrate a ninja village during a war when their guard was at its highest. But Konoha just relocated their lumber camp to another section of their woods, and that was that. The only thing it accomplished was to make Konoha waste one singular day. The interest in Hashirama wood is so huge that Konoha had to agree to some rules regarding its trade that the fire daimyo insisted on. They could only sell it to independent merchants from the land of fire, eliminating any pesky issues like Konoha deciding not to sell to other hidden villages or countries associated with them. These merchants would buy it, and it was none of Konoha's business to whom they sold it. Everybody had reasonable access to the resource as long as they could afford it, and thus, no economic or normal war needed to be started over it. That kept the land of fire out of many conflicts as Konoha grew rich. All the jealousy the other hidden villages had for Konoha. It was fully justified. Ren's salt was nowhere near the importance of Hashirama's wood, but the sheer ease with which he could create it was going to make several eyebrows rise in alarm. He needed Ebizo to run political interference, even if he didn't expect to focus too much on the salt trade once he got his other schemes going. Samira's part was that of an independent merchant. It was to ensure that the daimyo could not bitch about this too much. There were laws regarding the trade and interaction between a ninja village and merchants. And Ren put in a lot of effort to ensure everything was in order. She was going to transport the salt to the land of fire, where it was going to be sold in the capital for a slightly cheaper price than usual. With the help of Ren's acquaintance, Ren the merchant, interest was going to be raised. And in a month or so, many more merchants, smelling profit and seeking salt shipments, would be swarming Suna. By then, it would be hard for the daimyo to ban it without pissing off several mercantile companies from the land of fire, who were the major food sellers for the land of wind. Samira looked at the container full of salt and smiled before she turned toward her hired workers, shouting at them to start their work. Soon enough, carts with empty sacks were wheeled next to the container, and the men started shoveling the salt into the sacks before putting the full ones back onto the carts. With everything proceeding without a hitch, Ebizo went on to inspect the workers while Gaara walked off with his part done after Ren signed off on the completion of his mission. Samira and Ren were left alone, and with nobody watching them for the first time since they met today. She leaned closer to Ren and whispered in a serious tone, "I also have a bit of intel for you." "Yeah. Things are not looking good." Ren guessed based on her tone. One upside of having her act like a merchant was the small spy network it allowed her to create. It was nothing spectacular, but she could get general info relatively quickly from all over the world. "There are several issues." Samira nodded. "Which one do you wish to hear first?" "Kumo, Konoha, IWA, or Amegakure?" "Amegakure. Definitely Amegakure." Ren answered, his face scrunching up as he felt a bit of dread inside. If there was something happening in AIM, then that took priority with Akatsuki being stationed there. Samira nonchalantly shrugged and started speaking. "Nobody knows what happened, but apparently, there was a small earthquake in Amegakure that reverberated throughout the entire village and spooked the populace." Chapter 258, Chapter 258, Something's Brewing, Amegakure. "Tobi is a good boy." Tobi cheerfully exclaimed and gave a silly wave to the disgruntled members of Akatsuki who were leaving the room after a meeting. Most of them ignored him, deeming him not a threat or worth attention. A few, like Itachi and Kisame, watched him carefully before slipping out of the room. And Haiden glared at him with a scowl that made the silly act so worth it. But as the door closed after the last Akatsuki member vacated the room except for Nagato and Yuhiko's puppet body, Zetsu, Konan, and him, Tobi's cheerful act dropped almost instantly. He turned toward Nagato and, in a grave tone, spoke. "The failure to put a wedge in the alliance between Konoha and Suna is unfortunate. This Yatsuba Ren, what do we know about him?" Nagato didn't answer. He just slightly turned toward Konan, who stood at his side. "Not much." She impassively answered. "He is a chunin from Konoha. A seal user. And quite a competent ninja, if his performance against the Kumo and our teams was any indication. His official rank certainly does not fit his actual prowess. I don't have much more than that. There wasn't enough time to gather intel. We shall investigate him further. Nagato nodded, a bit dismissively. That assassination should have gone off without a hitch. Faced with 3 S-rank ninjas and 2 elite jonin, the Suna team and this Ren individual should have been easily killed. Yet, the men somehow managed not only to run away with his team, but he also masterfully pitted the Akatsuki team and the Hachibi Jinchuriki against each other. That kind of ability was dangerous. But Nagato wasn't worried. The men didn't show anything extraordinary, combat-wise. He was a god, and some fancy seals were not going to stop him. It is rather curious, is it not? Tobi tilted his head. A day after the failed assassination, Kumo was humiliated, and the Reikage had been attacked in his office by the man-child pretending to be me. You think this Renyotsuba has a connection to the fake Tobi? Nagato asked, his curiosity piqued, and even Konan leaned a bit forward in a quiet anticipation. Possibly. The sequence of events is suspicious. But it could have been just a coincidence. The fake Tobi could just as well be connected to Konoha or Suna, and the retaliation would still make sense. Still, it is suspicious, and that man is our only lead for now. Any chance that he might be the fake Tobi? Konan offered a possibility. There were only so many S-rank ninjas in the world, and they were known. As Obito already said, it was very suspicious that this fake Tobi, who was obviously an unknown S-rank ninja, appeared to have some kind of connection to yet another unknown S-rank ninja. That silenced the room as everybody contemplated that idea, but eventually, Tobi shook his head, no. Probably not. The fake Tobi had not shown much proficiency with seals during our encounter. It is some kind of spacetime ninjutsu. The concept that a seal could copy the workings of his Mangekyo Sharingan never even crossed Obito's mind. For him, the pinnacle of sealing arts was his teacher, Minato Namikaze, and he doubted even he could come up with something that could mimic Kamui. It just wasn't possible. No. The more sensible possibility was something Obito found quite concerning. Enough that he tried not to think about it. After all, if it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, and behaves like a duck, it might still be a swan, but how likely was that? The fake Tobi had used Kamui. Or something that looked like it. What were the chances that there was a Uchiha he missed? One with Mangekyo Sharingan similar to his own. One who knew about his machinations and with a bone to grind against him. He really did not like that assumption, but the more he thought about it, the more sense it made. A spacetime ninjutsu. Nagato trailed off, giving Tobi a suspicious look. And with his Rinnegan, it was quite scary. Enough to make Tobi stiffen as Nagato continued speaking in a bland, yet somehow low, menacing tone. The same as yours, perhaps. What do you mean to say? Tobi asked back in a similarly low tone, and underneath his mask, his eye narrowed. His body language switched, too, and became more aggressive. The question made him instantly irritated. He did not want to think that he fucked up so monumentally that there was another S-rank Uchiha he completely missed. Nagato's insinuation was throwing that fact into his face, and his mood went up in flames the second the words were uttered. I think you know exactly what I mean. Nagato coldly spoke, pausing for a second before he said 2 fateful words. Obito Uchiha. That gave Tobi a pause. The cat was out of the bag. He had hoped to keep the ruse going for a bit longer, but the fake Tobi's words apparently made them investigate. This was not all that unexpected, to be honest. Obito would look down on them if they didn't do at least this much due diligence after getting such a blatant warning. Even if it came from an unknown source. Calming down, he took a deep breath and looked Nagato straight in the eyes. Does it matter? You deceived us. Konan exclaimed in displeasure. Ever since our first meeting. How are we supposed to trust you now? I don't need your trust. I just need you to do your job. Obito said as he stared Konan down, but the woman did not relent and stared right back. If you have lied about something as simple as your identity, you might have easily lied about something more important. Like the purpose of gathering the bijou. Konan asked in a dubious, leading voice. She had her misgivings about the whole gather the bijou plan from the very beginning. But Nagato was her friend. The only remaining close person she had in the entire world. For better or worse, Konan had resolved herself to stick with him through good and bad, no matter what he decided. Still, she decided she could at least try pointing out the suspicious points in this whole situation. Are you doubting my dedication toward our plan, woman? Toward lasting peace? Obito grew a bit agitated. I spent decades trying to bring it to fruition. Tempers ran high, and Obito decided to go for the jugular. You have seen for yourself that you need power to make others stop fighting. After all, if you were strong enough, poor Yahiko wouldn't have died. You. Konan's face darkened. Yahiko died because she was taken hostage, and he traded his life for hers. It was her biggest regret. To have it thrown into her face like this. Swirls of paper rose into the air inside the room, filling its corners in preparation to attack. Obito's stance shifted. Zetsu watched from the sidelines with great interest and amusement as the fight almost broke out. Enough. Nagato said in a commanding, calm tone, and his Shinra Tensei affected the entire tower, causing tremors to shake the entire room. He, too, found Obito's comments about Yahiko's death infuriating, and his control slipped a bit. Instead of affecting just the tower, the tremors quickly spread, causing a small earthquake to shake the entire village. We, too, desire lasting peace. We are going to stick with the plan. He dryly told Obito, only to add a moment later in a warning tone, for now. Clearly unhappy but also aware that this was the best he was going to get right now, Obito jerkily nodded and threw Konan one last look before the air swirled around him and Zetsu, teleporting them away. The tension in the room slowly bled out as Konan and Nagato were left behind. Nagato quickly checked the room with his Rinnegan, finding nobody hidden inside, before he turned toward Konan. You are right. Something is not right. He spoke before Konan could start. But we have given this plan decades of our lives, too. That made Konan don a resigned expression. Though, just in case, keep a subtle watch over Tobi and Zetsu. If they become a problem, I will deal with them. Nothing shall stand in the way of peace. With that, Nagato turned around and walked out of the room. Now alone in the room, Konan's shoulders slumped as yet more work was dumped on her. She was just so tired of it all, and now it seemed the team was going OT fracture with the slightest push. She needed to assess which of the Akatsuki members were loyal to Obito and which were loyal to the money and benefits being a part of Akatsuki provided. The first category was a threat. The latter one could possibly be persuaded to take their side. As Nagato said, just in case. Her mind strayed toward a possible fight against Obito, a very unpleasant thing to think of. And with that, she thought of a scroll she had found in her room a few weeks ago. It contained a simple note of, add seals to your paper jutsu, baka, and instructions on explosive and storage seals. She didn't need to be a genius to realize where it came from. It was why she questioned if this Renyatsuba was the fake Tobi. Honestly, she had a hunch she was correct. But, both Nagato and Obito decided it was unlikely, and she found herself surprisingly unwilling to share her guess for some reason. Looking out of the window, Konan sighed. This isn't going to end well, is it? Then she noticed the panicking populace of Omegakure that had just experienced their first ever earthquake, and almost broke her impassive facade with a groan. Right. She had a lot of work ahead of her today. Well? Tobi asked Zetsu. It wasn't an act. Nagato genuinely decided to stick with the plan. But Konan will be keeping an eye on us. A white Zetsu answered. After they left the room, Zetsu had left one of his clones inside the wall to spy on Nagato and Konan. He couldn't have them start getting independent ideas of rebelling or changing the plan. Not when they were almost at the finishing line. Fortunately, not even Nagato's Rinnegan could notice a hiding Zetsu. Not without knowing what to look for. Information that Obito happily did not share with the men. Good. Obito nodded. I want you to keep an eye on them, too. He ordered Zetsu. I want to be prepared for any unpleasantness that might ensue. Especially from Konan's side. That woman is starting to become a problem. Understood. The black Zetsu rasped. Oh, and send a clone to monitor the Yotsuba guy. Find out if he has something to do with the fake Tobi. Obito ordered before he left. The white Zetsu clone looked at the black Zetsu. Shouldn't we have warned him that Nagato is just as suspicious of him as Konan? He curiously asked, only for the black Zetsu to chuckle. It does not matter. As long as their goal is to rejoin the Bijou. We just need to steer them in the correct direction. The black Zetsu said in dark amusement. Everything else is just entertainment. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Something's Brewing, IWA. Old man. Have you seen the threat those arrogant bastards in Kumo sent us? Kuratsuchi barged into Inoki's office, incensed and yelling in outrage while waving around a copy of the letter he had just read. Looking at her, Inoki let out a long, aggrieved sigh. Why did his granddaughter have to be so stubbornly mulish? He heard that the shitflinger from Konoha has finally retired, and Inoki dearly wished he could do so, too. Alas, Kuratsuchi was the best candidate he had for a replacement, and she was nowhere near ready. His retirement plan seemed like a distant dream. Yes. I have seen it. What about it? He casually asked, intending to test her reaction. There was a reason why he allowed her to view copies of his correspondence, after all. It usually served as a learning experience for her. He hoped she would notice, but... What do you mean, what about it, old man? We should tell them exactly where they can stick their threats. IWA won't bend to the wishes of some. Kuratsuchi was practically seething in fury, some muscle-brained moron dipshit with his massive ego compensating for his abysmally small penis size that can't satisfy any woman in his vicinity, giving him mental issues that he needs to compensate for with his aggressiveness. Let's just tell the rakage that he can go and fuck his brother in the ass. That might help him with his issues. She finished, breathing hard as her anger finally diminished. Giving her a blank look, Inoki suddenly leaned forward with a groan and rubbed his temples in frustration. See. This was why he could not give the hat to her. He could swear that she was a great successor in every other way, but diplomacy was not it. IWA would be in a war within a month for some nonsensical reason. He was pretty sure his granddaughter already had a similarly worded, maybe even more scathing, reply written, and her presence here was just to get an okay from him to send it. And with the current political climate in the world, he might as well just declare war against Kumo because that would insult them far less. After all, Kuratsuchi was not really wrong about A's ego issues. And if she wasn't wrong about that, what else might she be correct about? Ahem. Inoki mentally shook himself from that train of thought and cleared his throat to gain Kuratsuchi's attention. You are not sending that letter. He told her in a no-nonsense tone that clued even his dense granddaughter that this was an order. Kuratsuchi's expression scrunched in distaste as she nearly whined, but old man. No. Inoki strongly replied, giving her his trademark, don't piss off your granddaddy, look. It worked like a charm, too, and Kuratsuchi deflated, folding like a wet tissue despite the unhappy scowl that stretched now on her face. Fine, damn it. She grouched before she crossed her arms over her chest and mumbled, great. 30 minutes of inventing new insults for the rakage twit wasted. Inoki pretended he didn't hear her even as he inwardly chuckled. Oh, don't be so glum. He gently admonished her, the rakage might froth at the mouth like the rabid dog he is, but we came out of this situation on top. This threatening letter. Inoki lifted the letter in question with his hand. It's the extent of what Kumo can do about getting a kick in the butt. Really? Calming down, Kuratsuchi curiously asked and sat down in the chair for guests in front of Inoki's desk. Inoki nodded a bit smugly. Kumo lost 2 elite jonin and failed in the assassination of the Suna princess and her husband. That much is known. It was a very small hit to their forces, but losing elite jonin so meaninglessly is never nice. The bigger issue is the hit to their reputation. This made them look like the bad guys, but also incompetent. Not to mention, Inoki's sources in Kumo shared with him that Akatsuki delivered a retaliation on their own for the Hachibi Jinchuriki killing one of their own, and A came out of it looking like an absolute clown. The cloud-reaching peak, the pride of Kumo and the location of A's home, was already in secret being mockingly called the shit-looking peak. They still didn't manage to dispel the illusion layered onto it, even after 2 weeks of trying. Inoki grinned in immense schadenfreude. That must burn A's ego somewhat fiercely. Kuratsuchi leaned forward in excited interest, making Inoki even more eager to explain the situation. And all we lost was a down payment for an assassination mission to Akatsuki. He uncaringly shrugged. Because there was no way in hell he would send the rest of the payment for a failure. All Inoki cared about was that IWA would not be linked to the assassination attempt, and thus, its reputation would stay clean. Of course, Suna and Konoha knew who sent the Akatsuki their way. But their opinion did not matter. It was the general public, the nobles, the merchants, and the clients whose views mattered. And without any proper proof of their involvement. Is that so? Kuratsuchi grinned, and Inoki mirrored it while nodding. And are you sure I can not send at least a little bit of a scathing reply? I can tone it down. Inoki's grin slipped as he deadpanned at her. No. Damn it. Kuratsuchi cursed under her nose. Ah, well, whatever. I guess you would know best. I am off. She abruptly stood up and walked out of the office under the gaze of her flabbergasted grandfather. But I am not done with you. Inoki shouted and stretched his hand toward the door as it closed behind Kuratsuchi. Hey. At least help me with the paperwork since you are already here. His only reply was hearing her steps quicken as she fled. Rolling his eyes, Inoki snorted. He had trained her well. She definitely knew when to choose to retreat. Putting his hand back on the table, Inoki sighed. Well, that was one problem solved. Ha, Kumo. Who cared about Kumo? He had bigger issues to contemplate. Suna, for example. Those broke-ass sand-eaters were going to be an issue in case another war sprang up. It was ironic. Their villages were on very good terms during the First and the Second War. But during the Third War, Suna decided to ally itself with Konoha, and now, if it came to war, IWA had to attack Suna. If only out of sheer fucking spite. Pakura of the Scorch Release slaughtered many good women and men from IWA during the Third War. Having a hand in arranging her demise was something that still filled Inoki with grim satisfaction to this day. Everybody had a weakness. And her weakness was that she was too loyal and trusting of her village. It was Inoki who had given the brain-dead idiots of Kirigakure the idea to ask for Pakura's life in exchange for a peace agreement. And it was also Inoki who had his agents make the Wind Daimyo push Raza into agreeing. The coastal areas of the Land of Wind were being raided left and right by Kirigakure ships, and the Wind Daimyo just wanted the conflict to finally stop. He didn't really care about the price. Not that it was hard to get Raza to agree. Raza had seen Pakura as his political enemy. He didn't exactly need a lot of prodding before he told her a good luck, gave her a thumbs up, and knowingly sent her to her death. Honestly, Raza was a shit kage. Everybody knew that. Even the men himself. Inoki could have destroyed Suna long ago. The tree-hugging idiots thought they were oh so subtle, but that wasn't the case. He noticed their meddling in the economy of the Land of Wind. And it would be rude not to take that as an invitation to join in doing some harm of his own, no. Poor Raza never even suspected that their woes might not be just because of his antagonistic relationship with the Wind Daimyo. Their feud helped cover most of the sabotage. In his arrogance, Raza didn't even bother to properly investigate. At least, now in a direction that mattered. If it were Pakura in his seat. Inoki shuddered. Yeah, better not to think about that. That which was one of the very few kunoichi who gave him the chills. He met her on the battlefield only once, and he was almost mummified 5 times within 2 minutes, suffering slight burns over a lot of his exposed skin surface just from the proximity to her scorch release. People believed his dust release was the deadliest technique in the world. He would call bullshit. How do you fight somebody whose ranged fucking attack flash burns you even if you evade it with a 10-meter margin? Somebody who can spam those attacks like nobody's business. Hide in the forest. She scorched the entire forest with IWA ninjas still inside. Jump into the river. She evaporated the damned river alongside the IWA ninjas inside. Get underground. Good. You bought yourself until your breath ran out, and you needed to resurface. Upon which time, you would eat a fireball because, of course, the woman was a damn good censor, too. Inoki wondered during many sleepless nights where the hell Suna and Konoha were getting these monsters. Why couldn't IWA get somebody who could lay waste to armies as simply as breathing? Inoki managed to fight her thanks to his flying skills. It gave him enough maneuverability and the ability to disengage at his leisure to make their matchup more or less even. But anybody else? Pakura was a meat grinder for IWA ninjas on the southern front during the Third War. Being sent against her was a death sentence. She pretty much single-handedly held most of that front. If the Yellow Butcher hadn't slaughtered over 1,000 IWA ninjas at once and ended their straight run to victory in that war, it would be her whom IWA hated with passion. Many of his ninjas still did. Enough that allying with Suna was out of the question. The day her death was confirmed, the entire village celebrated. He wanted to end Suna so much. To give them that final economic blow that would shatter their village. They deserved it, too. It would have been a righteous justice. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Kuratsuchi would have done it. She would have gone for the jugular. And in doing so, she would have lost. If Suna was shattered, Konoha would step in with aid, and Suna would low-key end up as a subordinate village to Konoha, bolstering their forces immensely. No. It was better to leave Suna suffering a slow death as their economy spiraled into bankruptcy rather than finish them off in one stroke. Not that Konoha wasn't trying to make Suna obedient with one of their S-rank ninja parked smack dab in the middle of Suna, probably enjoying their princess womb at his leisure, while Suna did not possess even one S-rank ninja of their own currently. It was a shame the assassination did not succeed. It would deny Konoha a valuable ally and resources. But at least, Kyumo was humbled, and A's hate rage boner for Konoha hardened. The letter. Inconsequential. Kyumo needed them, and they knew it. Just like IWA needed Kyumo. They couldn't really wage a war against Konoha if they had a conflict with Kyumo, now, could they? Inoki was long past caring about benefits. Attacking Suna was a thankless job. There was literally nothing of consequence to be won in their sand-filled, desolate lands other than the blood of their ninja. Yet, it was that blood that his forces and honor demanded, and so, they would attack Suna in the next war. Konoha was different, yet also the same. Their lands were rich and fertile. There was a whole lot to be gained. But they were too far away for IWA. Purely from a cost-effective view, attacking Konoha was not efficient at all. But it didn't matter. What his village and he wanted was revenge. He was perfectly willing to stomach Kyumo and A's ego if it meant he could make Konoha understand even a little bit of pain the Yellow Butcher caused his village and its people. One way or the other. His mood thoroughly soured after thinking about these unhappy times. Inoki returned toward the letter he was writing. One that would be headed to the 5th Mizukage in Kirigakure. And who knows? Maybe they could find a common ground for an alliance of convenience against a common enemy. Stranger things have happened in his life. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, Something's Brewing, Konoha. Still no news from Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, but his shoulders slightly sagged as he was already expecting the obvious answer that would come. No, Lord Third. A kneeling Anbu replied in an impassive tone. Hiruzen sighed and nodded. Very well. Dismissed. With that, the ninja disappeared from his spot, leaving Hiruzen alone in his office. When his exceptionally honed senses told him that he was truly alone, his shoulders sagged even more, and he stood up, gazing at the village below through the window in an apparent sadness. Who would have thought you would die such an ignoble and insignificant death, huh, old friend? He whispered, looking at the face of Tobirama overseeing the village, as he remembered happier times when he and his teammates were still so friendly and carefree. He missed those times. To him, Tobirama's face always seemed to judge him and his actions. Every time he looked at the face of his sensei, he had this feeling that he had to do better, that he wasn't good enough yet. He thought it would fade with time, but no, it was still the same as when he first put the hat on his head. Heavy was the responsibility for unsteady shoulders. But he managed and became better for it. But he didn't do it alone. Just like Tsunade had Shizune, he had Danzo. They might have drifted apart in the recent decades, but once upon a time, it was them against the world while Koharu and Hamura cheered from the background. Danzo was his best friend and his biggest supporter. And now he was dead. Oh, there was no confirmation, but Hiruzen was not an idiot. When he didn't show up to welcome the Suna delegation, it was suspicious, but at the same time, something that Danzo would have done if a more pressing issue sprang up on short notice. Hiruzen didn't pay it much attention back then. But when a week later, he got a word back from his contacts in the capital, telling him that Danzo had not been seen in the city yet, he started getting a bit suspicious. Not about Danzo's demise, but about his intentions. That he used going to the capital to negotiate with nobles as a pretense to do something else. Truth be told, it wouldn't have been out of character for him. In fact, the whole disappearing act wasn't out of character either. He had done it several times in the past, but he always left a way to reach him. Not this time. Still, Hiruzen waited. Still having no reason to suspect foul play. And with that whole assassination attempt on Temari and Ren, the political beehive was kicked in. He had been too busy with his duties to think about Danzo's escapades. Retired or not, Hiruzen was not going to sit on his ass while his village was having problems. He helped with anything he could. For a moment, he even considered whether Danzo didn't have a hand in that debacle, but that would have been too much even for him. Hiruzen truly believed that. Back then. A sad, self-depreciating smile appeared on his face. He knew better now. Then, another week had passed, and some Root Anbu ninjas came to him. That surprised him because these bastards should have been disbanded long ago on his order. It took a lot of patience not to strike the man down where he stood before he opened his mouth. Fortunately, Hiruzen had restrained himself. As he usually did. And it was good that he did, because he found out some very interesting nuggets of information. Apparently, the Root had standing orders to contact and serve him in case of Danzo's death or if they could not contact or locate Danzo or one of his Root commanders for longer than 2 weeks after returning from a mission. Danzo was a meticulous man. A true control freak, if one wanted to be impolite about it. The only way they wouldn't be able to contact him or his chosen commanders for 2 weeks was if they were all dead. The Root ninja who contacted Hiruzen seemed so lost despite being completely emotionless. It was a sad sight. He reported that upon returning from their missions, he found the Root base empty of both personnel and Lord Danzo. Only a few of his comrades were there, but all of those were recent returnees from missions and just as confused as he had been. So, he was chosen to present their case to Hiruzen. There was a minuscule chance that Danzo defected with his forces, which was a ridiculous notion. Radical he might have been, Danzo loved Konoha more than anyone. He would rather die than defect. And doing it while not informing half of his organization. The same organization he spent decades of his life building. That was an even more ridiculous notion than him defecting. No. Hiruzen was pretty sure that Danzo was dead. Except, there was no proof, and thus, there was still that small, fleeting hope in his heart. One he knew was futile. But it got worse. Literally at the same time when the Root ninja came to report to him, several damning documents found their way to Tsunade's desk. Documents portraying just what massive atrocities Danzo had committed in the name of the village. Some even implicated Hiruzen, and a few milder ones rightly so. But the truly damning things? No. He had never signed on to these. They horrified even him. Tsunade had been rightly furious. And Hiruzen, his eyes had been unpleasantly opened. The things he always pretended were not happening were thrown in his face in the most uncomfortable way, alongside Tsunade, who had almost swung her fist at him in sheer outrage several times during their talks about these new revelations. The worst was finding out how Danzo gained new recruits for his Root. That floored both of them and had the entire village's ANBU force scrambling all over the land of fire for the past week to dismantle that whole operation. Hiruzen couldn't even delude himself any longer because enclosed in the documents were locations of Danzo's training zones where he gathered talented orphans from all over the land of fire except for Konoha, and paired them up. He had them live together, help each other survive, and grow close like family, before he ordered them to kill each other a few years later, as only one would be surviving. Those who refused. Both of them were executed in front of other orphans about to undergo the same rite of passage. It was to harden them. Hiruzen wept for the first time in a very long time that night. The ideal of teamwork was Konoha's biggest foundation. It was what allowed them to come out on top after facing the other 4 ninja villages at the same time in a war. It was why Konoha had won every single major war since its founding. And Danzo had perverted it worse than Orochimaru had perverted his own body. And for what? All those resources that Danzo had to put into this kind of training, if he had just trained the kids normally, some of them might have been elite jonin by now. Instead, he killed off half of his recruitment pool right off the bat and ended up with a traumatized other half. Obedient. Sure. But their potential was completely trampled. The state of his root forces mirrored that. The best of them were low-level jonin even after the most rigorous and ruthless training Hiruzen had ever seen. Clearly, Danzo wasn't interested in nurturing talented ninjas. He wanted weapons that would do his will, even if it meant their death. After all, 20 low jonins willing to die to kill their target still had a big chance to take an S-rank ninja with them to the afterlife if they planned their ambush well. It didn't always work. Hiruzen was the prime example after Danzo's last assassination attempt. But the S-rank fugitives were on the run for a reason. But even that was not the end of Hiruzen's woes. His eyes trailed down, noticing some Hyuga people mingling with the villagers on the street below his office. Normally, the sight would have made him smile. He always disliked the slavery practices of that clan. But now, he could only frown. Again, he was not an idiot. There were only so many ways somebody could get the timing of dropping off the documents on Tsunade's table right the second the root ninja entered his office. And being under constant surveillance was a matter of fact when living in the same village as the Hyuga clan. There was a polite, unspoken agreement. The Hyuga clan would not be limited in any way, but they were also expected not to pry into things that were not their business, or to keep whatever they found to themselves. It worked. Under the old management. Hinata, however, clearly wanted to play a completely different game. Hiruzen had no idea if she, Ino, or Rin had killed Danzo. But it was what made the most sense. There were other ways the Hyuga girl could have gotten the damning documents about Danzo, of course. But sometimes, the simplest explanation was the true one. There was no need to overthink things. Then again, so what? Hiruzen couldn't do anything about it without kicking off a major conflict within the village. Konoha could not afford it. Not now that the tensions between the villages have started to grow more intense. Hiruzen had been through this song and dance 3 times already. They had maybe a year or 2 before somebody wouldn't be able to take it anymore and do something stupid. Konoha needed to prepare. Personal grudges and ambitions had to go to the wayside. He didn't even tell the root ANBU about his suspicions for the same reason. They were too loyal to Danzo not to do something that would get them killed and get the Hyuga clan up in arms. Hell, Hinata Hyuga was not even a bad clan leader. She was everything a younger, more naive Hiruzen would have wanted from somebody in her position. She had cleaned up her clan, abolished the caged bird seal while making a substitute that worked without the pain-inducing slavery feature, and she didn't even use the main family as scapegoats to appease the majority and grow her support. Instead, she integrated them into the clan by having them teach the former branch family members the main family Hyuga techniques, making the whole clan grow more and more dangerous by the day. The Hyugas loved the girl. Most branch family members would happily die for her. Even the former main family members grudgingly settled into the new clan order and started to form bonds as they found their place among their clansmen. Hinata had been fair. Those who did not abuse the branch family members still retained their wealth and didn't incur any punishment. She didn't punish sons for the sins of fathers, or fathers for the sins of sons, either. The Hyuga clan right now was a completely different beast than the Uchiha clan had been. At least, the Uchihas were somewhat fractured. But if Konoha tried to pull a similar stunt like they did with Uchihas, half of the village would burn in the ensuing conflict, and that was even before Hinata herself was factored into it. Or that the Yamanaka clan would probably have joined the Hyugas. With Nara's and Akimichi's right behind them, followed by Inuzuka's and Aburame's due to the ties Hinata had to the clan heirs. The same ties Hiruzen had orchestrated for the sole purpose of helping his ambition for his son to become a Hokage one day. He let out a short, helpless laughter. Funnily enough, he couldn't even find it in himself to dislike the Hyuga girl. She was perfect. She was what he had been looking for in the last decade, ever since Minato had died. The girl did not want to lead her clan. It was obvious from her behavior and attitude. But she nevertheless stepped up and led fairly and with competence. She made the hard decisions that might have made her unpopular because they needed to be made. She won the hearts of her subordinates with almost irritating ease despite barely trying. At this rate, Hiruzen could already tell that the girl was going to end up as the next Hokage after Tsunade, without putting in any actual effort to get the hat. She was exactly the kind of person who would have the gall to be genuinely surprised if she was named Tsunade's successor, because that was how little she cared about it. A part of Hiruzen wondered if Danzo would die of an aneurysm while watching her half-heartedly fumbling her way to the Hokage office, while he had spent his entire life futilely reaching for it and failing. Hiruzen's heart twinged in pain. It was a pity his old friend was already dead. Watching that would have been amusing. And if Hiruzen didn't have his own little ambitions, he would have been one of her biggest supporters. At times, the girl reminded him too much of Orochimaru. She had the same dismissive look in her eyes when watching people. As if they were just pieces of flesh to be rearranged at her leisure. But then, she would get to her medical ninja mode, and suddenly, Hiruzen could see a bit of Tsunade's kindness in her as she put her all into treating her patients. But Hinata was neither of those. She was polite and kind in her day-to-day conduct. Just like one other ninja in Hiruzen's recent memory. With a slight shiver, he remembered what she had done to the sound forces in the protection of her village, and suddenly, he could see Minato in her. Not many ninjas could cause a mass slaughter of those proportions while being seemingly unaffected by it. Taking a deep breath while chasing those thoughts away, Hiruzen shook his head. This is ridicule dash. Suddenly, his ears caught the door creaking as they opened, yet he didn't expect any guests in his office today. Anybody visiting would either throw the door instantly wide open while barreling in, like Tsunade, or politely knock, like any other normal person. This was different. Somebody was sneaking in. A split second later, Hiruzen felt something being thrown at his back, and whirled around in a blur, his hand whipping out two kunai hidden in his sleeve as he threw one at his assailant with a twitch of his fingers and used the other in a blocking motion. The blade of his kunai sank into the balloon filled with paint. It sliced through the outer layer like a hot knife going through butter, making the balloon pop and the disgustingly green paint spill all over Hiruzen, who froze in horror when his eyes noticed that he had nailed the grinning Konohamaru in the forehead with his kunai. How did the kid manage to freaking sneak up on him in the first place? The Konohamaru in front of him suddenly dissolved into water, and a loud whoop resounded from behind the door as the real Konohamaru barged into the room, sporting an even wider and smugger grin than before, and pointed at Hiruzen. Huh. Piggy-sensei was right. You fell for it, old man. Hiruzen's face twisted in a barely restrained fury, but as he was covered in disgustingly green paint from head to toe, it only made Konohamaru fall to the ground with laughter. Whomever this Piggy-sensei was, they would suffer, Hiruzen inwardly seethed. He was aware of the dubious book on pranks that Konohamaru had gotten from some Piggy-sensei. The kid had been trying to catch him with one of them for the last week, ever since he had gotten it. It was as amusing as it was irritating at times. But clearly, that book was teaching Konohamaru way more than just some ineffective, juvenile pranks if it allowed the kid to get a drop on him. The cloaking technique the kid had used was something Hiruzen had never seen in his life. Old man, you should see your face. Konohamaru exclaimed through his snickers, and Hiruzen had to take a deep breath, unable to resist the urge to rub the bridge of his nose, only to grimace in disgust as his fingers pushed some of the green paint into his eyes. Hiruzen gasped as it suddenly started to burn, and he realized it was an extra spicy chili sauce, mixed with edible green food paint. His eyes teared up. The gasp allowed residue of the paint to enter his mouth, making Hiruzen cough while uncontrollably sneezing. And then, much to his displeasure, he found out that itching powder was also an ingredient mixed into the hellish concoction, as every exposed skin surface that was hit suddenly started to itch like hell. Correction. Hiruzen thought amidst his suffering, this Piggy-sensei would not just suffer. They were dead. He sneezed and his both itching and burning eyes suddenly widened when the laxative finally kicked in, and Hiruzen's face paled as his stomach rumbled and he had to put considerable effort into tightening his bowels. Konohamaru just shot back to his feet and outstretched his hands toward the ceiling with a double V gesture, with a smug expression. Woo! I finally won. I am ready to be Hokage. He exclaimed in a childish excitement, totally clueless about his grandfather's more pressing predicament. In the Ichiraku ramen stand, Sakura's eyebrows furrowed as she blinked at Ino, who was having lunch with her. What are you grinning for, Ino pig? Ino smirked at her, just for a moment, before her grin returned. It's nothing important. I just remembered a good joke about revenge being best served with a chili sauce and laxatives, forehead. Ah. You have been acting weird ever since you joined the TNI department. Sakura mumbled before deciding that her ramen was more interesting. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 261, Chapter 261, Bimbo. A stream of lightning surged toward Ren as he whipped out a kunai with a brand new ceiling tag and threw it toward it. The kunai and the lightning collided, and the kunai should have been instantly engulfed by the lightning, but instead, the lightning changed direction straight downward as it rushed into the ground until the attack completely vanished, causing the kunai to helplessly fall to the slightly charred ground after losing all of its kinetic energy. Ren looked at Hinata and raised his eyebrow with a smirk. Is that all? Hinata groaned. You always have to pull out some bullshit seal that counters whatever we do, don't you? She unamusedly commented, not at all surprised that Ren had finally figured out how to no-sell her lightning release. He had been complaining how hard it was becoming to fight her in spars, and that he was going to figure out a way to cheat for months now. This was a long time coming. I am just that good. Ren exclaimed and theatrically raised his nose slightly into the air to properly portray his perceived superiority. Both Hinata and Ren watched with the corners of their eyes the energy saturation in the barrier seal around Ren that allowed for this banter. One of them, with a bit of trepidation as he calculated when he would need to move, while the other, with anticipation as she noticed the energy dispersing and tried to figure out the best timing to attack right after the barrier dropped. Their eyes met, and Ren's fingers twitched toward an exploding kunai, while Hinata kindly smiled. And do you believe you are the only one with a surprise today? She innocently asked in a smugly satisfied tone, sending alarm bells through Ren's head, but her palms suddenly clapped together. Mokutan. Hinata spoke, and Ren's eyes widened in a what the fuck way. Great impalement. Wooden spikes suddenly erupted from below Ren, thoroughly skewering him with brutal efficiency only a medical ninja could deliver as each spike embedded itself through a major organ or artery. The stupefied and skewered Ren suddenly popped out of existence in a puff of smoke, and the self-satisfied Hinata turned her head to the side, where the real Ren resurfaced from the ground, giving her a miffed look. Mokutan. Really? He blandly asked, a bead of sweat going down his forehead as he inwardly shivered at the memories from his skewered shadow clone. That really wasn't a pleasant way to go. How did you manage that? He offhandedly asked as two new shadow clones were summoned under the ground and started moving toward Hinata's position. Hinata just raised her right arm, and with her other hand, she unrolled her sleeve. Her arm below the stitches on her wrist was completely pale white to an inhuman degree. Ren blinked, and his mouth opened a bit as his mind stuttered when he realized what she had done. He grimaced. She had cut off her entire arm, sewn an arm grown from Hashirama cells to her shoulder, then cut off a hand from it, and then severed her hand from her original arm before sewing that to her Hashirama arm. All of that just to surprise him right now. Sometimes, he really wondered where he had gone wrong with the girl. But that's not all. Hinata happily informed Ren, whose eyes widened as he felt his shadow clones in the ground disperse, and roots suddenly popped out of the ground around him, snapping toward him with the intent to bind him with a lethal amount of squeezing. He grunted and activated his intangibility seal, letting the roots pass through him before he slipped out of their reach and threw another kunai with a sealing tag toward Hinata, who had blocked it with a wall of wood before it could get anywhere close to her. The kunai sank into the wood, and the seal activated with a flash of chakra. Yet, nothing had seemed to change. Ren hummed. Hinata blinked as she felt a small change in her Mokutan wood, and she gave Ren an incredulous look. Did you just turn my wood into wood? She asked in a flabbergasted tone. Hey, don't look at me that way. Ren chuckled and shrugged. I was just curious what it would do if I used a wood transmuting seal on a wooden construct. It was the newest transmutation seal he was making right now because Suna really needed wood for many things, and they did not have good access to it. Besides, for all he knew, turning her Mokutan wood into a normal wood could have taken away her control of it. Which didn't happen, but it totally could have. He wouldn't know without trying, no. Right. Hinata dryly noted, and their spar resumed. A bit to the side of the grassy plains where Ren and Hinata fought, Ino was with Temari, helping the girl with her wind release training as she tried to make hotter winds. Aren't their attacks a bit too brutal for a spar? Temari nervously asked as she witnessed yet another of Ren's shadow clones die. This time, by having his upper body crushed underneath the weight of a wooden tiger construct. Ino, however, just uncaringly shrugged. It has been this way ever since I remember, and Ren had never gotten hurt. We are already this strong, but he always pulls off some nonsense to beat us in a spar. It might not seem like it, but Hinata is quite frustrated. You can see it in how her forehead is slightly creased. More importantly, focus back on your training. Ino slapped Temari on the back, earning herself an irritated look, which only made her smirk. Clicking her tongue, Temari's gaze returned to her palms, and with a bit of focus, she created a ball of swirling winds in between them. That was the easy part. She started trying to affect their temperature, and let out a long whine as the technique resisted her efforts, causing her cheeks to grow red in exertion. For the next 20 minutes, she was trying her best while Ino just patiently watched, throwing a barely useful comment here or there. But contrary to Temari's inner complaints, Ino did her best to be helpful. Unfortunately, this wasn't something she could just guide the girl to accomplish. Temari's chakra was ever so slightly different than Ino's chakra. That's how it worked for literally everyone. So, Ino had given her the general explanation on what to do, and the rest, the girl would have to figure out for herself and see how her chakra reacted before making adjustments to the process. Winner, Ren. A voice of Ren's clone suddenly exclaimed from the direction of the spar, and both Ino and Temari lifted their heads to look. Well, that can't be pleasant. Ino nonchalantly pointed out while Temari blanched upon seeing Hinata's shoulder alongside her right arm, the one she had supposedly swapped for whatever allowed her to use Mokutan, if Ino's haphazard explanation was to be believed, turned into glass. Temari knew well enough that there was no reverse process to that. Ren could not just undo it. Temari had asked. Once he turned something into glass, it was glass. He could turn it into something else, but reverting it was beyond his capabilities right now. Temari watched in mute horror as Hinata broke off the glassy part of her shoulder and dropped it onto the ground alongside her entire right arm, so nonchalantly as if she didn't just cripple her body. Ren said something to Hinata that Temari could not hear, and the Hyuga girl suddenly lit up with happiness before she skipped toward him and gave him a deep kiss with a whole lot of tongue involved. Ino chuckled beside Temari, getting her attention. Look at the bitch. Ino rolled her eyes. He probably praised her. She explained with a measure of exasperation for Temari's benefit after glancing at her before continuing to speak in a casual tone, if you had any plans for Ren today, you'd better forget them. Once the bitch gets like that, she is going to hog him for the entire night by herself. They will each go and take a shower, while Hinata will also heal herself, and then, they will be lost to us until tomorrow afternoon, as Hinata will ride him until she orgasms herself dry, most likely in early morning tomorrow. Ino shrugged, but the flustered Temari wondered if she had heard the disgruntled undertone in Ino's voice correctly. She was smart enough not to mention it, though. You lost focus again. Ino commented, tearing Temari out of her thoughts as she abruptly looked at her now empty palms with a surprised, ah. With cheeks burning from something else than just exertion now, Temari focused again on her training despite the distracting thoughts that now tried to distract her. She made another ball of wind between her palms and started the whole process of trying to alter the temperature again. But with the corner of her eyes, she kept glancing at Ino. She couldn't help it. Her curiosity was gnawing at her. Naturally, Ino instantly noticed and rolled her eyes at her. Just ask. The worst I can do is bite you in return. Chuckling, Temari nodded. Does that happen often? She awkwardly motioned toward the house into which both Ren and Hinata disappeared. She was pretty new in their relationship dynamics and, well, she wanted to get informed about these things as soon as possible. If only so she could figure out what to think of it and how it would affect her. Oh. No. Ino tilted her head and, with a small, startled laugh, she waved her hand in front of her face. Not really. Hinata doesn't, she doesn't get like that often. We all have our own kinks that get us going. Being a praise whore is Hinata's. When she works for something really hard, something that matters to her, and then Ren praises her for it. You'd better stay away if you don't fancy having an intimate meeting with her railgun. A vulpine grin appeared on Ino's face as she slightly leaned closer to Temari and whispered. I personally blame her daddy issues. Alright. Feeling both embarrassed and flustered even more than before, the now wide-eyed Temari tried to focus hard on her training so her overly active imagination would not lead her to places, period. And what is your kink, then? She asked, more to distract herself than anything else. But it was the classic case of speaking before consulting the brain, and Temari regretted the question even before it fully left her lips. She almost groaned in the utter mortification she felt at that moment, half afraid that Ino would take the question wrong. She didn't. Or she did. It depended on the perspective, as Ino perked up and suddenly, Temari felt her hugging her from behind. Before she could protest, Ino leaned in and whispered into her ear. I love looking him in the eyes while we have sex. Ino's hot breath caressed Temari's ear as she unashamedly confessed, causing Temari to feel hot and bothered all of a sudden. Kissing makes it even better. Ino kissed the side of Temari's neck, making her let out a startled yelp as she pressed her thighs together. Condense your chakra a bit more. Ino advised in a breathy voice, returning Temari's swaying attention back to the ball of wind in her palms. Feel its rough shape, Ino said as her fingers fleetingly trailed over Temari's clothed abdomen, her other hand on her right hip, making Temari flush. Temari closed her eyes, trying to focus on the temperature-changing technique, but her traitorous mind couldn't help but involuntarily return to yesterday night, when she was with Ren in their bedroom. Ino's fingers, she had her hand exactly where he held her, rough shape. Temari bit her lower lip. Her ears became beet red, and the smirking Ino chuckled. And now, squeeze. Yes. Feel the hotness filling you. Ino abruptly bit Temari on the ear, making her gasp as an uncontrollable shiver went through her body as her toes curled and her legs clenched together, her mind overly focused on the feeling of having Ren stick inside of her. Temari rasped for breath, as she realized in bewilderment that she had orgasmed. What? She uncomprehendingly slurred, feeling highly self-conscious about the wetness that spread across. Well. Would you look at that? You did it. Ino giggled and pulled away from Temari's back before clapping her hands together. Temari distractedly looked at the ball of wind in her palms and gulped as she noticed how warm it had become. Did her chakra somehow react to her lust and how hot she felt? Her head swam. She looked at Ino, utterly flabbergasted and still riding high from her orgasm, having no idea what to say. Thank you. Frustration filled Temari. She wanted to kick the smug blonde in the ass for this. Recognizing the rising fury in her impromptu student, Ino smartly took a step back, but her grin stayed firmly on her face. Remember that feeling. Doing it again should be much easier now. No need to thank me. Temari tried to shoot to her feet, but her weak legs betrayed her, and she flopped back into a sitting position. And it didn't even take too much chakra to lead your thoughts in a certain direction, either. Ino proudly gloated, and Temari froze for a moment before she renewed her attempts to get back on her feet so she could pummel the stupid blonde bimbo. Practice some more, will you? Ino gave Temari an encouraging thumbs up as she watched her finally stand up, even though it took visible effort to keep standing for her. She might have given her a bit too strong and vivid daydreams for her to orgasm so hard. Opsy. Anyway, look at the time. I should be on my way. Ino hummed, looking at her wrist despite not having a wristwatch. Wait. Where are you going? Temari furiously exclaimed, glaring at Ino, who blinked for a moment before she deviously smirked. Well, Hinata might hog Ren for herself the entire evening and night and morning, but I can still sneak into his shower and have fun using my mouth for something more enjoyable than talking. Ta-ta. With that, she winked at Temari and turned on her heel, hurrying back to the house, leaving Temari alone. What the hell did I get myself into? Temari muttered to herself in bewilderment as she let herself weakly fall back onto the ground. She now fully understood why Hinata was so insistent on calling the blonde girl a bimbo of all things. Chapter 262, Chapter 262. Because he could and wanted to. Ren leisurely walked through the streets of Suna, quietly humming to himself under his nose as he observed the happenings around him with a measure of amusement shining in his blue eyes. Stopping at a stall on the side of the street, Ren smiled at the suddenly nervous vendor who glanced at his forehead protector and returned a strained smile of his own to Ren, who resisted the urge to sigh in exasperation. Unnerving merchants and civilians was fun for the first week he had been in Suna. After that, it just became bothersome. The civilians knew at least somewhat about the situation between Suna and Konoha, and seeing a Konoha ninja inside Sunagakure, they probably expected him to get mad and go on a rampage or something. It was in their eyes. That uneasiness and fear, as their usually boisterous attitude became instantly subdued. Ren considered just not wearing his Konoha forehead protector, but unfortunately, the thing served as an ID for the more ninja-oriented parts of the village. For example, he wouldn't have been let into the Kazekage Tower to see Temari at her workplace without it. After all, they don't let random civilians just waltz into the military buildings. I will take 50 yakitori, please. Ren ordered, looking at the bird meat skewers. The surprised merchant stuttered in shock at the large order and helplessly looked at Ren. I am afraid I have only 20 pieces prepared right now. He awkwardly told Ren with a fretful expression, who mirthfully raised an eyebrow at him. I can see that. Ren chuckled with a small shake of his head. That was kind of obvious. He had his merchandise on display right in front of him, and Ren was still good enough to count to 20. Just make more, I can wait. Ah. Right. Just give me a few minutes, sir. The olderman frantically nodded and quickly started preparing more skewers with slightly shaking hands. Ren inwardly sighed and took a step back from the stall, instantly noticing some of the vendors' tension ease up. Here. Down payment for 30 of them. I will pay the rest when I pick up the order. He said and put the money on the empty part of the stall, making the merchant perk up. The financial situation in Suna was still not very good, and any money was good money for these people. Ren probably made his day by placing such a big order. Some of the other stall vendors around were definitely low-key glaring at their fellow vendors' fortune. I will be back in 5 minutes for my order. Ren told the merchant and went on to explore other stalls, buying various knickknacks he didn't even need along the way. It was mostly to feel better about himself as he deliberately picked the more impoverished-looking vendors to buy from. He was sure Temari was going to appreciate the silver hairpin he picked up, or that Gaara would like the raccoon plushie. Kankuro, well, he would probably scowl at Ren for the headband with cat ears he picked up for him, but the boy was probably still going to secretly wear it in the privacy of his room. Kankuro was weird like that. But hey. No judging. As he moved from vendor to vendor, browsing their wares, Ren noted with the corner of his eye how the passers-by reacted to him. The civilians mostly avoided getting in his way, but it was the ninjas that were interesting. Many subtly glared at him, some even showed hints of true hostility. Those who recognized who he was, however, looked unhappy, yet frightful as they hurried up to get away. But it wasn't all bad. There were also those ninjas who profited from Ren's dome technique. Picking them up from the crowd was not hard. They were those who gave him appreciative looks. Ren inwardly smirked. Making sure those who learn it know exactly who had a hand in inventing and spreading it was already doing wonders for his reputation in Suna. Just as planned. If Ren wore glasses, he would have probably been pushing them up at just the angle to make them glint in the light with a smug smirk. As it was, however, he only managed the smug smirk, making some of the more hostile Suna ninjas even angrier at him when they noticed. They probably thought he was mocking them. And to be fair, he indeed was. Just not with his smirk. 5 minutes quickly passed, and Ren got back to the yakitori vendor. Paying him the rest of the money, he picked up his order. Fortunately, the vendor had paper buckets, so Ren didn't need to carry 50 skewers in his hands. It was one of the reasons why he picked that particular stall from the dozen other food stalls along the busy street. With his bucket, Ren backtracked his way for a bit until he reached a side alley he had previously noticed. Entering, around 10 eyes looked up at him. Some with empty, hopeless stares, others with calculation, most likely measuring the pros and cons of trying to rob him. 1 or 2 froze in deep fear as they noticed his forehead protector, and Ren got the impression it wasn't because of the Konoha symbol on it. They huddled closer to each other, trying to make themselves look smaller. Both pairs of eyes belonged to females, and the implications of their fear at seeing a ninja didn't sit very well with Ren. Most of the people sitting across the side alley were teenagers. Only one of them was a young adult. But all of them were scruffy-looking, somewhat dirty, and stinking. They were clearly sharing this alley, surviving together as a group. Fortunately, not once since he came to Suna did Ren see a homeless small child. The village was good at picking those from the streets and putting them into orphanages, from where they would enter the ninja academy. It wasn't nice. Some people in Ren's past life might even think it is morally reprehensible, taking orphans and making them into child soldiers who had a good chance to not live past their teenage years in the profession that was chosen for them by the village. And Ren wholeheartedly agreed. Except, it was a much better alternative to them starving or dying of thirst on the streets before reaching double digits in age. Unfortunately, the village didn't have the resources to help all the homeless. And there were a lot of them in Suna, due to the economic crisis. Nor did the village have the means or even the desire to care for those who failed out of the academy. Hence, seeing older teenagers or adults on the street wasn't that uncommon. As Ren was measuring the homeless kids with his eyes, one of the better-looking girls stood up and nervously shuffled toward him, glancing longingly at the bucket of yakitori in his hands. Hello. She shyly greeted, tightly clutching her hands. It was obvious she was struggling to be confident. Hi. Ren answered, now curious. He decided to play along and find out what her angle was. The girl ducked her head, and it took her a few seconds to regather her courage before she continued. The skewers. She whispered. Why, you can have me for 3. No. 2. She spoke with a pleading desperation, and the situation instantly turned not fun for Ren. Sighing, Ren shook his head, making the girl misunderstand and shrink into herself as she teared up in a very obvious disappointment. Come here. All of you. I have 50 yakitori skewers here. 5 for each of you. He announced, and all of them lit up with joy, even though many of them also looked suspicious. Ren didn't mind as he ignored their suspicions and looked back at the girl who had approached him. He put the bucket in her arms while she was staring at him in a mute surprise. Go, share it among your friends. He told her with a smile that got really awkward and uncomfortable when he noticed the overwhelming gratitude in her eyes. One of the boys looked between the bucket and Ren with narrowed eyes. He clearly wanted the food, too. But he was also too wary. What is the catch? He asked out of nowhere, making the joyful atmosphere among the homeless teens disperse nearly instantly as they realized free stuff usually didn't come without one in reality. Especially not for them. Ren nodded at the sharp boy and offhandedly unsealed some blankets and 50 bottles of water, putting them on the ground next to his feet. If the food had made the people in front of him happy, the water almost sent them into a frenzy. On Suna streets, water was hard to come by. Yet, it was one of the biggest necessities of life. Most homeless in the village usually died of thirst. Here. A leaflet appeared in Ren's hands as he straightened back up. Tomorrow, the village will be starting a large project. There will be a lot of work. Ren informed the group. And a good pay. If you wish to earn some money, be there on time, prepared to do some shoveling. He put the leaflet on top of the blankets. Everything he wanted to say to them was said. The food and water were delivered. Ren turned on his heel without paying the homeless kids more attention and walked out of the alley, feeling slightly better about himself. There wasn't any deep reason for his actions. He did it because he wanted to and could do it. He chose to help those 10 because he noticed them on his walk to the marketplace today. He gave them the leaflet and informed them of the opportunity because it could truly help them turn their life around. After the recent influx of money to Suna thanks to Ren's schemes, a room for another project had opened up, and Ren managed to persuade Ebiso to go for another of his ideas. Oh, how some of the other councilmen didn't like that. It meant more money in Ren's pockets from their budget, and less for them and their own ventures. But what Ren offered to the Suna council was just too precious to pass up on. Ren didn't begrudge them their wariness, though. Giving too much of their money to him could become dangerous. Especially if he decided to ship it to Konoha. He would need to start spending said money in Suna in some way, to alleviate at least some of their worries, wouldn't he? Giving along, at that idea, Ren re-entered the main street and disappeared into the crowd of people when something attracted his attention. Turning his head, his blue eyes met the brown eyes of a random passerby, having a bad premonition as the brown eyes widened, startled. A kunai popped into Ren's hand as he registered a glint of metal near the startled passerby's sleeves and heard the ruffling of clothes, followed by the swishing sound of air from behind him on both the right and left sides. Assassins. 3 of them. Ren realized as they all moved. Chapter 263, Chapter 263. An attempt. Assassins. 3 of them. Ren realized as they all moved. The world slowed as the knives neared Ren from the front and back, but these ninjas seemed to be only chunin. They were too slow. It might have worked if Ren hadn't noticed the ambush, but he did. Slipping an inch past the knife coming at him from the front, Ren was already bringing his hand up to retaliate when, suddenly, purple smoke bombs exploded from beneath the assassins' cloaks, filling the street. Ren could hear people start to scream as he stopped his attack and scrambled to channel wind chakra around himself, putting up a barrier that kept the most likely poison smoke out. It was so thick that visibility was near zero, and Ren had a hard time seeing more than a foot in front of him. He barely managed to settle the wind barrier around himself when he heard a faint clicking noise from the direction where his assailants were supposed to be in the thick purple smoke around him. Ren's eyes widened as he recognized that noise. After all, he heard it almost every day at home. Instantly activating his intangibility seal, senbons exploded from 3 directions in the smoke with an audible crack, raining down on him and the surroundings. His intangible form was peppered with them as they phased through him and tried to make him into a Swiss cheese. The terrified and painful screaming from the crowd intensified amidst the sound of deafening clanging as a lot of senbons fired from different directions smashed into each other and ricocheted before eventually ending up on the ground. Stray senbons rained down on the unfortunate, random bystanders who just happened to be on the street and were now panicking inside the poisonous smoke. Worse yet, the senbon shooters were aimed at him, even if they were fired in a wide arc, not unlike a shotgun shot. Most were supposed to hit his body and stop there, but he was intangible, so the fired senbon did not lose their momentum as they too flew into the panicking and fleeing crowd in the smoke. Ren offhandedly noted that his 3 attackers seemed to be screaming too, as their bodies were pretty much the biggest and closest obstructions for the shot senbons. But that did not give him pause. Barely 2 seconds had passed since the entire attack started, and Ren slightly crouched and narrowed his eyes, preparing his kunai to strike. He couldn't go tangible just yet, as the senbons were still flying everywhere, especially the ricocheted ones, but soon it would be over and 3 deafening explosions abruptly swept the street alongside an intense heat wave, resounding through Sunagakure as they violently shook the ground and covered the screaming of the civilians. Chill went down Ren's back. That was close. Ren's mouth widened into a grimace. A second later, and he would have been hit point blank. He was almost about to get tangible again to counterattack. The booming sound stopped as suddenly as they drowned the surroundings, and Ren's slightly ringing ears started to hear the wailing screaming of the people on the street again. Not hesitating, he used another wind jutsu to create a gentle updraft that took the poison smoke high into the air before harmlessly dispersing it. The visibility was restored, and Ren's heart dropped. Charred corpses in violently ripped pieces with half-melted senbon stuck all over them littered the ground around him. Nobody survived in the immediate vicinity. Those not killed by the senbons or not flash-cooked by the heatwave enough to die right away were finished off by the ensuing shockwave that tore them apart. A bit further away, heavily injured people were wailing in agony, many missing limbs or suffering grievous injuries and burns, but at least there were survivors. Even those bystanders, far away, who were most likely out of the smoke cover, did not come out unscathed. Some had blood leaking out of their ears, others had senbon sticking out of their bodies, and many were seemingly hit by the aftermath of the explosion's shockwave, looking dizzy but not injured. Sweeping the hellish scene with his eyes, Ren instantly dismissed it despite the ugly feelings it evoked in him, and he started checking the surroundings for any other surprise attack. He noted that his 3 assailants were in numerous pieces among the corpses nearest to him. Suna ninjas started to appear on the nearby rooftops, all alarmed and on the edge. Ren tensed at the unfriendly looks he received from all around him. This didn't look good, now, did it? He helplessly sighed in his mind. Dismissing the kunai in his palms, he raised his hands in the universal unthreatening gesture. He had half expected some gung-ho idiot to attack him and start a fight that they would all regret, but luckily, the cooler heads prevailed despite his spotless Konoha head protector. Not even pausing a bit, many of the ninja quickly jumped toward the survivors and started helping them however they could, while 10 visibly tense jonin with grim expressions flickered toward Ren, surrounding him. The ninja in front of Ren, a delinquent wannabe, black-haired man with a perpetual scowl on his face, gritted his teeth in agitation. Is this some sort of revenge from Konoha for the invasion? He loudly exclaimed. Too loudly, in fact. Ren's eyes cooled as they narrowed at him. He opened his mouth to explain the situation, but was interrupted by the same men before he could even start. Do you take Suna for a jock, Gurk? Not in the mood to let the idiot hype the surrounding ninjas into attacking him and turning the situation against him, Ren let the heavy presence of his chakra settle over the surroundings. It was similar to a killing intent, just without any implied, overt threat. The weight of his chakra manifested, and the jonin around him, even the ninjas helping the injured, stiffened as they realized that yes, he was indeed an S-rank ninja more powerful than them. It was an instinctual thing as the hair at the back of their necks bristled, and their wariness shot up. The animalistic part of their brains screamed, watch out, a bigger predator, while their experience as ninjas made them push through their nerves and prepare for combat. Ren looked at the men in front of him, who stared at him in a mixture of mute fear and anger, clutching his kunai in his hand. It was also good for momentarily shutting idiots up. Knowing that the effect won't last for too long, especially not on a jonin, Ren decided a stronger approach was necessary. You are either an absolute moron who thinks starting a fight with an S-rank while you already have a crisis on your hands is a good idea, or you are with whoever sent the 3 assassins after me and bombed this street. The men bristled, but his confidence wavered as he noticed some of his companions shooting him not very comfortable, questioning side glances. Ren's shoulders slightly relaxed. It seemed these 10 jonin were not all colluding with the assassins. If they were, they wouldn't care about his statement, and they wouldn't hesitate. Whoever planned the ambush was good. They almost killed him with 3 chunin. They didn't know about his intangibility, but they did account for his shielding seal that blocked the Bijudama. The attack came fast and hard, one lethal strike after another in quick succession. The assassins were clearly attempting not to give him the time to put up a barrier. The approach was tailored for him, or at least, for what was known of his skills. The fact that he was known for his exploding kunai to a degree, and they used an explosion before some idiot came indirectly accusing him of bombing the street. Sure. It could be just a general dislike for Konoha and its ninjas. It could be a coincidence. But did he want to believe in coincidences? And if his suspicions were correct, even the location, the street filled with people, was not random. Baki should have reported his reaction to Killer Bee destroying the village he saved from bandits. With a cold fury settling in Ren's stomach, he looked the bristling jonin straight in the eyes. You are a moron either way. But if it is the second option, you are also a traitor to your village. Now, I am going to sit on that bench over there, Ren motioned to the right. And dash. The hell you are. The jonin hissed, only to freeze when he felt a blade of a kunai on his neck. The other jonin stiffened for a split second before they jumped back and took out their weapons. Ren dispassionately looked at the man who was held hostage by his shadow clone. I am not asking. I am telling you what is going to happen. We are going to wait for somebody competent to show up and deal with the situation. He glanced at the other, nervous jonin around. Or do you have something against that? The rising tension in the air could be cut with a knife. Fortunately, that's when the cavalry arrived. What is going on here? Ebizo's old, but still commanding voice resounded through the street. Chapter 264, Chapter 264, Emergency Meeting. Well, isn't this a complete clusterfuck? Ren jovially asked, and Temari, who stood next to him, instantly grabbed his forearm, giving him an urgent look that screamed, shut up. He only smiled at her, pretending not to notice the heavily displeased looks of the Sunagakure council members who sat in front of them behind their round table in the council chambers. Emergencies in the hidden villages did happen, but they were far less common than one would think. Even during wars, the violence seldom reached the actual villages. This bombing inside Sunagakure was enough to mobilize the entire village. Every single council member was present in the room, and Ren secretly watched them like a hawk. He suspected the mastermind behind the assassination attempt was among them. His insensitive remark was just him fishing for a reaction, but unfortunately, he wasn't lucky. Nobody seemed to react out of the norm. Ren knew that one of them was actually Sasori's spy. But he didn't know which one. It has been many years since he found himself in this world, and there were many things he had long forgotten. He was honestly surprised by how much he still remembered, but that was most likely because of reading Narutoverse fanfiction. You can have a plot repeated to you only so many times before you learn it by heart. But the details. The little things that seem inconsequential for the bigger picture, but when he actually got into a situation like this, they were what mattered the most. Yeah, he was blanking on those. For example, that girl with a nuke jutsu inscribed on her back. She was hot something. Hataru. Well, that was just his guess. He knew exactly nothing else than that about her or that entire filler episode. Except, it wasn't just a filler episode anymore, was it? Somewhere, there was indeed a girl who carried a nuke on her back in this world, and knowing her identity would have been nice. If only to not find himself in the same city when she was about to make it into a smoking crater. The name and appearance of Sasori Spy were the same thing. Ren never considered it important in his past life. All he remembered was that the men had a goatee. Looking at the Suna council members, Ren's lips twitched. 7 of them had a goatee. This was so freaking frustrating. In the end, for all Ren knew, it might not even be that guy. If Akatsuki wanted to kill him, he would probably have Tobi sneak into his room or something. He wouldn't be facing 3 Chunin suicide bombers. That didn't seem like their modus operandi, but then again, what did he know about their modus operandi? The only real clue he had was that his assassins were Suna ninjas and the guy who tried to throw the blame at him afterward. It just made sense that somebody high up in Suna's council would have a hand in it because, really, who else could set that up? But it was hard to pick the mastermind who most likely disliked him enough to arrange his assassination from a bunch of people who were already very unfriendly to him. Most of them were low-key glaring at him anyway. Have some respect, boy. People from our village died because of you. Sawada Akito, a severe-looking man, snarled at Ren in fury as he, with gritted teeth, barely restrained his chakra from lashing out. Ren impassively looked at him and shrugged. Nope. That's not what happened. He corrected him. People from your village died because of other people from your village. I didn't attack them. His casual reply did not sit well with many council members, and their faces either darkened or became cold, all the while Ren secretly scanned all of them for any clue or hint of anything other than a normal reaction. The problem was. Nagara Shizumu looked at him with a disapproving frown, which was definitely different from her usual hidden disgusted look. Mamoru Hideki seemed just as furious as Akito, which was different from his usual, calculating, and sly, polite smile. Kawano Kei was observing the argument impassively, but seriously, which was different from his usual lazy contempt that Ren observed in the previous meetings. He could go on. But instead, he inwardly groaned at the bullshit he had to deal with. He really hoped the clone he put to tail the delinquent wannabe Jonin would have better luck than him. You disrespectful B-dash, Akito abruptly stood up, banging his palms on the table while making the chair screech against the floor as his legs suddenly pushed it back. Quiet. That was the moment Ebizo finally interjected in the situation, preventing it from spiraling more. We are not here to bicker like children. I understand that tempers are running high. I am sorry for your loss, Akito. Ebizo wearily sighed, and Ren's eyes slightly widened as he understood the implications. He suddenly felt a bit guilty at being such an ass toward the men. He glanced at Temari, just out of instinct, rather than any deliberate action, but the blonde girl noticed and gave him a small, sad smile while mouthing a silent, daughter, to him as she motioned with her eyes toward Akito. Ren inwardly winced. Yeah. That would explain his fury, all right. But I need all of you to keep your cool. Somebody subverted 3 of our ninjas and gave them an unsanctioned assassination mission, resulting in the biggest tragedy in our village since the Ichibi was last unleashed. Ebizo gravely said, and Ren noticed how his eyes were also roaming across his colleagues' faces. That was surprising. But then again, maybe not. The old guy was simply older. And most definitely more experienced in this sneaky, scheming way of ninja life. Ren probably shouldn't have been that surprised that he easily came to a similar conclusion as him. What makes you think they were given an unsanctioned mission? Were the 3 assassins identified? Yura, another councilman, asked. Indeed. Shizumu turned her green eyes toward Ebizo, the frown on her face deepened, making some of her wrinkles more obvious. After our recent little spat with Konoha, I wouldn't be surprised if tempers ran a bit high and somebody's presence in the village might seem like a provocation to certain elements in our ninja forces. Shizumu. Ebizo helplessly grumbled, making the woman dryly chuckle. Just saying, Ebizo. She unrepentantly shrugged, going as far as giving Ren a challenging look that he answered with a polite smile. Clicking her tongue, she continued, my girls hear a lot of rumors. You know that. Half the village wants to kill the Wonder Boy over there. She waved her hand toward Ren. It doesn't help that the Konoha whelp is so obviously dicking down our princess. Ebizo gave the old woman a must-you look, just as Temari went beet red from embarrassment, letting out a quiet, whiny groan that everybody in the room heard because, ninjas. Oh, don't look like that, girl. Shizumu huffed in amusement at Temari's aggrieved expression, bringing some levity into the grave atmosphere in the room. Take some pride in your body and the fact that you can keep going for 6 hours straight. I am honestly impressed. How the fuck do you know that? Temari screeched in outrage, and it was enough to make a few people in the room chuckle, until they remembered the situation, and with a grimace, their mood soured again. I am this village's spy master. Shizumu rolled her eyes in a, isn't it obvious, duh, kind of way. Besides, Kankuro loves to complain about the noise. He isn't as quiet when he does as he thinks he is, either. Good to know. Ren secretly took a note of that. It seemed that there were ears and eyes everywhere in Suna, too. He decided to be a bit more careful in the future. He had no idea this woman was the spy master of Suna, either. With that, Shizumu ignored Temari's quiet whimper and turned back toward Ebizo, her expression turning severely serious. So, my question. Ebizo nodded. They were indeed 3 elite chunin from our villages who found themselves in a tough financial situation. Our ninjas tried to get to their families as quickly as possible, but they were too late. 2 families were butchered shortly after the bombing. He sighed, we reached only 1 family in time. Ebizo paused, and both his and Ren's attention on the councilman intensified. This was it. The reminder that some key witnesses were still alive. Since 2 of the ninjas had their families, wives, children, and even infants in one case, mercilessly slaughtered by unknown assailants, somebody was trying to hide something. If somebody was going to react. Fortunately, the wife of Amari Ryo knew a bit about her husband's upcoming mission. Ebizo continued, but much to his and Ren's disappointment, nobody looked nervous or tried to hide a twitch of annoyance. Everybody's reaction was normal. There was excitement and anticipation. Nothing suspicious. Ren balled his fists in his pockets from the sheer frustration he felt. Couldn't the perpetrator just make a mistake? Like in those detective movies. Fucking trained ninjas and their perfect power faces. They apparently received a mission from the village to assassinate Ren over there. One they could not refuse, but that also paid well. Ebizo informed his colleagues, who became surprised at that, and soon enough, suspicion started to rise because these old foxes realized what he was not telling them. There were only so many people capable of pulling a stunt like that in the village. And the majority was in the room. Unfortunately, Ebizo and Ren still didn't get any damning reaction out of anybody. The mastermind was smart, too. They chose 3 elite chunin who might find their orders suspicious, but would be too desperate for money to do the sensible thing and ask the higher-ups questions about their supposed shady mission. However, the bombing was not in the plan, according to Ryo's wife. Her husband had no idea the disguise provided to him in a sealing scroll had explosive seals sewn into the inner parts. Nor did he know the poison was highly lethal. She stated it was supposed to be paralytic poison at worst. The air in the room turned morose. As it was, people were still dying in the hospital from the brief contact they had with the poisoned smoke. It was slow-acting, but very, very lethal. The village did not have enough antidotes. Likely story to avoid guilt. Akito gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with desire for revenge. How certain can we be that it wasn't the Konoha ninja with access to the Kazekage Tower and a wife who could easily falsify those orders? Are you accusing me of something? Temari straightened up and coldly stared at the men. What if I am, girl? Akito asked just as coldly, both his and Temari's body language betraying that they were preparing for a clash. Ren intervened with a casual tone as he stepped slightly in front of Temari. He exchanged a quick look with Ebizo, and Ebizo nodded in a silent agreement. An amused smirk appeared on Ren's face, one that infuriated Akito enough to get his full, hostile attention on himself. The answer is actually much simpler. Ren hummed, the perpetrator is one of you. He easily said, making many councilmen bristle at the accusation. But Ren didn't care and just raised an eyebrow at the obvious men in charge. Ain't that right, Mr. Ebizo? The tension in the room intensified, becoming almost unbearable. When Chiyo suddenly jolted in her seat, loudly enough to break it. Huh. She sleepily looked around with a senile expression. I think I must have fallen asleep. Did I miss something? Ebizo closed his eyes and groaned as his head sank. Sister. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Detective Clone-kun. Was that smart? Temari asked Ren as they were walking through the halls of the Kazekage Tower after leaving the council meeting. After Chiyo's little performance, Ebizo got enough of an excuse to adjourn the meeting, and he had happily done so, considering they were not going to reach any useful new conclusion anyway. Turning toward Temari, Ren gave her a questioning look, making her elaborate. Telling them that one of them is the culprit, I mean. She said with a frown. Even if you are right, wouldn't that just alert them? Ren stopped by a window and chuckled in amusement. Temari, whoever was responsible, we aren't catching them without them making a mistake. They know we are onto them. Especially if they are on the council. Every single person on there didn't get their post by being careless, and this would not be their first assassination rodeo. It was a pain in the ass, but that's how it was. Those were some of the best and oldest ninjas in Sunagakure. One could wish, but they were not going to make an amateur mistake. The only way they make a mistake is if they are forced to react. Ren finished, looking out of the window. His eyes found Nagara Shizumu just as she turned around and looked up, locking her green eyes with his blue before shooting him a provocative, knowing smirk. Ren did not reciprocate it. He was weary from acting so jovial in the council chambers. Unfortunately, his efforts turned up empty, but at least he tried. No matter. That attitude also served as a sort of social shield for him. Admitting a fault there would have been a grave mistake. In politics and situations like these, it didn't truly matter who was responsible for what. It didn't matter that Ren did not ask to have assassins blow themselves up next to him, alongside half the street, after spreading poison smoke. What these people wanted was a convenient scapegoat for the disaster. Somebody they could point at. Ren could not show guilt. If he gave them an inch like that, they would try to take his entire arm, and before he knew it, he might have been blamed for the entire situation. No, thank you. He'd rather pretend that it did not piss him off that somebody blew up a street to get at him. But that was then and there, and this was here and now. Ren was not in the mood to pretend that everything was fine. So, his blue eyes stared at Shizumu with a quiet coldness and suspicion until she got the hint, and with a polite nod, she turned around and started walking away. Ren didn't look away from her back, though. He knew the woman felt his gaze until she turned over the corner. He hoped it bothered the old witch at least a little bit. While Ren was having his staring contest with the councilwoman, Temari's brain was quickly working through the information he gave her. The girl was smart, and she soon came to the correct conclusion. Temari's eyes widened and her frown deepened as her head snapped toward Ren with a shocked expression, the assassin's family that survived. They are bait, aren't they? Ren glanced at her before he looked away with a sigh. He could easily see how much she disapproved of using them like that. But then again. Ren slightly shrugged. Ebizo gotta do what he gotta do. Temari opened her mouth, ready to argue, and we are just going to let that happen. They are a target now. That's kind of the point. Ren huffed and blankly looked back at Temari. They could die. She exclaimed in outrage, giving Ren an admonishing look for his attitude. And it wasn't as if he didn't understand where she was coming from. But. And what do you want me to do about it? He exasperatedly asked, crossing his arms on his chest. You could dash. Temari started, but suddenly stopped with her mouth still open as her brain joined the discussion. Ren had patiently stared at her, waiting to see if she would come up with something sensible. But seconds slowly passed, and Temari stayed silent, her eyebrows scrunching in frustration. She had realized the simple fact that Ren was still not out of the suspect list for this disaster. Victim, he might be, but he wouldn't have been the first ninja smart enough to arrange his own failure of an assassination to achieve something while coming out of it smelling like roses. In fact, Ren was one of the bigger suspects the investigating people had right now. He could just ask to be let in to see the supposed key witnesses, duh. Ebizo believed that Ren was innocent, and that was the only reason why Sunagakure was acting so courteously toward him right now. Why, he was even allowed to be in that council meeting. But Ebizo was just one man. Even as the head of the council, he didn't have supreme authority. He could have his way, but only up to a point. And letting Ren close to his supposed key witness, /bait, would have been too much. Hell, even trying to come into contact with them could be misunderstood as Ren attempting to get rid of them in fear that the assassin slipped something substantial about his mission. Exactly, Temari. Ren said after he let Temari stew in her thoughts for a minute, and shook his head. He was an S-rank ninja, but that didn't mean he was omnipotent. His specialty was blowing things up or changing them into different substances. Solving crimes, that was so far out of his lane that he wasn't even confident to improvise. What are we going to do? She grimly asked, and Ren smiled. We are simply going to go home, cook a nice dinner together, eat it, and go to bed. The moon is almost already up in the sky, young lady. This is not the time to be joking. Temari annoyedly huffed, giving Ren a look, but he snorted, surprising her. I wasn't joking. He blandly said and gripped her shoulder. Temari started only to disappear in a forced body flicker, leaving behind only a bit of swirling sand in her place while leaves gently floated in the air where Ren previously stood. Much later into the night, Detective Clone-kun, whom Ren had set to tail the delinquent Jonin, was still on the job. It was a boring job, too. All those Holmeshawn detective shows lied to him. He only took solace in the fact that the original was going to be bombarded with the memories of his boredom after he was done here. The delinquent Jonin, who had almost managed to put the blame for the attack squarely on Ren's shoulders, simply helped with the aftermath of the explosion after Ebizo defused the conflict between him and Ren. It took him a few hours, and by the time he was done, it was firmly dinner time. Then, he went to a restaurant for dinner. Seriously, dried goat meat. Yuck. After that, the man spent the rest of his late evening in a brothel with a green-eyed middle-aged woman. The tailing mission went from bad to worse right there for the detective Clone-kun. But it was not for nothing. The woman was apparently called Shizumu, and from the context of their pillow talk, the clone understood she not only owned the majority of the brothels in the village, but was also on the council. All clues pointed to the fact that this was some top-tier sugar grandma. It also sounded like a good first suspect to the detective Clone-kun. The woman almost discovered him, too. But intangibility for the win. He phased into the rooftop outside their room and stayed undetected as she abruptly threw the window open at some point on a vague suspicion that she felt like somebody was watching them. The woman had good instincts. But Detective Clone really didn't need to see her wrinkled, saggy chest. He wondered if the original would suffer trauma from the memory. His suspicions about her only deepened when the original finally remembered to send him memories of the council meeting shortly before he went to bed. The stupid bastard. Withholding critical evidence was a crime. Detective Clone almost smugly thought he had this investigation in the bag when the delinquent Jonin finally left the brothel with a wide smile and turned into a side alley. He blinked, his amazing, super deductive capabilities interrupted for a brief second, and he lost his target. His jaw dropped, but fortunately, he shook off his shock quickly and instantly started using wind sensing, covering a sizable part of the village with it as he desperately looked for his mark. It took him a very embarrassing 10 minutes to find him again. If Ren wasn't such a good sensor and the Detective Clone wasn't on the job, the Jonin definitely deserved his rank as he gave slip not only to him but also to the Suna ANBU that were watching him, most likely on Ebizo's orders. Observing the panicking ANBU from a distance as they covertly swept the surroundings, the Detective Clone used one of the seal markers Ren had put around Suna to get closer to his target. He eventually caught up to the Jonin on the other side of the village, just in time to see him enter a rather affluent-looking house. The Detective Clone frowned. From the way the guards greeted the ninja, it was clearly not his house. It was time for some neen. Sneaking around, the clone managed to get past the guard sentries and used the light bending via wind release to become invisible, fading into the surroundings as he phased through the roof, only enough to be able to see and hear what was going on in the meeting the delinquent Jonin had with Akito. The clone stilled as the last councilman he would have expected stood with his hands clasped behind his back in front of the kneeling Jonin. Looking closer, the clone frowned as the man whose wife died in the bombing didn't look that much in grief anymore. Nor was he anywhere near as furious as he seemed in the council chambers. Of course, during the night is the biggest darkness. The Detective Clone thought, that's elementary, my dear original. We have suspect number 2. An excited smirk appeared on his shadowed face. The case began to get twisted like Danzo's personality. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Detective Clone. Is he 3-timing all his employers? The Detective Clone wondered with a measure of amusement as he watched the Jonin kneeling on one knee from the shadows covering the ceiling. Well. Is it done? Akito asked in a commanding tone of a man who already knew the answer. What he was really asking for was a report. Yes, sir. The Jonin spoke, understanding the silent implications. There were unexpected circumstances, however. I tried to improvise, but it didn't go very well. He lowered his head a little bit. Akito snorted. Unexpected circumstances. A small disbelieving smile appeared on his lips as he glanced at a letter on his desk and slightly shook his head. That's one way to call it. He muttered. Up near the ceiling, the Detective Clone noted his behavior, and suddenly, he couldn't help but feel very curious about the letter and its obvious connection to what was going on. Unfortunately, it appeared that Akito was not his man. Shame, that. I might have fallen under suspicion due to my actions against the Konoha scum. The Jonin continued his report with a small scowl. You did well there, Kenichi. You managed to throw enough suspicion at him that he is still under considerable heat. I intend to increase that pressure in the coming days. Akito said and nodded at the now-named Kenichi to continue. I led the ANBU watching me to Miss Shizumo's establishment, unveiling my connection to her before vanishing, Kenichi reported with a smirk. With some luck, they will focus on the last clue I left them and focus their investigation in her direction. Good. Akito's smile turned into an extremely pleased one. I will run interference in the council and maybe even give the ANBU some forged evidence of our dear Shizumo's wrongdoings. It's not going to be easy. The woman is as sly as a desert fox. But with some luck and some chaos, we might turn the attention away from our endeavors for long enough. Your performance is satisfactory. Why yes, sir. I'd rather not suffer an unfortunate disappearance. Kenichi nervously answered with feigned boldness and a strained smile, accompanied by a small bead of sweat rolling down his temple. How would you enjoy the money I am paying you, then, right? Akito chuckled. Come. I owe you at least a dinner for your exemplary service. With that, they stood up and started walking out the door, surprising Detective Clone. Their relationship seemed like that of a boss and a subordinate, but now that the official part was finished, they looked more friendly than that. I recently hired some good-looking girls from the streets as new servants. We can have some fun after dinner. Just don't break them like the last dash. Akito's voice got too muffled to hear for the Detective Clone as the heavy door closed behind them, before briefly glowing with a surprisingly robust seal lock. Dropping from the ceiling to the floor, Detective Clone-Kuen's knees bent slightly before he straightened up and looked around the room, discovering more subtle seals. All in all, it was a good setup. He reckoned not many people would be able to get to this room. And even less would manage it undetected. In his mind, he hummed and firmly thought, all hail spacetime techniques. Neen neen. With the homage to his personal cheat done, his head turned toward the table, and he beelined it to the letter. He wanted to sate the curiosity that was still eating at him. He took it into his hands and started reading. It is with a heavy heart that we must inform you, Mr. Sawada Akito, that an unfortunate tragedy is to occur near the marketplace at. The clone's eyebrows furrowed. Was my routine so obvious that they could really guess when I would be strolling through the marketplace? He unhappily frowned. Thinking about it more deeply, yes. He was getting complacent because he felt safe. He visited Temari at the Kazakage Tower almost every day of the work week, always taking the same route through the marketplace and always at more or less the same time. I guess I will have to tell the original to use the teleportation markers more often, so any watcher would get confused about the time and means of our comings and goings. Can't really stage an ambush on my way to Temari if I am teleporting, now, can they? He mumbled under his nose. Sadly, that would make keeping his spacetime techniques hard to keep secret. It was a dilemma. 1. The detective Clone-Kuen was happy to leave for the original as he brutally returned to the letter. Skipping the uncomfortably specific date and time, the clone continued to read. It might not be our place, but we heard about your recent displeasure with Mrs. Sawada. We feel compelled to remind you that such an event could be a good way to get rid of a charred body. With best regards, signed, Concerned Citizens. The detective Clone-Kuen sighed as he put the letter down and leaned on the table. Well, that explained why the men did not warn the village about the supposed tragedy. Even if he was not a bastard, the letter pretty much name-dropped him before revealing he might be considering his wife's murder. If Ren were in his position, yeah, he wouldn't have shown the letter to anyone either. Still, he might have tried to stop the tragedy or at least find out more about it. Instead, Akito clearly used the situation to dispose of his wife's body. The puzzle pieces slowly started to come together in the detective Clone-Kuen's mind. Kenichi was in the area deliberately. He was there to dump Akito's wife's burned body after whatever tragedy occurred, and his antagonistic approach toward Ren was this supposed improvisation of his. Clearly, these people were going to be a problem in the future. Unfortunately, it also meant they were not the terrorists the detective Clone-Kuen was looking for. His eyes slid back toward Akito's table, and with an inner shrug, he decided he might as well have a proper look since he was already here. In his very justified opinion, Akito forfeited all rights to privacy when he decided to target Ren. Besides, he was curious. But first, he took the letter from the table back into his hands, and after a brief use of the shadow clone technique, he now had 2 shadow clone copies of it in his hands. Applying durability seals with a touch, these copies were now significantly harder to dispel. Smashing them against a rock might still not be enough to do it. They would also last much longer since their chakra did not leak as much. If he was calculating it correctly, these copies might last 5 to 6 weeks. And lastly, he sealed them in storage seals. One would go to Ebizo for his personal perusal, and the other will be left for the original and as a backup. After all, he could always make more copies based on the copy he possessed. Being stored in the storage seal also meant that time pretty much stopped for the cloned copies. They could last 5 to 6 weeks, but this was time outside the seal. If Ren and Ebizo only took their copies out sparingly and sealed them back when they were done using them, they might last them years in this state. With the evidence secured, Ren checked the chair for any unpleasantness before he started rummaging through Akito's documents while humming a happy tune under his nose. They might not be the terrorists he was looking for, but now he wondered what kind of devilish, secret plot they were having that they were willing to throw their village into chaos to accomplish it. It took him 20 minutes of slogging through boring, official paperwork until he finally got to something interesting, and when he did, he owlishly blinked. The daimyo. He whispered in a grim surprise. Chapter 267, Unseen Threat on the Horizon. The next day, Ren woke up to a beautiful morning. He was warm and comfortable, spooning the still sleeping Temari, cuddled to him in his arms. He enjoyed the feel of her silky hair against his cheek and nuzzled it gently, sleepily into her head. Her pajamas were also very comfortable to the touch. Kankuro had a good taste. The cat-patterned pajama originally belonged to him, but Temari found out how comfortable it was, and well, older sister privileges happened. It was slightly too big on the blonde girl, but in Ren's opinion, that only added to her charm. Ren closed his eyes in contentment and tucked his hands underneath Temari's pajama top, seeking more of her warmth and the soft feel of her skin. Yes. Everything was well in the whirl. That's when his blissful morning was interrupted by a surge of memories containing some very unpleasant discoveries that completely ruined the perfect moment for him. He couldn't help but curse his clone in his mind. He probably would still be grumpy if he had already woken up with these memories, but at least it wouldn't feel so bad. The bastard even timed his dispersal so Ren would actually enjoy his morning for a few seconds before it got ruined. Sometimes, he was just his worst enemy. Turning his head to the side, he noticed 2 new scrolls now sitting on his night table, and huffed, "Drama Queen." He rolled his eyes, momentarily reveling in the absurdity of admonishing his own clone for his actions. Something that had somehow become an ordinary thing for him by now. But his easygoing attitude didn't last long. It disappeared quickly when he remembered what the scrolls contained. His clone copied everything important from Akito's office. Making solid chakra copies of documents was surprisingly cheap, so there was no need to leave any paperwork behind. And wasn't that surprising? The widowed man was the last person Ren would suspect. He even seemed to be genuinely in grief. Was it any wonder that Ren developed genuine trust issues after spending so many years in this world? With a silent sigh, he let go of Temari, who mumbled in her sleep as she shuffled slightly away and hugged her pillow as a substitute for his body. Smiling a bit, Ren gently caressed her hair before he got up from the bed and went to put on some proper clothes. He needed to send a clone to Ebizo with all these documents, and sending one wearing only boxer briefs jumping through the village would not be received well. After dressing up, he grabbed the 2 scrolls and walked out of the bedroom. In the living room, he dropped onto the couch with a groan and created 2 shadow clones. One to go and cook him and Temari some breakfast. The glare that accompanied the service was not appreciated, but suffering through it was a price he was willing to pay for some well-done scrambled eggs. It even came with the upside of having absolute certainty that his chef would not spit into his food because the clone was based on him, and he hated that shit with passion. Wouldn't do it to his own worst enemy. And since the clone was doing the breakfast for him and Temari, he wasn't going to half-ass it either, if only for Temari's sake. He knew himself well. Cooking for himself? He would totally half-ass that shit. It's why he preferred it when Hinata cooked. But add one of his girls into the equation, and he was going to put in the effort. Nobody could accuse him of not knowing how to exploit his own clones. You must first get to know yourself before you can abuse yourself well. Ren joked and inwardly cackled at the thought as his clone flipped him off and went to the kitchen while grumbling under his nose. He handed the storage scroll with the shadow clone documents to the other clone, who nodded at him, already knowing his job, and disappeared in a body flicker. Well, that's my morning responsibilities done. Ren hummed and leaned the back of his head on the backrest, staring at the ceiling. He was still kind of tired. But he knew he would be unable to sleep anymore. Not now, not after finding out that the Wind Daimyo intended to fuck with Sunagakure one way or the other, and he and Temari were right in the blast zone. The village was vulnerable right now from a political standpoint. There was no Kazekage, and nobody who could take the post, either. Oh, many council members would probably wish to take over, but they would not get the necessary support. Ebizo could do it, but the man is too old. Chiyo could do it, but her age and her recent senile acts, no. Nobody was going to vote for that. The less said about the other members of the council, the better. There are also no outstanding, special jonin in the village right now. No S-rank ninja, who could act like the perceived threat the Kage was supposed to be. It was why the council defaulted to waiting a few years for the Sabaka children to grow up. They should succeed the position by birthright, and even if they are a bit weaker, not many would complain. They had the support, if only because their clan being on the top was how it always was in the village. People were used to that and would not complain, much. Gaara was currently showing a lot of promise. He was quickly growing into the dangerous ninja he had been in canon, and quite a few council members started to pay a lot of attention to his growing prowess. Even ignoring his words that he would not compete with Temari. Temari, on the other hand, was seen as diligent and level-headed. Certainly not the strongest candidate. But one that could, eventually be relied on, and someone who could be taught and advised. Ebizo and his faction had her back. Kankuro flat out stated he has no intention of competing, and it was accepted because, well, he was the worst choice. As bad as that sounded, that was the truth. He cared more about his puppets than the village. As such, the Sabaka siblings were a prime target for the daimyo. They were young and inexperienced right now, and the daimyo probably thought he had options on how to put them under his thumb. How to make Suna obedient to his will. Akito. He was just a bastard taking advantage of the situation for his own benefit. He would cause some chaos, make the current administration look more incompetent, and do some sabotage, so when the daimyo's officials came 2 weeks later, they would find Suna in disarray. Hop, jump, skip, make some threats, and serve the council an ultimatum about cutting even their current pittance of budget for the village, and voila. He would get his desired leverage and look reasonable while doing it. There is no way that womanizing idiot came up with this on his own. Ren idly thought, thinking about the current Wind Daimyo. As hostile as Raza and he were to each other, Raza was an S-rank ninja, and the daimyo had to treat him with respect. That had passed with Raza's passing. But the fact that it took this long for the Wind Daimyo to act was telling. Somebody was playing games in the shadows. And that was dangerous. Very dangerous. Taking a deep breath, Ren rubbed his forehead. This could turn ugly. Nobles were not reasonable human beings. Daimyos even less so. They were held at bay by the power ninja villages possessed. It forced them to play ball. But Sunagakure was the weakest it had been in a long time right now. The daimyo wouldn't be doing this unless he was confident he could subdue Suna quickly and without disastrous consequences, even if it came to fighting. Whether his confidence was misguided or not, Ren didn't know. But it didn't matter. I really don't need a civil war to break out in the land of wind right now. He irritably thought. For the first time since he started meddling with Suna matters, he started wondering if he didn't perhaps fuck up by doing so. Gaara in the original seemed to do just fine. That, or his troubles were just not shown. Hearing steps coming toward the living room from the hall, Ren put a small, tired smile on his face and straightened up in his seat, just as Temari, still in her oversized pajamas, entered the room and beamed at him in happiness. "Good morning," she exclaimed before she hurried up toward him and pushed her way into straddling his lap. "Hey." Ren's smile became a bit more genuine as she put her forehead against his and kissed his lips in a greeting. "Today is going to suck," she complained with a content smile, after pulling away from the kiss. "The work on setting up the underground farms is starting today, and I want you to know that I hate you for making me so busy." She stared into Ren's eyes while saying that. And then she kissed him again. Ren inwardly snorted. Yeah. He could intensely feel her hate as she pressed herself into him. All right. Eagerly reciprocating the kiss, Ren finally relaxed and let the trouble with the wind daimyo float out of his mind. Right. One problem at the time. His fingers found their way underneath Temari's pajama and sank into her soft skin, making her let out an adorable moan. Chapter 268, Chapter 268. Is it okay to farm in the desert? This is honestly impressive. Temari exclaimed as the primitive elevator platform finally finished its descent from above the ground to the bottom of a 100-meter deep shaft. In front of her and Ren's eyes, a massive room with no end in sight spread into the horizon. Countless massive pillars were symmetrically organized in rows all across the room, supporting the ceiling to ensure it wouldn't collapse, while the ceiling shone with enough light to brighten up the entire room as if it were a nice day above the surface. On the ground, multiple people could be seen working, shoveling the earth that Ren knew Ebizo was sending squads to discreetly steal from the most fertile places in the land of fire, the land of rice, and other countries known for their produce during the last 2 weeks. It was a rush job, but fortunately, Land of Rivers was one of those fertile countries with great soil, and it was right next to the Land of Wind. From what Ren was seeing, Ebizo had gotten enough soil for several fields. And indeed, the floor of the room was already starting to resemble fields in several places all around the massive, thick pillars that would conveniently serve as a watering system. A small, smug, and content smirk appeared on Ren's face as he looked at Temari's awestruck expression and felt how she was squeezing his hand with hers, not even noticing in her wonder. To be fair, he felt very similarly to her when he first saw it. The room was nowhere near the level of Urahara Kisuke's underground training room, but it was still nothing to scoff at. Especially since. It is, isn't it? Ren hummed, squeezing affectionately Temari's hand in return, causing her to pull out of her reverie as she looked at him and slightly blushed, but her lips settled into a happy, if a bit silly grin. And consider that this entire underground facility did not exist a week ago. It is amazing what ninjas can accomplish once they start thinking about using their techniques for something else than just combat. Saying that would have been a sacrilege in any polite ninja society. A grave offense. Ninjas took immense pride in their combat capabilities, suggesting they use them for building. How offensive. But this was why he loved Sunagakure. People here were desperate. Desperate enough to put away their pride for a moment and actually listen without arguing too much when Rin suggested that they should have their Earth Release Masters create this wonder and turn it into underground farming fields. The light, that's your work, no. Temari, still in wonder, shining in her eyes, started to look around as they slowly walked on the side of the already constructed, and perfectly even, stone road. Carts full of more soil, seeds, farming tools, and other necessities for the workers passed them almost every minute. Hearing her question, Ren's lips twitched, and he had to put some effort into not showing the distaste that surged within him at the mention of these blasted things. Yes, he said, calmly and evenly, but maybe not calmly and evenly enough as Temari still shot him an amused look, and one of her eyebrows rose in a silent question at him. Ren, however, only returned her stare with a blank look of his own, making her snort a minute later when she realized he was not going to tell her more about the reason for his displeasure. Temari, mirthfully smirking at the irritated glint in Ren's eyes, abruptly leaned forward and kissed his cheek. You poor boy. Do you need more kisses to feel better? She teased, making Ren snort too, and rolled his eyes at her attempt to lift his mood. Temari's smirk widened because, judging by Ren's reaction, her attempt clearly worked just as intended. Ren silently appreciated her effort, even if she had no idea what he found so annoying about the seals. The reason for his reaction was simple. He had thousands of hours in his memory of doing mind-numbingly boring and extremely repetitive work of producing these infernal things. His clones had created tens of thousands of them in the last week alone. First, they used a transmutating seal to create 2 wooden tiles, and then they inscribed 2 paired seals on said tiles. These seals had one purpose. Through a modified storage dimension, the first seal sealed the sunlight that fell on the tile, and the second seal then accessed said dimension, releasing the sunlight out of its own tile's surface. It worked on the same principle as the seals providing drinking water to Suna nowadays, just for sunlight. It was the cornerstone of this whole underground farming plan. And creating them was a major pain in the ass for Ren. If he never had to inscribe these seals again in his life, he would die happy. Sadly, he knew this wish would not be fulfilled. By the second day of production, he hadn't even finished 10% of the necessary tiles, and he had already wanted to give up. In fact, his clones were still tirelessly working on making more because only around 2/3 of the room was covered. The parts in the very back of the room were still shrouded in darkness. Ren couldn't even delegate that work to anybody but his clones, either. Nobody could create these seals. And since this whole plan was his idea, he really couldn't just give up halfway through, no matter how tempting it was. When he started, he thought, I can become a human factory and manufacture seals like nobody's business with shadow clones, mwahaha. Now, a week later, it was more along the lines of, no. Please, no more. Just let it end. He really underestimated how getting thousands of hours of tedious work, all crammed into a small time frame, would affect him mentally. He could feel himself getting depressed in real time. It was only the fact that Ino, Hinata, and even Temari, to a smaller extent, were fully willing to drop their work and cheer him up whenever he needed it. At first, he tried to hide his state from them, but females must have some sort of hidden sixth sense because Ino and Hinata practically sniffed his woes in the first 5 minutes after meeting him. Shaking his head, Ren decided to stop thinking about it. The topic reminded him of the fact that he would be getting another bomb of 100+ hours of the same tedious work this evening again, and that made his spine slightly shiver in dread. I am starting to understand why Sarutobi always made it sound as if paperwork was his mortal enemy. Ren wryly thought. If he found it half as tedious as Ren found trying to cosplay as a human seal factory, then he was surprised the old shitflinger hadn't burned Konoha to the ground during his tenure from sheer frustration. If you look at the walls, Ren pointed toward the wall in the distance to their right side that was the closest to them, you might notice another set of seals. Those provide air to the room. That is another important thing for the plants. Ren explained to Temari, who instantly started squinting into the distance. Chuckling at the dismayed and discontent look on Temari's face when she failed to see that far, even with ninja shenanigans, Ren gently bumped her shoulder with his and pointed toward the closest, massive pillar to their left. Temari turned around, and after a few seconds of looking, her eyes widened. Are those the water-providing seals? She asked in astonishment, and Ren smiled before leaning closer and kissing her cheek, just like she kissed his a moment ago. Got it in one. Looks like your lessons in sealing were not as hopeless as they first appeared, eh? He teased her as a return for a previous teasing, and the tips of Temari's ears turned red from embarrassment as she subconsciously lowered her head with a small, childish pout. Ren laughed. While his clones worked on their assignment, he had started teaching Temari a bit about sealing in the past week. After all, his deal with Suna was to get her to the point where she could create these water-providing seals on her own. But damn, she was hopeless in the art. Ren realized he would get her to a sufficient level for these seals with a lot of effort, but the girl was practically like Hinata. She could learn to use and make a few seals expertly, but she was never going to be a seal master capable of innovating or creating her own seals. She lacked the necessary interest in the field to stick with it long enough to learn it properly. Not to mention Temari's atrocious math skills. Remembering that, Ren had to take a deep breath. Let's just say she inherited at least something from Raza and leave it at that. Holy shit, it was a great thing she was going to have advisors once she took the hat. The girl could be sharp as a knife, but she didn't betray her natural hair color. The blonde girl was still a blonde. It didn't even make sense. The girl was a genius, just a lesser one than Shikamaru when it came to strategy and tactics. She was also starting to have a knack for governance, too, but give her a math problem and the result might just summon a Cthulhu. The air seals on the walls will also provide air ventilation. Ren grinned at the pouting girl and decided to get back on the track with his explanations. And the water seals on the pillars will not only provide watering for the fields, but also act like a cooling system for the place. Huh, that's quite well thought out. I didn't even think of the need for cooling and ventilation. Temari noted, still looking over the pillars as they resumed their walk. I didn't either until Ebizo gathered several experts on underground bases that talked my ear off until they were satisfied with any adjustment to the plan I proposed. Ren huffed, but Temari wasn't paying his whining any attention. To think Suna would have its own farming fields one day. I am still working on believing it. She wistfully uttered as she teared up. To play her emotional state off, she sniffed and turned her head to the side. The security is quite tight in here. She deliberately changed the topic, and Ren's lips twitched in amusement. He didn't call her out on it. Is it safe to hire these workers, though? Temari asked, her emotional state receding as a small, concerned frown appeared on her face while she was looking at some of the poorest people from Suna now working in the fields as they passed them by. That was actually one of my ideas. Ren low-key boasted a bit. He couldn't help it. He felt quite accomplished for coming up with it. You know how the scariest things for a hidden village are saboteurs? Temari blinked and slowly nodded. It's why I asked in the first place. It does not matter how many ANBU are hidden in the shadows, and Ren noted that there were enough of them to make even Akatsuki reconsider attacking, but no number of them will be helpful against an undiscovered spy. It's just, hiring so many unknown, homeless people sounds like a huge security risk for a project this important. She said, and her eyebrows furrowed. It was obvious to Ren that she hated it, but she wasn't going to close her eyes in front of reality because she wanted to help the poorest people in her village. You'd think that. Ren smiled, but it is actually the opposite. Nobody puts spies among the homeless population in a hidden village because it's a pointless endeavor. Homeless people might be overlooked more often than not, but they don't have any sort of access to important information within a hidden village. Anywhere else, they might at least serve as eyes and ears, but in a hidden village teeming with ninjas, maybe only a genin would not notice a homeless person trying to eavesdrop on them. And even that is debatable. Not only will this work help many of them get back on their financial feet, so to speak, Ren said, sounding very pleased with himself, but also, the chance that the other hidden villages wasted money on a pointless mission like becoming a homeless spy in Suna is practically non-existent. As he watched the ANBU all over the place, Ren was a bit butthurt that Ebizo rejected his security seals for the facility, but he also understood that his affiliation with Konoha was putting the men between a rock and a hard place, even if Ren was the cornerstone of the entire project. It was aggravating. Then again, his worries were not misguided. Ren indeed had an ulterior motive of his own. All these homeless people. This work was well paid, and many would most likely turn their lives around thanks to it. But they would need more work, and soon. Wasn't it just nice that Samui was going to come to the village with the intent of making several businesses, then? Such a coincidence was almost godsend for them. Ren could not gain much influence in the village politically. No matter how much benefit he brought Suna, he was still a foreigner in their minds. If nothing else, Konoha had taught him that he was so bad at politicking that he was liable to outpolitic himself rather than his enemies. So, he changed his approach. His influence in Suna was going to come from money. If he owned half of the village, even his biggest naysayers on the council would shut up. Hopefully. After all, he always thought he was just as bad at merchanting as he was at politicking. And, writing this chapter was a pain in the ass. Chapter 269, Chapter 269. Daimyo's Official. Ren and Temari stood hand in hand, hidden in the crowd of people near the gate, while watching a massive caravan slowly enter the village. Carts, horses, and camels passed by in such numbers that Ren watched with naked astonishment. He had never seen such a thing in his life. Close your mouth. Temari bumped her shoulder against his while playfully quipping with amusement twinkling in her eyes. Ren's mouth closed with a quiet click of his teeth. He hadn't even realized he was gaping a bit. Turning his head toward Temari, he gave her an irritated look that made her cover her mouth with a small fan in her free hand as she quietly giggled to herself. The crowd around them suddenly stirred. Many people exclaimed, gasped, or shouted something that blended into the cacophony of loud sounds being made by others, ensuring the final mix would be unintelligible. Ren and Temari stopped their flirtatious argument before it could even fully begin as they turned back toward the gate and saw what provoked the crowd. The daimyo's official had arrived. A man riding a camel slowly steered his steed through the gates, trying and failing to look dignified as he was heavily sweating in his luxurious robes. The poor animal was clearly struggling under his immense weight, and it was obvious the men did not ride the animal all the way from the capital. The camel would have been dead long ago if he had tried. I didn't know they had orcs in this world. Ren mutely thought in astonishment before he could stop himself. He watched the disaster in motion with wide eyes, with each step wondering if the camel was going to finally collapse. Do you see what I see? Are the camel's legs shaking? Ren whispered a question to Temari, who looked pained. Of course, the daimyo would send this bastard, Temari unhappily muttered and let out a defeated sigh as her posture slightly slumped. Ren tilted his head at her, you know him. Koichi Shido. Temari nodded, he is one of daimyo's closest advisors. Her eyes glanced at the men with unveiled disgust as she leaned closer to Ren and lowered her voice even more. You see, they share the appreciation of young women, and his competence earned him the favor of the daimyo quickly after he joined the court. Or so I heard. Ren blinked at her, that's quite specific. He said in surprise. Do you know all the important officials at the daimyo's court? He wouldn't put it past Ebizo to drill such intel into her, to be honest. After all, she was supposed to become the next Kazekage sometime in the future, and Ren reckoned knowing this might be important in the position. Temari, however, just snorted. Of course, not. She rolled her eyes at Ren with a small, mirthless smirk. During his previous visit 2 years ago, the fat bastard just requested my father if he could sample the goods. Father refused, and he went to whine to the daimyo. It's where the daimyo's interest in me came from. She dryly stated, glaring daggers at the gasping fat man on the camel. The camel had finally stopped as it reached its destination, where the village's councilmen were waiting to welcome the official. The men seemed at a loss about how to dismount the animal for a second before he tried to slide off its right side, and almost fell off with a startled yelp, his hands flailing in the air. If it were not for Akito and one other council member. Yura, Ren, uncertainly guessed as he tried to remember his name, the official would be rolling in the dust on the ground. Yet, the crowd did not laugh. The samurai following the official as his bodyguards also dismounted, and the official part of the welcome started. Both Temari and Ren tuned it out as they turned around and slipped away, heading home in a somber silence. That was something. Ren finally hummed as they walked through the street near their house, probing Temari's willingness to stop scowling at herself and have a conversation. Don't underestimate him. She gruffly warned. That was just for show. If you don't take him seriously, he will have the advantage, and he knows it. He could have easily had somebody put a stool near the camel so he could dismount with dignity. His samurai could easily help him, too. Yet, nobody even tried. Yeah, right. Temari huffed, squeezing Ren's hand tighter. Ren's lips pursed, and he slowly nodded. Yes. He might have taken the men lightly because of his display. He probably shouldn't do that. He wouldn't have his position if he were incompetent. Right. The upcoming meetings are going to be something else, aren't they? He wistfully chuckled. He knew that the daimyo had something planned, but he had no idea what shape his ploys would take. Akito wasn't informed about it. He hoped Ebizo would be on the top of his game later on today, when the council meeting with the daimyo's official happened, because as a Konoha ninja, Ren couldn't truly intervene. Ren sighed. All he wanted was some peace and quiet without anybody plotting something against him and his interests. Was it so much to ask for? Later that evening, Ren and Temari sat to the side of the council chambers, watching as they slowly filled in with many important people. The daimyo's official entered among the last ones, escorted by several samurai guards and Ebizo, who led him to the room. For a moment, Ebizo's eyes met Ren's as they entered, and he gave him a small, near unnoticeable nod. Ren noticed that Temari was not the only one who had a distaste for Koichi Shido. Several people were silently glaring at him as he paraded into the room. He gently elbowed Temari on the side, getting her attention before motioning with her head toward a particular corner of the room. She turned toward him with an irritated expression, but then she noticed his gesture and looked, only to wince. Pulling out her handheld fan, she leaned closer and discreetly covered the front of their lower faces. Those are the Nakamura clan. The head's daughter was married to Shido 2 years later, after my father rejected, well, you know. The girl apparently suffocated to death in his tender care, hence why. She motioned to the angry looks they were throwing at the obese official. How could a kunoichi? Ren incredulously whispered back, but Temari just shrugged. Easily. It happens to Shido's mistresses often enough. The Nakamuras just thought their precious girl would be different because she was his official wife. Temari quietly huffed, they were wrong and now they are butthurt about it. Not that they can do anything to him. Poor girl. Ren sighed, glancing at Shido and seeing him in an entirely new light. Couldn't have happened to a less obnoxious little bitch. Temari deadpanned. People were starting to pay them too much attention, so she grabbed at Ren's thigh before he could answer, and squeezed hard in a sign to quiet down as she folded her fan and pulled away from him, settling comfortably in her seat again. The room quickly got into order, and the meeting smoothly started. Boring greetings and pleasantries were exchanged again, according to the protocol, and Ren fought a riveting internal battle against his urge to yawn. This was also why he never aspired to become a Kage. He would have to attend all meetings like this. Just being a bystander was bad enough. Why would anybody do this to themselves? Some people were such masochists. He glanced at Temari with a faint smirk, making her subtly narrow her eyes at him as she noticed. She knew him well enough to understand from his expression that he thought something rude about her, but she had no idea what. Heh. Ren's smirk widened. With another quiet, disgruntled huff, Temari's elbow found its way into Ren's side before she turned away from him, intent on ignoring his fooling around. But the corners of her lips now sported a small, upward curve. Right. With that done, I think it's time to start with the important business. Shido, the daimyo's official, said, and the entire room focused on him as he preeningly pulled out a scroll before unrolling it. He paused for a dramatic effect, and then his eyes flickered toward Temari and Ren. Just for a moment, but it gave Ren a bad premonition. Our esteemed Lord Daimyo, the son of Wind God, and the ruler of all deserts under the sun. Shido started, reciting several other titles before he finally got to the important part of the scroll, has expressed a deep disappointment at Sunagakure's grievous mistake of wedding Lady Temari to a low-born foreigner. Ren's mouth quirked up in amusement as he heard that, but the official continued undisturbed. In his amazing magnanimity, Lord Daimyo decided to forgive Sunagakure as long as they are willing to rectify their mistake in the future. He, who is exalted, is still agreeable to take the young lady as his cherished mistress despite her lost purity and her now tainted nature. Shido let out a deep, regretful sigh. His generosity indeed knows no bounds. Raising his head and donning a serious expression, Shido looked at the councilman and asked in a stern tone, "What say you, important men of Sunagakure?" Chapter 270, Chapter 270, Shido's Aim. Silence descended upon the room. Ren noticed Ebizo shooting him a concerned look, but he didn't need to worry. Ren wasn't going to make a scene just because of this. The same couldn't be said about Temari, if the way she was grinding her teeth was any indication. He grabbed her clenched hand and started to rub soothing circles with his thumb across the back of said hand. But Ren's eyebrows furrowed. This made no sense. The daimyo was not stupid enough to do this. He would have to know that their marriage was one of the supporting pillars of the Konoha-Suna alliance. An alliance that was beneficial to him, too. His mind began to think about their angle. What could they possibly aim to accomplish with this? Temari was definitely not it. At least, not entirely. Even if the daimyo was an idiot, he still had capable advisors. There was something more to this whole situation. But his thoughts were interrupted when the people regained their wits and the conversation resumed. Ebizo's joined hands covered his lower face as he gave the daimyo's official a serious look. "I am afraid there is a small problem with that, Lord Koichi. Temari is already married," he diplomatically said. Shido, however, was not having it. "You are a ninja village," he sneered. "Surely you can correct, as you called it, a small issue like that." Ren raised his eyebrow in amusement, and his lips twitched upward at the unsubtle meaning of Shido's words. He noticed how the guy was deliberately ignoring his presence while spouting his nonsense. Even more interesting was the unrest it created in the room. Some council members looked affronted, some looked at Shido as if he had grown a second head, but a few actually had a pondering expression as they threw Ren subtle looks. Those were the retards. Strong and experienced ones, surely, but retards nevertheless. Because no, Sunagakure did not possess the ability to have Ren assassinated. The last attempt had shown that quite well for those in the council who had at least 2 brain cells to rub together. The smarter ones even realized that if Ren retaliated, then with his specialization in big boom seals, Suna would suffer tremendous damage. Even if they thought they could manage to put Ren down eventually, they would still come out of it as losers because the daimyo would definitely not be paying for the property damages such a battle inside the village would cause. Ren's gaze fell on Shido, and he noticed how tense the man's neck was. It got him thinking. Could the daimyo's people be behind yesterday's assassination attempt? He mulled over it in his head as Ebizo futilely tried to reason with Shido, their unimportant words barely registering to Ren. Technically, Akito, their most influential agent and a member of the council, didn't need to be informed of an operation like that. But no matter how Ren thought about it, it sounded kind of far-fetched to him. Why would they keep their biggest asset in the village in the dark when, with his help, the operation would be much easier? It made no sense. And what if Temari is with a child? Ren heard Ebizo say, and almost choked on his spit. He turned toward Temari and gave her a look, only for her to subtly shake her head with alarm in her eyes. Ren inwardly huffed. Of course, she was not pregnant. How could she be when he used a seal to turn his fertility off? But Ebizo was clearly trying to find a good argument against Shido's unreasonable demands. Ren could see his heart was not in it, though. It was obvious that Shido was not here to make a compromise. The man had his agenda, and he looked like a person who would not be satisfied until he got his cake and ate it, too. Hearing that, Shido's expression turned highly offended, and for the first time, he glanced at Temari with sheer distaste. Then she would be more tainted than expected. The daimyo would be willing to cleanse her body with his royal seed. But a problem of that nature would have to be disposed of as fast as possible. The daimyo is patient, but waiting several more months is out of the question. As is bringing a bastard to their holy union. He announced in a self-important tone, his nose rising just a tad higher in the air. And if we decline this generous offer? Ebizo dryly asked in a conversational tone after taking his sweet time to pretend to ponder over it. Shido's expression instantly darkened, but the triumphant glint in his eyes was unmistakable to any experienced ninja who carefully watched him. "Are you saying you will blatantly disobey your sovereign?" he growled. The atmosphere in the room suddenly cooled as the expressions of Ebizo and the people in his faction went cold. But Shido didn't pay them any attention and simply continued. "In that case, the daimyo might decide to cut your budget even further. He uttered in a matter-of-fact voice and gave the council in front of him a condescending snort. Your village is already struggling. Are you sure you can afford it? But much to his inner surprise, Ebizo did not react as Shido expected. He stayed serene and calm, almost uncaring. Instead, it was Akito who eagerly jumped into the conversation. Surely, it wouldn't need to come to that. We can make a compromise. Fighting against the daimyo's army of samurai would spell doom for this village, and once we show our loyalty, I am sure our monetary situation will improve. He loudly spoke, addressing his fellow councilmen. Indeed. Shido nodded, looking very pleased. Raza is dead and with him, he smirked at Ebizo, the old ways should be buried. Ren chuckled. Now that was a dig at Ebizo's ancient age for sure. He shook his head as he realized what angle Shido was playing here. Indeed, neither Ren nor Temari was their target. They were simply a convenient excuse. They wanted to gain more authority over Sunagakure. That was their end goal. And with Sunagakure refusing their demands, it created this illusion of the village being unreasonable. So, obviously, they should accept when Shido later reluctantly offered a hard-won compromise, no. As long as it was something small, like getting a permanent position on the council with some authority. Or staying in the village as an official daimyo's representative from now on. That sounded like a minor concession, but when it came to these types, give them an inch and they take until you are missing both arms, a leg, and several organs. With Lord Daimyo's help, your village will thrive. Shido proclaimed toward his audience, and Ren decided that it was high time to interrupt the meeting. It was best not to play a game when other people set up the board. Ebizo could not do it because of propriety, but Ren had no such qualms or restrictions due to his position. Excuse me. He loudly interjected, interrupting Shido's dramatic offer, making the men furious that somebody dared to. Could you pause for a bit? I gotta go to the bathroom. Ren politely requested, and before receiving an answer, he walked out of the room under the stunned gazes following his back until the door closed behind him. Shido's face twisted as he muttered under his breath, mannerless SCU dash. Only for a seal Ren left behind on his seat to activate and let everybody hear his rambunctious laughter from outside the room, making them feel awkward. Temari flushed, obeying the instructions on the note she secretly clutched in her hand, and ducked her head. I will go and get him to quiet down. She mumbled aloud and followed Ren outside in a rush. Oi. Why are you laughing like that? The people in the council room heard her urgent question before they heard Ren let out one last snorting laugh. How could I not laugh at that shit show? Ren's amused voice came from the seal. Have you seen how that fat fuck in fancy robes behaves? It's hilarious. Everybody in the room froze. With an absolutely baffled look and wide eyes, Shido blinked and muttered in disbelief under his breath, fat, fuck. ko-fi.com/kasakair. Or. And if not, that's totally fine. I hope you will enjoy the story. Have a nice day. Chapter 271, Chapter 271. Shido's anger. Fat fuck. Shido yelled in outrage, his expression twisting and his eyes blazing with intense anger. I want him punished for that disrespect. His eyes narrowed into a glare aimed at Ebizo with a clear demand. Ebizo's lips subtly twitched, but his expression stayed serene as he shook his head. I am afraid, we can't do that, Lord Koichi. What do you mean, you can't? He lives in your village. A spittle flew out of Shido's mouth, and his whole obese body shook enough to make the chair underneath him creak. Just give him 200 lashes with a whip. He is not a Sunagakure ninja. And thus, our authority over him is extremely limited. Ebizo's elderly voice pleasantly resounded through the room, but it only served to make Shido more mad. I don't care. He disrespected the daimyo's representative. That's tantamount to disrespecting the daimyo himself. It's a capital offense. Still does not give us any authority over his actions. Ebizo shrugged with a, what can you do, helpless look on his face. Might I suggest asking the daimyo to send a letter of complaint to the fire daimyo? He helpfully offered and almost cracked up at the face Shido made. The men obviously knew how useless that would be. Because let's say the wind daimyo actually took the stupid situation seriously for some reason and did waste his time writing that letter. The most probable outcome was that the fire daimyo would read it before rolling his eyes and stashing it into the nearest garbage bin. He had more important matters to attend to than petty complaints about some foreign official being insulted behind their back. But let's say that the fire daimyo, for some inexplicable reason, decided to take the time from his day to address it. What could he really do? At worst, he might forward the letter to Tsunade and give her some strongly worded warning. And what would the new Hokage do? Well, Ebizo inwardly chuckled. From what he knew about the woman, she would snort and throw it into the nearest garbage bin. She might send a half-hearted letter of reprimand to Ren if she felt vindictive on that particular day. But then, Ren would absolutely throw that letter into the nearest garbage bin. Because what was she going to do? Dock his pay. He wasn't being paid by Konoha anymore. Try to lock him up. Good luck with that. He was the husband of Suna's princess. Not to mention his own prowess. Label him a rogue. What good would that even do except give Suna political ammunition? No. Ebizo inwardly snickered, sure that this whole situation was completely intentional by Ren. Shido's previous momentum was broken. He should have ignored the insult and pressed his agenda. Speaking of which. As for your previous request, Ebizo intentionally called it request instead of demand to lighten its importance, we must respectfully decline, Lord Koichi. As you already said, sending a married woman to be the daimyo's new concubine would be highly disrespectful. If our budget suffers, Ebizo donned a regretful but righteous expression. So be it. As servants of our Lord, we must do everything in our power for his own benefit, even if there are consequences. From the corner of his eyes, he could see Shizumu look at him with respect shining in her eyes as she quietly observed their talk. She hadn't seen anybody spout such utter bullshit in a long while. It was honestly impressive. Other council members were much less enthused about the idea of putting their village's budget at risk. And frankly, Ebizo would be groveling like a dog at Shido's feet if it were necessary. Fortunately, Ren's help was slowly starting to show its results, and they were very promising. It was yet another reason why he couldn't punish Ren. The man was too valuable to Suna. Just the dome technique brought immense profits to the village. If before, at best, 10% of merchant caravans touring through the Land of Wind hired their ninjas as escort, then now it was an indispensable service. Everybody wanted them. He had never really realized just how many merchants their nation had before all of them suddenly decided to demand a ninja escort with a specific technique at the same time. Sunagakure was already making 10 times the money it did previously from protection detail missions, and that was with rejecting 90% of these mission requests due to a lack of qualified ninjas. Suna honestly lacked the chunin and genin who knew said technique to meet the demand for their services. Even when their ninjas were scrambling to learn it, it was simply not enough. And then there was the fact that nobles also started noticing and growing curious about the option of comfortable travel through the desert. The amazing thing was that money wasn't even the most valuable commodity these missions were bringing to the village. The connections to various merchants and, in the future, maybe nobles. Those would be invaluable. Sunagakure already secured several large-scale discounts on metal shipments, spices, and other general goods that brought their costs down tremendously. All for a promise to prioritize their respective sellers for escort missions. Ebizo doubted Ren actually realized what his casual attempt to help did for the village. He knew it was important for sure, but he definitely underestimated just how much prosperity it brought to Sunagakure. He could hardly believe he was thinking this, but, between the daimyo's budget and Ren's ideas, Ebizo was going to pick Ren's ideas because Suna could survive with their budget cut now. But missing more of the wild yet oddly overly effective ideas that Temari's madman of a husband nonchalantly threw about would be a massive loss. If Konoha knew. Ebizo inwardly cackled, imagining Sarutobi's face when he finally realized what he had so readily given away. I see how it is now. Shido's growling voice brought Ebizo back from his inward reverie. He looked at the daimyo's official, only to find him gnashing his teeth. You have lost all regard for the daimyo. Shido abruptly stood up, I will report that. Turning on his heel, Shido started walking toward the door, only awkwardly stopping when he reached it. His posture almost faltered as he turned around, his face hiding confusion, Ebizo not trying to fervently stop him. Getting angry and threatening nobles with, daimyo will hear of this, probably worked in his favor more often than not. As their eyes met, Ebizo gave him a pleasant smile, and Shido realized they were not playing the same game. His lips stretched into a grimace, his previous anger nowhere to be seen. Unhappily huffing, he turned around and walked out the door. Akito blinked. This was not how this act was supposed to end. He didn't intervene because he was warned of Shido's tactics beforehand. But this outcome was totally unexpected. Ebizo was not playing along. Realizing that his promotion to the head of the council was slipping away, he stood up and scrambled toward the door after briefly glaring at Ebizo. His heart leapt in joy, however, as he realized that this worked well for him, too. He could be the man who fixed the situation, getting an immense amount of credit. Koichi Dano, wait. Yelling that, he rushed after the fat man. Well, Ebizo hummed, I guess this meeting can be put on hold now that the fat fuck is gone. He snickered alongside several council members. Many, however, still looked worried. Was that smart? Shizumu bluntly asked, tapping her well-manicured finger on the table. You don't have the full picture. Ebizo spoke with a reassuring voice and shook his head, we can survive even if the daimyo decides to no longer support us. Not that it would happen. The daimyo needed them as much as they needed him in the past. Whether he liked it or not, they were a part of his country's military strength. He couldn't afford to completely cut them off. Shizumu blinked. Really? Has our situation improved that much? Yes. You might not see it yet because a lot of that money was already invested in several long-term projects that will immensely help our village in the future. But over the next several months, we should start seeing the results. Ebizo assured his colleagues, putting many of their worries to rest. They all hated the daimyo after he starved them of necessary resources for almost 2 decades. It was why nobody intervened. Ebizo reckoned the show was cathartic for many of them. To know that they could give the men a polite middle finger and still be fine was no doubt a massive relief. As long as no military conflict happens between us, we should be okay. Ebizo finished. The daimyo still had his army of samurai and his personal ninjas. But unlike other villages, Suna was in the desert. His armies would still win in the end, but the casualty should he attack would be massive simply due to the sheer attrition Suna's defensive position could cause to his armies. Well, maybe Gaara could. Ebizo mused as his colleagues started to slowly leave the room. He quickly threw these thoughts away. Civil war was not coming. It would take a monumental foolishness to start it. When the only 2 people in the room were Ebizo and his quiet Chunin assistant, he smirked. Are you not going to drop the henge? He casually asked, and his assistant chuckled. With a burst of smoke, Ren appeared in the place of his assistant. And here I thought I could properly fool you. What gave it away? My assistant is a coffee addict. He does not drink tea, my boy. Ebizo mildly said, and Ren palmed his forehead at the elementary oversight. So, you have known from the very beginning. He exasperatedly exclaimed, and Ebizo shrugged. Details like that were ninja's bread and butter. When can I expect my assistant back? He lightly asked, making Ren look a bit sheepish. I left him asleep in a cupboard somewhere. He should be running around in 3 hours or so. MHM. Ebizo hummed and suddenly changed the topic. You should stay vigilant. Today, you have made an enemy. The Shido guy. Ren chuckled in amusement. He didn't seem that tough. His expression must have betrayed his thoughts because Ebizo gave him a dry look as he became serious. Yes. His anger was not real. Really? Ren blinked in surprise. Shido's rage seemed real enough to him. The daimyo's court is a nest of vipers. That man's skin is thicker than Gaara's sand armor. He hears worse, subtler, and better thought-out insults than fat fuck daily into his face. Ebizo slowly stood up from his seat with several loud cracks that made Ren inwardly wince. You have gotten the better of him today because he miscalculated our response. He thought we would react much differently to his anger. But he won't let it rest. Expect some sort of retaliation. Ebizo warned, now, since you have put my assistant to sleep, you should own up to the consequences and help me with some pape dash. He suddenly heard a quiet pop and turned around with reflexes his old body should not possess, only to see the smoke residue of clone dispersal dissipating. Ebizo's lips twitched. This new generation. He swore, they were all lazy. Back in his day. Chapter 272, Chapter 272. If you can't fight the freaks. Koichi Shido fell onto a couch in Akito's residence with a loud creak and waved off the maid who instantly came to serve him. He was in a foul mood, and rather than sex or wine, his eyes briefly wandered toward her tempting neck. But Akito, the useless fool, had already confessed that this girl was his favorite in the bedchamber before he lent her to him for his own personal pleasure. Unfortunately, putting his hands around her neck before squeezing the life out of her would be rude. If nothing else, he strived to be a good guest. For a moment, he struggled with the temptation to ask Akito to procure a street urchin girl for him, but as the man sat opposite him in the armchair, he spoke and distracted him. Lord Koichi, old Ebizo is just trying to act tough and show no weakness. Suna is in dire need of funds. Give me a few days, and I will personally resolve the situation. Oh. You are quite confident. Shido offhandedly spoke, and changed his mind as he jutted his hand with an empty glass toward the pretty woman standing to the side. She quickly stepped forward and filled his glass with wine. She was quite well trained. And now that he looked closer, she indeed looked good. Maybe he should take Akito on his offer in tonight dash. Naturally. Have no worries, Lord Koichi. I was chosen to be your contact in Sunagakure because of my competence. Akito proudly proclaimed, ignoring how Shido leered at his favorite maid. Shido's cheek twitched in slight irritation as he turned back toward Akito and took a long sip from his glass. Indeed. He slowly nodded. What an idiot. He was chosen because he was the most gullible fool on the council, willing to betray the place that gave him everything. Shido inwardly snorted, but he still had to give the men the necessary lip service. I am glad that I can depend on your help. He said in a relieved tone and gave Akito a small smile that deliberately fell into a deep frown just a moment later. He opened his mouth, and in his vindictive mood, he almost tasked Akito with kidnapping the Temari girl for the daimyo. Hell, he might fuck her himself and just tell the daimyo she resisted and ran away on the way to the capital after he would have sent her broken back to her husband. That seemed like a great repayment for his insult. But he stopped himself in time and reminded himself that he was not dealing with unruly minor nobles here. Dealing with ninjas required more finesse and caution. Honestly, he didn't mind the insult that much. He was more irritated that his manipulations did not have the intended effect because of it. Sadly, it was the principle of the thing. If he didn't retaliate, that would show weakness. But how to do it? That was the question. Wordlessly staring at Akito, Shido made up his mind after a long while of thinking. The man was still going on about his plans to bring Suna's higher-ups to their side, but Shido knew it was all bluster and no substance. He wouldn't have been able to hold onto his position for so long if he weren't smart and observant enough. Akito might not have realized it, but Ebizo's attitude today was not going to change. For some reason, the old man was totally sure of Sunagakure's continued survival, budget or no budget. He wasn't going to get what the daimyo wanted, no matter how much they negotiated. He turned toward the maid. "Could you bring me a pen and a blank scroll, please?" That finally stopped Akito's irritating yapping. Shido turned toward him as the maid bowed and went to do her assigned task. "I will need one of your most reliable ninjas to run a delivery mission for me," he told the man, who instantly nodded his agreement, waving his hand. Shido's eyebrow rose, only for a ninja to appear next to Akito's armchair, making his heart jump in surprise. He gasped and put his meaty hand over his chest while trying to calm his breathing. Noticing Akito's small smirk, Shido secretly gritted his teeth. Ninjas, oh, how he hated them. "We will see if you will still find your situation amusing in a few months," he grouchily thought, trying not to glare at Akito. "Hanataro here is the fastest of my subordinates. He will get your letter to its recipient very quickly, Lord Koichi." Akito patted the kneeling ninja on the shoulder with a grin. "Where to is he going to run, though?" "The letter will be for Madame Misaki Hari in the capital," Shido told them as he leaned against the backrest of the couch. Seeing that the answer stirred Akito's curiosity, Shido decided to continue. "We have a cooperation, let's say." "A mistress, I see." Akito chuckled and nodded, giving Shido a knowing look. Shido almost rolled his eyes at him. Yes, she was a mistress. Just not his. He wondered if he would have the balls to proclaim that if he knew the woman spent most of her nights on all fours in daimyo's bed. "She will secretly convey the letter to the daimyo," Shido said, ignoring Akito's childishly suggestive looks and wiggling of his eyebrows. Pretending to be a friend to the men was exhausting, and he wasn't in this thrice-damned village even an entire day. Conveniently, Misaki Hari was not just the most used bitch of the daimyo, she was also Iwagakure's spy in the capital. The gullible girl still believed nobody noticed. These ninjas thought the normal people were all stupid or something, but they were forgetting which hands fed them. They oftentimes forgot who held their leash. And then, they acted like Sunagakure did today. That was not going to be tolerated. Shido decided that his retaliation needed to be more severe than just assassinating the Konoha ninja who insulted him or kidnapping his wife. As the maid brought him the pen and a scroll, he started crafting the letter. His eyebrows furrowed as he started remembering the precise positions of Sunagakure border outposts before putting them on the paper, before writing a request to the daimyo to reduce the supplies provided to them in retaliation. It was information that wouldn't hurt the land of Wind too much, but Iwagakure was going to find it very interesting. The fact that he was doing it in front of an unsuspecting Suna ninja almost made him giggle. It was risky, but oh, so satisfying. These border outposts were not as well hidden as Suna might think. They still required supplies. Supplies that were provided by normal merchants. And those could be easily tracked by the government with some effort. As a high official and daimyo's trusted friend, Shido had access to a lot of intel about these things. It was time to put them to good use. Suna was due for yet another brutal conflict with IWA. That should humble them enough to come back, begging their noble overlords for scraps again. Now he only needed to make them sound weak enough for IWA to pounce. With a satisfied hum, Shido described Sunagakure's attitude to the daimyo's orders, making sure to sound like a whiny little bitch and sprinkle a threat or two about how this would not stand and how they needed to be punished for their defiance. The daimyo wasn't going to take it too seriously. They exchanged letters where they insulted anybody who pissed them off quite often. It was a great activity for keeping their friendship going strong even after so many years. But Misaki Hari? She was going to convey the contents of the secret letter to IWA. Hopefully, IWA would see this breakdown of relations between the Wind daimyo and Sunagakure as a weakness. A moment to strike. And if not, the flames could still be stoked some more later. Shido had seen his father doing something similar when the villages were on the verge of the Third Ninja War. The ninjas could be easily manipulated if one knew how to leverage their spy networks against them. The normal people had their own way of fighting. Cowardly, it might seem, but Shido always believed that if you can't fight the freaks, then just pit them against other freaks, so they will be more interested in slaughtering each other and pay you no attention. Here. He finished the letter before rolling up the scroll and handing it to the delivery ninja. I pray for your safe trip, young man. He sweetly smiled at him and Akito. Chapter 273, Chapter 273. This means. Time swiftly passed, and soon, it had been a month since the meeting with the daimyo's representative. Ren was growing quite restless, still waiting for the retaliation that Ebizo warned him about. But for some reason, it simply wasn't coming. If Shido's goal was to make Ren paranoid, he was starting to succeed. After that first meeting, Ren decided it was time for the detective clone Quinn to strike again. He had sent a clone to Akito's residence to spy on Shido. If the men indeed wanted to cause trouble for him, then he wanted to know about it first. It was just a smart thing to do. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated, and his clone had almost been caught by the samurai guards that were now crawling all around Akito's residence. Ren really wasn't prepared for such an unexpected twist. Samurai, at least according to Hinata and Ino, after he asked them about it, apparently had their own techniques they developed to deal with ninjas. They exist to deal with other samurai during a war between countries, which hadn't really happened for well over half a century for the stronger countries, and to protect their lords, usually, from ninjas. They had some sort of sensory art that focused on detecting ninjas or something. Ren didn't know anything about it, and neither Ino nor Hinata actually had a proper understanding of what it really was, either. The most they could tell him about it was that it wasn't a ninjutsu. Nevertheless, when his clone tried to sneak into the room where Akito and Shido were having their meeting, he was detected despite using Kamui. How? Who the hell knows? That wasn't supposed to happen. Obito did not have these problems when he infiltrated the 5 Kage meeting. Then again, Ren might call the effect of his intangibility seal Kamui, but that was a bad, smug habit from his days of cosplaying as Tobi. It really wasn't Mangekyo Sharingan Kamui, even if it looked really similar. Ren reckoned there were differences, and sadly, his technique came up short against the samurai. His clone barely managed to avoid being seen as he hastily skedaddled out of the manor when the guarding samurai were roused into alarm and started sweeping it for his presence out of nowhere. That made the following meetings and negotiations with Shido quite colorful. At least, Temari claimed that. Ren wasn't invited to those, and Ebizo made sure to check he wasn't sneaking another shadow clone there. According to her, Shido had changed his approach during their second meeting. He tried to play the "somebody tried to spy on me in your village" card, but since his samurai did not apprehend nor did they see the culprit, it was quite hard to move Ebizo with this argument. In the end, they agreed to disagree on the matter, and the meeting went nowhere. Again. Much to Shido's chagrin. In the third meeting, Shido finally tried the soft approach, offering promises, concessions, and benefits. He even swayed several council members to his side, but Ebizo's faction stood firm and together, ensuring that no conclusion would be reached and no deal would be signed. 4th, 5th, 10th meetings went along those lines, too, Akito working very hard to persuade his fellow council members, but Ebizo's grip on his political faction was just too tight. By the 10th meeting, it was obvious even to the biggest dunderheads on the council that no compromise would be reached, and Shido, who was getting increasingly more irritated as his attempts went nowhere, finally decided that enough was enough. He made quite the show, throwing a massive tantrum in the council chambers, calling everybody there a thick-headed retard, before grumpily storming out of the room. Then he also stormed out of Sunagakure just a few hours later with his entourage. That was a week ago. And Ren was almost starting to think that Shido obediently accepted his defeat and would not be starting any trouble because of it. Except, it kind of didn't feel right. Deep down, Ren didn't believe Shido was a person who would let bygones be bygones or who could lose graciously. Ren sighed and leaned back in his chair as he tried to think like a noble dipshit. He asked himself, if he were in Shido's shoes, how would he make a nuisance out of himself in the worst way possible? Cutting the village's budget? Nah. Too basic. Besides, it seemed the daimyo was actually hesitating with that decision. The man was not quite as stupid as his actions would make people believe. He was simply fishing for a desired result, and when he didn't get it, he took a step back, returning to the status quo. In the end, he didn't gain anything, but he also didn't lose anything. Ren imagined that now the daimyo also knew Sunagakure's stance and could plot accordingly. But that was not important right now. Maybe he would increase the tariffs on goods coming to Suna. But no. That wouldn't have the desired effect. The village would simply start smuggling goods in storage scrolls, evading the tariffs altogether. It wouldn't hurt them. Just push them to be sneakier than usual. Military action was out of the question. Even if the daimyo's samurai army won, it would weaken the land of Wind so much that other countries might actually be tempted to take a bite out of its territories. With a groan, Ren distractedly chewed the tip of the nail on his thumb with a frown on his face when two hands suddenly clasped his shoulders from behind. Still pondering about that worthless noble from the land of wind. Ino, now standing behind his chair, exasperatedly asked as she started massaging his shoulders with her hands. Just give it a rest already. It has been a month. He isn't going to do anything if he hasn't done it by now. Maybe you are right. Ren chuckled and leaned his head back, resting it against her stomach. You said the same thing the last time we were having this talk. Ino rolled her eyes at him, deliberately pushing her thumbs into his shoulder blades and making him straighten his back to an uncomfortable level. And the time before that. Just for a moment, before she let go, easing the pressure. Not to mention, the time before that. I get it, all right. Ren exclaimed with a huff before muttering, geez, woman. A guy can't even brood in peace nowadays. Ino giggled and stopped kneading his shoulders. She leaned forward, and her arms embraced him from behind until her head was next to Ren's. She affectionately put her cheek against his, brood all you want. It's sexy. But as your wife, her tone became very pleased at that, it is my duty to care for you. She turned her head and kissed Ren's cheek, making him involuntarily smile. He inwardly sighed. Yeah. She was probably right. If Shido were going to retaliate, he would have already done it by now. Now, Ino continued in a chipper tone, you have finally gotten a week off, and came back to Konoha to spend time with Hinata and me. So, no thinking about your Sunagakure woes. She finished admonishingly. All right. Ren airily answered with a small snort before he turned his head toward Ino and pecked her right on the smug smirk on her lips. Despite his worries, things in Suna were going exceptionally smoothly. The village was slowly starting to prosper, the underground farms began to show promise, the ninjas had more work prospects than they could fulfill, and even business was returning as the village's inhabitants grew richer. Give it another half year, and Suna would become not only self-sufficient but also capable of generating income without having to rely on ninja ing. Because of this, Ren took 2 weeks of vacation time, packed his things, and went back to Konoha to visit Hinata and Ino. Yes, they saw each other at least 3 times a week, and sometimes, when they were not busy with their own duties, even every day of the week. But it wasn't the same. Ren wanted to properly spend some time with them and relive those cozy moments when it was just him, them, and his unimpressive apartment. He kind of missed those peaceful moments. Ino and Ren were suddenly attracted by the sound of the entrance door opening and turned their heads toward the hall. Soon enough, Hinata walked into the living room where they were located, looking gloomy and grim, with her red lips on her pale face stretched into a thin line while her fringe threw a shadow over her lavender eyes. Yo, bitch. Things didn't go well during the council meeting. Ino casually asked, not really caring about the answer. As the head of the Hyuga clan, Hinata was now one of the higher-ups. And that meant she had to attend all those pesky clan head meetings and council meetings, and other political crap. Seeing her unhappy about something was nothing out of the ordinary for Ino. She seldom came back from those actually truly happy or satisfied with the result. Instead of answering Ino, Hinata looked at Ren, causing Ino's expression to sharpen. Hinata not returning her playful banter with a half-hearted insult of her own showed that this was serious. We have a problem. Hinata gravely said, Asada Kiryu, the Iwa daimyo's right-hand man and father-in-law, one of the most important nobles of the land of Earth, had been assassinated. All evidence pointed to Konoha's involvement. Well, shit. Ino easily summed up Ren's thoughts for him while Hinata took a deep breath before continuing. But they managed to apprehend the culprits and, they were Suna shinobi. Ino blinked, and as her lips involuntarily twitched in amusement, she turned her face toward Ren with disbelief etched into her expression. I take it back. You were right to worry. Holy shit, this means war, doesn't it? Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Operation Great Hate Harvest. Heavy silence settled over the group as Ino asked her question. All that effort they had put into preventing another war from erupting, and now it seemed it was for nothing. Neither of them, Ren least of all, expected such a curveball. After a while, Hinata finally deflated as her severe expression turned into sour weariness. She walked toward the armchair and sat down. I won't lie to you. Her shadowed eyes looked at Ino and Ren. It's bad. There was a lot of grief and disagreement in the council over this incident. Hinata sighed and resisted the urge to rub the bridge of her nose. Konoha might have put in a lot of effort into forgiving Suna's invasion, but in the end, we had a lot of casualties during that incident. We have not forgotten. And now some Suna ninjas wanted to frame us for the murder of the Land of Earth daimyo's father-in-law. She dryly chuckled and gently shook her head. The unsaid message was clear. The entire alliance was shaken at its core. Killing an important noble like that was simply one of the biggest taboos in this world for ninjas. There were reasons why even the mad lunatics in Kirigakure during the height of its bloody mist regime did not have the balls to kill their own daimyo. It was simply suicide. Targeting one of the most important nobles in the world was not much better. The bottom line was, the nobles could not leave such a thing unanswered. They had to act. They were not stupid. They knew the threat the ninjas posed to their power and rule. But there was a status quo in the world that worked based on unspoken rules. Rules that were now blatantly broken. You know that Sunagakure's higher-ups did not authorize it. Ren weakly said, but even to his ears it sounded like an unsatisfactory excuse. He could feel a bead of sweat roll down his temple as his mouth went dry. Ino's embrace tightened in an attempt to comfort him, but he had to admit, it wasn't having much of an effect, as his mind desperately whirled, trying to find some miraculous, wishful solution to the situation he knew was unsalvageable. So far, he had no luck with it. Hinata did not call Ren out on his weak excuse. She just gave him an understanding look with a small, strained smile that contained a hint of despondent pity. I do. But we all know it won't matter. I don't. Ino cheerfully interjected with a raised hand, trying to bring some levity to the situation. It fell flat, but Ren patted her forearm of the arm that was still embracing him in appreciation. Hinata just gave her a fed-up look and rolled her eyes at her before she turned back toward Ren, but her smile was a touch softer than before. The Inuzukas are howling at the sky in anger, the Aburames are buzzing in irritation, the Sarutobis. Hinata trailed off as her expression scrunched in distaste. Who the hell even knew what they wanted? The young clan head, Asuma, was leaning toward a more aggressive approach. Since conflict was inevitable, he argued that striking first was only sensible. Hiruzen, however, in his capacity as the advisor, advised for softer methods and pushed for organizing a 5-kage meeting to address these issues, while Tsunade had a headache that even several bottles of sake could not cure. And through it all, the Yamanakas, the Akimichis, the Naras, the Inuzukas, and the Aburames all subtly looked toward Hinata for solutions she simply did not have. Anyway, Hinata inwardly huffed in exasperation to chase away the deep pang of helplessness as she returned to the present with her mind. Sunagakure is not a very popular topic in Konoha's council chambers right now. I managed to calm things down until an investigation could be conducted, but... She grimaced, followed by Ren, while Ino almost erupted in laughter that she barely managed to restrain. Because, really? What investigation? It wasn't as if IWA let Konoha ninjas into the land of Earth to look at the crime scene or something. The investigation was going to turn inconclusive because there was nothing to actually investigate here. This was just a delaying tactic. The entire Konoha could stand on its head, but the clan heads would not be getting the answers they wanted. That was a fact. Ren nodded, understanding the outrage of Konoha's higher-ups. Naturally, the alliance would not be broken. Konoha and Suna needed each other too much in the upcoming conflict. But its foundation was shaken, no matter what the truth of the matter was. Ren was certain that the higher-ups of most villages and countries had realized the entire situation was extremely fishy. But it was beside the point. This could not be swept under the rug. He didn't have the time to ponder what-ifs. He needed a plan of action. He had maybe a week before the shit hit the fan at a terminal velocity. Immersing himself in his thoughts, Ren stopped paying attention to the world around him for close to 20 minutes. When he finally came back to reality, the table in front of him was actually filled with food and drinks that Hinata's clone had prepared. Ino was no longer behind him, but now sat next to him while both she and Hinata were distractedly eating cookies, waiting for him. Noticing that Ren's thinking was over, Hinata leaned forward. "You kind of zoned out in the middle of my explanation." She amusedly chided him, and Ren gave her an apologetic chuckle, making her smile. "So, what do you want us to do?" Ino grasped his hand and smirked at him. "Yeah. Should I prepare for the Land of Earth daimyo assassination? I can totally make it look like the work of Kimo ninjas." Her eyes sparkled while Ren slightly paled. "No. I'd rather not get on every shit list that existed in the history of shit lists on this continent." Ren dryly replied, making Ino pout. "I could so pull it off without anybody suspecting us." Shaking his head, Ren patted Ino's head. From the glint in her eyes, he knew she was just joking. "No. I have something different in mind." He looked at his girls with a wry smile. "Anybody here who wants to join me for a small stroll and an impromptu black operation on the side?" After Ren, Ino, and Hinata finished discussing the details of their upcoming outing, they ate the food Hinata prepared. Then, Ren left to do all the necessary documents before he could leave Konoha. He needed that official paperwork, just in case somebody checked where he was heading. It was going to be a good alibi. 3 hours later, he rushed out of Konoha's gate, heading towards Suna at high speed in a hurry. Only when he was 5 kilometers away from the village and out of the sight of any patrolling ANBU team, Ren stopped and used his intangibility seal to teleport back to the little garden, where both Ino and Hinata already waited for him, all geared up and ready for trouble. For a moment, Ren couldn't help but admire their combat attire, but he snapped out of it quickly enough. Ignoring the shared glance and smirks that appeared on the girl's lips, Ren reached out with his hands and clasped them on a shoulder. The world stretched and spun for them for a moment. The entire experience was over almost as soon as it started, and suddenly, Ino and Hinata found themselves staring at a completely new scenery. Their breath became misty white as breathing became a little bit harder than before, as mountain peaks stretched in front of them. Ino curiously looked around while Hinata's mood darkened. Sunagakure? Ino asked, tilting her head at Ren, who chuckled with a small nod. If we can't prevent the conflict from happening, then damage control is the best we can do. And that means, we can't let IWA and Kumo easily become best buddies. IWA, Konoha, and Suna already have issues, and now Dash. It is time for Kumo to have some issues on their own. Hinata interrupted with a beautiful, sweet smile. One too sweet to be anything but sinister. If we are going to have a bad time, everybody else should be kind enough to share our misfortune. She giggled, but her eyes were not smiling, not that it would not be deserved. Yup. Ren shrugged, deciding not to comment on Hinata's dislike for Sunagakure. Could you please use your Byakugan and look for a place where they hold their prisoners? Bloodline ones. Hinata asked as her lips twitched. She started catching up on Ren's plan, and the idea made her quite delighted. There was indeed one easy, surefire way to make Kumo into a pariah number 1 among the hidden villages. Of course. Ren put his arm around Ino's shoulders. Let's call it Operation Great Hate Harvest. Kumo must reap what they so painstakingly sowed over the last few decades. If shit was going to hit the fan, and peace was not an option, Ren decided to make sure everybody would get their fair share of stray shots hitting them.